listen to them, even if it's complete bullshit. If you do that and like get on that level with them, they're more likely to listen to you. But it's hard to like for people to find a mutual respect for each other. It seems like because I
Well, I
mean,
mean,
there's been a lot of hate, you know, pushed towards our community. So it's
well,
just there's a lot
yeah,
of
you got
conditioning going on.
that, and you got infighting. Infighting happens
Yeah,
when people inside of here disagree with each other on different levels, and that's okay. You can disagree with
No,
somebody,
right.
but you
Yeah.
just oh, go ahead, Gizbo.
I was just saying yeah, and then he was saying something else too, I think.
Go ahead, Gizbo.
robot.
Gizmo there, robot. You're
probably
fine
gonna
now. Yeah,
robot
we
it
can
in
hear
here.
you.
Oh no, when you was saying there's a lot of infighting, I said no. Just to
Yeah, no,
Oh.
disagree with on that.
You were being
Bullshit,
obstinate.
man.
Oppositional defiance disorder.
Yeah, more like well, there's a lot of residual baggage from the globe Earth, man.
Yeah,
I have
there
to
is.
say, right? Like we can't escape that. It's almost like the vernacular. Like when you're speaking about things of the, well, the globalist empire, and you're like, oops, I said globalist. Like you
Right.
don't mean to say, hey, well,
Well,
we're
that's
talking about the atmosphere, and you're like, damn, I said it again. Like it's
yeah, it's
it's
like
a
a
way to
mutation at this point.
it's a way to describe, and I personally don't care. It's just like you're describing something, but it's a contradiction in terms. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
when you're
Definitely.
saying things that are not applicable to what we're saying, but that's the term used for the person to understand what you're saying. Otherwise, they are not on the same foothold as you are with the words you're describing. We could
Right.
say sky. That means something, but they're not going to see the specificity in what you're saying. So it's
Definitely.
not going to come to them in a way they're going to be like,
Yeah, we can't
"Oh, I
we
see
can't use
what
the
you
word
mean."
aether because they're not going to think upper air. They're going to think some oh, these people think they're archaic and blah blah
Yeah.
blah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
They're
yeah, see
LARPing
what I
as
mean?
being Middle Ages.
And then you're going to have to sit there and explain, maybe a good 10, 20 minutes or maybe more about why you use that term. And so it's like it's
Yeah.
tedious.
Just
And I don't mind, like at times where you have to stop and go through why you said that, but it stifles the what do you call it, the
conversation.
because you're going for context. It stifles the
Right.
context, so the context needs
Definitely inhibits the flow too.
Yeah, it's
yeah
pretty hard to have a linear conversation about flat Earth, like especially when people have questions.
hmm
Like you can't just go in one direction because like there's so many little pockets you have to explore to understand where you're going. Like,
nuances. Yeah, you have to speak of the little
uh,
nuance because like why did you say that and what was the reason? And so it does need and like here's the thing, man. Like and it might because that's this forum. It has to allow for that, and people have to
right,
maybe why did you use that term? Well, this is the reason why. Because like we can't. At some point, we'll get to the place where the person who's here was like, "Hey, why can't we just call it, the sky instead of like referring to atmosphere or using another term?" And you could say you can use that. I mean, obviously, we're not gonna stop you from it because the contradiction in terms is being used when we're using the globalist vernacular. So that we're
right,
trying to get away from that. That's okay. But at the same time, speaking to somebody fresh off the boat, like you have to talk to them in a way that they can understand.
right,
And so you kind of speak their language, right? But
right,
not so that you are adhering to like, well, this is how I would actually say for myself, because of course you don't, but
right.
then it makes them when you speak that way. And it kind of furthers along the point. The context gets a little bit taken into perspective, so you don't have to like pull the car over and start explaining everything. So
Right, right.
um, yeah, you really have to want to have that conversation, but
Well, you have to be patient with them because like it's a lot to have to face. I mean, we're very
well, you
blessed to even be willing to face this stuff. Like it's hard for a lot of people to even want to see something that disproves their reality. Like
You're breaking down paradigms, essentially.
dude.
So it's imagine you're like, hey, you don't mind if I take this sledgehammer to everything you thought was true, right? Like, by the way, I'll be done in like 5 minutes. Don't worry. Like, and
Right.
you know, you're like, whoa, wait, where are you going? Like, and you're just like, yeah, man, I got the sledgehammer I told you. I'm about to destroy everything you thought was real. And
Right.
so, yeah, it becomes more of like the mind is trying to, like, when you're having a conversation with somebody, it's like Forrest Gump in reverse. You know, like they don't want. Wait a minute, I didn't sign up for this. Like, you know, I'm out. You know, they try to like, and then it's
like,
too late.
It's like a hoarder.
Yeah, it's too late.
It's like a hoarder, like someone who hoards, and you're trying to help them clean up.
Right. Get rid of all that junk.
You need to get rid of this. How do I need to get rid of this?
It is.
That's a good analogy because then you're like, you send the moving crew to come in, right? And then just like, no, don't take that. You know, you're like, okay, what pile shall we put it in? This is the think about pile. This is the pile for you to like, you know, whether you're not like, this is must throw away pile. And so like you start dividing this stuff, and then they're looking at all the, well, I don't know, space. I don't want to throw that out just yet. You're like, okay, we can leave space alone for now. Let's get to so you're in that. That's a great analogy because just like one of those hoarders, they've hoarded all the lore of the fantasy of Globe Earth, and the lore. They love the lore. They love it. They're fanboys and fangirls of the freaking lore. They aspire to be astronauts and people that travel the stars, and they hope to be one of the people that goes to the biodome in Mars and starts up an ecosystem in a planet they've never been on. So lore is tantalizing.
Something that people aren't taking account here. You realize how rabid and like very vehement about their beliefs that Trekkies are.
Right.
That's
like,
true.
It's a known fact. Trekkies are super nerds, right? And they've got money too, so they're pushing mad hard against flat earthers. I'm just saying.
That's cool. I mean,
and it's like the philosophy, right, of these ships and stuff, like of the ships and all that on there. Because I used to watch Star Trek. I loved it. My dad did too. Like we watched it, but it was fantasy for us. He's like, yeah, it's just whatever. But then they bought into all that philosophy, all that stuff. That's literally the narratives that they want to live their lives by. So when we come against their stuff, we're attacking their, not just their like worldview, but their entire lives.
Definitely.
They take it personally is all.
Yeah, it's hard for them not to. They hold everything. They hold all of that lore very sentimental to them.
Yeah, it just occurred to me, though, because I hadn't thought about it before. And I'm like, wait a minute, Trekkies, holy crap. They are actually pretty powerful. They have very strong beliefs, and they would definitely hate flat earthers.
Right.
They don't, they'll make it a mission to thwart any efforts, and they'll become a part of like the Bob the Science Guy cultish mentality, cancel culture. They'd fall in suit, be like, yeah, man, we need to stop these guys, man. These guys are dangerous. They're threatening our lore, like, you know, and which is.
You have to remember why we're doing that. They're watching Star Trek, the original series 3, for the like 10th time. So.
Yeah, and they think that we're gonna throw the world back in. Yeah,
you know what? Like, we haven't asked him, but I'm sure he's like an honorary member of the.
If he ain't a Trekkie, he's a Star Warrior.
Yeah,
you know, they meet on Tuesdays and Thursdays, guys. You know, like, so we don't know, like, they got their secret, you know, with the Spock kind of like, you know.
Dude, if I had my way, we'd meet every day, man. Every day.
It's always the vector symbol with those guys, isn't it? The V.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is.
I bet they're
programming. The space programming is just so. There's so much of it. Like, it's in everything. It's really hard for people to imagine that it's all fake, because it's literally in everything. Like,
and it starts out so early. Like if you go to a baby place, right, a store that has baby clothing and other toys and stuff, there's so much random space-related things, and then like the fake versions of dinosaurs, like everybody knows that junk's not real at all. Even the mainstream says, yeah, it doesn't look like that.
Yeah, even when you're in a crib, what are those things called that rotate above your head?
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Mobiles or something?
Mobile. Yeah.
They have little spaceships and stuff on those things. Like, it's crazy.
Hey, you know what?
Become conscious of this
check this
freaking
out.
Space.
Yeah, check this out. Like, when somebody was like, how soon does it when you start teaching somebody about the globe, it's right out of the womb. Like it's like the
Right.
first night that you're going to sleep underneath a mobile space
That's
stuff.
you're just
So you're
Yeah.
being indoctrinated at that initial, like the
Subconsciously,
first
dude.
day
Like,
into this world, the first day into
Yeah.
the world, man, you're already being taught.
Your eyes haven't even developed. You
messed
can
up.
you have only like nearsighted vision. You can't even see far off, and the first thing you
Yeah,
see is
and-
this stuff.
And the freaking globe is being pushed on the space agenda is being pushed on you, even as a baby. Like you don't even know what's going on, man. You just got here, and then you got
Exactly. That's
indoctrination via the parent. Like, oh, look at this little rocket, man. That's like, come on, man.
Mhm.
Like,
A lot of people don't realize that anything that they're doing is indoctrination. They think only other people can indoctrinate, and surely everything that they're doing, they have a reason for, and it's nothing like that.
Right.
bro, I'm telling you, like, it's so crazy because the lore is so powerful. This is like one of the stories that it's like it's also sci-fi, but it's also
It's a
real.
cool story,
Like,
dude. I got to admit,
It
it
is
is
a
a
cool
cool
story.
story.
It's fascinating for sure. I mean, an infinite expanding universe that you can never see. Like, your brain goes haywire with that
fascinating for sure.
concept.
Well,
man.
they
There's-
glorify it, don't they? That's what's
Yeah.
happening, man. They're glorifying the idea that people are what's it called? Like when you want to challenge you're challenging life to be pushing the boundaries of where people can actually go. We were meant to explore. We're explorers, like there's this whole people are falling in love with the idea that we were meant to be explorers. Like, don't we? Are we and traveling different places? So
But we are meant to be explorers, just not how they say.
Yeah.
Well, but like this idea is like going where no man has gone before, and so like you're
Right.
taking that.
Literally
man
where
has
no
gone
man
before.
has gone.
Oh, so they send him into the women's bathroom, I guess. Here you go. You get a section you can boldly go where no man has gone.
Hey, we need that GIF where it shows like the guy's going oh, and then everybody's falling over. Like when you just said that. Yeah, welcome everybody to the conversation. Flat Earth Professor, what's up? That's
Welcome
Reese.
to the flat Earth.
Welcome, K96.
You've been here all along.
K96 speaking from Texas. Hi, Maggie. How is
You are sounding.
Maggie.
You sound like a cup is connected to a string, and you're talking to the cup.
K96 is still calling you Maggie. Every time you say that, I think of that Rod Stewart song.
I'm gonna increase your volume on my thing, and because I can't hear K96 at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I can hear you, bro.
Better now.
Okay. It's my computer, brother. Sorry.
I was thinking
Good
when you
morning,
guys were
people.
talking
How
about
are you? Good morning from Texas,
Good
I guess.
morning.
Good morning from Texas, man.
Good morning, flat Earth.
Good morning, flat earthers from all around the world.
Shouting out everybody from Texas. This is K96.
Today we have some people from flat earth that are gonna debate. So let's get started.
The debate's
Wow,
been
you
won. Yeah.
Let's
It
get
really
ready
is.
to rumble. Oh, dude,
There's
I
no
need that
Grover
soundbite. I
today?
need that soundbite.
Go ahead, K.
There's no Glover today. 'Cause yesterday I stayed there for 2-3 hours. I just sat down. I laughed aloud.
They usually don't come the morning times. It was maybe months ago that I jumped back into Flat Earth for a long hiatus that I was on. But there was a few that were jumping in here, but now it don't seem like people really come in at this time. Just you guys. Only you guys.
Well, my YouTube channel was blocked again,
Just you-
so I have to make a new one. Got back again.
Why was it blocked? What did you talk about? What did you say? The YouTube
Vaccination.
overlords have deemed you unworthy.
YouTube
You are
has so
not
many hours
worthy.
on word.
Or maybe Bob, the science guy, got a hold of your channel.
You're under arrest for having too much to think.
Even in my Instagram now it says my friends. Whenever somebody new adds me up, it says he's being spreading fake news and fake information. I was like,
They're like, you could say whatever you want, just don't say this, that, the other thing, and that other thing, and this other thing. Oh, wait a minute, and that.
They can
like,
tell you that you're spreading fake information, but don't have to prove that it's fake.
Yeah, you know what's weird is if you believe lies as truth, then all truth will look like lies.
Yeah.
when I see an Instagram channel or a YouTube channel sharing false information, there where I know this is the right information.
Yeah.
'Cause they have a lot of
Yeah, exactly. When they put a disclaimer under a YouTube video, that's when I know it's truthful information.
Wait a minute. Why did they just say that the flat Earth is an archaic model? And it's like, okay,
Yeah,
good job.
contrails and all that. Like, they make it
You
so
can't
obvious.
believe these guys. It's archaic.
Right.
It doesn't matter what you say. Let the people decide. You know, let them see the information for themselves. We got Regis Slow Bear. What's up, Regis? Seems sincere. It says on his tag. Somebody must have thought he was sincere.
But we own the science, so it's important that we take the top of the search engine.
Mm-hmm.
So hey guys, did you know FTFE just posted one day ago? Witsit Guess It is far too afraid to debate Professor Dave, even though he
Oh
agrees
God.
to it. He is running away.
It's
Yeah,
so
he's
far
definitely
from
not.
true.
Yeah,
so far from true. I saw the emails and everything, dude.
Yeah, it's misinformation or disinformation, if whatever.
Yeah,
you call it.
they're literally just lying at this point.
You know what it's like? It's the guy at the end of school that was challenged to a duel or fight and he didn't want to. Did I just use duel? Yeah, I did. But yeah, he challenged to a fight and then like he makes up a story of like he didn't show up, but he makes up a story on how he was waiting for him and everybody's like, dude, we all saw you weren't there. You don't have to act like you're all hard. You were ready for a debate. You really know you don't want to have a debate. That's the whole truth of it. But you want to make it sound like I'll take him on anytime. No, you won't. You won't.
Dude, you know the
and
the
people
video
are
of the dog at a fence, and it's like barking and barking and barking. But then when it walks to the other side of the fence, like, oh, I don't want nothing. Go back down the other side of the fence, like the two dogs barking at each other. That's exactly what happened. You see the fence is gone. They don't want to bark no more.
Yeah, I mean, the whole FTFE thing makes it really obvious that they have to resort to like psychological attacking to even
for sure
appeal to the gullible. Like, and I mean that alone is a huge red flag. Like, why not just be genuine? Because what they're putting out there is all bullcrap.
Hey, I want to apologize because sometimes I know I get so excited, but other times I'm honestly like it'll go silent for me, and then I'll start talking, and then all of a sudden it picks up like you guys are already talking, and then I'm like, what the? So now I feel like I'm interrupting because I'm lagging, and it's got me feeling some kind of way.
Sounds like you got to
so I
pay
want to apologize again.
No, it sounds like you got to pay the internet man a bit more money to get that high speed.
You give him a little bit of under the table, be like, here's a tip. And,
and he'll give you the rainbow package, like the cable guy.
Cable guy, oh my
Hook
God.
me up with that special stuff. I want that elite internet, no cap.
Yeah, talk to Elon, man. He's a pretty good friend of mine. You just he'll hook you up with Starlink.
All right, I'll mention your name.
Yeah. But guys, what is up? We got a good panel in here today. Seems like.
Yeah, good size.
Who's ready to make some science?
Waiting on the world to change.
Did you see I made it for you?
Oh, I'm looking.
Yeah, 09.
Oh.
Right
Oh
there
yeah,
towards
the hoarder.
bottom. Yeah.
I have a hard time letting go. It's definitely a good analogy. Oh, old dude wants to ask Perceptive Al, how long have you been looking into FE?
Oh, let's see, at least about a year and a half, really. It all came to me spiritually, though. Like, I was revealed it in my spirit. It's a long story, but I was in this like space cult kind of thing where they basically tricked everyone into thinking they were contacting aliens, and I got like attacked by demons and stuff, and ended up finding God, and God revealed to me flat Earth like in my spirit, and I went and looked into it, and it all became extremely obvious to me. It was revealed to me before I even looked into it, so it was pretty easy for me to understand at that point.
Sounds like a hell of a journey, bro.
Yeah, it's been. It was.
That's pun intended, right? Like,
It's definitely not the norm.
Yeah.
Sounds like
I mean, we all were in a space cult too, so don't worry about it.
Right.
I was gonna say that actually, but I think he means it more literal. Well, don't
Oh, it was
you?
a literal cult. Like,
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
But it did seem that way to me. I could have taken it, that we were all in that space cult, but it's more of what I think he was referring to is an actual space,
Mhm.
like a what do you call those guys who drank the Kool-Aid?
the dawn of Saturn.
Cults.
Oh shoot, dude, how many have done that?
No,
Like,
it was around that
The
time
dawn
where all
of
that.
Saturn. The dawn of Saturn. I looked into that. It's actually called the dawn of Saturn.
Okay.
It was around that time where all those Trump conspiracies were gaining a lot of leverage, and all of that,
Yeah.
all those phony conspiracies that were just like misleading people. And that cult was based on Project Bluebeam because they would show you videos of UFOs and stuff, like,
Right.
and they were actually projecting the stuff into our dreams. It's really weird. I mean, it was like I would have this dream about a certain UFO, and the next day on the page of the cult, they would post the same images from in my dreams. So they were using some crazy technology to like brainwash us and stuff. And it all became clear that it was all leading to Project Bluebeam. Like the cult itself was trying to brainwash people into accepting Project Bluebeam.
Well, I mean, there's different other cults too that do the same thing. It's
Definitely. It was just a little mini, part of that deception.
They push agendas, so like whatever cult is, and so they don't allow for you to think of anything else other than the agenda they're pushing. So agenda pushers they become to be the problem that you're
Right.
dealing with in life. Usually.
Definitely.
But anyways, old dude, yeah, I'm getting what you're putting down when you put stuff in chat. I got my screens up, looking at everything. So, well, Bluebeam, and the way that was proposed, what it is, becomes a bit of a speculation chat, which is also like, well, what is CERN? That's a speculation chat. I anything that people are led to speak of where they don't have this real deep understanding about, like, I used to work there, so I know, like, if you have just like, well, I've read it on this article, this guy says this, and you know what, it sounds pretty convincing to me. Well, that's great, but that's hearsay also.
Right. Well, I have noticed like I get chemtrail sprayed like right over my house all the time. I'm a targeted individual. I mean, I don't want to go too much into it. If you know what it is, you do. It's a pretty dark rabbit hole to have to journey down, but anyways. So the chemtrails, I've noticed, leave this shimmer in the sky, like in the sky itself, in the air. So you can notice if you see like a car headlight, the air itself shimmers way more than it used to, because I feel like there's metals and stuff in our sky now. I'm wondering if that's what they're using to project the holograms onto, like if the chemtrails are actually just making an environment where the holograms can be projected.
That's a great way to think about. Go ahead, Kay.
There was this thing on the last invasion or last illusion would be alien invasion, so that all the government agency from all around the world could say something. Because in India, they just started the NASA program too, just 2-3 years ago. They just had this shuttle near to ocean, and I was really curious. Because guys, trust me, I know Indian. Okay, I have friends in India. I have a teacher. I have a guru, spiritual guru in India, and I know their culture way long. There is no way you can put the space shuttle in somewhere in India in the Bayside, and you can reach the stars or somewhere start some sipping up. No, that's bullshit. So they're slowly, telling in the TV, showing in the newspaper, so that people will be programmed. So okay, so our country do have, our country can go to moon too. Oh, our country can go to moon too. Oh, they are working together, so that the public won't be disturbed. They won't go inside it. But the last thing, just like perspective, I was thinking how they're gonna project a whole alien invasion in the sky, because for me, because I come from a IT background too, so you need an environment to have a hologram. Even though you want to project something in the sky, you should have an environment where you can project. So it didn't make any sense to me. But recently, when I was searching about the chemtrails and what
the
was in the
chemtrails
sky,
suit.
yep, it's an environment, guys. It's just like a vacuum. Like when you have you got into a club and they have this smoke over us, and the lights gives us all the illusions. You remember
Right.
it?
Right.
Yeah, same thing. Same
Same
thing.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's no difference between that. But like what I would say is that this is an ancient war that's been going on and it's been waged against us. So
yeah.
Yep.
and I'm gonna put it a little bit whether you agree or disagree, you can see the correlation what I'm saying. The ancient war is good and evil, right? Like the enemy of God has always been trying to thwart efforts to for you as a person to side with them. And so the overarching story was that there's a savior gonna come to you first, and it's gonna tell you about what's the invasion of, like they're gonna warn you like these dire warnings, something's coming in the sky. You gotta be ready for this. So the
This is
first
why.
the first one that just let me finish, PMac. So the first person that the first Messiah, or the first person that's going to come and rescue all of us, is going to give us the knowledge of like how to prepare for the second one, which is the second one that's going to arrive. Is going to be the one who destroys and takes over. So we have to be ready to fight that entity, whatever it is. And so there's movies being built on the same premise, right? These ideas have already been put out into like movies and such. So books are written and things where people are getting ready because an alien savior will come and give us like the knowledge of how to fight against this. And I only have to point to like a few movies so you can see what I mean. You can look at the was it the 4th of July movie? Was it the
Independence Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, Independence Day. So that was like an alien that came first to tell us about the ones that were coming afterwards. Like prepare because they're coming, and like people got the information, and they became more aware, and so now they're able to fight against like this other alien invasion kind of thing. But like so. And it says, like in the correlation that I meant to say was in the ancient war and biblical text is exactly that. You'll have a false Messiah appear at the very beginning to tell everybody how to unify everyone and get everybody ready for the battle of Armageddon.
Right.
So like you wouldn't want to have that battle if you didn't if you weren't coaxed into it or have an agenda as to why we need to fight against the next one who's coming, which would be the real one. And that one you can like people will be lined up against in the Valley of Megiddo so that they can fight against the Savior, the actual real one, because it says he'll be coming in the clouds of heaven. Like I'm getting a little bit
Right.
biblical here just for a moment, and he's going to be coming in the clouds, and every eye shall see and every knee shall bow. And so like people will be in awestruck by his entrance, like in here. So like the idea is to prepare people, as many as he can, because see, here's the thing, the agenda is to take down as many people, because it's a rebelliousness against God because of the
Right.
fact that they became irredeemable. They were not, like in the book of Enoch, it talks about how they made their case with Enoch to go plead to God that please let us like be redeemed once again. And God said, no, you've left your first estate and you are not able to come back. So your punishment will be thus. And so their mission now is to rebel like 100% against him, and they're going to take down as many as they can along with them. So it's the
Exactly.
ancient war that's happening. This ancient war has been put out in movies as they are the ones who came here to give like fire from heaven. They stole fire from heaven. So if you understand certain mythologies, then you can see the correlation as like these entities came into the like where we are, gave us these like all the knowledge of like how to make weapons, how women painted their eyes, and like just like different things, cutting of roots, just like the prediction
How
of
to
the
smite the embryo within the womb too.
so and the reason I go into the spiel because they're so overarching like storyline that's happening within the context of like flat earth and globe earth, and the reason why there's deception because the ancient war that's been waged ever since the beginning, right, ever since they came to earth and they wanted to make for themselves that because so earth was given to man as caretaker. It wasn't given to those entities who were supposed to be in heaven, like guarding, so the story is they came here because they lusted after the things that man had. They wanted to be like man. And is it like mythology? Like remember the even like in the movie Achilles, what's it, that one, Troy I think is the one with Brad Pitt. He's angry. He's angry with the gods because he's like, yo, let me tell you a little secret about them. They're envious of you, or they want to be like you. Because like man is fallible. Man has a short amount of time of life, and they don't experience that. They experience eternity. So they're jealous of like how man live with a life the way they live. So they look down on you, like they're envious of you. And you're like, why would they be envious of me? Like I die. I can get diseases and like, because the fallibility and the ability to like do right and wrong, in this world. So anyway, so I feel like this ancient war that's been happening has been the reason why people don't understand. Like that's the overarching like storyline that's taking place, and the reason why misinformation and all this stuff, so they can prepare you for this alien savior that's you're gonna fight against the actual one. So you're taking it as like, well, you know what? I can think of what I want to think of. I don't have to think of any god. Like, and so you're in a mindset right now that is in line with their propaganda, with their like that's what they want. They want you to rebel. This is the reason why, like, I take it in regards of like I try to show people like this is the way, but my friends, you have to think for yourself. If you think that this isn't like an overarching storyline that's happening here, like throughout history, like these elites, they're not for the benefit of man. You guys already know that. Like being a truther, you're like, dude, look at all these agendas. Like, why? Well, it's easy to see if you're fighting against good. You want people to rebel against God and be in their in their evil ways. Or get anyway. I'm just gonna stop there. Did you? Go ahead.
You made a comment about a piece of scripture. I wanted to ask you what you thought about it. So you said that every eye shall see the coming Savior.
Sorry. Yeah.
How do you propose that happens on a ball?
How do you what? Say again. Gizmo.
How do you propose that every eye will see coming up?
All right. Yeah. You're cutting out, Gizmo. I think you need to pay the internet man too. But every eye shall see, every knee shall bow. Like, and the idea was also, I would say this, in regards to flat Earth and globe Earth. Yeshua was taken to a high place that the devil took him to tempt him, right? And said, to a high mountain, and throw yourself off this mountain. He's like, and God will send His angels concerning you, so your foot won't strike against a stone. But if you're in a high place and you could see all the kingdoms of the earth, that's not possible on a globe.
Nope.
It's just not. So
well, the thing is, there's no directional up on a globe. It's based on your position. So anything about directions in the Bible is completely impossible on a globe, because that would be relative to your position. No matter, like, it doesn't make any sense.
If every eye shall see, how do you think that every eye on a globe see our Savior returning at the same time? Does that make sense? Did I cut out?
No, it does. So
that was one of the things that like always bugged me in my mind when I was a glober. How can everybody see, even the Aborigines, the ones that don't have TVs? Everybody is going to see the second coming.
Well, the problem is, like, with the idea, people don't want to think about it as an ancient war. They want to think about it like in relative terms. So really relevant, meaning like what's happening right now. So the thing is, and everyone's confused about like how to perceive religion. So your truth is your truth in that aspect, right? You whatever religion that you're in right now, that's probably a good one for you. And it's like there's no right or wrong in that regard. And I think everybody should make up their own mind when it comes to that, right? Like you make up your mind. Like I can't make it up for you. I'm just gonna show you like that from the time ever since we've been here. There's always been agendas pushed on the population all the time. There has never been a time in history where you took like a specific ruler and wasn't pushing an agenda on the people. True. Like there always was, and the people were always oppressed by that ruler. Always. There was never a ruler that was like the greatest ruler that gave most benefit to the people. Like it was always for the ruler's sake and his kingdom and her kingdom, to benefit that kingdom than themselves.
Yeah, even King David did that. You're right.
Yes. So, and this is the thing. There's
Hold on a second though, but what about King Cyrus?
Yeah, but he was I would say like this with Cyrus, like he was a tool that he used to take down the army that he was coming up against. But King Cyrus could be looked as somebody like he looked like a sword. He was a sword.
But didn't he was the first king to commission something that recognized people's rights in the Cyrus cylinder.
Yeah, but you're taking a look at it. Yeah, so God uses the people he uses, right? And some of them are swords, but they're not in and of themselves like the ones that he would call his people, but there would still be the ones that he used. So like
an instrument of his work, then you're saying.
Instrument. Well, so you have a lot of that. You have a lot of examples of that where people are that like I'll send this particular army to go destroy you, and these guys are more ravenous than any other army on earth. Like so, and he would do that. Like there was armies that they didn't care. They would slaughter entire like villages and everything. So like there was that kind of corruption, people already existing. So they were like the sword that was being sent to it's like judgment basically. So because of the people, they went into their way. So there has been I think the majority of people don't understand. They try to gauge reality by reality. So morality by morality. But there's a lawgiver to the law in which we have. So why do we feel the way we do in our emotional state? Well, there's because that has been put there by someone that gave it to us. You wouldn't have an emotional state if that wasn't given to you to have. So it's weird to think about, but like when you actually realize that, how do I even have an emotional state? How come I can't just feel indifferent about everything? Like, why do I feel a certain way about it? Well, because being that you do have a way to gauge things with emotions, that gives you a perspective, right, on any topic. But what happens is the world tries to get you, like the agendas that push on you to be numb. It's so like, and like, that's what I mean, like whatever topic we could be talking about flat Earth, but why are people so like, I don't care, I go to work anyways. Like, what does it matter to my life?
It's the small picture of the thing.
Right.
Maybe can I add something on it too? Like,
yes, sir.
Because you guys all from the West, and I want to add something from the East philosophy too, but not from Hindu or Buddhist, but Vedic science. Sure. So, have you ever heard of anyone in YouTube, PT Speaks channel?
PT Speaks? No, I haven't heard that one.
Okay, so let me put this in as simple as I can, okay? So in the Vedic science, there are 4 time stages, okay? The one, simply put it is, first one is pure, where everybody on earth will be pure, light-bodied, and there's no impurity. The second is half, 50-50. The third is, now the impurity or the evil or devil, let's just say, is not outside, but inside a human, as in form of emotions or lust or greed, guilt, in this way. But the fourth time, or let's just say age of time, as we speak right now, we are in the age of Kali. That means age of darkness. Or if I roughly translate it in English, it will be age of ignorance. So anything till now, like for 5,000 years, we all were ignored in a darkness. We don't have any information.
Something that I have to discuss. You just remind me of something. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna wait. Like I'm gonna let you finish. But can I say something when you're done?
Yeah, sure.
No, go ahead.
So right now we are living in Kali Yuga. Okay, Yuga means time, and Kali means darkness. So age of darkness. But look at this way, Maggie and everyone. From 2012, the Mayan calendar ended. So that means the time never ends. Energy can neither be created nor can be destroyed, but can be transformed from one form to another. Similarly, the time and everything is changing up. So we are ascending up. Everyone who is in a support of ignorance is the Kali people, and whoever is just like a flat earth, that's the intellect, that's the light, that's giving people hope, that's like giving somebody joy. So similar is the it's called Kalki. So Kalki means one who kills Kali, the one who kills darkness, the one who kills ignorance. So there is not just one person, maybe, or anyone. There's people, there are collectivity. So it's like whosoever is against ignorance is Kalki. We don't have an upcoming of Christ, but in Vedic science, it's like the upcoming of Christ would be inside you when you are out of your lust, guilt, ignorance, darkness, and you can see things as they are. You will be, let's just say, as you guys told, his tool, our body will be used as a tool by the energy. If I'm getting you guys, so we all are getting back to the truth era, the Satya Yuga in Hindi. That means the age of light, age of information, age of
Yeah.
collectivity or compassion. That's we are ascending up. That's why this Illuminati shit has to bring up viruses, hoax, and every to still prevail the ignorance. They still want to the darkness to prevail. That's what the media is. That was the
Yeah.
YouTube. Everything else. That's all I want to say. I don't want to put it in a mythological
wanted to
way or
confirm-
way.
Like, as a second witness to what you're saying, that there is definite evidence throughout history of the ages of Aura and ages of Koshek, ages of light, ages of darkness, where people have enlightenment and then ignorance. And, like, this is, like, throughout eons, like 1,000-year timelines over and over.
Yep.
So, like, this is, like, right on point with what you're saying.
And because I'm a meditator, guys, okay, I've been starting meditating, and I'm not saying I started meditating. It was just when I was 13 or 12. I couldn't fit in with the people around me, and there were things I could question. That there were things I was questioning. There were things I was reading in scripture. So that didn't make any sense to me. Now,
So I would say it like
everything makes-
this. I would say it like this because what was that term you used? K96, the ones who preserve, or the good ones. What was the name of it?
Yeah, Kalki avatar. Yeah.
Koki. Well,
Yeah.
I would say that the people that you're referring to there would be the ones like in the scriptural context would be the salt of the earth. The
Yes,
people
I
who
was
are
thinking the same thing, Miggy.
yeah. I don't
Yeah.
take a look at it. I don't take a look at it as somebody fighting against the evil. I think they're preserving the truth. So preservatives are like the ones that are going to keep things from rotting. Salt does that. It's a preservative. It keeps things from salt keeps things. So if it's in the context that says you're the salt of the earth, it makes it sound like you're preserving the truth, whereas like something else wants to make it rot. They want to
It's
further
like-
along,
yeah,
like
yeah.
degrade or decompose the truth. So you can't do that if you have salt. And salt, as if you're the salt of the earth, then you're preserving truth. It's not. There's a way that people are actively trying to thwart the efforts of the people who are preserving truth. We see that. We know that. Our mission isn't to fight them, it's to preserve truth. So in whatever way somebody is speaking truth, it doesn't matter who speaks it, right? That's what I always said. Truth is truth no matter who speaks it. So remember that. So that if you don't have to hear from a PhD, you can hear from the guy that's bagging your groceries at the store. Like that's you can hear truth from anyone. So that's
truth
the
is
thing
the truth,
with
no matter who speaks it, and a lie is a lie, no matter who believes it.
who believes it, right? So when you're in this specific forum, it's all about people speaking truth, and you become someone who preserves it. Like you're not going to allow that the degradation of truth happen because of the fact that you're standing for what's right. And so those people would resist, right? It's a resistance. It's not letting the ones who would want to push agendas on you win. So you become a preservative. You are preserving the truth. So I view it that way because that's important, right? How do you preserve and then tell future generations to preserve? Well, this forum is doing that. The goal, I guess you could say, the end game of this specific forum is so that we can create the next generation of critical thinkers. I'm always saying that. That's why it's like sacred ground for your mind. If you don't have that, you'll never have people preserving the truth. Everybody's just gonna think, well, these agendas seem pretty legit, man. We should just go with them. Like they're pretty on point with what they're saying. So it's like if you're not here saying no to them, then we're just gonna allow for them to just take whatever agenda, man. Because I say things like them, they, elites, but there's agendas that are pushed on us all the time. Whatever agenda that it is, like we're running out of diesel or I don't know, whatever.
You know what the one truth is, and the one way, and the one thing that leads to everlasting life, which is concluding the first thing to be the ultimate truth that is being hidden to many people, is that the only way to everlasting life is through the Messiah, the way, the truth, and the life. That's the biggest thing for the adversary that he wants to keep secret or like away from people, because everything is structured upon covering up this particular truth. That's why we, even in the truth movement, have so many people still being deceived, because they listen to people like what is his name on YouTube, who makes a lot of flat earth videos, but then tells you that the Messiah is a mushroom. There's so much out there trying to confuse people and leading them away, and at the end of the day, it's still the adversary. Even though you might think, okay, flat earth, great, now I know this. But at the end of the day, even there, the adversary is using certain type of people to lead astray a lot of sheep, from the ultimate truth and freedom that you can have through the Messiah, through the finished work of the Creator himself. Nothing we can do makes us free. The only thing that makes us free is understanding and through humbleness that the Most High, who created all things, has also created the pathway of everlasting life and being free of death, ultimately.
Right. Well, you can have people that would stand to disagree with you, Clay. And
yes, we can have that, but I can warn them that they're gonna die if they're gonna disagree.
Yeah, you could say things to people, or
it's
you can you can say things to people, or you could teach them about what you know. So like there's you could say anything actually, and some people would I would put it this way: open air preach and make people feel uncomfortable, because it's of course the gospel does make people feel uncomfortable in the first place, but when you do it in a way where it sounds like your agenda or whatever you're saying as being the only thing that can happen, like without letting the person for themselves come into it, you know what I'm saying? Like there's and I mean to say it like when you go out somewhere and you teach something to someone, it has to be in a way that they're willing to listen. If they're in a place where, I'll just say it like this: like imagine if you go in a crowded elevator and you started preaching to people, you know they can't leave because that's like an enclosed place, and so then you start saying, okay, now I got them, and let me speak my words. But the thing is, if they're not wanting to hear that, they're going to be rejecting, like, oh, dude, stop, like you don't have to go there. But like at the same time, right? It's necessary, right? There's a dichotomy there. It's necessary at the same time. If you allow the whatever. There has to be a reason for being able to do it, where you can give a person ample room to be like, okay, I'm about to say these things. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, whatever, we won't have to talk about it. But when you get engaged, just like FE, when you start talking to people about FE, they don't know what they're walking into, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh man, what did I just like sign up for here? Like this is like I didn't. You're trying to take down my paradigm, which is the same thing what you would think about, Clay, when you're speaking to somebody in the biblical text.
That's true. We got to keep into account that it's like they jumped in over their head, and there is no bottom to the depths. Like it's a void beneath them. They're way over their heads, and so they're like flailing, drowning, and we know how to swim.
So you said something very specific that I think is very important nowadays. So what the adversary does with people nowadays, especially in our Western world, is they make them feel comfortable in the position that they are in their life. And that's the biggest thing that will lead many people into death and into damnation, because if the devil can make you feel comfortable in a situation you are, even though you're not saved, it is a scary thing actually. Feeling comfortable is a very, very scary thing, especially when there's a Christian movement saying, "Oh, we can only reach people if they feel comfortable about what they hear and so forth." No, but that's the thing. Sometimes things need to get very uncomfortable for making people wake up. Sometimes or most of the times, waking up in the middle of the night is uncomfortable, or in the morning. And that's the problem. We living too much comfort in our lives, which leads us astray from what actually is important and will lead to life. And the small narrow path is not a comfortable path. The big highway, yeah, highways are comfortable. I agree. But dying just because of some years of comfort is pretty stupid.
Yeah, but that's the enlightenment that you have from your position. So I would say it like this. Remember how people come into FE? When you let's say it this way. And I'll give you the example and you tell me which way works best. When somebody comes in here with no knowledge, well, I can't say no knowledge, but they come in with like, they're asking questions about the globe. And and this has happened, so I have an instance of this. People asking questions about the globe, and they're like, "Dude, shut up, man! You're so stupid. Don't you know that flat Earth is the only truth? Can't you see? Like, what are you, an idiot?" Like, and so listen, this is what it sounds like when people like. I'm not saying you, Clay, but what say in the same vein as the way you're proposing would sound like to people who are coming into FE. There's a way to teach, my friend. There's a way to teach, and there's a way to just tell people. And when you're telling them, it sounds like you're telling them you're pretty stupid for what you think. I know the way, and I'm righteous, and you're not. So listen to me, and then you turn people off. They don't want to hear that. So in this other way, however, when you teach someone, you can get them to understand a position without having to make them feel like they're going to hell right away. They can understand their depravity, but they have to understand they're ignorant before they understand that they need a savior. Do you understand?
I understand. That's why I would.
If you don't expose that, and if you're talking at them, he's like, "If I got just one thing to say, you're all going to hell." Like that doesn't work. Like you have to.
I understand.
Everybody coming from different backgrounds in their religions, they don't know. Everybody's like, just like, well, I think I got a pretty good handle on truth for myself. Why would I need to take in what you're saying? So the case for what you're saying has to be done in a way where it's logical. There's a teaching for it, and they can either accept or reject the teaching, but it doesn't have to sound like, well, if you don't get this, I'm waving bye-bye to you in all existence. So it's like people can say, I'm not doing that, I'm not saying that, but in the third person perspective, people are listening to you. Sounds like you're just like doing that. And so it would say to I would call it the well, who said it? I think it was Andy, the onward Christian soldier. And it's like that is a very bad way of representing the thing that we're trying to do and be an ambassador for. So I'm always trying to help people along with, like, you can say anything you want. It's how you say it, the tone that you use. So it's difficult when people are in an intellectual forum and trying to get to the bottom of things when you're talking at them. And so I'd say that to anyone, not just you, Clay. I'm saying it to everybody. So whatever you believe in your religion, when you're talking at them, it's not gonna come through. It'll sound like And so my hope, is like I want that to be like how we understand each other. Like I can hear your position for sure because I know I've come from that position, but we might disagree on certain points. But like that's not here or there. What I'm saying is like the presentation of it. So,
So my presentation would not be starting off by saying you're gonna go into hell if you don't believe what I'm saying. My presentation would be starting off saying that I'm miserable, that I'm a sinner, and the Creator showed me this, and because I'm miserable and a sinner on the past life I lived, I need a Messiah, and I need someone who has finished the work for me to be saved. Which means we are all in the same boat. I will tell about the scripture saying that there is no one righteous, there's no one good, and there's no good man that ever lived upon the earth except the Messiah himself. Okay, which ultimately makes the person listening to me understand you if they're intellectually honest. See, that the problem is people start projecting, even if you would be a good preacher, saying all these things, making clear that you're in the same boat, that you're not better than them, and so forth, being humble in front of them. They will still start using the program of projecting something that they have learned about Christianity, thinking that, yo, you're just here to make me feel bad or whatnot, or make me feel uncomfortable, blah blah blah. Even though if they would have been intellectually honest, they would have understood that you clarified that we're both in the same boat. We both need someone to wash us clean and so forth. And there's nothing we can do to make ourselves righteous in front of the eyes of the Creator. We need to acknowledge the finished work He has done in order to be saved. And that's such a simple. If you have ears and you can understand this is good. But the problem is there's just people that have ears or eyes to see, but they're so caught up in this pre-program that they have spooled up in their brain about Christianity or people who preach the word and so forth, that they're deceiving themselves. They're holding themselves from hearing or seeing. And that's the problem.
But that right there, you just already made that group whom you're speaking of feel uncomfortable about like even listening to that.
Maybe I should feel uncomfortable.
No. I meant like uncomfortable with you, not with your message. So the message hasn't been conveyed in a way that they could understand. It's more of like, oh, so you think you're high and mighty, and everybody else is wrong. And so like that's.
I didn't say that. Right?
I know, but it's the tone, Clay. Everybody's has
right. It is how you're coming across, Clay.
It's the tone. Like people can say
like that.
So yeah, and I'm just only telling you that because I have helped people actually get it to the point where they can have the conversation, so long as it doesn't get to where the tone sounds like that. And maybe you don't hear it, but we all do.
Hey, we know you don't mean it, buddy.
Yeah, we know you don't mean
have
it.
that tone.
I was talking about this before, guys. We get excited. We get excited about that, which we're passionate about. Sorry, my dude. You go ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick, Miggy. I think maybe you're meaning the word cadence instead of tone.
I think tone is the apropos, but you guys can decide. Cadence.
No, I'd say it's tone. It's tone. But again, like I think
passion, guys. You gotta understand. It's he's passionate about this to the point where he doesn't care what other people. Hold on, he doesn't care what other people think about how he's saying it. He wants to just make sure that you understand it, and he loves you. So that's the way it goes. So anyway, that said, it is something that it's a fine line that we should teeter between passion and or trying to convey the message with kid gloves, so that these people who are already sensitive to everything don't fall victim to being sensitive for no reason to what we're saying, because we're just trying to help out. That's my 2 cents.
Right. Yeah. So like, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you saw somebody in a hole and they're trying to climb out and you just saw them get out and they don't even understand what's going on, you're not going to kick them in the forehead back in the hole. You give them a hand.
This is Sparta. What are you talking about? I'm joking.
Yeah, no, King. There's no time for that, but like
no,
listen,
I was being silly. I was just saying from a standpoint, the alignment with that person and helping. It's the idea of you're putting your arm around them and helping them with their walk. Go ahead.
Right. Okay, so
brother's keeper is a person. Sometimes in a bad mood, sometimes in a good mood. But the whole point is, I'm going to keep you as my brother because I love you.
Yeah, like if you love somebody as though they're literally you, then you wouldn't want, like say you wouldn't want somebody to do that to you. Like if I knew I was ignorant of something, I'd want somebody to have patience with me and bear with me, explain it to me so I can understand. Like don't let me be ignorant of the truth. Like just go that second mile, walk with me.
Well,
that is a good teacher.
What I was saying about this forum and the reason why it's important is because we can say we speak about the most taboo things, when it politics, religion, we're able to have those conversations so long as it doesn't get like where you're talking at them. Because when you don't hear sometimes when you're saying things, right, like from your perspective, but it sounds like you're talking at the people instead of to them, like as in, you're speaking to the person intellectually. You want them to like kind of see your point, but not like, hey, you're stupid and I'm right. Like that's not what is going to get the job done. But usually I would say I use flat earth because it's great to use as an example. people come in here and they have like a bit of ignorance when it comes to what we're talking about, and because saying things like, no, I think it's the curvature of the earth, you're an idiot then. And then we don't hear ourselves saying it to them. But on the third person perspective, we're like, dude, it's pretty rough with the guy. Like, why can't he just like show him like some information? So we all of us, right, myself included, we all always need to be better versions of ourselves every day, telling people how we go about administering truth. Does that make sense? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, I mean, Clay has a very passionate way of saying it. Just, it's difficult sometimes for those who are thinking in the same way.
But I think it's a progression. It's a progression as a teacher, right? Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's why we have this forum, especially, is we always continue to try to be better teachers so that we can communicate with the people that we're speaking to on a better basis. And I say this like not to make fun, but it literally is punching bag, right? It's an opportunity to improve your delivery, improve your skill, and help that person walk. Go ahead.
Like, it's not what we say, but how we say it, because if it's not received by the hearer, then it's useless. We may as well be banging the cymbal together and clanging real loud noises. Like, it's got to be spoken in a certain way where they're receptive to it.
Yeah, I personally don't see myself as a teacher. I just see myself as a tool, like a Bluetooth speaker you put in a room and starts making noise that you don't like. That's how I see myself. That's it. I'm not a teacher. I'm not better than anyone. I'm actually no one. I'm only someone in Christ. That's it.
So it says love your neighbor as yourself, right? It's not saying love your neighbor like they want you to love them. It says love your neighbor as though they are literally you. So you see them struggling, do whatever you'd want somebody to do if you were in that situation, kind of thing. But kind of like have mercy on yourself.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say I'm not a teacher. No, I'm not. There's far too many mistakes I do to be a teacher for others. The only thing I can say is I spread the message of the good word. That's all.
Your judgment is greater. All right, I'm gonna let y'all talk and stop. I gotta stop because I feel like I'm overlapping folks. But yeah, you're right, Clay. Your judgment's greater if you're a teacher, so it's actually better not to be.
Yeah, but let me, and I know, but like, because teachers will be judged more harshly.
Well, not to have many anyway. Yeah.
I feel like this, having the ability to convey a message is so important, right? Like, I think that's if we need to learn how to be better communicators and ambassadors of the truth. So
that's another thing I wanted to say, Mitch.
If you hold truth, 1 second, Ether. I know you may be getting back, but let me finish what I gotta say. So you may be the ambassador of truth right now for Flat Earth, but it's how you tell people, right? You can get a bullhorn and go into a restaurant and say, "You guys, the Earth is flat," and whatever, shout it from the mountaintops. There's a great way to go about doing what you're wanting to achieve, right? So let me just get to, like, and this won't turn stomachs upset because it's like relevant to what we're saying. So this is 1 Corinthians chapter 13. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels and have not charity, I become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I can remove mountains and have not charity, I am nothing.
Amen. It's like
let me just further with one more. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing.
Yeah.
Amen. That's the thing.
So,
it's like if we're listening to respond though, and we're not actually hearing what somebody's trying to convey, then we're not really listening to them at all. We just want them to hear us.
No, this is you speaking. So it's talking to the person trying to administer truth, right? If you're gonna do this, then you're sounding like that brass cymbal that's going clang, 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 clang. And it's like what Clay just said. I just want to be a loud sounding Bluetooth speaker. And this is what this is saying that not to do. He's like, and even if you have to speak with the tongues of men and of angels and have not charity, I become as a sounding brass, a tinkling cymbal. So what does that mean? That's not what you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be somebody who's able to convey with love. Because 1 Corinthians 13 is talking about that conveyance of the message. It has to be done, administered that way. And if you don't administer it that way, you're not going to have like the gift of prophecy and all, and you understand all mysteries. What good is that going to do if you can't convey the message? So you have to
point. So in speaking about that, what I'm trying to instill in Clay right now with this is stating that by taking ownership, and I'm not saying that you are a teacher, meaning you teach all subjects. No, I'm saying to you that you understand this form that we interact with on a daily basis. And because you understand that and you're able to take that upon your shoulders, right? You take the ownership stating as such to empower yourself to realize what you are. You are teaching what you observe in receiving the messages and questions that people have. Right. And in doing that, that empowers you in the ability to teach with love, because no man cares how much you know. All men will remember you for is how you made them feel. And if you made them feel like an idiot, they're going to remember you for that. This is my point.
Yeah. Okay. The reason why I talk the way I talk is because it's actually out of love. It's the only thing. I don't.
We know.
I actually, what I clarified again is that I'm in the same boat. I'm at the same eye level than anyone else in here. There's nothing that makes me better. I'm literally no one. I'm a no one.
We all are, dude.
Used as a tool. So if someone still feels unpleased by the way I'm literally describing myself to be a no one and thinks that I'm making them feel dumb, then I'm sorry. I'm literally I can't help this person.
No.
Yeah, it's not. Listen, I think the point is getting kind of glossed over here, Clay.
Yeah, big time.
The point is not. I understand your position anyway. I don't know about anybody else, but I understand your position. I know where you're coming from. But saying that doesn't negate the fact that you're still administering what you would consider truth, right? And the way you're trying to tell people. So what this text that I just read is saying is how to do it. It's giving you the I want you to actually study that scripture in that whole paragraph, the whole chapter, so that you can understand what Paul was saying to the people about anyone administering truth. So if you're able to do it in that way, if you have all these things of mysteries of great knowledge, right? What does it benefit you to have that and tell others about it if you can't do it with love? And that's what it's saying. Charities, like the way it's being used there, is how your conveyance of the message is going. So that it's paramount, Clay. It's paramount in your ambassadorship of the truth. And now I'm just going to say from that point to FE. If you're going to administer FE to anybody, that is the same way we need to take in how to, because you know what's effective, right? Everybody in this room, if you were on the other side and somebody came in here asking questions about globe and you sounded like a brass cymbal clanging, you're not going to be effective. However, if they sat across you on a couch and like, look, let's just really get into why this isn't the way to think, and you just you have a discussion, and the person, even if they're a bit apprehensive, you deal with it. But at the same time, because it's how to save a life, because their life is at risk, and you are the only one maybe they're ever going to hear this from. So you have to handle that moment in time with care. Now, of course, here's the difference, right? If somebody's spitting in your face, well, then they're going to see a different side of you. But like at the same time, if they're just asking questions and they want to know, like, and they're curious, or maybe they're a bit kind of like poking fun at it, you can pull them aside and make it serious. Look, this is some serious topic. We're discussing, things that could, affect your life. So it's how you administer truth, because it's how to save a life. You're trying to rescue them from the clutches of the agendas that are getting pushed on them. So it's important that you understand this thing. If you don't understand it, if you're negating the fact that it's how you administer truth, it's not in the truth that you know, it's how you're saying it. That's just what I'm trying to say. And if you just negate that fact and say, well, you could say what you want, I'm still going to sound like a clanging cymbal, well then, my friend, the effect is going to be the same. People are going to be turned off by what you're saying. It's not that the truth is being something that they don't want to hear, how you're telling them. That's what they don't want to hear. Does that make sense? Because I'm really trying to convey this in a way you can understand it from FE's perspective, from your religious standpoint, from any kind of way.
Yes, I understand.
Right. And we all want to be here to be reasonable, right? Because obviously if you want to help somebody, you can't help them being somebody who's misrepresenting how you're administering the truth that you're saying. Because it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, like, as you know, as I know, truth is the truth at the end of the day. Like, FE is going to be FE no matter what. Like, people can, it doesn't matter if you're telling them in a rude way or if you're saying it in a nice way. It's still FE. It's still flat Earth. It's still, Earth isn't going to change, right? It's just how you present the information. And we all can be better at it, myself included. Like, I'm always looking every day to try to be better version of myself.
I agree.
And in the way, and that's what I mean. Like,
to be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be.
Right. So you guys are all in this forum with the truth. Everybody. FE is most paramount to help somebody learn the physical known reality. Because obviously, when you start to not even know that true, there's a lot of issues we got, right? Where people are 99.99999% sure that something's going on. So that's why it's like, my friends, you are the salt of the earth. There's nothing else. There is no buffer against this misinformation of the globe, the lore. You are the only buffer. You taking this on as an ambassadorship that you're going to be representing FE, as in you want to help people understand. Well, that's so important. Like, for everyone, like, we have to know how to administer it. If you just think like, I'm going to be in there, shooting my guns and like taking everybody down, slicing some heads off, like, well, that's great. That's not going to change the fact that what you're saying is not true, but it is going to turn some people off. It will. People aren't going to want to listen to somebody talking about FE being like, you're a friggin' retard. Why? Who's going to subject themselves to that? Like, obviously, if you had a loved one, you wouldn't want to send them into this lion pit where they're going to get tore up. But if you have somebody been able to handle the truth, then that's better. We deal with all types, guys. We deal with all types. We deal with people that are willing to listen. We deal with people that are going to mock us. But in every instance, if you're a great teacher, of the truth, if you're able to administer it, then you know that what's effective and what's not. I'll just put it that way. Because I love and care about each and every one of you. So, like, I don't have to agree with everyone here on every point that they think on our existence, but I will say, if it's truth that we're speaking of, like in this context with FE, then we do have to have a way to administer that truth. That's so important. I hope you guys don't see that. Like, I can't help you anymore. Like, there's no more advice that you can get. If you're just going to keep just thumping everybody's head with FE instead of like challenge the person, give them something to think about, like what in their world makes it seem like they live on a globe, like there's so many things to talk about when it comes to FE. Like, somebody would stop and think like, oh, maybe you got a point. I don't see how I can relate this to reality. So I always bring it back around, man. I think it's important for all of us that we acknowledge the fact that it's so hard to talk to somebody who has lore in their head. So just challenge them. Anyway, just on the topic, I think we've kind of looked into this. Does everybody see how important it is to administer like FE to people like that? How the conveyance of that information should go? Because we're all learning every day. But I'm bringing this up as a point to discuss. And I mean, yeah. So I'll be like, Dave Hinkle, this is Dead Air Miggy here.
How do you handle it when they call us morons?
Call us what?
How do you handle it when they call us morons?
Well, the teacher is someone, like, think about it in a classroom setting. The teacher knows the information. And I would say, and I'm only using this setting so you can see, the teacher has to be a great representative of the information. So if you say, okay, let's all kidding aside, I know that it's fun and games right now, but this is pretty serious, right? You give the first, it's like the warning of like what you mean when you mean business, right? Let's put all the kidding and nonsense aside. Let's call each other names, because that's not going to get us anywhere, right? So you make it apparent to the person that you are talking something serious. And if they continue, yeah, but you guys are all idiots and stuff, and you're like, look, we're not gonna go there. So you indulge them a second time, Godric, but then the third time, if they're like, yeah, but you guys are morons, like, and it just continues, then you're like, okay, we're done. You didn't take this seriously. I gave you the opportunity. So I'm not saying be a doormat, but also tell people what you mean. Like, seriously, like, talk to them. Like, if they're not going to know that you're serious if you don't tell them that you are. So use your words. Like, tell them you're serious. And if they don't want to listen, then fine. Like, just say, look, perhaps maybe another time or maybe not ever. I don't know. But, like, I can't speak to you if you're going to be calling me names and stuff. Like, so you make it apparent to them. Speak to them. Tell them. But be don't be savage about it. You tell them, look, we're not going to deal with this and so forth. But you always you draw the line. You're like, look, here's the line. Don't cross it. We're going to speak about something. So anyway, go ahead, Kiwi.
Oh no, shit! I thought it was on mute. Number one, I'm so sorry, and I thought that was amazing the way you stated it. Here's a line, don't cross it. That was awesome. I was literally repeating it because it was well stated.
Well, yeah, and so I guess Godric for that way, you set the tone for the conversation. That you're willing to just be civil if they are. So, and then that's the way you move forward. But if they're not, then you can understand that they're not reasonable, right? And you can't speak to somebody who's unreasonable, because then the conversation is just going to be a shit show at that point. But you can go forward and make it one if you want. You can start calling each other names. You're an idiot. Yeah, you're a moron. You don't know anything. Neither do you. And then everybody's listening to you back and forth like, geez, when is this going to end? Kind of thing.
Yeah, nothing turns an audience off more than people fucking bickering. You know what I mean? Nothing.
That's why glad, like yesterday when I stated that the piece about like in the religious context that we were speaking of in that conversation, I said my piece. I didn't have any investment in going like, no, wait a minute, no, let me speak. You're wrong. Like, I don't care. Like, I said what I said, and if anybody just takes it and says like, that's I don't like that. I'll be like, okay. I don't want to like tug of war you into this thing. Like, there's none of that. It's either you or you hear what I got to say, or just like you think it's a crazy, but it's just good.
To me, it's two ways. I totally agree. It's for me, I either come in here for a therapy session to express myself and, whatever, like a belligerent kid, or I come in wanting to share information and spread the truth in a more calm manner. I'll be honest. I use this platform for whatever I can in my life, because that's what shit is for. That's what this stuff is for. Use it however you need, however you want. Don't
it should be the greatest.
Don't do anything illegal. But
I said this. This should be the greatest forum of having a conversation about the subjects that we can't speak of, like in other forums. This should be the greatest place for that. That's like
yeah, and the reason I bring up the emotions thing is because I fall victim to it all the time, and I think one of the main things that these anti-flat Earth coalitions do is that all they want to do is get your goad. That's it. Because once they've got your goad, it doesn't matter what you say. Now it's a tugging back and forth, like you said, with bully to victim to bully, and now it doesn't even matter about the topic. That's what they want to do. Because the second you do that, who doesn't fall victim to it, guys? Who doesn't hate a bully? We all, that's what they do. They bring those easy tactics too, by the way. Very convenient, very easy, because they're humans. They know how to get a goad as well.
What does a bully love? They love an easy button. They love an easy button. You just press the button. They don't want a hard. They don't want to have to struggle to piss you off. They want to just be able to poke a button and you flip out, and then they laugh because, that was easy. All I had to do was that.
Exactly. So, and once they start it, it doesn't stop. It just doesn't, and whatever audience is like, man, I don't really care who's right. They don't even, this is not even serious. One's making fun of the other seems to not have evidence because they keep saying that they don't have evidence, right? The audience isn't going to stick around for too much more after that. So, the tactic probably works most of the time. The thing is, real ones are going to know iron sharpens iron, and that's the only reason I'm here.
And you can never really argue with a troll because nobody will know the difference, like onlookers. I replace the word idiot. Never argue with an idiot because people onlooking won't know the difference. But no, don't argue with trolls. We just tell them facts. Be like, well, bye. Tell them twice.
Yep. Best thing you can do is if you want to engage, just say, hey, you got any globe evidence? No? Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't really care what you say. Oh, yeah, listen, no, you're being a jerk. I'm going to talk to someone else. Bye. Like, just that, and done.
It's great that we're getting into the like psychology bit of administering the truth that we are talking about with that fee, and it's important, isn't it? Being an ambassador to truth, like you carry the weight of like knowing how to do it, like, and you want to do it. If you do it right, if you are an activist and you take this on as like something that you want to like help people with, then there's a way to do it. Like there is a way. You can't just do it anyway. There's a specific way. And it's like, because of the fact that you're administering something that's hard to understand because of the fact that they've been indoctrinated with the information of the globe, then there needs to be like an examination of how you're doing it. Because if you think that you're doing it, well, I'm telling people they're freaking idiots if they don't hear me out. Like that, no. You're not gonna. How many people? There may be a small percentage of people that might hear you out, like saying that. Like I like that he kicked me in the pants because he told me I didn't know what I was like. There's a few people that like that. Not everyone is gonna sit there and hear you call them how freaking stupid they are. Like that's not gonna work, my friends. Like anyway.
Having said that, I just etymologically proved that a troll is retarded because apparently, like to troll means to walk with short steps or to wander or go in a quest of game without purpose, and retard means basically to be slow. So trolls are retarded, literally. Like, and I'm not just trying to be mean or belligerent.
I mean,
if we pander into that, making fun of them because they make fun of us, then we're no better than them.
Indeed.
I always feel you could show them better than you could tell them.
Yeah, we can go that way.
I agree with that.
It's great. It's weird. Like, think about it, man. You got so many ways to do this. Just think of a great way, and it's like you could save somebody from falling victim to the agenda of the globe, because it's nothing but lore here, man. That's it. Like, because with the agenda, they got pictures and videos, and like they're enamored with like every kind of indoctrination. Like it's just like everything, man. Vernacular. We talk about globalist agenda, like it's all globe. So you have to show them like
the
type of programming. Yeah, take them through different things, and then show them the physical evidence.
Oh, snap! I didn't mean to offend you, man. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to actually be offensive. I was trying to like define what these words mean, because they are so pointed and used for violence, like against people. And it's like, but this is what they mean. Like, it shouldn't be used outside of any of this. Like, that's using it for evil was my point. But I'll stop posting the definitions. I wasn't trying to be offensive. I was more trying to unpoint the words.
I don't know who you offended.
Somebody put me in detention, I guess, so unless it was a bot.
No, that's the bot, dude. That's a bot. It does that. Certain words are trigger. What did you put in there? Oh, yeah, you used the retard word.
Oh, the R word. Okay, I was not using it to be, I wasn't trying to pick on the differently abled or anything.
Yeah, but the bot doesn't know that. The bot doesn't know feelings, right?
Yeah, the bot doesn't have feelings either. So you're speaking to
no stress, homie.
The bot's not going to care. It's just going to.
That tripped me out for a second. I'm like, what'd I do? Who'd I make mad?
Oh, you're so good. You're good. You know what, man? You're a solid addition to the community. Everybody's a solid addition to the community, but the fact that you're so tuned into that stuff, it's greatly appreciated, man.
Yeah.
A brother offended is harder to win than a strong city. I ain't trying to piss off my bros, guys.
Well, here's the thing that I like. The community moves forward with how we're doing this. Administering the truth, I think, should be the way that we're learning how to be better every day. That's it. Like, I'm not saying you've already arrived and you're already there. We can all be better every day, single day. We can learn new ways of doing it.
Always room for progress.
Listen, you're the giant in the room. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
You have the truth. You're the giant, man. You can stomp anybody. I don't care what intellect comes into the room and like.
I think we were talking about this before.
I got my master's and PhD in astronomy, so and you're like, yeah, okay, like that doesn't matter. I speak to whoever.
Down, though.
The guy, yeah. Well, that's the issue that we're having, right? Because that's we know that, and so when you could do that just on any topic, right? Think about it. If you're holding, let's say you're holding truth, and that topic is something you're talking to somebody, you can punch down. So it's like it's a possibility. You can lightly
another
smack
thing
them.
is, even if we know the degree's fake, right? But imagine you've got some kid who is given a little gold sticker, right? And they're proud of all the effort they put into getting that gold sticker. You don't sit there and slap him on the head and tell him he's an idiot for having a sticker.
Anyway,
you just gotta explain why the sticker isn't that valuable, even though it's kind of cool. But you don't like pick on and be like, yeah, you're dumb. That sticker's nothing. Like you have to explain why it's nothing.
So I think we've arrived in a good place, anyways, with this understanding. We know what needs to be done, and how to do it, and how to get better at it, right? Like there's always room for that. Everyone, myself included, there's always room for becoming better at how we're doing it.
Every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future.
Well, think about this, man. As time progresses, you want this to be an open forum for everybody to come in here and talk about these taboo topics, and including things that lead us into like other things, like sidebar conversations. So this all has to deal with how we're respectfully moving forward with the topic with flat Earth. I think flat Earth is it's so huge. There's a lot of many different avenues you can go with it. You can talk about the Black Swan. You can talk about things where people can relate to within their own country. And there's a lot of examples. Like the gentleman was saying, you can just show them easy. That's some of the things that we got is much easier to do than Regis Churchlowberry there. I think you just unmuted your mic. I'm watching the chat, by the way, guys. I always got my screen up, so I know if somebody's trying to speak, they unmute their mic and then they mute back up again. Yeah. If you just come into the conversation if you want.
I just said, "You're an idiot." I am. Thank you. Please tell me. Please tell me how to be just like you, so that I'm not an idiot anymore.
It's like you see that in Twitter, don't you? Like me, or it says like, well, them, and then it'll have like, you're an idiot, and then you, I am. Thank you, please. Yeah, perceptive. We know that's the issue. That's the reason why we talk about it usually. But that's the part of the issue that has been happening. It's permeated throughout FE for sure. Well, the reason also is because you're tired of people just mocking you. Well, he just said something mocking me. I take great offense to that. Okay. So now you're going to call him bad names too? Nice. So let's just all sit here listening to you call that guy a bad person. Meanwhile, everybody's just like, okay, this is boring.
And now here's the deal, though, too. There's going to be different flavors, right? So you got people like Demok who that's just who they are, right? I don't need to say anything about that. I love him. He's awesome. He's hilarious. He's really smart, and he puts Globers in the corner, and I love it. But that's not everybody's flavor. So what I do like about and I call it a community. This is a community for sure. We're here to help each other out, and that's what I like about this place is we don't come together to agree on a bunch of shit and have an echo chamber. I come here so that I can talk to people I love and respect about some shit I feel is real. That's all it is. But yeah, there's going to be different flavors. Everybody's got the way to absorb the information. What sucks is it's hard to force it because, like, if I want to get the information out, but I have to like cater to what sensitivity they might have or insecurity they might have, it might blight my ability to convey the information properly. But yeah, like I said, at the same time, we're all people. People are people, so why can't it be? That kind of stuff. It's just I have to sit around and go, yeah, but the thing I don't like is somebody else. I've seen in myself a million times. Don't get it twisted. So if I can do that, then all the flavors kind of come together, and I can see the forest from the trees.
This is great, man. I appreciate all you guys, your perspectives. I'm glad this isn't like any other Discord that people come in here just like, yeah, it's just another FE debate forum, and they're like, wait a minute, no, it's not. People in here can actually have a discussion. It takes, man, I'm telling you, it takes work.
Being in here feels like being on a podcast with a bunch of really cool people discussing life, the universe, and everything.
Well,
the
I'm
nature
telling
of
you,
our shared reality.
It was not easy getting it here. That's why I'm trying to tell you, like,
I believe you.
It takes people's effort, because, like, think about it, the mishmash. Okay, any other forum that has mixed religions, beliefs, and political views and whatever, coming into one place and saying they sit down at the FE table without having it become like an extreme shit show of like, well, everybody in here mocking each other because we don't agree on anything else but FE. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no sensibility. There's no reasonability. Like, the people aren't going to reason with each other anymore. So it's like, we just have to create that environment. We got to be the ones to start that. If there isn't a forum like that, we'll let this be the one.
I like that people have the ability to actually share their opinion, even though they like have contradictory stuff. Because I've been on servers where if you have a globe opinion, you just get banned or blocked or muted instantly just for trying to make a counter argument. Like, nope, you're back talking. I already told you what the truth is. Like, dude, bro. But then some of the mods would be so aggressive, and it's more like, this was years ago anyway. We were all kind of young in it, so everybody was super passionate about it and a bit younger. Just kind of like going full force, buck wild, like, ain't nobody going to stop us. We're going, and that gets aggressive, and people get trampled, and they get hurt.
Yeah, you're crushing skulls for sure.
Yeah, and you just can't do that. You end up making way less allies.
Do we have anybody in this room at the moment that's new? I haven't spoken to Name. I think I've called Name out a couple of times. Has anybody spoken to Name?
That's actually my other account that I use in order to be able to hear the audio and listen to the conversation. It's on my
your
phone.
Name.
Yes,
Dude, I was like, I've been kicking Name because Name wasn't talking, and I was like,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just use that to be able to, because I'll go and leave this connected, but I got a big headset in my laptop, and I'll take the phone so I can keep listening, keep up the conversation, and then come back.
Let me give it VC. Let me give it VC. Does it need VC verification? So you can.
Yeah. I mean, that way I can chime in if I happen to have that in my hand.
Yeah, let me just give it. Oh, you know what? I'll give it FE.
It's actually got like a shrug emoji, but I guess the bot changed it to Name, but it was supposed to have kind of like the hand shrugging emoji for it.
That's awesome.
I kept calling Name as like Name hasn't responded in 3 days. Like something's going on.
People like, who's Miggy talking to? Name.
Yeah, I had no idea who you were talking to either. Thinking about it. Like
talking to you, man. Talking to you.
Now that we know that.
That picture on there is from a deep dream generator. I actually took one of the world's oldest video game in existence, and it had like a little graphic of the night. And then I took that, put it through the deep dream generator, and then used that as the graphic for my phone account. Or the stable diffusion generator. I'm sorry. I wonder if I have that picture.
Shout out to everybody who's here. Who's Rose Patton? Rose Patton, are you there? Valued Flat Earther? Oh, I spoke to you before. Sorry, Rose.
Yeah, you've already spoke to me.
But how you been? I haven't heard you talking.
What you guys were talking about was true, though. I was just over in Flat Debate. What's that called? Debate Flat Earth and more. And they're over there calling each other cunts, and nobody was talking about anything. Just talking shit to each other.
We know.
I had to leave.
That's the worst server I've ever seen, by the way.
God. Yeah, it's annoying. I just woke up and I was like, wow, this is too much. I'm going to just come over here. And you guys were talking about exactly what was happening over there. That's funny.
Addressing the reason why.
Yeah.
How do people choose to live their life with that like toxicity and just sludge?
There's no buffer, Kiwi. There's no buffer. It's you. It's you. What makes you feel good today? Do that thing. Do you want to yell at people? Do that thing.
Exactly.
Do you want to be angry today and just talk nasty things, do that thing. Like there's no buffer to like, hey man, you live with other people in this world. Like, yeah, you gotta consider other people. Like that's just the way it goes. When you stop doing that, when you're like, I'm just not gonna consider anyone. I'm just gonna do what I do. You guys have to deal with me. And that's a bit entitled, isn't it?
Well, it becomes a vibrational thing because you're literally affecting people's vibrations. But I mean, I guess at that point it becomes a psychotic thing where you're just like, I'm out to ruin shit.
At the same time, Kiwi, I would say live unapologetically yourself. And I know that sounds a bit like it's two contradictory things, but you can do that without having to compromise the ability to be able to live in a world with other people.
Oh, 100%. It's an idea of you honoring your truth and what you see as such, and living with that light and shine in your heart, right? It's just where you engage with these people who have the vitriol in their hearts, and you sit back and stand back and you look at it and you think to yourself, wow, like how do you exist in that place on a continual basis? Just more of an observation than anything else.
Indeed.
I kind of look at that and render to Caesar what is Caesar's.
I'm not sure the context you're using that particular topic. So, like render, what are we rendering to whom?
Well, the whole thing he was just talking about, you have to give so much to Caesar to get along in Caesar's world, the devil's world, or whatever. Because we worship the serpent cross with the dollar bills on.
Yeah, well, I see what you mean. Like, well, this world that we live in.
Yeah, that's the crazy stuff.
You could be in the world, just not of the world. If you're speaking in a biblical narrative, it's different. Like, you don't have to be you can live in society, right? You don't have to like love it. That's how you buy groceries. Obviously you have to work, and you're getting money with a dollar sign, with a dollar bill that has like all this propaganda on it, but you're not, what am I saying? You're not wanting to like be like an enthusiast of this, like advocate, I would say, of the society that you live. You just live in it. You're just in it, but you're not of it. You don't care for it, like people name the names of the week and stuff, and like they're all the reason why, the calendar and like all this. Just you're going through the system, you're in it, but you're not of it. You don't care for it,
And I go with the idea that you understand the system, right? And you understand that you engage with it, and that's where your awareness comes into play. But you're not a victim or a tool of the system. You just play along with it to get along within it.
Because then people are going to be like, you pay with a dollar bill? That's got an Illuminati sign on it. What are you doing? Are you participating in the Illuminati? Like, that's what I mean. Like, no,
I participate within it because I realize that I have to be part of it, right? You go to school, you learn the system. I need to get good grades so I understand the stupid globe vitriol so I can pass grade 10 geography or whatever it is I'm trying to do. Doesn't necessarily mean I believe it, but if I'm engaged in your system, I have to spit your truth in order to get along in your truth.
And then it helps to know it.
Exactly. That's why I say awareness is what you can always ask a man for. Are you aware of this? Are you aware that gas requires containment? Yes, you are. That's fine. I have your awareness. That's all I can ask for.
I dropped the book like that.
Pardon me? Sorry, I missed that.
Did we lose him? I think we lost him. All right. So, any good challenges lately with the Globe Earth community coming in here?
There's a $10,000 debate out there apparently that Whitsit's denying. I don't know. I saw the gossip earlier. I don't know about all that.
Oh yeah, Whitsit usually denies like healthy debates with like these globalists. That's what he does. He likes to deny all that stuff. These guys will stop at nothing, right? Like we're talking about that mindset earlier, Glad. I don't know if you were here. Maybe you were. like the bully mentality. Like, yeah, I would fight him, man, any day, any time, anywhere, any place. And then you're like, okay, how about tomorrow at 3:00? Well, except for that time. It's like,
well, I'm allergic to weeping willow trees. We can't do it out back of the school. Can we reschedule?
No. I do want to fight you. It's just that we can't do it at that moment. Like, no. Like, I'm so down. Like, you'll regret it, man.
Yeah.
Like,
listen, I really, really want to fight. No, like I really want it, but I can't right now.
Yeah, I would, man.
Are you kidding? If this was a real situation, I'd go to you and we'd settle it. Like, and then we'd be done. You know, there we go.
Well, it's just not only that, man. It's like if you have the truth with the globe, like this, the way you say you do, you'd be relishing every moment. You're like, I'd be there with bells on, my friend. Like, if I knew I could melee you in like this freaking like tug of war, like end it. You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and schedule a time frame where you're gonna meet your demise in this conversation. Like that would be the thing that you'd want, not that you're trying to avoid or make excuses. Yeah, man, I would fight you, but it's Tuesday, so I gotta help on my.
Well, here's the thing about the 10 grand too. I'm sorry to go back to that. What you do when you assign money to a situation is you actually end up cheapening the whole thing, and I think that's the point. God forbid somebody accept the challenge. You know, oh, you win a debate with me, you get 10 grand. How many fucking ways can that go wrong in today's society? Good Lord. So
wait a minute, you didn't pay me. Like, okay, you know.
And look, listen. If I'm not going to fuck around with somebody promising me 10 grand if I beat them in a debate, which is, by the way, subjective to their assertion of how it went, I'm doing nobody a service, especially not the information. Somebody who goes out and says, fuck yeah, I'm so confident and I'll make some money. That's, like I said, man, that's not why anybody's here. And so they want to put they want to, again, with the baser instincts, people are greedy for shit. And we have to fight that as people every day to not be that way. But some people, you know, they're going to cater. There's somebody out there who considered it. And, a bunch of times I'm sure that, we're never going to hear from them. And they were like, man, fuck, I could use that money. Derp to derp, schmerpa, herpa, lerpa. And they don't realize the implications of what it means to be bribed into still, in their eyes, losing a debate and then owing someone some money or some shit, right? Anyway.
Yeah, on this specific, the globe Earth, flat Earth discussion, it's going to pants them, and they are going to realize how ridiculous, especially Dave Farina, because he's got a chip on his shoulder like you wouldn't even believe. He just thinks he's walking around because of that debate he had with David from Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Like, I think that was it went in his favor according to how nasty you can be in a debate. So debate tactics. It wasn't about the content of the information. It was just on how you treat somebody in the debate to make them look foolish. Or you're an idiot. You don't know anything what you're saying. And then somebody's like, yeah, is he an idiot? Because he doesn't know what he's saying. Like, so it's the presentation of how it went. It wasn't like about the context of the information. He wasn't saying much just on how David was an idiot. So that's basically his whole point, was to make a mockery of the opponent. He did a great job of it, did a great job of doing that without a person rebutting that his tactic. Like, I would address that in specifically. Why do you got to be like a petulant child when we're talking?
Dude, anybody can make fun of anybody. It's not impressive. It's fuck out of here.
It's not, right? And so, yeah, but if they don't get pulled to the side and in the debate talked about, like, that doesn't get brought up, he's just going to keep doing it. Like, you're just a freaking idiot because you don't understand space. Because I think there was one topic they were talking about and how, I don't know if David was saying something, how some mechanics worked in orbits or something. And it was just brought to, like, Dave Farina was like, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. And that's not how that works. And he was just using these vague terms. But at the same time, it was just making it sound like, David didn't know what he was saying. But at the same time, this other guy with the rhetoric, like Dave, just comes from a standpoint of, like, you could, Professor Dave, and it sounds like well, the guy's got weight to what he's saying. He doesn't, man. He knows as much as the next Joe Blow of the globe. But he just sounds like confident when he's saying things. That's all it is.
That's the problem. That's the gimmick. It's just a gimmick. It's not. You're right. He doesn't focus on truth. In fact, if they focused on even one point at a time and didn't yell over each other, then it would be over. There wouldn't even be a debate anymore. Because if we stick them to curvature, guys, you hate when I bring it up, Globers. You know why? Not because you've heard it a million times, so that's probably it too, and I'm probably a little testy, right? I get under your skin. That's the point. No curvature, no globe.
None whatsoever, yeah. Which, yeah. We always, and those debates are a bit, they have points. I think they want to have well, we got an hour, guys. I'm like, well, it's not going to take that long, but it'll probably him being denying for like about 40 minutes. Him saying nuh-uh, and in many different ways.
The problem is we give him more than 5 minutes. Dude, if you can't produce curvature, then we'll just stop and let the audience decide after what?
Yeah.
20, let's do 20, 25 minutes tops. And that's it. And then call it and be like, okay, we're going to go separate ways. It's for the audience anyway. I'm not, and that's, unfortunately, it's for the anti-flat earthers, it's also for the audience, but it's clickbait. It's for money instead. As well as, you see this smug demeanor in these folks because they truly believe that they're on the right side of this, and they don't mind making cash on it, by the way, which is
that makes them all the more smug.
Yeah,
they're smug and snug like a bug in a rug.
They're fleecing the public is what's happening. They're fleecing them.
Oh,
and they
dude,
don't, and people don't mind. They're like, please lie to me some more. And they just throwing money at them. Here you go. Here's $20 for you to just keep lying to me. Oh, I love your.
Well, I think it's even worse than that. People are paying to hate other people. Right?
Yeah.
Give me a platform to hate on people that I consider lower than me, and I'll fucking pay you for it. I'll pay you anything you need. I'll support your life, Professor Dave, if you let me hate
pays us to love people.
Yeah.
They don't know that, though. They don't understand that. They can't fathom where our king gets his money from either, but it just happens, and we get provided for sure. We are taken care of very well.
Lie, cheat, and steal.
That's how they have to get theirs. Right? We just kind of, exist, and it happens, and we're taken care of because we speak the truth and stand up for righteousness. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy. People are going to persecute. We're going to have enemies that are going to be pretty angry. But, thou preparest the table for me in the presence of my enemies. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall walk with me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. The enemy can't understand when we thrive and we succeed for, no logical reason. And yet there is logic to it because darkness doesn't understand light. All we're doing is following the truth. That's the logic. But to them, it's not logic. We're irrational. We don't know what we're talking about. We're crazy. That wisdom of the truth, this way of truth and life, it's like foolishness in the eyes of the world. So they have no idea that we're actually following the most intelligent path that we could possibly be on.
Yeah, they're like, listen, you think for yourself? What an idiot. Like, are you serious? You really believe that? Really?
How
you think that?
dare you think for yourself?
What kind of fucking parents, right? Jesus.
I know.
How
but
dare you think for
issue,
yourself?
though, because it's how is that dangerous? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson and all the other talking heads that talk about it, Michelle Fowler, Bill Nye the Science Guy, and you got all these guys, right, railing against it's not okay, the Michelle Fowler way. It's not okay to think the Earth is flat. What? So my mind is not my mind. I got to think about what you're saying. Oh, that's interesting. So anything outside of what you're saying is not okay. I have to stay within the parameters. So long as it's within the parameters of this heliocentric nonsense, and then everything's okay. That's their point, Glad. They don't want you to
that
think
party line narrative towed. You toe that line, you toe the narrative, or they will attack you violently.
Well, at this point, I feel like I'm being a nuisance, right? If I come to the class, come to the teacher, and I say, excuse me, teacher, I still have a question about this. This still isn't making sense. And the teacher looks at me and says, it's not okay to be asking this question, Killian. Okay, thanks. I'll see you later. And
maybe it would make sense if you paid attention in class.
Hold on. I go back to my desk feeling shamed. right? I don't want to learn from a teacher who's going to teach me by shaming me into the truth. Fuck that. Excuse the French. I withdraw. Thank you.
But you got parents that are teaching their children like how to be curious about the world. Isn't that what you want? You want your own child to think for themselves, and to whatever path they decide, that's the path they choose. You know, like you can teach them good ways to think about things, but you are not going to be that person. That person is they themselves. They govern their own mind. So like, but when you got agendas like these being pushed onto people, that's different. Now the agenda is you have to think this way, or else all other ways are bad. So, and that's exactly what's happening with this rhetoric. It's all about mainstream knowledge being only one way, and anything outside. Dude, teachers get deplatformed if they start teaching curriculum that's outside of that. You will. If you start saying, if they find out that you're teaching something outside of the curriculum they're giving you to tell the students, then you can be deplatformed. You will not be able to teach if it's not the curriculum because of the fact that it's just like those are the agendas being pushed. You tell them the agenda and you say it as a matter of fact, and then they repeat it to other people. So like, you know, why are planets the way they are, and so on and so forth? Well, because the story said so. Okay, how do they know? Well, they have a bunch of great minds and great thinkers that thought of these things. Via that is how you know. Well, that's weird, because why am I going to rely on what that guy thinks when I don't think that? You know, isn't that interesting? That old guy who may or may not have existed in history is telling me that when he look up at the shadow covering the moon, well, that's obviously the Earth covering the moon. That's got to be. There's no other way that there's anything else. And so, yeah, you can only think of what they're saying. That's it. Because if you stray out from that, then you're dangerous. You're a danger. You're a danger to society. Critically thinking about something is a danger to society. So, yeah, that's it.
Well, Earthshine is much brighter than moonshine.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in there too, you know, as an academic myself, that it really is this way in academia. This push of kind of reality denial and things like that, which is why I think it's so important to kind of spread that truth in any field or that you're in, right? I try and do it myself in academia and kind of help these students to be critical thinkers. And it's actually part of my curriculum as an architecture to critically think. So it makes it very easy for me to explain horizon and level and, you know, be kind of tongue in cheek that, you know, do you really think it's the satellites that are giving you all this stuff? And I talk about the underwater cables, and it's, you know, I talk about how money's made, you know, just the architecture of society. So I don't know. I am optimistic for for the future, right? Just because I think every single one of you guys in here could be easily a professor in academia, at least in terms of flat Earth and your understanding of reality. So, I wouldn't be too hard on yourselves, because it's kind of like what we say here. You don't have to have a degree to know the truth. And that statement is very true. But then even those of us who I would say do have a degree, I'd hope that we take that responsibility that much, that stronger, right? And being that beacon. And because you kind of are seen as authority, so what better than a flat Earth authority, right? I was mentioning it actually the other week. We had finals for students, and normally they have to present some sort of project, right? They have a concept, and they have their final drawings of their building. And one of the students' concept had an AE map on it, right? Not even the floating disk, flat Earth. He wasn't making fun of it. He had the azimuthal projection map, basically, as part of his photo montage sort of concept drawing, right? And some of the other professors kind of, what's up with that? I've never seen that before. And I immediately pointed out to all of them, yeah, this is an azimuthal projection map of the globe, right? This is actually the UN map as well, right, with 33 sections. And, just started explaining it in a non-flat Earth way. And I've honestly, because of you guys, the academy here, the way that it's taught, the way that it's not defense, it's offense. And so kind of shaping that information, I don't know, I start to see it like water now, going past and through the ears of others. They actually took a breath and was like, oh, I get it, But yeah, just having that responsibility to remember the basics, right? You don't even have to say like flat Earth or globe to even talk about this sometimes. You can make it pretty apparent what you're saying.
Really, the question at that point in that debate isn't whether or not the Earth is flat, but it's like, why is the Earth round? Like, prove the Earth's round. Like, let's look at the data objectively. Prove what you got here. Like, don't just show me some numbers and some theoretical stuff. Apply the numbers and show that it actually works by doing something.
Absolutely. And it's easier to say in architecture than say like biology.
That's the thing. These people don't understand that we have engineers and pilots and doctors and lawyers, like every corner of the world from every walk of life, who are flat earthers, and more are coming every day.
Hold on a second. I want to just, Chris, to take something that you said and really just unpack it. Did you say be like water?
No, you can start to see, the information that you're saying to others. Instead of throwing ice at them, you're having water go in between the ears, and you can tell when it's actually going through the ears, and you can.
That's
tell when
what
it's
I'm saying.
brushing off,
When you said it, I got so excited because of the idea that you're taking what's being presented and you're learning how to literally be like water, receive it and channel it versus damn it, brother.
Find your level.
Well stated, man. That was sick.
Yeah, and be crystal clear, right? Don't be all muddy. Don't be gross and fluoride.
Good sweet water can't come from the same well as bad water.
Have some nutrients in there. Have a couple minerals. But yeah, that's another topic I bring up with students is like, stop drinking that Dasani water.
What you
it's the
should
only
do
thing
is,
they have in the school.
Do you do science stuff? What kind of stuff do you teach?
Just architecture. So like every class except history, because I've told my academia, I'm like, I don't feel comfortable teaching the academic architectural history that you agree with. Because they make it act like these structures came out of nowhere, and it was designed by this person. I'm like, bull shit. Excuse my French.
Well, something unrelated to what you teach, though, I suppose you could encourage them to just go get the pH level tests and just test your bottled water. Just look at what and read the information, make your own.
Not even that, just YouTube it. There's people who have done, very well tests.
Well, I was saying because, people don't believe what they see on there. I'm like, well, just go buy the test. Buy a bottle of water. You can do that. Like, this is a hypothesis you can take home. Have some homework.
And that's very true of like Professor YouTube, right? Yeah, you do have to get the right information and test it yourself. Just like flat Earth.
Yeah. If it can't be tested, it shouldn't be up for discussion. Because it's a moot point. It's a waste of time. Be like, okay, let's just sit around and make up fantasy theories about what might be.
Oh yeah, and I'm kind of sure to like stop the weird stories like that too. Or like when somebody brings up, it only happened once, but somebody brought up the moon landing, and so it gives me a segue to be like, well, how about that?
Yeah.
It's always a great conversation.
Another thing is, instead of telling people things, if you ask them questions and make them try and actually critically think about the answer,
every
get those
time
gears going. Yeah, so you don't tell them something, because then now you have to prove your claim. But if you ask them the question, now they have to prove why they don't understand why that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you can't tell somebody how to critically think.
Yeah.
But you can show them.
Yeah.
Right, by asking
it's
that
like
question.
a monkey see,
and the
monkey
right
do
questions.
thing.
That too, you can live by it as well.
Because if they see you asking questions too, they can learn from that and start critically thinking in the way that they talk to other people.
And that's why I say, I know it sounds cheesy, but teaching with love. Because when you teach with love, you can pass that on exponentially.
Yeah.
That person receives it, they pass it on.
I believe that love and hate are the same thing. If you love something, then you must hate the opposite of that thing in order to protect it. Like whatever would destroy and take that thing away from you that you love, then you're going to hate that, whatever the enemy of. And so I don't care is the opposite of love and hate. Like love and hate are just kind of the two sides of the same coin, but I don't care. That is cold. That's the worst possible state of being, because you don't care whether or not anything good or bad happens, and you're just kind of like barreling through life as an agent of chaos.
True.
The type of, like the Good Samaritan, right? Like two of his own countrymen just walked right past him, and then like this dude, this whatever, is treated as like a lesser, inferior to his own people, stops and actually gives them the time of day enough to help them out of the hole, get them up out of the ditch and go clean them up, take them, pay, and even pay for a room and the medical bills. That's love. Self-sacrificial, like unjustified love. Like there's no reason. You don't have to.
Absolutely.
Like they didn't do anything for you. Like the true nature of a way that you can actually test the righteousness of a person is how they treat people who can do nothing for them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it goes back to that old simple saying, treat others the way you want to be treated.
Yeah, the golden rule type thing. Yeah. Another thing is do unto others as you'd have them do unto you isn't saying do what other people want you to do and treat them like they want you to treat them. You treat them like they're you. So, like because you can't think inside their head, but you can think in yours, and then, empathize, sympathize, and do unto.
Which is why I kind of felt like, first discovering Flat Earth, back in 2014, I wanted to tell everybody, right? And kind of learn that the hard way, even though I felt bad for keeping it in, right? And it was weird because I kind of went through that sine wave, where, you want to tell a lot of people and then you completely keep it to yourself. And then you have this moment where you're like, that seems like the wrong way to keep this information to yourself, because it just bogs up, right? And honestly, I didn't find you guys until way later in 2021, even though it feels like 2020, but it just feels like so long here. But no, in terms of Flat Earth, like everybody's been lied to. And, I think that's where it really stems in this problem. It's this egotistical battle within everybody where, there's no way I could be lied to. I've known everything since I was 18, and I learned even better when I was 19 and 20. And, I'm always learning. I'm the highest of the evolutional, line, and we're brought up with so many lies that I would say disconnect us from even this spiritual battle that's really going on, right, with all
One
of it.
thing that's kind of weird about that, you know how we like, all right, as children, a lot of children will be like, no, you don't know what you're talking about, mom and dad, blah, blah, blah. And then they grow older and be like, oh, snap, mom and dad knew what they were talking about.
Oh,
But
yeah.
then we never apply that to the grand spectrum of history as though our ancestors just might have actually known what they were talking about. And we kind of, it's like human race gets stuck in this limbo of they didn't know what they were talking about. They were just ignorant. And it's the same type of rebellion as a child acting like their parents stupid for trying to tell them what to do.
Now I have the similar thoughts too. Like, you know, once I'm 16, I'm out of here, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to do what I want. I'm grown. Nobody's going to tell me what to do. I'm a man. I do what I want.
But that's how you learn too. Because I'm kind of one that's like, man, look back at that. See, that was all supposed to happen just the way it was, because then you wouldn't have made this choice that bettered yourself and this, and that.
Yeah.
And it's a trip, you know, to say the very least. And the fact that you're in it right now, like, is just brilliant. You know, looking at every tree, looking at every cloud, and then, you know, that sky above us. You know, don't get me wrong, I think it's the most beautiful clock in the world, and it's just, honestly, I think it's just like always God looking back at me. You know, I've always seen, like, I don't know, as a kid, I used to look at the toenail of the moon, you know, like the weaning and waxing, and I'd just be like, man,
yeah,
like, God's really happy today. Like, why wouldn't he be, you know? Or just like, you know, why shouldn't I? You know, I'm here, aren't I? You know, I don't know. I think all of us kind of ask that question, like, why we are here. You know, even at a young age, I remember it specifically at 9, being like, never forget this question. Like,
I firmly believe that the meaning of life is to continue life and to help life continue.
To prosper.
Yeah. To be fruitful and multiply and, like, just cause everything to thrive. It's the purpose of life. Anything that's counterproductive to that is anti-life, deathology type stuff.
And I would say the same thing. You know, and I think it can relate to just about any level. You know, like, you know, don't, too much of anything is a bad thing. You know, and don't worry, you can prosper, but there's definitely a bad way of prospering and a good way of prospering, I think. But that's just because of the spectrum of things, you know, and then it starts to get subjective and all
Abundance
that.
excess is always detrimental.
Absolutely.
In my understanding, when I was searching, you know, for the answer to that, I found solace in the scriptural passage within the context of, like, in Ecclesiastes, of King Solomon talking about he's done everything under the sun. He saw rich and poor. At the end of all of that, he's like, there's only one thing that stands to remain to be the thing that everybody should know. It's to know God. So the meaning of life, and because the Ecclesiastes talks about vanity. It's all vanity, everything, right? So it puts in comparison the things that we do on this earth, the kind of accolades that people achieve when it comes to, like, being the thing that you strive to do and be, and, you know, you try to be the best version of yourself and leave a mark for the other people to follow, and all, so on and so forth. But while you're here, you know, there's something that is always pulling you to get in contact with this kind of, like, communication with the earth itself. So, like, there's a deeper spiritual kind of understanding that you come in at this with. So it's almost like you never really achieve the full spectrum of that, because we're in a physical form, right? We don't see the like the creator you know, coming to us and audibly telling us things. So what we do see is the hallmarks of a creator from the things that are in creation. So I think that what happens now is that you get a perspective from that point to where you can see that the only real thing is to actually know what reality is about. And the only way to do that is to understand that God is the one who put you here to experience the reality that you're in. So it's you're trying to get back in fellowship with the Creator. So it's to know God. And so when I found that, and the solace that I've got when I figured that out was, for me, it was a great kind of, like, understanding of, like, coming from where I was trying to figure it all out, like, what is the meaning of life? Then the answer to it was to know God. Like King Solomon he did everything under the sun that you could possibly do with money. And after all of that, it's like it's all vanity. There's no end to it. You could keep getting material goods until the cows come home. You could be a billionaire, a trillionaire, a zillionaire, a cajillionaire, whatever, and you'll never be satisfied. And this way, when you're in communion with the Creator, it becomes like life has the particular meaning. You see value in relationships. You see value in creation. Your eyes are open. It's not the same as it was before, where it was all materialistic. It was about our opinions and our dealings, and treating each other some way. It's like, well, the byproduct of that should be, because you're in fellowship with the Creator, now it's like you want to treat His creation in a good way. You'll be a good steward of it. So that is the meaning for me, anyway.
Yeah, definitely well said. Because I really think a lot of things in society actually try and take that away from us, right? And make that, kind of the opposite. They want you that materialistic. They want you to do all these things. They want you to have it all, and they push it in your face since you're a little kid. They want you to know all these lies, right? So that you're never connected to the earth, so that you're never spiritual, and that you're never close to God or the Creator.
Yep.
I mean, in Flat Earth, definitely made all of that and all those feelings that I've had since growing up make a lot more sense. Because, I say I've read the Bible fully like 3 times, and it meant something completely different when I was 10, and it meant something completely different when I was 14.
It does every time you level up, man. The next level, we got new stuff.
And the next time was after knowing Flat Earth in 2016. And it's just crazy, that connection.
If they can convince you that there is no Creator, you will never know who you are. You'll never know your true purpose here, or the true nature
or
of
that
this
you
world.
don't need them or this material.
It's kind of like
You'll
these people, they use the government and all of these systems like little floaties, right? They're in an ocean of existence with this vast amount of information. They want their floaties. Like, no, I can't swim by myself. I gotta have my floaties. Like, come on, you can swim though. Kick your feet. Come on. It's okay. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Let's go swimming. You swim far enough, you actually get your eyes on the right person, you'll start walking on top of the water. Believe me, trust me. It actually works. Sounds unbelievable, but yep. Get up on top of that, you still don't see a curve.
It's just no curve.
Everybody feels like they're sinking though. Like it's like the world is just a constant ocean of information for people to sink in if they don't have some like a rock to stand on. Instead of standing on the rock of their salvation, they stand on a pile of books written by a bunch of idiots. And the books are made out of sand. They're just about to fall apart, and they don't even care. There's good books, obviously, good information, but when somebody's just making up things like it's all theoretical bullcrap that they'll never prove, it's like, come on, man.
I see these architecture books on space, and I just cringe so badly.
Yeah.
They talk about these vacuum systems and how the airlocks would have to work. And don't get me wrong, the left brain is like, wow, that's really interesting. I want to put things together. But, I hate the half-truth things, because I see it all the time I'm really selective with my children watching TV and stuff and what they watch. So, it's just ridiculous how they throw that globe in there every time. And it's just, it's enough to make you mad, right? Because you can actually tell not only what it's doing to your child, but then what it's doing to society. And it's just... Gosh, they put all these cool little truths in there. They even show the helium balloon going up, and then the next thing you know, they show you a globe, right? To make you go, oh yeah, that must be how it works. And even my 8-year-old who knows about the Earth and how it appears, I have a great story about her too. The other day, she was just looking at the sun through the clouds and saw the crepuscular rays coming out, and she was just like, wow, the sun is right there. And I was like, say that again? The sun is right there. And I was like, yeah, there. How do you know that? The lines are going to that spot. And it's just, you did a good job. But anyway, back to the television, the way they throw it in there is so subliminally, or at least trying to be. And it's everywhere. Not to be quote unquote tinfoil hat, but just watch any episode of anything. There's a pyramid everywhere. Like the blatantly putting out Illuminati and some Disney stuff. It's just they're not hiding it.
Dude, I forgot that I had it on push to talk, and I've been sitting here replying to you, and I just realized that I was talking into the void and nobody could hear me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's not your fault. Like, I'm sitting here trying to talk to you and like agree with you, and then it's like, wait a minute, I'm not hitting the button to push to talk, so I put it on hands free. But yeah, you're absolutely right, dude. Like,
yeah, because me and my wife, like, she was a little much later on board. She didn't really find out until 2020, when I was like, look, I got to be a little bit more open about all this. It was before we were married, and I gotta tell you about flat Earth. And she's like, okay, because she's somebody who didn't actually already like space to begin with. So there was a lot of signs, even when we were girlfriend and boyfriend, that I was like, I'm not going to press her with anything.
You start dating, and she's already got kind of the mentality like space is for nerds.
Oh, I lost a lot of girls that way. Like, have you heard about the flat Earth? Never. Just completely ghosty.
Space is for turbo nerds who can't handle how kick butt reality is. That was a Adventure Time quote where he talks about how video games are for turbo nerds who can't handle how. But yeah.
Nice. But yeah, again, it's in everything, man.
Think how many crazies that concept kept away, though, Chris. You found the right one, though.
Exactly.
Right? Boom.
Exactly. And now, the first thing I did was show her 200 proofs, and I was like, look, this is going to be kind of boring, and we can pause it at any time. But let's review. But yeah, she's been great. The ones that really get her are the black pills, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think black pills are for anybody, because she sees the thing about the children, and it hits close to any mother. But flat Earth's definitely that one that has opened her eyes to even all that. And
Thank you
it's
for
great
coming
to be
my
with
TED
somebody
Talk.
doing that. Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome though. Like that's great. My wife is also a believer in the way of truth and life, so it makes it super easy. Like we butt heads on some stuff, but not this.
Oh yeah, same.
But I mean, a woman can't understand a man. Not truly. Like, I'll explain why, and I'm not trying to be sexist. Like literally, biblically speaking. All right, women have XX chromosomes, men have XY chromosomes. They can't comprehend or fathom how the Y chromosome functions within our minds. But we can understand their X chromosomes based off the one that we have. So it is up to us to understand them, not them to understand us.
Very true. And I would say if you know your wife well, you also know the moon very well. Because usually they're in tune.
Yeah, in sync. It's the reason why the moon has a lot of feminine connections in ancient history and throughout all these different cultures.
And then having the empathy to put yourself in somebody's shoes, I kind of blame my mother for that one. But, I definitely understand the understandableness of, I would say, the opposite sex.
Yeah.
Because, we hardly argue about it. It's great.
That's what toxic masculinity is, though, is when people completely and utterly ignore the X factor within their own chromosomes and their own DNA, and they just straight up go on full Y on everything. And may as well have 2 Y chromosomes. Go full, like, straight up, like nothing but meathead masculinity and being an ass.
Oh, there's definitely, I don't think anything wrong with that energy, right? That Y chromosome.
Yeah, no. There's positive testosterone masculinity type energy. There's a time and place for it. If somebody comes to mess with your family, you're gonna freaking, do what you gotta do.
Yeah, the propaganda they push to avoid that masculinity, and because they've always kind of manipulated, I'd say, classic 1950s. They were trying to shove it in your face. Oh, well, this is how the family should be. And I do get that, but it's like, well, what do other things say as well? How do you feel about it? Do you understand that it's just kind of an objective, truthful matter. I would even dare say empirical. You just treat somebody nicely, even if whatever that means is subjective. And respect them. Never lose that respect. Even for somebody you hate. You know, not that you should hate anybody, but upholding that respect can go a really long way, because then it means that your intentions and your what you want to say is always true, right? Because that's your intention. But,
yeah.
But yeah, not a lot of Globers today. See, we have Kessler, but he's on mute.
I'm gonna get the clip from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure where he talks about being like excellent to each other. Or being cool.
Party on. Be excellent to each other.
Yes.
Yeah, I grew up with a lot of 80s movies, like History of the World and Mel Brooks.
I've collected so many quotes from the 80s and 90s because I know that this generation has never heard most of this stuff, but like my people have. So I am amongst my people.
That's another thing too, is they changed the content to like shape each generation so that each generation didn't even like really relate to each other anymore. You know what I mean? They're changing the attention spans and the patience of the people to not be able to focus even. You know, it's wild.
Yeah, like the original YouTube generation has the attention span of like 5 to 10 minutes, but now we've got the TikTok generation who with an attention span of 60 seconds.
Yeah, and then you had Vine too, where it was like 7 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. Vine's probably going to make some kind of comeback too, I think, because there's a lot of people who are boycotting TikTok and talking about going to Vine, so it might.
Comeback kid.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. It's kind of, it would be just, I wouldn't watch it, but it would be just funny to hear that happened.
I've
kind of like
deleted
if
them off my
MySpace, all
phone,
this.
but
Imagine if MySpace became more famous than like Facebook, and we would just be laughing about it. Like that was unexpected.
Yeah. MySpace was pretty cool, especially when you knew HTML and you were like, haha, you know, you're so cool.
I remember that, yeah.
And you had to pick your
like,
top
feel
8
like some kind of
friends.
You'd be in high school feeling like you're some kind of elite hacker coding in the stuff of your page so that it plays music, and you've got all these other little things going on, like change the background and other stuff.
Yeah. You could like run GIFs, and they were like, how'd you do that?
Yeah.
ICQ.
Had like an animated background and everything. Yeah.
Y'all remember
ICQ? Yeah, I remember that. Give you a weird number. Like, yeah. Dude, how about internet relay chat? Should anything happen to this Discord where flat earthers are no longer welcome here, we still have other options like internet relay
it's not
chat.
it's not called internet relay chat. You never call it internet relay chat.
IRC.
IRC.
I know. IRC or
internet relay code is
or the noobs internet relay chat.
I love it.
Old school, yeah.
I have to water it down. These people, they would choke on the IR. They would, yeah. I'm just joking. Not everybody. A lot of people do know. Yeah, AIM was funny. That was everybody's go-to. After school, you go back and check your AIM messages, see if anybody hits you up. I constantly have. Oh, and then they put on the little thing, that little like sidekick looking thing. I didn't have one, but I saw people with them. It looked so retarded, but it was kind of cool. You could text people, and it wasn't even a phone or anything. It was like a device for texting people.
I remember when MP3s broke out and we sort of shared.
Napster.
Oh, man.
Mortius. LimeWire.
My first MP3 player held like 8 songs. It was like worse than a CD.
You want one song 3 hours later.
3 hours later, yeah.
And
then it's mislabeled. And it's mislabeled, so it's like, never gonna give you up. Never gonna. What the? Get Rickrolled on that damn. That literally happened to me, though. It was mislabeled. I can't remember what I was downloading, but it was not supposed to be that.
Dude, you get rickrolled on a download. That's where the term came from. You know, they keep getting rickrolled on the download.
Yes. It was, yeah. It was so bad. It pissed me off because I was a kid. And I'm like, what the hell? Trolls have always existed. And they've always been just as intelligent as they are right now. They have a fine craft to what they do. I respected it. I hated it, but I respected it. It was a waste of time. Oh yeah, BitTorrents. I used to torrent stuff all the time. Like if there was a movie and it existed, it was mine. I have every Super Nintendo game in existence somewhere. Every Nintendo game, every Nintendo 64 game, a lot of PlayStation games, most of the Wii games, etc., etc., etc. I think I ran the calculations of it, and it was well over $1 million worth of stuff that I had on hard drives at the time. I don't even know what the hell it is now, but I mean, Like I had a huge database of movies I had downloaded that, like, the way you don't get caught is like you don't freaking host it, you just keep it. Not that I believe that getting caught matters, because nobody's going to do anything. They'd have to sue all of us for everything all the time. Like MP3 downloaders, we can just grab stuff off of YouTube. We use that to get our sound bites.
It's like, yeah, this is for educational purposes only.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why I'm getting all of it. It's not for like personal gain. I'm not selling it, so therefore
That's
I'm not
true.
actually
Yeah, if you were
taking
actually
away
selling
from
it,
the profits of somebody
they tore
else.
people up.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Or-
It was
or
labeled
if you-
fair use. It was
Or if
labeled
you're
fair
uploading
use.
it.
Yeah, especially if
you're
you'd already
uploading
bought it before or rented it even.
They like to take out the sources of it. Oh, dude, yeah. If you bought it, then you may as well, like, you own it. It's yours. It doesn't matter if it's in digital format or physical. You're allowed to make a digital backup if you want to, especially when, like, a CD can get scratched and now all that money's gone.
Nah,
Shoot,
but I
just throw
remember
it
when
into.
it was a big deal in the courts. They were like deciding that stuff, and I was like, "Gosh,
Oh,
I'm glad
yeah.
it went that way."
Which was the one that flipped out about it? Was it Aerosmith? One of those bands flipped out. They got so mad over people downloading their music. I can't remember who it was, but I remember losing absolutely every shred.
Metallica.
Yeah, Metallica. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Lost absolutely. I already didn't like them, but I lost absolutely every shred of respect I had for them. Like, those people are the most shittiest musicians in the entire world. Like, it doesn't matter how good they are; they are garbage. Garbage
You know
people.
who the driver behind that was? The drummer, Lars.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, man,
I surely
Metallica.
hope the rest of the band completely regrets listening to his stupid crap. Because all they did was go down in history as looking like idiots.
You know, the best way to get your music out there nowadays is to give it away.
Yeah.
Free
And then
promotion.
if people like it, they'll give it away to other people, and then boom,
Like
fan
Tom
base.
If you know who Tom McDonald is, he
Yes.
said, use my content on every platform. Download it, share it, like promote it. And he gets money like through the being popular on social media, because back then they didn't used to have that.
Yeah.
It was like concerts and other ways to get money from. So that tactic was used for getting people to go to those things and paying for things. But here nowadays, it's being somebody popular on social media. So if you have like 1 million clicks on your song versus, you saying that you have to pay $1 for the song, people are more likely to buy your stuff if they can hear what you got going on and they can take it in and download it and mess with it. And there's two ways to think about it.
I respect that about Tom McDonald. I didn't know that. Like,
yeah.
I didn't know that he said that.
So that's why I said we can play Tom McDonald stuff here. You don't know that, right?
I'll get some sound bites from him then.
Yeah, Tom's cool.
All right, I'll grab some Tom McDonald sound bites to throw up here.
Look at what he says. That way you can verify, and you can play his music even on this. That way you can play his music on this stream. I think because like his stuff is like The System. We need to play that song, and you guys got to hear it.
Yeah.
It's a song called The System. We can put it on the bot.
Hey, yeah.
So you can hear, like, it's amazing.
That song about the virus thing, I played that Tom McDonald song walking around in the middle of the. It was kind of funny. Like blasting on my phone while walking into a store with people wearing masks and walking around, like doing the little lines down the different aisles. Some people like kind of laugh or smile. Other people give you a really like stank face look, like they're kind of pissed that you're playing something that's blaspheming their entire worship of reality. No, we must worship fear this season.
People feel every kind of way about somebody, right?
Yeah.
They hate McDonald. They like Tom McDonald. Tom McDonald does it, and I agree. Tom McDonald's just a guy.
Yeah,
and
he's just a dude.
Not even like FE, but he's still speaking some solid stuff on what's going on. You know,
eat the meat, spit out the bones.
So I don't have to like everything he does. I just know that he's speaking some truth when it comes to the system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's another one. His name is Dax.
Yeah, Dax is good.
They both run on the same. They were self-made people that, you know, of course, well, not self, but their promotion wasn't used like big record companies. Allegedly. I'm not going to stand on that. That's truth. But for the hyper conspiracists, they might see that as, you know, well, I don't. I'm just saying. He could be funded. Who knows?
What's it called them? Super truthers.
No.
He's literally makes his own money though. I mean, if he's shilling for himself. I mean, people do that. That doesn't mean he's not, like, he could be controlled opposition, but also eat the meat, spit out the bones. Use the facts and you get rid of the crap.
Right.
I mean, I feel like he could subtly put flat Earth in there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but also we can take sound bites from his stuff, make remixes, and we can put flat Earth in there too. Do some mashup songs. Remix. Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, it's another great topic here too. The flat Earth music community here, like, man, some of the best. Like Chocolate Saiyan, I feel like nobody can compete with that guy sometimes. But yeah, I would say it's just about that content with any artist. You know, like, it's the content. It's what's there. Like the intention.
I would actually. I've been like thinking about that for a while. That specific subject. Like, I've made music before, just playing around, but I've never actually recorded a song. And I like just making up lyrics for parodies. Like, I can come off the top of my head and say random things where it'll match up with the actual sound for a song.
Same, man.
And what I was thinking, because I spent most of my life being like kind of self-conscious and like I don't know how to explain it. I had like kind of stage fright type stuff, I guess. Like I know what I can do, but it's like when you sing in the shower, it ain't the same thing as singing in front of like.
Yeah, it ain't the same. You know why? I was listening to you, and I'm thinking there's a lot of FE songs that have a very Bueller monotone tone. Yeah. And because of the fact that people are now singing like in front of people, so whereas, you know, being somebody who's like an actual musician knows that inflections and how you sing a song, it carries like the melody, right? So listening to people NFE, like, you know, God bless their hearts, but it's hard to sing well. You can sing, that's not an issue, right? But singing well is something different. Like, yeah,
there's certain aspects to singing that are really important.
Like inflections on words and saying things in a different way. Like, how can I put it? Like when you're singing a song, like you hear like these rappers, right? and then the way they sing, they use a different pitch, and they captivate your mind, like how they're saying it with the inflection of how they're saying it. So it gives it like like I can flow with this now. But it's different when you're listening to it and they're like, yeah, this is FE. We were coming up here, and this is that, and if FE is good,
that monotone buzzing. Oh yeah.
And then so you're like, yeah, it's good. The message was
May as
good.
well be mumble rap.
Say it with your chest, damn it, like you believe
Diaphragm. You have to like.
Yup.
You know, on Toy Story, right? Where Buzz goes up to Rex and he like makes him stand up straight and he shows him to roar from down here, like in your diaphragm. That's where you sing from, right there, boom, like that. And you don't let it come out your nose unless you need that for a pitch. Mostly you out of your mouth. You don't open your jaw wide. You open it straight up and down and allow your mouth to actually process the notes like how they're supposed to be. Your mouth should become like an instrument so that the noise can resonate out. So a lot of people don't know how that works, so.
We've heard people in the community, and it's not like they can't sing. It's that they don't sing well.
Well, I wasn't talking about like flat earthers. I'm not throwing shade. I'm talking about people in general. Just
like it's an honest critique. It's not saying that they're not doing a good job and representing FE, because they're doing a great job, actually.
Yeah. If you're doing anything, you're doing it. You're doing the thing.
Right? If you're putting music out, and it's just people, what they like to listen to is like banging music. It doesn't matter how it might sound like it's degrading the sense of like what music is, but music is just like something that makes you feel great when you listen to it. Like it doesn't matter what song. I like listening to some Tupac stuff, and I know it's Tupac. He was a degenerate or whatever, but it's just the way he flows. It gets you in like a mood, So that's the kind of thing you're shooting for. People getting in an environment in their mind, so that they can feel something about the passion of what you're saying. So it's not that you're like, look, man, FE is great. Like you have to you come with something that flows, that it moves you. It needs to be like you gotta own it, right? When you're doing it, you gotta own it. You can't just go in there like kind of timid, whether or not you're gonna sound good to everybody else. You just gotta go in there like a boss and own that thing. Just do the damn thing. Like if you're gonna sing it, man. Let's go. Like there doesn't need to be where you're half stepping in a song, because it does sound like sometimes in communities where people are like, you don't want to say like, oh man, you could have done better, that kind of thing.
Self-conscious.
You don't want to poo-poo on their parade because they're just trying. They're just coming out of their shell, kind of thing, and But at the same time, it's like you sometimes got to be like people like what they like,
Yeah. A lot of people are self-conscious, and then it makes their throats a little bit weak when they try and sing because they get nervous. And when you can't get nervous, you got to be bold. If you know what you can do it, and be proud of it because you were given a gift. That's not the type of proud that you can be proud of in a way where it's like pride goes before the fall. That's proper self-esteem for knowing what you can do.
Either way, I'd say do it no matter what. Like
and even if you sound like crap anyway, we go to church, we believers, we sing the hymns, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. We're singing together, man.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Let's put it that way. But I'm just, what people like, that's different.
Yeah, that's true. Everybody's got their preferences for genres.
Yeah. But like with songs, we have preferences because we like the way the person's singing the song or the rapping or whatever the case is.
Usually it lines up with something that we learned early on because whatever, like the first 10 years of your life, that's going to define exactly who you are as a person for the rest of your life because of all the nostalgia. You're going to keep on having throwbacks and callbacks to these old memories. Like it happens with every year, but especially childhood. Kind of like Weird Al heavily influenced me growing up, so I like doing parodies. And I'm sure a lot of us have heard Weird Al because, I mean, he's literally a household name at this point. And before that, it was, what was his name? Ray Stevens. Yeah, they call him the street. Boogie-day, boogie-day. Bastard. 2 feet. Everybody, look, I feel like homes in like the 80s and 90s like came stocked with a Ray Stevens tape, though. Like a VHS tape. Just so, like they spawned in the house when a new family appeared or something. Those things were everywhere.
Like friggin' Boogeyman or something. A wild family has just appeared.
Oh.
Jeez.
I just imagine Ray Stevens with a Pokeball, and all you hear is like some of this music in the background playing. Capture them. I shall captivate them with my VHS tape. Now I want to get the Squirrel Revival song. I can't play that though because copyright. Dang, I'll just get Tom McDonald bits. I know that I can take bits from all of the FE songs though and put those on there because I'm sure none of the Flat Earthers are going to mind at all if I.
Well, I played Tom McDonald before, so.
Yeah.
And he does declare openly, use my stuff everywhere. So.
I do got to work around for certain things though. We can't play full audio, but if you take just one word out of a song, it's you're sampling. And especially if we're talking over it, right? So that's mixed into there. It's changed automatically about 10%, over 10% of what it was, and it becomes the creative property of your channel here. But we can't use entire songs. Y'all are right. You can't just play it in there and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna use this entire like 1 minute segment of the song for the wrestling theme as this debate begins. No, we're not. We can't do that.
Made a statement that you can use their songs anywhere.
Yeah.
Just like Tom did. Tom said you can use my song anywhere. Just you have my permission.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about, yeah, you got that, but also beyond that, we're not going to get permission from certain people who are,
Oh, yeah, of course.
But we legally do have the creative right to sample small bits of stuff as long as we change it a certain percentage. But we can't just take their stuff and post it up here. But you know that. You know what I'm saying. I like the idea of sampling the ones that they said, hey, use my stuff, though, because they're literally asking us to.
At any rate, I'll be in the background.
Oh, okay, well, I'm downloading a couple of those soundbite things that I was talking about. Yeah, that's true, Toby. We could just play anything from anybody who's a part of the movement, and they're not going to care. Especially unsigned artists that there's no copyrights to the stuff. They literally want us to play their things.
Check 1 2. Maggie, you in there? Might be taking a break. Anybody else in here? Oh, Miggy just jumped out. Oh, crap. Anyway, I just wanted to go ahead and make an announcement. Apparently, Bob the Science Guy has been scouring through the videos on the other channel that I had, and gave me a copyright strike on 2 other videos on the other channel.
Okay, so we got Bob the Science. What's up, Helio? We've got Bob the Science Guy registering strikes on your other channels.
He's just attacking. No, just that one. You know, we got the copyright. That's why we're streaming on the alt channel, and so it seems like he's scouring our videos, claiming that he, since somebody posted a picture of him, that's why we're using his content. Yeah, it's so I, if you try to find that channel now, you're not going to find it because I have it hidden now. Right. So because if you get 3, then they delete your channel. So
no more posting any.
Bob decided.
Bob, he's done to us. He's dead to us. Bob the Science Guy is dead to us. R.I.P. Bob. Nice knowing you.
I'm gonna work on countering those. Hopefully, that's why I want to make you to be in here. And I already misses Indio. He's been working on some information about this dude and how we're gonna counter what he's trying to do the channel for no reason, just because he's butthurt because we made fun of him. Just I mean, fuck, I get made fun of all the time by these idiots. Mm-hmm. So I don't even give it a second thought.
That's unfortunate for Bob.
I have a feeling, once we really get together and counter those strikes, we'll get it back. We'll get it back to a clean record on the other channel. But yeah, it's so dumb.
Well, as we say, Helio, thank you for doing what you do, man.
That's right, man. Hey, well, I just posted. I didn't know Flat Earth Dude was doing some live streams too.
Nice.
I don't know how he's doing. I was just listening to his channel on YouTube. I didn't know he was doing it. So yeah, I posted a link to his channel. He's live streaming right now too.
Very good, very good. We're like a spider web, right? One arm may get chopped, another one grows out, another 5 come out.
Yeah.
Can't stop the truth, buddy.
Hey. Yeah, I mean, YouTube is we utilize it as long as we can. We know that YouTube hates us. It ain't no big deal. But we're going to utilize every platform we can to get the truth out. So
you damn right.
I mean, why? But even some of the raging anti-flat earthers don't do shit like this idiot does.
Yeah.
Because the first time I went into Jim Panda server, was talking to all those anti-flat earthers. I was like, here's what Bob did. It's like none of the flat earthers go and try to shut Jim Panda's server or YouTube channel down. It's just like, you can talk shit about us all day. That's your free speech right. I mean, you can go in there and freaking say whatever. But this guy just gets butthurt because we make fun of him. Now, see, Morvis, well, that's not his real face, so I guess we can get away with that. Oh, man. So, yeah, I actually put that channel on. All the videos are private now. So, yeah, I mean, I can't even freaking look at the studio anymore since I hit that. So I'm going to have to, there's a certain way you have to do it to reopen the channel. I'm going to wait till we figure this out before I open that channel back up. And what a fag. all of us get made fun of all day long, and he's just like, I'm going to shut you guys down because you posted a couple memes about me, and you won't let me on your channel. And he made demands to me. He said, make me an admin on the Discord server, and I'll take the copyright down. I was like, what the fuck? You know that shit ain't going to happen.
I'm going to hold your channel hostage.
We don't respond to hostile threats.
Yeah, we don't negotiate with terrorists.
Hey, let's go.
What a dick.
I'm going to put his face to a deep dream generator, create artwork based off of them that I will own the intellectually property rights to, and I can use it wherever I want to, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Well, I think this is what we already did. That's why I want to get our shit together so we can, make a. Because with the first strike, I made a.
You want to know why I do that? Because I think that's what I would want people to do to me. I want to do unto my neighbor as I would have them do to me. So make a picture of me and play. Let's play.
Dude, I like when people make fun of me. It's fun.
Yeah, man, it's fun. It's a joke. Like, hey, if you don't got a sense of humor, dude, come on, just tell it. You don't have to tell us. We get it. We get it. Not that you don't have a sense of humor. You were not born with a funny bone.
What the hell? Dude sells weed for a living.
Sells wheat or weed?
Weed, marijuana.
He needs to get some better weed then. Damn, it ain't giving him the giggles? What the heck? Why so serious, man?
It's weird.
You got that ditch weed, I guess. Need to get some freaking nice stuff.
No, it's not ditch weed, what he does. But anyway, we're not going to get
I'm joking. Yeah, I was not being serious. It's not slander. I do not know what kind of bud that dude's got.
That's basically what he does. But anyway, that's public information too. You can find his ass pretty easily. I mean, he's a public figure.
You think
he ran for office? He ran for office in Michigan, so you can find him pretty easy.
Office. Yeah, and he's that sensitive that how are you going to run for public office and be sensitive about memes when people are literally going to?
Yeah, what a freaking. That's why I want to collab with some of the mods and stuff that Indio's been working on some stuff, and I want to just because there's no reason for him to even do that. And it's just like I could go to his channel and just say copyright strike, for whatever, But if he doesn't counter it with good reason, but
Toby's saying something, and what my point was this though is if you're gonna put yourself out there in the public, then you have to expect that you're gonna get a little heckling. You're gonna get some hecklers, and if you're that sensitive and thin-skinned, then you probably shouldn't be trying to teach. Like, it's not about that. Like, I understand it, dude. He's a fellow.
Well, if you hate
human.
Flat Earth that much, you shouldn't even be in the conversation.
Yeah, and I'm saying it in a loving way. I'm not trying to pick on the guy. I'm just like, you got to be a little bit tougher for this. We get called retards all the time. That's slander. Like, there's so many other, all those other.
He sent me threatening messages. I'm going to take you to. He said he was going to sue me, and all this kind of shit. And I have all that captured, man. So
somebody told me they hope my children die because I won't vaccinate them. Yeah, I get stuff like that all the time. Like, it's the most hateful stuff that you can think of. So, yeah. You let it roll off your back like a duck in water, Drop, bye-bye, quack, quack. You sit there and get offended by it, though. What do you think's going to happen? People are going to laugh at the fact that you got offended. We do need to be careful, though, because it talks about there being mockers in those days and stuff. Like, we don't need to be like them, mocking everybody all the time. Like, yeah, okay, if they mess up and, like, they're claiming to have some kind of power here, and then it's like, yeah, well, where's your God at? I guess he's on the crapper pooping. That's okay. That actually has happened in the Bible, but we shouldn't be railing into people who are like, kind of. It's about punching down. Like if somebody's literally just trying to figure stuff out, and
may the Lord bless you and your family, keep you in health. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. To
be correct, he doesn't sell weed for a living. He prescribes weed for a living.
Oh, so he's like Dr. Cannabinoid.
Dr. Cannabinoid.
The incredible Dr. Cannabinoid.
He gives prescriptions for weed to people that in Michigan, you don't even need it anymore, so that's why he's pissed off. He's like, damn it. Why did they make it legal here? I used to make a shitload of money.
And that's the real reason against like the cannabis thing though, and against the holistic type stuff, because if people are healing themselves, then there's no need for the physicians that want to fleece the flock every year. And don't forget to come in for
probably
your
why he's so buttered.
yearly checkup.
Used to be Dr. Bob, but it's like they have to buy. They don't have to even go through him anymore to get the weed. So he's a very he's just a sour person altogether. I mean, you've seen him in chats and heard him talk. You can go to his YouTube channel, watch his videos. He's just a sour person. He's not a very nice guy. I mean, most of the Globies don't even like him. They don't want to talk to him either. So it's just like he's acting like a little kid, like throwing a bitch fit because nobody wants to talk to him.
SpongeBob.
As a matter of fact, a couple months ago, he was in the chat. Him and another guy, Sean Hawkins, they were in the YouTube chat, and I was like, "Hey man, I'll set up just to talk with me and another guy, with you two, and we can have a 2v2 on this conversation." They never contacted me back. It's like, all right, let's set it up. I mean, I would do it on, my Helio Skeptic channel live, and then share it on the 24/7 live channel. But they never contacted me because they don't want to. He just wants to do this nonsense instead of really having a conversation. And then after he threatened me with taking my channel down, which he did, but for no reason, because somebody made fun of him in a meme. Then and he threatened to sue me for that one meme or whatever. Shit, man. If I got freaking, if I wanted to sue somebody on YouTube for every time they made fun of me, shit, I better have a good lawyer, because I'm a public person. As far as this forum is concerned, I've made myself that way, and a lot of other people have too. So it's just like, why is he? I don't know. He's a weird guy. I think he needs to start smoking some of that weed that he's prescribing. Come on, Bob. What the hell are you doing, bro? Why do you hate the flat earth so much? Is it because you don't have any really good arguments against us, or you think we're people find the flat earth themselves? It's like nobody hears, and we say it almost every day. Every single person that's a flat earther, we always say, hey, we're not trying to convince people that the earth is flat. We're just presenting information where, why don't you consider this, right?
You know how you can't get blood out of a stone?
Yeah.
The defamation and libel lawsuit type thing, like, you can't go to jail for doing that. You can just be sued and the government can kind of come in and take your stuff. But if you don't own anything, what the hell can anybody do? You can't get blood out of the stone, man.
Yeah, he's like, well, he definitely can't sue me over a freaking meme that was on my YouTube channel.
Here's just a fair warning, though, man. Just a fair warning to anybody out there. I literally don't actually own anything. I'm
broke. I'm broke as pretty much broke.
I get things. I buy things. I acquire stuff, but I give it away. So I personally don't actually own anything.
Well, even if I was rich, even if I was rich and I had a lawyer, the lawyer would just laugh at that bullshit. So
Yeah, and nobody could sue my wife or my children for something I said, so they can't. They're like, go ahead, try.
Yeah, so I mean that was a veiled threat. There's nothing he can do about it.
I know it's just silly nonsense, though.
And the first strike, I did a counter reaction. Maybe I didn't phrase it right. I don't think YouTube even watched the video. They did rejected it within like 30 minutes. I don't think anybody watched it and went over his complaint. But now he's done it again. I want to
I have a bad habit of taking on the offenses of others, and then I'll get really defensive about my people, and I really probably shouldn't be so passionate about that, but I can't help it.
No, it's cool,
it's,
bro.
It's
man,
part of who
it's
I
just
am.
like, well, with this guy, this is a grown man. I mean, he's older than me, and I'll be 50 this year, and he's just whining about his persona as if he really has one, and nobody gives a shit about you, Bob.
That's interesting.
You don't even have really good globe arguments. I mean, there are a lot of better globers than you are that can argue the point way better than you. You're just pissed off because nobody wants to talk to you.
Yeah. The word person.
You'll find out, Bob. We'll get both of those strikes lifted.
The word
both
person,
of them. Watch, Bob. He's probably listening right now. Watch, Bob. We're gonna get both those strikes lifted, and I'll have a green light on the channel again, and then we're gonna I'm gonna give a big fuck you, Bob. Because you're just making these strikes willy-nilly when nobody... Offense is taken, not given.
Yeah. How can you be offended unless you allow yourself to be offended by taking offense? And if you're taking offense, why are you taking everybody's fences? How are you going to know where the borders are?
I mean, he only did this to... His purpose was to, like, pick and choose a certain point where, there was a meme made about him, even though he's a public figure.
It's really, though, I don't know if is it about him or is it just about having the...
No, because
having the ability to do something,
dude,
like to get
look,
like
he has a public YouTube channel. You can take some of his videos, and you can take any content on YouTube and do a report or whatever. You can take even a portion of it and give commentary on it. It's public information.
Yeah.
So just if you take a capture of a YouTube video or a capture of his something from his Facebook page or anywhere he's public, and then you make a meme out of it and say, well, this Bob said this, Bob does that. Bob said a lot of shit, so we can critique what Bob says legally. And it's okay.
Yeah, it's a public forum.
Just like you can critique what I'm saying right fucking now. Not even, it's so dumb.
A lot of people have these weird ideas of their rights to things, though, and it's like, that's not how stuff works, though. Anything I hear,
once it does work.
I'm talking about, like, once you hear something, right, then the audio that you've heard that's in your mind belongs to you. Nobody can take it away from you. It's yours. And nobody has a right to tell you you're not allowed to keep it inside of your brain. Like, people feel like they have the right to information, but if you see a picture, like, you now have a copy of that picture in your head, though. How can they own that picture when anybody who sees it now owns it?
What old dude just posted, that was a capture from one of our live stream text rooms. This is his intention, was to take the YouTube channel down because he doesn't like our message.
Yeah, well, that's normal. Everybody, all of us, been doing that.
No. Nobody. We've been doing this for years. He's the first one that has done this just because he doesn't like what we're saying or we made fun of him. I mean, he's a punk bitch.
Kind of like just purely out of
we
spite.
make fun of each other all day long. What the fuck? He just doesn't like that we make fun of him. I don't know. I'll make fun of flat earthers on here. What the hell?
That doesn't sound very fun.
So dumb. It's jokes. It's jokes, Bob.
Don't take life too seriously. None of us are going to make it out alive.
Oh, bitch. Bob, do the right thing and take those strikes off. Punk ass.
Yeah, but I was going to say though that a lot of these people, they're kind of militant about it, and they just get whatever angle that they can to try and take out what they perceive to be misinformation and a lie. So that's why I feel like he might be doing this. It's the same as the rest of them. They're towing their party line and fighting their good fight from their perspective.
No,
he thinks
that's
he's
not
right.
what it's about. He seems like to me, he seems like a baby in the crib going, wham, wham, I don't like what you did. No, I can't have this, or I can't have that. I'm just a whiny baby. Anyway, I shouldn't have come on here right now.
It's like,
but that's what it sounds like to me. He's just like, he's scouring through old videos where people made fun of him, and he's striking each video. It's just like, he's older than me. It's just like, what kind of adult does that? He's trying to get the channel shut down, and makes no sense. I mean, what?
No, there can't be anything negative about me on the internet. Before I die, I have to scrub all of it and take care of everything so that everybody thinks I'm perfect.
Dude, we have so much information on Bob that he doesn't know we have, and we can expose his ass if he wants us to, but I'd rather ignore him.
It's just, yeah,
but he's not ignoring us.
Well, that's the thing, though. You're dignifying it with a response. Does it deserve the dignity of a response? Not really. We're kind of wasting our time here talking about him when he doesn't affect our lives.
I agree with that, but that's the extent of it. I just want to let everybody know that he's attacking what we're doing here. So, and we're going to deal with it.
Yeah. And like Perceptive Al said, they're agents. They're all like Agent Smith. And it's like what on the like the Matrix said, is these people will defend the system. They'll fight to the death over it. They don't want to be logged out. They want to be in the system, and they'll fight to the death over it.
I just want to let everybody know what's kind of going on with the other channel. That's why you have to be here, and even Flat Earth Dude's channel's going up
today.
Now. Yeah, he's done a couple live streams. So yeah, anyone that can do live streams from here, boom.
Today in Flat Earth News.
I've always encouraged other people to live stream from this room because that's awesome. And a Flat Earth Dude has over 2,000 subs on his channel, so rock and roll, man. There ain't no stopping. Ain't no stopping us now. Yeah, if you, I'm gonna post his channel again, his live stream, so that you guys can go.
What is Gamma? Wait, yeah, what is a Gamma? I don't feel like looking at that.
Gamma, you have alpha, beta,
gamma, delta.
Gamma. Gamma is like, it's not the alpha. You have, the first in command, second in command, and then you have the gamma. It's like, I'm just, I mean, you're going to have to, I think, I don't use that term often, but Witsit does. He might be able to explain it more.
There's a book called The Sight. And in that, I guess, Omega wolf of the group was called a Cycla. Random obscure bit of fact, bit of trivia from something nobody will know.
Doesn't it always work the same way in different tribes and stuff? The alpha would be the chief, and humans, all that kind of stuff. The chief, but But it doesn't work the same way, with dogs, because humans are humans, right? They don't think. We are mammals, but we don't think the same way as dogs or wolves or anything. But wolves are dogs, ultimately.
Yeah.
Betas have hope. I like that obvious at me, right? Yeah, well, I mean, you want to stay close to the alpha, so that, in case some other alpha kills that motherfucking alpha, you're like, see, I told you so. The beta is the advisor to the alpha, right? It's like, man, I was trying to warn you about this motherfucker, and then he killed you. It's like, man, I was with him the whole time, but now you killed it, and I'm still beta, but I'm going to be your advisor. I mean, it's kind of the way it works in different, like kingdom scenarios, and in political scenarios, it works all as well. Just like they have their staff. If you're a governor, you have your staff that they inform you or whatever. You're top dog, and but that's yeah. You're right, obviously. Bob is complete failure of the divine masculine because he thinks YouTube is where he's going to get his goat. Because he has no fucking alpha or beta in him at all.
A lot of the so-called followers on YouTube are bots that are just designed to hyperinflate the algorithm.
No, well, this dude isn't. I mean, this is weird, man. That an adult, of his age would even just try to attack a small YouTube channel because he doesn't like that flat earthers talk all day.
Is he trying to earn a Nobel Peace Prize for proving to flat earthers that the earth is round or something?
I don't know. You're going to have to ask him.
Like, what great achievement is it? What's the point? It should really disturb him then, I guess, to know that we have children and we're raising our children to know the truth. And, and conservatives make more babies than they do too. So these people all having like one baby or no babies, like, doing that kind of thing. Two incomes, no children type stuff. Yeah, but we're making lots of children.
Even conservatives and liberals are their family is important to them. Whatever this creature is, I don't think he's conservative or liberal. I think he's just in his own fucking zone trying to destroy flat earth for whatever reason. He's just, I don't like people talking about flat earth, so I'm going to do the best I can to destroy the flat earth because I don't like people talking about it. He doesn't even have any political ideologies. He's just in this weird zone where he just wants to destroy flat earth because he hasn't even said why. I mean, for the most part, what I've gathered from what he said is that he wants to destroy flat earth because it's obviously not true. That's the basic answer.
Is this like his supervillain origin story or something?
Must be. You're going to have to ask him, like I said, but from what I've gathered from what he said so far, he just hates flat earth, and so he's going to do his best to go ahead and destroy, which he can't, single-handedly.
And I would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for you stupid flat earthers and your level.
Flat earthers! Yeah, it's like a fucking Scooby-Doo episode, right?
You meddling kids.
There you go. Exactly, old dude. What other people's freedoms would you burn, Bob? Why are you such a fucking anti-free speech person, Bob? Nobody wants to fucking hear from you on the flat earth or glober side. You're such a punk bitch. Oh, shit.
Wait a minute. Are we like literally just doing a roast now? You should be here for the roast though, man.
No, he's listening. I guarantee it. But
I'm just saying, like, he's not here to defend himself. You should.
No. He already said everything he needs to say. We already know what he said. Do you want to see? Do you want me to post some? No, I'm not going to post personal messages
of what
he said. That I'm telling you what he said to me. He told me he was like, I'm going to do everything I can to destroy your channel and everything that flat earthers are doing. Dude, he's a punk bitch.
It's time to make a mountain out of a molehill. So can I have a volunteer? It's weird out there to be stupid.
Hey man, that's the kind of shit. I mean, I told you what he said to me in private messages. He said he was going to try to destroy everything that has to do with flat Earth. He's just, I don't know. I mean, he seems out of his mind. I don't do that to people's channels.
Well,
that's his purpose, is to try to destroy me. My channels are very small. I mean, why would he even give a fuck about me or us, even in this Discord server? Even though we're the largest flat Earth Discord on the server. He actually threatened this Discord too, which that's another thing, but whatever.
What's the guy's name? Like Bob what?
Bob the Science Guy. You want me to send his YouTube channel? I'll send it.
This is Bob the Science Guy?
Yeah. Let me find this channel real quick.
It's Bob the Science Guy. Bob.
Yeah, watch some of his videos and you'll see how ridiculous his arguments are.
What? I like
the he should just go off in the background and never be involved in any conversation about this any time ever. This is why we put videos of, making fun. We post memes and stuff making fun of him because his videos are dumb too. Anyway, here's his channel. I'm going to post it. And you can't friggin'. This is your public channel, Bob. So this isn't a dox. This is your fucking channel. Oh, shit. That's wrong.
I'm sorry if I'm constantly a sarcastic ass. Some of these responses are just knee jerk.
No, I get it. Here's his channel. If you guys want to go look at some of his videos, he's like got some videos about flat Earth.
Old dude was joking, and he said, "Careful, he'll report that as doxing." I said, "Oh no, I doxed the etymology of his name."
Dude, this is his public YouTube channel. I'm going to post it right now. Boom, there it is. That's Bob the Science Guy's YouTube channel. This is the guy that's been fucking with my other YouTube channel. And he's sending me like emails and DMs threatening to do everything he can to take down every freaking YouTube channel or whatever that I have. And he even threatened this Discord itself. And so yeah, and there's no reason he doesn't even make good arguments if you watch his videos. So it's just like, bro, you're just butthurt because we don't like you, and the Globies don't even like him.
Bob the Science Guy. Apparently he drinks.
Go back to prescribing marijuana to other people. Nobody, you're not even good at this, so fuck off, Bob.
But he looks, never mind.
He looks like what?
Well, I wasn't even going to be insulting. I was just going to say he looks like a skinny Dr. Phil in a lab coat on that picture.
Sure, but I mean,
he might get insulted by that.
Watch some of his videos and see what you think. I mean, this is a guy that he hates flat Earth so much that he's dedicated time to go through 12-hour videos that I have on the other channel and find, portions of it where we made fun of him and copyright strike us because we used his image, which is
he hates the flat Earth. Now listen to him whine just like a baby.
Yeah, it's just like a whining baby.
Hates the flat Earth.
Don't make fun of me, whiny bitch.
Now he's screaming.
Hey, Bob, we're gonna win. We're gonna win in the end, whether or not you can take the other channel down. We got resources, brother. We're good. So you're the one that loses in the end because you're just being a whiny bitch and nobody likes you. So
be excellent to each other and party on.
And this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's a good phrase. I like that. It was one of my favorite phrases.
A wise man once said that.
Yeah, it was Keanu Reeves. He said a lot of good shit in the Matrix movies too.
I love the Matrix. That was a good series of movies. The recent one, the new one, was kind of whatever. But
it was made so many years later. They had to kind of like
then I expected
for the new people, they had to kind of get them in balance with the old movies.
But even then, it was less. It was kind of less. Go broke than I thought it would be. Like okay, whatever. A little bit of it's off, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
It was
kind of balanced, for the new people that never saw the trilogy.
It wasn't as screwed up as how bad they did Star Wars. They did Star Wars dirty. And the way that they did that series, they just ruined the series with the last movies.
Are you
the social justice warrior versions of the last 3 Star Wars movies, where they kind of,
You talking about the
It's
prequel?
so slack. It's not even about the narrative though. It's slack on the storyline, and that's what I'm disappointed by.
Well, it's just like Hollywood. They're more concentrated on the visual effects than
necessarily
the narrative
and the towing the party line parts of the narrative because they don't care about the storyline.
I get that part. Well, man,
and I'm like,
it still but it's even worse since Disney took it over. But some of it's still good though. It depends on, like, Mandalorian was really good. Did you watch that?
I actually did like the Mandalorian. That was well done.
Baby they did a great job on that.
Oh, you watched it too?
One man and his baby Yoda.
This baby Yoda. You don't even find out, till towards the end of the series, what the real name of the baby Yoda is. That's because baby Yoda became fascinating until near the end of the series because they only reached
one man and his baby Yoda on a mission to get the last chicken nuggies in the galaxy.
Yeah. Yeah, the first season of Mandalorian was fucking awesome. I ain't gonna lie. I liked it.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Second season was good too, but yeah, the first season was kick-ass.
The lore, the actual Star Wars lore of the Mandalorians, like as a culture, is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Like
cool.
it's pretty deep. It's like way deeper than you expected me. It's pretty dang interesting.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of some of like the old fantasy novels and shit that I used to read. The tradition, like with dwarves and elves and all that kind of stuff. The different traditions that they had. That was pretty cool. I like that. The armor and the history of it was like, this armor was built and it was melded.
Yeah,
it kind of reminded me of dwarven tradition, and some of the fantasy stories.
Or like the lore for the black lightsaber, which is really trippy. There's like only one like it, and the shape of the blade is like angular for some reason, like it's pointed. And it's like a completely custom lightsaber that ends up, it's like a legendary level one. There's only one like it. The dark saber.
I think there's a new series coming out on Disney hopefully I mean, they put out since they took it over. It's been kind of some of them are okay. I mean, the Obi-Wan series was pretty cool, but
yeah, that was pretty good
there's a
too.
new one coming out about the dark side in the build of that, and I haven't seen any of that yet. I think it's coming out pretty soon, and so we'll see what happens on the dark side.
You
We'll see if
don't
that's
know
any
the
good.
power of the dark side. No, I am your father.
No, Luke. I am you.
Luke. I'm your father, Luke. Give me a hug. Give me a
That
hug.
one was a Mandela effect.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just. We know that. We know that.
Yeah.
Who knows? You know how it really went. It's like C-3PO with the silver leg and the golden leg.
Yeah, I never even noticed all that garbage.
Well, do we have any new people in here? I know we've been rock and rolling, bitching about Bob, who's I was just getting getting this shit off my chest. I'm done with it. What you guys want to talk about the rest of the night? Or afternoon and moving into the night? Because he's pretty insignificant in the larger frame of reference.
Touches is our kingdom.
What about that shadowing place?
That's beyond our borders. You must never go there. You don't know the power of the dark side.
There we go. Back to voice activity. And, well, at least it glitched out and didn't even play right. So, I guess, because it sounded all like robot.
Yeah, who was playing that?
I had combined Lion King with the part where he says you don't know the power of dark side because I thought it'd be funny. I'm talking about like everything the light touches. You don't know the power of the dark side.
Yeah.
But it sounded all glitchy to me. So I mean, if you heard it, then
Well,
okay.
I heard it, but that was you playing it.
Yeah, I have a soundboard, but it works better if I plug up to the LAN, and using it through the Wi-Fi apparently makes it glitch out like that. So I probably will avoid doing that until I'm plugged up to the LAN.
Hey, talk
I'm not going
to
to do that.
Creation Bear about how to do it. And get it set up right.
Yeah.
Because he always does it perfect, right?
Yeah, because I'm doing like a pass through from the program, and then it's got like a digital cable where it's going through in the system to pass it back through to the microphone. And there's probably a better way of doing it without having two different things to do it.
I know you can do it, with your keyboard too, without having just like a extra soundboard. You can do it with the keyboard,
like hotkeys.
Yeah, like hotkeys kind of thing. With a certain software. But anyway, anyway, I ain't even messed with that shit. I know you can do it though.
I'm collecting ones that are actually quotes from some of the stuff that we discuss a lot, like where DeGrasse Tyson talks about how it's flat at that level from the rocket jump, or Bill Nye says that it's an enclosed system.
Cool, man. Well,
Hopefully
what
is something playing in the background?
Man. Hopefully you get it figured out. That's cool.
It said, he said still operating from the playground. I thought he was saying something was playing in the background. I read that wrong. I need glasses.
Talking about Bob. I'm just like, nobody works for free. Actually, we do this for free. I do. When we're in here, we do this as a public service. So if you don't like what we're saying, go somewhere else and listen to someone else. Why do you actively try to shut us down because you don't like what we're saying? What the fuck is wrong with somebody like that? I mean, you really have to worry about, something go. Well, I don't worry about what's going on in Bob's mind, but he should worry about it. If he's just going to spend time like scrolling through our fucking videos and trying to find a reason to shut us down, what the entire fuck is going on with that? Because we don't want to talk to him? Like, hey, kid, we don't want you on the playground. Go somewhere else. And then he goes to the Glober rooms. They don't want him there either. And then then he's just like, well, I just want to fuck with the flat earthers, and so I'm gonna throw rocks at them from the outside of the playground because you don't want me in there. And I agree with the Globies, but they don't want me there either because I'm a dick. And so I'm just gonna like hang out here. Idiot. I don't know where you came from, Bob. I hope you didn't grow up in Michigan because I know a lot of good people from Michigan. I don't know where you grew up, but that's not the way shit works, bro. Sorry if I turn this into a Bob bitch fest, but fucking idiot. And I'll shut it off right now. 3, 2, 1, boom, go.
Sounds like he just wants to be relevant. And then he's doing exactly, like when you talk about him, you're doing exactly what he wants you to do. You're bringing up his name because no one else is.
Well, sort
trying
of.
to get a reaction.
No.
He wants a reaction.
And he can't react in here or on the YouTube channel now, and so that's why he's getting even more pissed, But that's all right.
He sounds like an ass clown.
Yeah, he is an ass clown, Rose. He is. It's just like just leave us alone. Why are you so interested in us? I mean, why are you obsessed with what we're doing here? This is crazy. It just is insane.
Sorry, you gotta deal with that bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to deal with it because he's making copyright strikes on our YouTube channel. That's why I was bringing it up, and he has no reason to. It's just because he's mad because nobody wants to talk to him. Sounds like a little freaking 3-year-old.
He does. It's pretty pathetic.
Anyway, let's move on. Rosa, what you been doing?
Just been floating around Discord listening to people.
Awesome.
Listening to arguments, all the new people and the new stuff.
You had some good chats in some other Discord servers?
No, they just complain and bitch and moan. Not like what over here like this. No, you guys are actually having conversations, but like in Debate Flat Earth and more, they just cuss each other out and nothing's ever really done or said.
No shit. That's why I never go over there. I'm still welcome there, but I never go over there for that same reason.
I made a mistake. I went in there this morning and I was like, I gotta get out of here.
What is there other servers that you go to? Do you go to
Cosmology?
Yeah,
that new Cosmology one?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's okay, yeah. I like it when you have two people from opposing sides and they're actually bringing shit to the table, like having a real conversation. But people got to be willing to change their mind, and you got two people that are not willing to change their mind or their grounds at all, no matter what evidence you bring. So it's kind of, I don't know. It's interesting though. To listen to.
I mean, in this server, we're not here to change anyone's mind. If you come in here with the intellect and posterity to defend your point, it's not about changing your mind. Like, nobody's going to change my mind about, say, shape of Earth, because flat's not a shape for one thing. And if they're going to say, well, I have evidence that the Earth is a globe, I've already seen everything they're going to say about it.
Right.
So they're not going to change my mind about it.
No, but some of them think that they will. For some reason, people who still believe in the globe don't understand that we all believed in the globe. It's not like we were born flat earthers. It's not like we don't understand.
That's right. Yep.
But somewhere in their head, they get this idea that we just don't understand it. It's like, I went to school just like you. I was programmed just like you. I just took the time to look into something different than what I was told.
That's what's so brilliant about this conversation, Rose, is that you can explain it that way. It's like maybe they think you weren't educated enough. I don't know where they come from with this, as if we weren't educated enough, and that's why we think the Earth is flat. We didn't go far enough into the education to show the globe. It's like, dude, the globe was thrown at your ass since you were fucking 3 years old.
Yeah, it's ego. It's ego, and it's like you have no idea what anyone's education level is. So just to automatically assume you just don't understand, it's just ego based.
Amen.
Plain and simple.
That's right. That's right.
You have no idea.
So it's just like, do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? No. Do you understand that I was taught the same thing you were when I was growing up? I've looked at the information. Now I've concluded that the Earth cannot be a globe for these reasons. And then they'll say, they'll give you their arguments. And it's like, yes, I already know that, but I've changed my mind about why I thought the Earth was a globe, because I used to think the Earth was a globe because everyone said so. But now with this, with the mathematical and scientific tests that we've done, and we and others have done, it cannot be a globe the way it's described. Yeah,
absolutely not.
Very simple argument. And then they're just like, well, what about this? Oh, ships going over the horizon. Well, what is the horizon? I mean, it's just like simple little things that are presented to you. This is their, once you point out that, hey man, I used to believe the Earth is a globe too.
Right.
Then they start giving you the argument. Like, well, here's why the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth. All that kind of stuff.
Right. I remember Matthew Learns, he was in my Discord and he was like, yeah, flat earthers, you guys watch one YouTube video and then all of a sudden you guys believe it's flat. It's no.
Yeah.
I knew it was a flat earth before there was even YouTube videos. And he was like, oh, that's interesting. And it's like, dude, it's not like that. You don't just watch a video and change your mind. I mean, you should at least do some research. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't, it takes time. It takes time. It took me years. I didn't even know there was an option. I always just thought it was round. I didn't know there was another option at all. I never even heard about it until it was presented to me. And I'm like, oh, well, what? I laughed. I actually laughed. And I was like, flat earth? What the hell are you talking about? But then I looked into it. And the more you look into it, the more you see it doesn't add up. And you just have to be realistic with yourself. Yeah, maybe you just don't have all the answers. Maybe you were lied to. Yeah, things like that happen. Look into it. But these people are too scared. They don't want to, like I said, it's ego. They don't want to know that they were wrong. It's like, no, I'm too smart. I'm not wrong. You're wrong. And it's like, wow, dude.
Yeah, it's not about being wrong. It's about it's about being objective, understanding objective truth.
Yeah, it's just the truth. Whatever it is, it is. Just let it be what it is. Don't say it has to be this way because we're told it's this way. How about we were told it was wrong? We were wrong. They were wrong. Okay, is that even an option in your brain? Most of these people, it's not.
Well, sure.
It's
When
they
you
want
first,
us.
go ahead,
They
bro.
like the competition of that us versus them thing. They don't care about the right or wrong. They just want to win.
Yeah, exactly. Even if what they're saying sounds so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's interesting. So I like to listen to that kind of shit.
It's kind of like the story of the Emperor's new clothes, and like nobody wanted to look like an idiot. So everybody like, yeah, I'd see what you're talking about. Yep, that's awesome. Such beautiful garb you're wearing there, King. And then all of a sudden this kid comes up and like, yo, why is he naked?
He's butt naked, but
walking around, got his butt hanging
he has
out.
clothes on.
Oh, shit. All right, I'm done ranting. Sorry, guys. that's what I've been up to.
Well, you get what I'm saying, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Nobody wants to look dumb.
If it's wrong, it's wrong. And I know, but then they'll stand their ground. They'll stand their ground to something that's just not logic. And it's like really frustrating. It's like,
imagine living in a jail
you're
cell.
the smart one and I'm the stupid one, but you can't even think logically, but you're saying that you come from logic, but what you're saying is not even logical.
Imagine living in a jail cell, somebody unlocks it. It's like, you can go outside. And it's like, but why would I leave? If I leave here, then I won't have anywhere to live. It's like, you can literally go anywhere, though.
Dude, it sounds like Rose has had the logic bomb hit her very hard. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah. I took a break from all this crap, like 3 years. And then I came back into Discord.
You have to just kind of roll over and roll and roll.
I only took like a 1-year break, and I'm just now getting back. But dang, 3 years. That's a long
I took a 3-year
vacation.
break. Oh, yeah, because I was doing it like I was on YouTube and Hangouts every day, 8 hours a day.
Welcome back to the front lines.
Debating every single day, all day long.
Welcome back to the front lines, my sister from another mister.
You know, I think I remember Rose from back. Do you remember me? On the days? Okay. Oh shit. Oh, now see.
2016, 2015. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Every day.
Oh shit. Oh god.
Yeah.
Hey, it's good to see you here, Rose.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been doing so much shit. It's hard to remember everybody that I've talked to. Hundreds of people, so it's hard to remember.
Right? No,
I remember you. I remember you.
Yeah, remember we used to just rip people's heads off all day long, all night long, just battling. So I took a 3-year break, and I kept getting people saying, "Go to Discord." I didn't even know what Discord was. I was like, I don't want to go to there. I don't even know what that is. I don't want to go there. I put it off for like 3 years, and then finally I decided, all right, fine, I'll go in there. Started my Discord, and all the bunch of bullshit came right back immediately. Boom. I'm like, this is why I left. This is why I stopped.
The same kind of bullshit's still going on, just like I was bitching about earlier. So,
yes, same.
But it's still worth the conversation. It's worth the fight because people are listening. We're still in the fight. So
no, you're right, and that's why I'm not leaving. I'm here. I'm still here.
All right, appreciate that. I remember you now from yeah. It's just coming clear now. I remember you, Rose.
Okay. Fun times. Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me in here. Nice to meet everybody.
Word. Nice to meet you too. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
She's solid. She was fighting a good fight like freaking 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Yeah, she was all up in there. No, this was like 5 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2015.
I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna get some tea.
2000.
Wow, almost 7 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't even get started until like 2017 when I started getting on the Hangouts and stuff. I was just listening before that, but yeah. But now I'm hosting the live stream. Now I'm hosting this live stream right now. So
I know, that's amazing. I'm glad you're doing it.
yeah, I'm glad you found us here, and I meet a lot of people from back in the Hangouts days and stuff. So it's good stuff, man. I'm glad you're back.
Hangouts was fun.
It was fun, but it was freaking. It was the wild, wild west back then, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man, it was the trenches. This is nothing. This is like a playground date. Yeah.
Oh, goodness, man.
Definitely. Definitely.
Oh shit. Damn. I don't even know what to say. I remember you from back in the day, Rose. That's freaking crazy. I can't believe you found us. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember you fighting the good fight back in the day.
People said this channel was bad and you guys are awful. And I didn't even know who was running this channel. And I was like, oh, well, let me check it out for myself. You know what I mean? I'm not going to listen to anybody.
It's a collaboration.
I really like you guys.
All of this is an effort, collaborative effort between people that like. I do the YouTube channel, and then there's a collaborative effort when it comes to the Discord. I just host a YouTube channel and try to keep it alive for people to be able to talk to. Share the link everywhere. Sometimes people find it through live streams. Sometimes they find it on Reddit. Just like, hey, people, you know what? Globers shared all. I think the link is shared to more Globers than flat Earthers or whatever. It's like they share the link to this Discord on Reddit friggin' all the time. I found it on Reddit. Well, nobody's sharing that shit on Reddit. It's like they think they're gonna come in here and just gonna roast us. It's like, oh, they're flat. It's like, no. We got it set up here where you're not going to be able to, like clown us or troll us all day, especially since we're live streaming. We're not going to do that.
Yeah. Been there, done that, though. Like, you need to come with your A game. You can't just come in here with some bullshit. I mean, we've heard all the bullshit that's possible. Every little angle, every argument. I've heard it all.
Yep.
All of it.
When did you join, Rose? Like, when did
About
you
5.5 months ago. Oh, in here? This Discord? Yours?
Yeah.
Oh, about 3 months ago.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I remember you now. This is just hitting me because I remember you from back in the day. Shit, this is cool. I always thought you were cool.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, about 3 months ago. I never said anything, though. You guys are always talking a lot, so I just listen. I never said anything.
Hey, you know about Ladies' Night, which is already.
Yeah, I came in last last week's. Yeah.
Oh shit! See,
that was actually really good.
I remember you now. Pardon me for not whatever. It do what it do. I'm not always. Even though I do the live stream, it does mean I listen all the time. But anyway.
Oh yeah.
You can't.
When I first came in here, they labeled me globe skeptic, and I was like, no, but that's fine, and just left it.
I remember when you were arguing for the role. It's just like, no, I'm definitely flat. Remember you arguing for that? It's like, no, just switch yourself a little bit. I've been doing this for a long time. No, I remember you from back in the day. It's all good. All good.
All right.
So, in this room here, as far as the live stream, we, we'll sit here and talk shit all day to each other and speculate and talk about flat Earth and give the here's our standard Glober arguments, which you're familiar with, and all that kind of stuff. And we mostly kind of wait up. We wait around the server's popular, and the YouTube channel is sort of popular too. So a lot of people find the Discord server through YouTube and Twitter or Reddit. People just share it around, or even on Discord. It'll be like, hey man, let's all go talk to these flat earthers. They'll share our link, within Discord. Let's go talk to these flat earthers. You'll find somebody like they'll have like 4 people join, 4, 5, 6, 7 people join at a time. Take me to your leader. You know what I'm saying? So they'll come in and it's just like, well, you can't just jump in our Discord. You have to go to the VC check-in. You have access to the live stream room, but you don't have access to your microphone when you jump in. So, we have the VC check-in room to check you in, make sure you're cool to talk. Not that you're just going to scream the N-word, everybody or over everybody, or you're serious about the conversation. Right. It's kind of like tides, it just like rolls back and forth. So it's been.
Oh God!
Damn it,
I'm sorry. I am sorry. I thought that I was muted.
You. Are you lying? Are you lying about that right now? Or
no, I legit looked up and I was like, "Please be muted, please." Oh God.
Shit.
You're nasty.
Anyway, so oftentimes people will join and
my sincerest apologies, ma'am.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But anyway, new people will join when they jump in this room. They have access to the live stream voice text, but they're automatically muted. They won't be able to talk here.
That's good.
And so they have to be checked in. Now we can check them in here as long as there's not too many. We can check them in one by one, or they can go to VC check-in rooms. So it's already set up like that. But a lot of times we'll get a group of people who's like, hey man, let's go talk to these flat earthers. Boom, they'll jump in. And so
I think they're gonna try to mob people. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're used to being in their Discord, and have power. No.
Right.
And so that's just like, who's your captain? No, I don't say that. I mean, whoever speaks up first, just have the conversation. I'm not asking these captain because it's a cordial conversation. It's like
so they don't make it.
I just asked them questions. Hey, I unmuted your mic. You have access to your microphone. How did you find our Discord? Oh, so I was shared from another Discord and come in here. And and you just respond to what they said.
Right.
Yeah. And if they're, anyway, that's kind of.
I think you're doing a good thing.
Is that me, Cuddy? Probably. Started drinking earlier today because it's kind of slow at work. I took off.
Oh God.
What are you drinking on?
And vodka, whatever.
Vodka.
Hey, let me ask you though, am I fucking this chat up?
No.
Cool.
You're good.
Hey, and at any time, doesn't matter who you are, you can say, shut the fuck up, Helio.
Oh, you're good.
Radio silent.
I'm gonna mute.
All right.
Sure other people want to talk.
Yeah, thanks, Rose.
Yeah, thank you.
Stick around.
I will.
good to go.
Oh man. So, for any Christians who believe that alcohol is completely and utterly forbidden, then yeah, they need to read Scripture because it kind of tells you there's a time and place for it right here. It also warns not to let it, control you, so you can make good judgments and stuff too. But strong drinks for the dying, and wine is for people who are of heavy hearts. So there's a time and place for most everything. I am totally good on alcohol myself. That junk, I have gastroparesis, so it dehydrates me, and then it's like death for me.
Well, I posted something, but it's not an excuse at all.
Oh, you got it undone?
No, it broke. Well, unscrewed. I have to fix it. All right, guys. I think I gotta head out to the store for a minute, but I'll be back in a little while.
Peace, brother.
Peace out. Stay blessed.
See you back. Been watching this Showtime original show.
What's it called?
See, I'm waiting for someone to say, Helio, don't talk about your TV shows anymore. This is freaking weird. You watch too much Hollywood films. It's called.
That's how you learn.
It's
Some
called.
shit.
Let,
They have
it's
a lot
called
of stuff.
Let the Right One In.
Ooh, that sounds scary.
It's a vampire show.
Oh, okay, sounds scary.
But what it's about is about this guy, and he has a family, and he has a 12-year-old girl. She gets abducted by a vampire, but he pulls her. She gets bitten, but he saves her. But then she gets this disease, what they think is a disease at first, right? And then the only thing she can subsist on is blood, human blood. And anyway, it's a pretty good show. I mean, it's a Showtime original. But here's another one I was watching that that's even more significant. I just California Nightmare said I'd rather have you talk about beer. Now check. Here's another one that I was watching. Here's another one that I was watching. It's called 1899. It's a Netflix story, which kind of reminds me of The Matrix. If you haven't seen that one, now
Wait, are you talking about the boat, the ship?
Yeah, did you watch that one?
No, I wanted to see it. I was gonna watch it.
You have to watch it with subtitles because it's like 1899, and it's just like you have to keep subtitles on because people are talking different languages on the ship. I just finished that up, that series.
Worth it? Is it worth watching?
Yeah, yes, definitely. Okay. It kind of reminds me of The Matrix, and I think there's going to be a second season of that one. That's pretty good. I avoided watching it because I knew there was going to be like a lot of subtitles, and I don't like to read a lot of subtitles when I watch a movie. But it was really good. You should watch it.
Just looking at the preview, I wouldn't have thought of anything about Matrix, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's like The Matrix, but it sort of is. It's just like, yes, it's definitely like The Matrix. But anyway,
I like that.
But that's the only spoiler I'm going to give you.
Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna check it out. Just wasn't sure what it was gonna be about.
Yeah, I wasn't either. That's why it took me so long to actually check it out, and I checked it out this week, and I was like, oh, I see now. You know,
okay,
so it's got
all right.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
All right. They need better trailers then, because it's just a bunch of people standing in a boat.
That's why I didn't watch it. I was just like, there's too many people talking too many different languages, and you know, it's just like gonna be confusing the whole time. But yeah, you definitely have to have the subtitles on, but you'll see what's up, and at the season finale, you know, there's going to be a second season, and it's a stunner.
Good. All right, cool. I'm gonna check that out this weekend then.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me, because I was like so on the fence with that one.
Yeah, me too. I was for a long time until I watched it. You know, past couple days.
Got it. There's actually some really good-looking shows on Netflix right now.
Yeah.
It's like hit and miss sometimes. Sometimes there ain't shit on there, and then sometimes they just download a whole bunch of stuff. You're like, damn, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Yeah. I had to take a break from Hollywood shit. You know, when you do research and you find out.
Well, so there's a lot of people saying, I don't even have a TV in my house. And it's like, what the fuck are we going to talk about then?
Well, I turned cable off over 12 years ago. I turned my cable off. I'm not going to watch
internet.
You know, news and all that bullshit, mind control stuff. I don't want to watch that.
I don't watch the news. You know, when people talk to me about the news, I kind of get like this little weird feeling in my gut. Like, did you see Jesse Smollett didn't said like, what? You see, is doing, you went into Trump time, like, no. So they tell you truth in Hollywood, and they tell you false shit in the news.
Right. I mean, your local news, I can understand your local news. Yeah, fine, whatever. But
sure, if it's important, but they also reciprocate national news in the local news too. So you have to compare and contrast what you're watching. So I just choose to watch neither. But I still listen to it every once in a while, just to kind of like just to remind myself that it's complete bullshit.
Well, nowadays you can just go on YouTube and people have clips of the main stuff that is happening, like the Yee guy on Alex Jones. I didn't watch that, but somebody uploaded clips about it, and I was like, okay, that's what happened. I didn't even know.
Which one?
About the West guy wearing the mask on his face, talking about he loves Hitler.
Oh, Kanye.
Yeah,
yeah, that was such fun.
He was trolling the fuck out of
insane, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Why are you wearing a mask?
Shit I've seen in a while.
Yeah, he goes, I've been wearing a mask.
I'm Kanye West, but I want to actually appear with my face on Alex Jones. I'm gonna wear this fucking zip mask. What the entire fuck is your fucking problem?
Did you see Alex Jones's face?
Yeah, I watched the whole fucking thing. You
watched the whole thing? Oh, I didn't. I only watched clips.
Yeah, it's just, but it's dumb. It's just like, see, he's a character as far as. I mean, and so is Alex Jones.
Yeah,
but as far as from the learning curve of truth, if you want to call it truth, Alex Jones was an important part of my when I was younger, learning a lot of this. But it wasn't just Alex Jones. It's the guests that he had on his show, and that I would research I would find their websites and all that all the information.
Yeah, absolutely. But you like him personally is like he's a gatekeeper. They gave him street cred by saying that he went into the Bohemian Grove, but really he was invited in. That he didn't sneak in there. That's bullshit. I believed it though at first. But no. Mm-mm. And I don't even believe that that's the original Alex Jones anyways. But regardless of all that, whatever.
Yeah.
But I understand what you mean. You just research like the guests and what they're talking about, and you're like, oh, that sounds interesting. Let me look into that.
Like RBN. Did you ever listen to RBN, or Republic Broadcasting Network? Did you listen to any of those guys on RBN? I think they're still going now. Yeah.
I have. Yeah.
So there's a lot of information, a lot of guests that he had on his show that gave me another avenue of research. And so,
That's right. Absolutely. Yep. And that's how you're supposed to do it. Look into, not just listen to what Alex Jones is saying, but look into what the guests are saying. You know what I mean? Like, he shouldn't,
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then the Sandy Hook thing.
Well, it's not,
SH.
no on here, but what is
Yeah, sorry. SH. Yeah.
No, I got you.
I think that was when he went to court. I think that was just a big show, just like the Johnny Depp
Well, of course
and the
it is.
Herd.
Of course it is.
Just
Yeah,
Hollywood.
all of it is.
Yeah.
Now, for some reason, we can bring up the BM, not bowel movement.
Right, I know what you mean.
Boston Marathon. Anyway.
I thought you meant the other one.
I just said it. But anyway, it seems like that's not a big deal, but for some reason the SH is a big one. But
I think it's because the money that was
it's kids, but they actually they sang at the Super Bowl, but whatever. Don't say it.
No, I'm not gonna say anything.
Well, I just said it, but whatever. And there's a lot more involved, and other people have made videos. We don't have to do it here because that information is out there. Very comprehensive videos that will show you that it's what they said about it is completely not true. So.
Absolutely.
The BM, isn't that funny? The bowel movement.
I thought you meant Black Lives Matter, BM.
No, I was talking about the Boston Marathon.
Yeah.
I call it the BM. The bowel movement of conspiracy theories. I mean, not because it's not true, because it's true. It's so obviously true that it's the worst. It's the worst idea of creating, an event that is. It's like the Boston Marathon is the worst false flag, or not false flag. What do they call it?
Live action.
No, there's a word for it. False. Well, I mean, you'd call it staged, I guess. Because the bombs didn't explode where they had the same people with this fake blood everywhere. It was the worst staged event that they've ever tried to create, and
I think the obvious
process. It was so dumb.
The worst, I think the smoking gun was the guy that supposedly had his legs blown off, and he was in the wheelchair, and then that guy with the cowboy hat was pushing him.
Yeah, it was
and no blood, zero blood under the under his legs are supposed to be blown off, and you can see the whatever at the bottom of his legs, but there's absolutely no blood on the floor.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that video with David Weiss and PK Truth from Australia with John? What's his name? The guy from Caravan of Truth. No, Caravan of Truth. Caravan to Midnight. Did you see that? It was like a 3-hour video where David Weiss and PK Truth and John John B. Wells, that's who it was.
Yeah.
Did you see that video? Well, they
on the BM.
They deleted that shit from YouTube, but I think I have the video saved. Let's see it. If you haven't seen it, I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it. You know, I'm talking about John B. Wells. Yeah, he took over after Art Bell on what was it? Like the over midnight show. I can't find.
Yeah, you said Caravan of Midnight.
Well, Caravan to Midnight was a show he put out after he hosted, where he took over Art Bell for the show that he used to host from like 12 to 3 or whatever. He hosted.
You're talking about Art Bell show, yeah.
Yeah, Art Bell. He took over after Art Bell, and then he created his own show, Caravan to Midnight. But he had David Wise and PK Truth on there talking about the Boston Marathon bombing, and they went through different details. I got that video saved somewhere.
Yeah, no, I'll listen to it. They also have the Gaia thing that they're doing now too.
The guy.
Gaia.
Oh.
Where they have the guests come on. Yeah, it's kind of like an offshoot with from the shows that you're talking about, and they have the guests on YouTube, and it's called Gaia. They're all a bunch of Luciferians, but they have guests come on and talk about really interesting subjects.
John B. Wells left. He used to step in for Art Bell when he was doing his shows. I can't remember the original name of the show, but then John jumped off and made his own thing called Caravan to Midnight. Is there?
All right, I watched that. Yeah, I watched them.
So are we talking about the same thing?
No, there's another show from that show too, and it's called Gaia, the Gaia Network or something like that, and it's on YouTube.
I think I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
But is John B. Wells associated with that, or is it someone that?
No, the other guy that used to be on the radio show.
Art Bell?
No, not Art Bell. Another guy from that show, and he interviews people.
Oh,
I don't want to be confusing. I couldn't look it up.
Talk about David Wise.
Let me see.
No. I've heard of the Gaia Network, but I don't know. David Wise isn't part of it, or neither is PK. Either way, but that video that David Wise and PK Truth did with John B. Wells, it's like 3-hour video. If you come out after watching that video thinking that the Boston Marathon bombing came out the way the mainstream news said it did, you're just a believer in the mainstream news.
There's a lot of mistakes made in that. Too many obvious ones. It wasn't even that difficult to tear that one apart at all.
That's what I tell a lot of my family and friends. It's like Boston Marathon bombing. Oh, that was horrible, wasn't it? It was so bad. It's like, bro, when you break it down, look at this. They won't look at it, you know. But it's just like you should. I mean, even if you disagree with me or you disagree with Dave and PK or even John B. Wells, just look at it and see, you know.
Just look at the photographs. You just have to look at the photos.
It's just silly. It's silly.
It is very silly.
It's a staged event. It's not even. It's so dumb.
100%. There's no doubt about that one. It was too easy. Usually I like it when it takes me a little bit of time to look into it and I have to like dig and go, okay, what's really going on? Oh, well, what about this person? I have to dig into them and then look into the city and look into the building and where did they live and stuff like that. I like doing that. That one was just cut and dry. It was just,
just so happened the last night I was eating dinner with my mom, and for some reason, the reason is because there was I was eating at a restaurant with her and she was watching television, but somehow, I mean, she's talking about she's been watching news and this trans fucking basketball player that they traded some Russian guy to get this basketball player black, and she was like, wouldn't you just trade an American soldier instead of the basketball player? It's like, all right, well, for one thing, that basketball player is not a man, or not a woman, it is a man, but anyway, she's like, well, I know, well, I kind of know, but she identifies as a woman. She's so confused, I mean, she's in her late 60s. And I'm like, Mom, anyway. And where was I going with that?
Not to go into too much detail.
It's going into how easily you can be manipulated by the news. So, go ahead. I'll think of what I was going to say. Compared to, because she's watching the news while we're eating dinner, and I'm just like, I don't pay attention to the news. I don't give a fuck about this freaking man/woman basketball player that was extradited from, or that bitch. She tried to bring weed into Egypt, and not Egypt, Russia, and it was illegal there. That's, I mean, it's just like she's guilty.
Yeah.
But, hey, I can tell you some other ones to look out for. Did you ever see the videos on Christchurch, New Zealand?
Say it again. Christchurch.
Christchurch.
Oh, Christchurch. Oh, yeah. I looked into them.
Yeah, well, hold on. That's kind of a no-no. That one is too recent. We can talk about older shit.
I know.
Yeah, that one's pretty controversial. But I'm just saying, for the live stream sake and everything, for the sake of the discourse. Yeah.
And as far as I just want to get this out of the way too, the whole J6 thing. I've actually got a lot of video on that, and that's all I'm going to say on that.
Nice.
Yeah,
like I've downloaded all the videos. So.
It's just like we could talk about 9/11 for hours and nobody would give a shit. But,
I know,
but it's just like some of the more recent stuff, even with Boston Marathon. People are. I mean, that's still a little like on the border. But if since Sandy Hook is kind of like a recent thing, that's a kind of a no-no. But dude, I got hours and hours of shit to talk about that, but I don't talk about it for the sake of the live stream.
With all of those, like, what it makes me question? The Columbine. Like,
you said Columbine?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it makes me want to find footage on that, but nobody's talking about that. So.
Sure, but I don't have as much evidence on Columbine as I do with some of the other ones. But yeah, it's another one in question. Yeah.
Hillary Clinton was involved in that. She was there. And like there's mind control, and then there's willing mind controls. Like they know that they're part of.
She was the third gunman.
No. She was there probably doing a weird witchcraft shit. No, I think she was doing like witchcraft type stuff and like probably trying to get, I don't know, just weird stuff. I don't know, but she was there, not the day of the shooting, but the next day she came there. Not the, I don't know. Even Clinton said that she was a witch. She's part of the Eastern Star. She's even worse than that, of course. But whenever she goes anywhere, like something like that, I just get really sus. And then if you look into the guys and what they were a part of, it was a mind control program, but they were willing participants. That's what I found. Like they were willing to do it.
Well, because they thought that they would be accepted.
Hey, Rose, I grew up in Arkansas, so have you ever seen the Clinton Chronicles? Have you ever seen that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You seen their hit list, too?
You should. There's a Wendigoon. Wendigoon did a long video on this entire subject, and it's a really good video.
Wendigo?
Wendigoon. Wendigoon. He's a YouTuber.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wendigo.
He does.
Okay,
he does like esoteric, cryptic stuff, but he does like some video games. He does like Sunday school also.
Oh, he's done everything.
Yeah, he does everything. So he's
That's awesome.
He's right up my alley for like the kind of like YouTuber I like.
Yeah, that sounds good. I like that too. All right, Wendigo. What was that?
Wendigoon.
Name? Send a link.
Sorry. I'm saying it 3 times wrong. Wendigoon. Got it.
Yeah. if you just search him, Helio, you'll find him. Wendigoon.
All right, Wendigo.
Right now.
Like it sounds.
Like Wendigo, but O-N on the end of it. Wendigoon.
Got it. Oh, he even does Mandela catalog. I like that. I got some Mandela shit on my. I've been doing that.
He does cryptid stuff, esoteric stuff, magic stuff, Christianity. He does deep dives, like all different theories. Yeah, he's a huge YouTuber.
2.7 million subscribers.
I see.
Yeah, he goes deep into Waco, and he shows how like the government lied about. Waco
That's the other one that I was talking to my mom about yesterday. It was Waco.
Oh,
yeah. It's just like it just came.
Did you just call it Baco?
No, I said Waco. God
oh, I thought you said Baco. Like that's some dark humor.
Well, it's just like when she's watching the mainstream news in this restaurant, or she's like, "How about this? Oh, do you see this trans freaking basketball player was traded for a Russian soldier?" And he was like, "I would be really mad."
Actually, the guy wasn't Russian. The guy's American.
I know. It's.
Did you ever see the movie Lord of War?
Yeah, a long time ago. I don't remember the whole thing. That was Nicolas Cage was in there, right?
That's him. That's the guy.
Oh, okay. Maybe need to watch it again.
Yeah, that's the guy they traded for. So the largest arms dealer, nicknamed the Merchant of Death, the largest private arms dealer, I think in history, for a WNBA player.
Great not even
trade.
Not even a female. Not even a female. What is this world coming to me?
It's intentional. You don't really think they believe.
No, I know that.
They did that to rile people up, and it's intentional because the entire trans agenda is not to create a trans people. It's to create a social cataclysm. That's all it's there for. It's not meant to be permanent. It's not what the coming world. It's just to create a cataclysm,
dude. And the more these social distractions are even becoming shorter. Like it was Ukraine, like what 6 months ago, and now it's. I mean, it's not even. It's so fast. It's becoming shorter and shorter between times when they.
Ukraine. That's not even a real country. That's like if I said Belgium. It's just not a real place.
Well, it might as well be France, right?
Yeah, Belgium. I mean, the Ukraine is no different. It's just a puppet state that was created by the United States after the fall of the Soviet Union, and then it was selling, illegal weapons to Iraq and Iran and everyone else, and then when NATO.
Money laundering.
Yeah, it's just a big giant money laundering scam.
It's like North Korea.
Yeah. And I'm so glad that 40 billion. I'm so glad that 40 billion of my dollars, and then another $4 billion went to it recently. So happy, I could have helped all the corrupt, worthless people.
And watch how much that disappears throughout. Oh, after we get through into 2023, like how much Ukraine,
how much of it
matters
disappears
anymore. Yeah,
3 months after they sent 40 billion, they had to send 4 billion more. It disappeared the moment the check was written.
But they're still going to be like Russia's the devil idea the entire time. For the elections, purposes. It's like, who's friends with Russia? It was just like, well, I think we should be friends with Russia. Yeah, I was going to say, I think we should be friends with Russia for their economy because they're
I think we should build a bridge. I think we should build a bridge between Alaska and Russia. 66 miles. Come on. And we should just start trucking trade between the two.
What are you talking about across Alaska?
From Alaska to Russia. They're only 66 miles apart.
Bridge.
The Bering
I think the bridge should have been built a long time ago. Yeah, but anyway, it's just it's all political instead of like reality. Whatever.
Is it political? Because it's not. Poly is like the voice of the many. I don't think it's the voice of the many. I don't think it's political.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. I mean, to the infrastructure to travel across the Bering Strait, into Russia and the means to like build train tracks and shit across northern Siberia and shit. I mean, it's good. That's a lot of infrastructure.
They've already got a Siberian railway.
They do, but I mean, as far as like the international trade, if we were all kind of like together with that would be a difficult.
I think it would be such a large money-making projection that it would happen 10 times faster the moment private industry got a hold of it.
Yeah, if everyone didn't think that Russia was our enemy.
Oh, I
which they're not. Which they're not.
They're not. Nobody is my enemy, for one. Russia should be our friend. Everybody should be our friend. We shouldn't be at war with anybody. Everyone should be our friend so that we can trade with everyone.
Just like when Putin was when freaking Trump was president. I mean, he shook hands with Putin, and it wasn't. And now now that Biden's president, now we have Ukraine. I was like, hey, I'm going to kick their ass. No, you ain't.
Hey, the best way to defeat like the socialist and communist regimes in the world is free trade. That's what defeats them.
That's right. That's right.
And so I wouldn't care if we were friends with North Korea or China or anybody. I think we should be friends with everybody.
And hey, as far as America goes, we're more socialist, and so is Russia.
Actually, you could argue the United States right now is more socialist than the Soviet Union was at the end of the Soviet Union.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's socialist now, so why can't we have free trade amongst socialist nations? And it's I mean, why war?
Why not?
Let's embrace our cultures.
But that's just another part of the stage, though. They said a long time ago that Putin was a CIA asset. This is just all part of the game as well. We need a boogeyman on the stage.
You mean he was KGB or CIA asset? Yeah, he was. Yeah.
He was FSB.
Yeah, but as far as all that goes with the Iraq shit, Saddam Hussein was kind of the same thing. These leaders don't come to power without being involved in the intelligence community.
Hey, that's why I believe in monarchism.
Yep.
Because the man who was born into power has no ambition for power.
Well, it's just like in America, everybody's like, "Well, Putin's the enemy." Like, no, he's not. He's actually. I think he actually cares for Russia.
He probably does. I do. I think he does.
I think he does too. So, as opposed to like Stalin, he freaking killed millions of his own people.
But hey,
according to the records or whatever.
If you read the Republic, Plato's Republic, you'll find that the only purpose of democracy, it's not to give the people a choice. Democracy is a weapon to use against the people. Because most people are what he would have called bronze souls. They're the dumb, ignorant leeches, the masses. And they don't belong running anything. They can barely run their own lives. And they certainly don't belong running and, creating power. The purpose of democracy is so that the masses will get together and elect dictators.
Yeah, but it's a double-edged sword, when it comes to
I think it's a single-edged sword. I think democracy is bad. Full stop.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But they're not elected. They're selected.
Talking about double-edged being in republic versus democracy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, you can say they're selected, but I mean, honestly, the vast majority of people are so stupid. They are the ones still voting for them. You look at the cabinet members. You look at the House. You look at the Senate. You look at the local elections. You look at all this stuff, and you're going to find that most people are voting for bad people, not because the bad people are selected, but because the system exists in which those kind of ambitious bad people are selected. They don't have to do the selection because the people are just as wicked as them.
Hey, but check this out. In Russia,
voting is to show how many people are still mind controlled. When you vote, they see how many players are still in the game, how many people are still part of the system. You're still believing the system. Sorry,
people in Russia like Putin. So
they do. They love him. They love him.
And to be honest, I like Putin better than Biden or Trump. So I like what Putin's doing. He said so much stuff. I've seen some videos of Putin that really, I like what he's saying. I don't like necessarily. I don't want a democratic or a socialist system like they have over there. But the people love Putin.
I believe they actually have a functioning republic, is what they have.
Yeah, it's kind of and
it's a confederation. It's a confederation, but it's run as a republic. So Putin essentially rules as royalty, which I think that's the best kind of. As long as you have a republic or a constitutional-based system, you can have a monarch, and I'm 100% fine with that.
And check this out. Every single 4 years that we're supposed to elect a president here in America, they say, what are you going to do with our democracy? Well, I thought America was a republic too, right?
The democratic part of it was always reduced down to the people who had stakes in the game, which is how it should be. I do believe that there should be some level of elections, but it should only be people who are landowners, business owners, who have stable families, people who qualify to make decisions, because most people don't qualify to make decisions. They don't.
Yeah, because if you have a pure democracy, then it's 50-50. So ignorant people can vote for their
there should be
the most.
Not only intelligence testing, cognitive testing, how much you have invested in the state. That should be what makes you able to vote. And if you are an employee of the state, you should not have a vote at all.
Yeah.
Until your employment is terminated. Because then you'll always vote for things that empower the state if you're a state employee voting.
And it doesn't matter, whether you're a man or a woman. It's about your intelligence and influence and participation, understanding of how politics works and how you're influenced. It's like everyone should have a vote.
Cried
not necessarily.
Cries the 91 Cries the sub 91 IQ. Yeah, everyone should have a vote.
Everyone should have a vote. Even if I'm like dirt, this is like
the guy living in a box who cannot organize a single thing in his life. Yeah, he should have a vote. Yeah.
I mean, look what happened in the last election. Who's our president now? Guy that can't even fucking mash two sentences together.
Wow, there's an argument for that election anyway.
Yeah, but that's not about that. Let's just judge by what his public statements.
The truth is, let's all the let's just say anomalies of that election cycle aside, nobody rose up, nobody did anything about it. So in a sense, they did elect him.
Yeah, they asked him for it. They were asking for it. Well, they asked for Trump, the same way, which is that caused division. That's what the purpose was with the election of Trump. So neither of those guys were presidential quality. They shouldn't have been there. It's
Trump
all
said
about.
Stuff. This is interesting, though, because Trump said stuff that anywhere from 1776 to 1980 would not be considered bad. It would be considered normal.
Yeah, but it was a trigger for a lot of people. So it's like, should it be a trigger? Because it caused a lot of division on purpose.
Was it on purpose?
Yes.
Do we know that?
Well, I think it was.
Okay. Because you know my thoughts on all this. I actually think. Yeah,
I think it was on purpose.
I tend to think that the elite are not godlike and don't have as much power as they pretend to.
So you think Trump was individual, even though he's part of the elite, he said shit that they didn't want him to say.
Well, when we say elite, how is he part of the elite? He's a construction magnate, right?
Well, he was bailed out for his casino in Las Vegas by the Rothschild lawyer. So
there's a lot more shit going on than his other casinos and shit.
I know, but that's what lawyers do, and high-priced lawyers go around to everybody.
Not Rothschild. The Rothschild lawyers aren't helping out everybody. No,
they're helping out people with the money. They're helping out the people with the money.
Yeah, and you don't get that type of money unless you're part of the system. He swims in the swamp. He's not going to drain the swamp he swims in.
So my mom knows a billionaire. He became a billionaire overnight because he was farming on his land and some oil men came up to him. And he was a billionaire overnight because they convinced him to lease out his land for natural gas. He leased it out. So, I mean, it's not as cut and dry. There's a lot of nuance in human activity and the way things work. And a lot of people, they make some app and then they sell it and they make, $300 million overnight. So, I mean, I don't like to engage in the whole if you're rich, because billionaire is the new millionaire. Like back in the 50s, a millionaire, you were set for, that was almost generational wealth. Billionaire is the new millionaire because when someone is in the trillions of dollars or the hundreds of billions of dollars, then I'll say they're part of something. Because that's like your arms dealers. And
I'm talking about old money, though. I'm not talking about.
Are you talking about nuances?
And all the wars and stuff. Old money.
Yeah, but the problem is
wondering if you're talking about nuances, or are you talking about like the Trump family? This is kind of strange. Because he said
me,
something.
I don't see people as. I guess I just don't see them as like families or factions or anything like that. I really do think people are making mostly individual choices. I used to think a lot differently.
Ultimately, I think, I won't say Trump's a good guy or whatever.
neither will I.
I've enjoyed, the whole, President Trump thing. I thought it's pure. I won't say it's pure comedy. It just totally took the piss out of the liberals the entire time, and they're enraged right now because he's probably going to win again, and that went right there will get my goat, because that would be a badass.
Yeah, because
who's he gonna run against, without winning? I mean, because all the politics is just really nonsense to me. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I mean, like I was saying though, like I used to have a thing like, the Illuminati, all this stuff, and I just don't really have that anymore. I don't believe it anymore.
Well, I mean, as far as the Illuminati and their power and who the influences and stuff,
Just because you don't believe it's true doesn't mean it's not true. And these families are very powerful.
No, true. I mean, there are powerful groups, but
it makes difference in local communities and stuff. But with Trump, it probably does, but I don't think he gives a fuck. But maybe he does. I don't even know the man, but if he's gonna win this next election, it's gonna be very interesting. So it's gonna be it's gonna be like Cartoonville, and see what the hell happens to all the liberals when they lose their shit.
Yeah, but my whole point is it's not like an either or issue. It's like we have this a lot of times in the truth community, you get the all or nothing fallacy, which we've been talking about for like 3 days. Because like people will say it's all or nothing. They're either part of the elite or they're not. And I see these people mostly as individuals. And the elite are just like us. They are exactly like us. And all you have to do is go down to the local jail and find the most wicked criminals that you're going to find. Pedophiles, abusers. And they are the exact same.
They'll be like, I told you so. Nah, 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 nah.
So, I mean, humans are humans. And the reason that we go to war is not because of the elite. It's because we're human. And it's what we do.
I disagree. I don't think they're nothing like us. And I don't think they're even human. But that's my opinion. I totally disagree.
I mean, if someone can get me like some like DNA testing and stuff, that'd be
just
fine.
look at Rothschild's head. Look at his cranium. He has the elongated cranium and stuff. Like they're not like us. They're not. This is a whole different breed.
Did you ever read The Rise of the House of Rothschild?
Yeah, I've looked all into them. I've studied their whole bloodline.
Well, I mean, I've got the book. It's the book that takes all the letters and stuff, and even the letters between Napoleon and his generals.
Yeah.
Nathan Rothschild started from nothing.
Supposedly.
He started from nothing. It really looks like
they took advantage of the war. They started the wars, had everybody sell their stuff, bought it
they
all,
didn't start them.
sent all their sons, one to France, one here, one there, and pretty much monopolized.
Not the people, the elites sold their stuff to support the war.
So they started the war, they funded the war, because from what I understand and everything I've read is they funded both sides of wars.
They did, yeah. Pawns in the game. You ever read that book too? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that's a human thing to do. They saw a place to make money, and they did it.
I mean, we all have our opinion. I just say I tend to disagree. I think they're nothing like us. That's all.
The people didn't elect
they
to
actually
support
materially
the war.
can't be like another species. They have to be human. Right?
Well, they claim to be of the bloodline of Lucifer, of Cain, from the bloodline of Cain, which they claim is Lucifer. I mean, this is what they believe. I'm not saying I agree with that part, but they claim to not be like us. They claim that. That's not even me saying that. That's them saying that.
Well, you know the book The Bloodlines of the Illuminati, right?
Right. From Fritz Springmeier.
Yeah, Fritz Springmeier. Do you know who spreads that book out and posts it on their website and hosts a high quality PDF version of it?
CIA.
Probably them.
It's
I
the
already know
CIA.
that.
The
Yeah,
CIA.
I don't.
You can go onto the CIA's
I
website.
didn't mention that book though. I didn't mention that book.
I know.
CIA and Tex
read it,
Mars.
But there's
CIA and
Tex Mars, who was also Army intelligence and who was also probably a CIA asset.
Yeah, and he married Alex Jones and his wife. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
no,
like, my
I've
whole thing
looked into
is,
these people. Yeah,
that's the
go
thing.
ahead.
I don't look at these people and see, oh, they know everything. They don't.
I'm not saying they know everything. They claim to not be like us. They claim that. You know what I mean? They say that.
Okay. I have never actually seen
Whether
a quote
it's
of a
true or not.
Rothschild. I've never seen a quote, an actual quote of a Rothschild saying they're from the bloodline of Cain.
There's a lot of. I'm not saying Rothschilds.
The only people that claim to be the bloodline of Cain is the Jews. So,
Well, I'll even give you another one. Some people believe that the Roman Catholic Church discovered the bloodline of Cain, and that's who's running the Roman Catholic Church now. That's why they legally are absolving all of these people and allowing them to do all the things that they do, because they're part of the remaining firstborn. Cain still has his Earth right.
So your chance of being molested as a Catholic, hold on, Helio, was 0.1%. Your chance of being molested in public school was 28%.
I know what you're saying.
So there's a lot worse people there's a lot worse people. The Catholic Church. I'm not a Catholic, and I don't particularly agree with everything the Catholics
I was
say.
raised Catholic, by the way, but
they
I've never experienced anything bad.
They have done a lot of good work. A lot of good work throughout the centuries.
The Catholic people are just misinformed. They worship idols.
Sure, yeah, it's solid. Like I said, I grew up my entire life until I was an adult. I experienced the Catholic Church. I had a lot of fun, good stuff. I understood spiritualism. Go ahead. Never had a priest abuse me or anything like that.
It's the Jesuits that run the Catholic Church, the black Jesuits, right? You know, the white Jesuits, the Pope is the head, the puppet head, right, and all that. They are not good people, period, point blank. They have billions of followers. They're the New World Order's religion.
Are they?
It's not good. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not saying the people aren't good. They're just misinformed. They don't read their Bible. It says, do not worship idols. You go into a Catholic church, it's full of idols. They say, don't call another man father. They call them father. They say the only way to God is through Jesus Christ.
It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. It goes through different cycles, and it's way deeper than as far as the moving through Black Pope and all that kind of. It's way deeper than that.
I have been reading a lot about the Catholic Church for the past 24 years because I've been into this for 24 years. I'm 41. I got into this in 99, into all this stuff. So I've been reading about this, been hearing about it for a very long time. And the longer time goes by, the less I actually see it.
Okay, I've been doing this for almost over 19 years. That doesn't even matter.
No.
I still haven't changed my mind.
I was still on a thought, though. So I keep a lot of the things that were presented as evidence. I start digging into it, and the evidence kind of goes into these vague tributaries that kind of disappear. And I don't have any. Especially when I got about 7 years ago into rigid scientific analysis, you have to have facts. And I don't see actual, tangible, hard evidence of a lot of these claims.
Then you need to look harder because it's all there. I found it. I don't know why you haven't.
Well, I think you both have found it. I don't know why you're disagreeing with him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason I'm not Catholic, and it's because I don't believe what they believe.
Okay, I'm just gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
No, I mean, you don't. I mean, we can have a discussion. I don't mind.
No, sure. I mean, we can talk about Catholic. So you are Catholic, which means universal.
I'm not any part of.
I'm talking to her. I'm talking to her.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a part of any religion. I was, as a child, my grandma put me in Catholic school because she didn't know better. But yeah.
The school of religion is universal. You know, when what Meme is talking about is, I mean, he understands the Catholic idea, and so do I. I've been through this for several years now as well. So nobody's trying to give anyone a gotcha here. We're all trying to understand this, you know, at a general level, so that we can show each other where we are. You know.
No, it just seemed like he was saying there's no families that are running anything. There's nobody that's
not what he was saying at all. Come on.
Oh, that's what it sounded like.
No,
it sounds like that. It sounds like that because I don't engage in what's called the black and white fallacy or the all or nothing fallacy.
No, you don't have to, but you do acknowledge that there is these things happening.
I see more coming from. I see more coming from think tanks and non-governmental organizations.
There's that happening as well.
What do you think?
That's happening as well.
Hold on, please let Meme and her go across it for a little bit. Please, if you
like, all I need is some like hard evidence, and that would do it for me. Like actual, like real hard evidence, not like somebody said something in the 17th century and that represents everything.
I say just look around you. The evidence is around you. Look at the human condition. It's shit. Look up in the sky. You're getting chemtrails like roaches. Who's in control of that?
I don't believe in chemtrails either, though.
Well, I see them and I have pictures of them with my own eyes, and they're spraying us like roaches, and that's facts. So who's doing that?
You see them.
Who's saying that it's okay? Yeah.
Hold on. You see them
in my sky.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are they? When you see them, do your eyes tell you what they are?
I know what they are.
But do your eyes tell you that? Do your eyes do a chemical analysis of it?
Yeah, because I see it spray, and then I see it start dripping, and then it starts spreading. It was a beautiful blue day. Beautiful day. Then they start doing tic-tac-toe in the sky, and now there's a milky overcast.
Pay attention to what he asked you.
I know, but what I'm asking you is what... I agree something's going on in the sky.
Normal.
What is it, though?
No, he said, can you do a chemical analysis by what you observe from the ground about
obviously
what this
not.
Yes, of course you can. I've seen some weird anomalies locally in the sky that they're like fucking 10,000 feet above. That's not a freaking commercial air flight. I've seen all kinds of weird shit. And when I was in Little Rock, I've seen all kinds of weird shit happen in the sky.
Why would the elite poison themselves?
Who says that they're being poisoned, though? How do you know that they're like I said?
So since you see weird shit happening in the sky, is it because we're being sprayed? Go ahead.
What it is when you see something sprayed in the sky, you could be confirming a pre-existing bias. Do you know who put out the first chemtrail paper? Who released it? That was another one.
It's still happening, though. I'm seeing it in the sky.
But
whatever the paper is doesn't matter. I can see it with my own eyes. Tic-tac-toe.
You can't see the poison.
I can see it dripping from the sky, coming down and spreading out. And now, what was a beautiful blue day?
You see a cloud, right? You see a cloud, an unnatural cloud. It's an unnatural.
It's not a cloud. No, there's no clouds. It's stripes. It's
an unnatural cloud that's formed.
Well, you said it's dripping.
It's dripping.
That's weird.
Dripping. You could see them, spray them, like going, making all these lines in the sky. I got tons of pictures. I got thousands of pictures. Okay,
dude, I see it almost every day here where I live, but I don't see it dripping.
I've seen the same thing. I've seen the same thing.
It comes down. It drips down. Yeah.
Can you get a chemical analysis of it?
I can look at it and know that I don't want to breathe that, and I didn't ask for someone to spray above my head. And
can't help but breathe it, so it's there.
The point.
People are saying too. people are saying too that it affects human behavior. We even had, I'm just going to use this as a point, a reference point, that Prince was on an interview and he was talking about chemtrails. And then he was saying that he noticed that the people in his neighborhood, whenever they sprayed, all of a sudden there would be tons of fighting and violence in the neighborhood when they sprayed. He linked
he's
those two
from
together.
Michigan. He's from Michigan, isn't he, Prince?
Minnesota? I don't know.
Yeah, Minneapolis. My bad. Yeah, he's from Minneapolis.
Yeah, and he was linking violence and stuff to the chemtrails, and I'm saying that this is not normal, and I don't care what the CIA says in their documents.
No, we all know that. We all know that.
Yeah. I think you're missing my point.
Maybe.
Okay. What point do you think I'm trying to make?
That you're trying to say they're not real?
I didn't say they're not real.
Okay, good.
Okay, see, this is all or nothing. All or nothing. Let's not do all or nothing. Something's going on. I agree. I agree with you that something is going on.
Good.
But the truth, the absolute truth is you don't know what it is.
I know whatever it is, it's not good. Or how could it be good?
Okay, you can know something's going on without knowing exactly what it is, right? So we don't have to engage, right? We don't have to engage in all or nothing, right?
It's not about that. I'm saying that obviously, what good is that when it's a beautiful day? Now you just made it milky white with overcast, dripping, and I guess if you take Prince's word, people arguing and violence.
All right, so what good is it if you spend 2 hours arguing with ignorant people that call you a dumbass for you saying, well, this chemtrail is going across the sky, and they say, well, it's just a contrail because airplanes do that, don't they?
I would posit something in that the way that jets operate, especially the turbofan jets, is completely proprietary. And you don't know if there is some effect that they have on crystallization in the atmosphere that may be causing something.
Yeah, but that's not this.
That's actually exactly what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, but how would you argue that?
No, that's not what I said. No.
Yeah, go ahead. Brother.
What it is I'm talking from the 1970s on, when they got these new engines, like the Pratt & Whitney, that are completely proprietary. We don't know exactly how they work, right? We know the concept of a jet engine, but if these things have some kind of alternative fuel system that we don't know about, how do we know there's not some other effect that from the ground down, we can't recognize it as anything else?
But isn't that kind of like the same justification for something as saying, yeah, when you look at the sky, what do you see, what observe, blah, blah, blah.
You are absolutely right, and that's why I'm doing it. Because when we're in the, we're just in the realm of explanations for something none of us actually understand.
So what we do know is that there are patterns regarding geoengineering, and that geoengineering in itself has even a Wikipedia site, and it's an official narrative that geoengineering exists, which means weather manipulation exists, which means whatever they're doing, it doesn't matter at the end. We know that they're changing the weather by whatever they prefer. So how they do it, I don't care.
But the original claim about the trails themselves aren't about changing weather. It's just about the length of the trails. And we're talking about how it's caused by a jet airplane.
And what if, do y'all believe anything that the CIA says also? Would you think that the CIA would put stuff out just to manipulate and misdirect people?
I would.
Okay. I think the original geoengineering document comes straight from the CIA.
I think they do the truth hidden in plain sight.
I don't believe. I mean that, but that's unfalsifiable, isn't it?
I think that's part of the spell.
Oh God.
Well, I mean that too is unfalsifiable. Because
just give us a direct.
The direct answer is we don't. The direct answer is we don't know and can't engage in all or nothing.
That's true, but so let me ask you this: we know water dissipates in the sky; it doesn't linger around for that long.
Do we?
I'll tell you what. Where I live,
hold
on. Go ahead.
Hold on. Do we know that for sure? Because atmospheric science is young. Atmospheric science is young. Do we know everything yet?
We know it is young.
Atmospheric science? What the fuck is that?
You can have atmospheric
We know
science.
it is young. It's young to us.
So you're saying the elites have something that we don't?
I think they know a lot about what happened before the flood.
Here's a question. How come it took us 400 years to develop the airplane? If they know everything.
That's when they wanted to put it out.
That's when they wanted to put it out. Yeah, but you can actually look at the evolution of thought from 400 years ago to the Wright brothers and the failures and the tries and the tries and the tries. You can see it as a historical record and fact of people trying, failing, and finally imitating a duck's wing. So the elite didn't do it.
Because they can't.
Yeah, because the elite the elite want you to think they have that knowledge. They want you to think they have that power. Because then you concede yours. That's the spell. The spell is a complete illusion that the elite are powerful, that the elite have control. They don't have any control.
Chick, when I'm with you.
Trust me, life is a lot more pleasant, especially when you're in the conspiracy world, when you stop thinking they have any power.
It's so much more comfortable, isn't it, Meme?
Uplifting, I would say.
Uplifting and comfortable, just like you're just floating above bullshit.
Well, yeah. We'll see when everybody's tagged and you can't buy or sell anything. We'll see.
I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Tags have nothing to do with it. It's about simple knowledge and knowing. It has nothing to do with that.
A lot of the stuff that came out since the era of like Hal Lindsey up to Bill Cooper and then to Alex Jones is fear porn. And it is what has driven a lot of the narratives that a lot of us still hold on to, with the elites being all powerful, all knowing, omniscient, able to tag and bag every single thing, track and trace all your movements down to the road.
They're not all knowing. They just own everything.
What?
And do you know shit?
Do you know how many screw ups that Army intelligence goes through all the time, and failures? The NSA could not find shoes in a shoebox.
Dude, I think U.S. Army intelligence is in a fear porn state the entire time. Or they compromise with where either they're in an aggressive state where they have to, especially in America,
they're a sword.
They have to make an enemy to defend. Yeah, go ahead.
The Army is set up to kill and break things, and so that's the paradigm through which it looks at everything. Where's the enemy? We shall detect the enemy. I got to point out too. Do you know how many wrong addresses that the FBI and SWAT and everybody has gotten and raided the wrong home or raided the wrong farm or raided somebody who changed their address like 4 years ago?
Yeah, you don't have to. People have seen it, and they think, "Oh, it was just an accident," but they're really trying to protect us.
And well, see, the thing is, these are all
busy work. That's just the means to spend our money, our taxpaying money.
I know. Listen, I'm talking about these raids. There's so many raids on wrong addresses. It's ridiculous. And like there's class action lawsuits and stuff. It's not
Have
just
you
busy
seen
money.
those ones where they're like, please don't shoot my dog. Please don't shoot my dog.
Hold on, Julio. It's actual human incompetence. All of these, because of the Joint Task Force, all of these agencies share all their data. And all of these agencies together cannot get a crackhead's right address. But I'm supposed to think that they're the new world order.
It's a peon. You're talking about a peon when you're talking about a crackhead.
All of us are peons.
It's busy work. It's
all
busy
of us
work.
are peons. All of us.
I've been in the military. I know what it's.
Dude,
it
started back in the 80s with this war on drugs, or it started in the 70s.
That's when the JTF.
Anyway, it started with fucking all the war on drugs and shit. And it started a long time ago, 40 years ago.
It started in the 60s with Air America. It started before that.
Yeah, it started with, well, it started even before that. Dude, America was never a good country in the first place.
Well,
but I mean, it might as well be what it is. But
as far as humans go, it's the best you're going to get because that's what we do.
Yeah, it might as well be what we do. But it's like, dude, I mean, it's just like. As far as America goes, it's the best of Europe, like from, in North America, northern part of America, it's England and Spain, and then when you move south, it gets to France, and then west, it's just like a shit show, anyway. It's like, the eastern, it's the Western Europe countries.
Well, I got a good example. I got a good example here. All right. So they say the elite have life extension technology, right? That's what I've been hearing. I've been hearing it for 20 years.
I think it's more along the lines of like Aeon Flux. You ever seen Aeon Flux?
Yeah, I like that. I like that one. I like that one. Yeah.
I think they're cloning themselves and raising themselves.
Yeah, but at the same time, either way.
I'm gonna. That's
sort of a discount.
I know that's white out there, but that's something that I'm taking a leap on.
No, that's cool. I mean, that shit came out in the '80s when A&M Flux came out. Anyway, I like it though. I like it. I
think they found books from pre-flood about genetic manipulation. I think they've been working on that for a long time.
Yeah, it's so good.
I'll tell you what I think the conspiracy is that they don't have a plan and that they don't know what's going on.
So with the elite and what they're doing to
they have come across this big giant machine. They're 10 generations removed from the people who set it up for them, and they have no idea how it works. And all they're doing is they're just cogs in a new machine, pulling levers, turning gears, and greasing it when it says to grease it.
Yeah,
but they are as much in the dark as us with what's going to happen. That's why they've come up with all these different stories. They've come up with the alien invasion. They've come up with the meteorite. They've come up with the pandemic. They've come up with AI taking over everything. They have come up with all these different stories for the end, for their own like secular eschatology, so that they can explain what's happening when it finally happens, because they don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think, with the Northern Europeans, when they think they conquered, the North America and South America, these Northern Europeans, I think they're actually, I mean, it's been a long-term idea. I think they're feeling backlash right now from the spiritual people.
Well,
and it's just like not going to work out how they think it's going to work out.
Well, one of my gripes. Go ahead.
As far as them,
you're roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, he's roboting. But since he's roboting, go ahead and mute yourself. But yeah, this backlash from, it's like, the most brilliant astronomers came from Northern Europe, and we're going to spread that across the world, and we're the third rock from the sun. Bitch, no, you ain't. No, you ain't.
Look, I will say this, is that over the past 20 years, I've noticed a move away from the more rigid and dogmatic to the more spiritual side of things. And I've seen more people, even normies, at starting to recognize something is wrong with everything. And you're starting to see it everywhere. You're starting to see everywhere. People are starting to repeat, something is wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong. Even normies are doing it.
Am I roboting still?
Say something? You're still roboting. You're roboting very bad. You're roboting very badly.
Is that real Celebrate Truth here in the room?
I have no idea.
Am I looking at the right room here? Holy shit.
I don't see Celebrate Truth in here.
Oh, my bad. I'm looking.
You're on the wrong server. You're looking at the wrong server.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong shit. My bad.
Accidentally clicked on the Celebrate Truth server.
Man, there's no reason for Raleigh not to join us or any of those other guys. I mean, it's just like, I don't want to be involved with them because we get a lot. Hey, man, we get a lot of shit around here, don't we?
Yeah, that's fine. I like shit.
I do too. So I don't blame them for not joining, but whatever.
Who have I been talking to?
Who was that?
Gizmo. Before that, it was Rose.
Okay.
All right.
Gizmo. Okay.
You got your mic fixed?
Listen, I'm driving.
Oh, you're driving. Okay. So you're not hitting the satellites. You're not getting enough satellite signal, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I'm not pinging the towers.
Technically, the towers ping you.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So what were you saying before you started roboting?
Yeah, go ahead, Gizmo.
So I like you said, like people are starting to wake up saying, I think something's wrong, or I know something's wrong. But that goes back to what happened before. I think they've been sprinkling something on everything, screwing it all up intentionally. Is the whole point of it is to be adversarial to God and to take as many people away from God as possible.
Well,
what if it's just? Let me counter that a little bit. What if it's programmed in us to do that?
No, I don't.
What if it's just programmed in us? It's just programmed in us that we're going to do this over and over because we've done this over and over.
Which is not necessarily wrong because, yeah.
That may be part of our journey through this mortal life, is to experience this. I mean, if you were never deceived in your entire life, would you ever have the special knowledge of a personal revelation? You never would. You'd never have a paradigm shift. You'd never uncover anything. You would never have that fulfillment that comes from discovery.
All of their arguments are to distract you from the personal revelation. Exactly. It's not their fault that they're just like, what about this? What about this? What about that? What about that? That's what we get all fucking day long here on the server. But what Meme is talking about right now is the continuous avenue toward understanding.
Yeah. Guess with that perspective, it's a little easier for me to be circumspect about a lot of evidences that are given to me.
Amen, brother. Amen means it is finished, right?
Yes. Gizbo, are you still talking? Because you're chopping up bad. Actually, amen means so be it, I think.
So be it. Yeah, same thing.
I know I'm chopping up.
Not same thing. It is finished.
Well, it's like with chemtrails. Somebody gives me some collected chemical data, I'm on board.
I mean, it's just like the interpretation of it is your interpretation.
Yeah. And naming it, the biggest part was naming it chemtrails. Well, if you've named it chemtrails, that's what they are, so that's what you see.
That's what it is. They're chemtrails.
Who named them?
Okay.
Is someone doing?
Well, I see them. I don't care.
You know, this fantastic idea about chemtrails is like over certain cities, people are spraying chemicals over certain cities, creating patterns, and that's what chemtrails are, right? Or not?
I posted a picture in the live stream.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just wondering what you think.
Explain that. Tic-tac-toe right there.
Dude, I've seen some fucking crazy ass chemtrails with my own eyes. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, they're doing something. I look at that picture and I cannot chemically test any of that.
Well, there's
no, but where do you want to put your X or your O? Where do you want to put the X or the O at?
Dude, I see some
That's
crazy
apart
shit.
from the point, though. It's that even if you have X and O's, even if they're drawing the Mona Lisa up there, it doesn't matter. I can't chemically test it to say what it is.
But
well, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. That's fine. But I'm telling you, this is what I see. This is what's happening. I see it. A lot of people. A lot of people document it. We've been documenting this for years and years and years.
I see it too. I see it too, and I've seen all the documentation. I 100% believe that you see this. I've seen it. All of us have seen it. I'm not denying that.
Just so you don't feel crazy, we've all seen this crazy shit too.
What it is what I'm talking about. What it is, the is part, the scientific part.
Do you think it's good? Do you think it's good?
I have no idea what it is to say whether it's good or bad.
Okay, I don't think it's good, because nothing they do for us is anything good.
I think it's a sign.
Let me ask you this: why would the elite?
I think it's a sign.
Why would the elite poison where they live?
Because they don't even. Okay, first off, what makes you think that it even affects them? They're doing some kind of terraforming.
Because they are human, just like us. They have the same blood.
No, they're not.
Or do they have different DNA?
On the mainland, I think
do they have different DNA?
I think they got different DNA. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so
they have the same DNA.
Oh, they don't have the same DNA. Okay.
Nope, I don't think so.
No, I'm related to royalty.
DNA? What's DNA?
I'm related. Hold on, I'm related to royalty. My wife was related to royalty. My kids were related to royalty too, on two sides. So is my DNA different?
Nope. That's different.
But the elite's DNA is different.
They're not like us. And I'm not saying all the elite, but the ones at the tippity top, maybe they crossbreeds and doing all this other kind of stuff. But the ones at the very, very top, no, we're talking about like biblical stuff, powers and principalities in higher places. We're talking about people that are not completely human. No, they're not. Fallen angel blood or whatever.
Okay, as far as I know, the Nephilim were destroyed in the Cataclysm, right?
They said there was giants in those days and after. So what are you talking about?
After. Okay, but I'm talking about the Nephilim, not the giants. I'm talking about the Nephilim.
Well, what was the giants?
There's two different sets of giants.
Okay, well there was some there, and they were there after. So
okay, well the giants, like if you read the Book of Giants, they're basically just a race of big humans, just like we have pygmies. Okay. They're a race of small people.
Look, you believe what you want to believe. I don't really care. They're not human.
The Nephilim weren't necessarily giants. They could have been whatever they wanted to. says there were giants, but there were also Nephilim. I mean, Nephilim just means the fallen. I mean, I'm not emotionally invested in any of this. So, like, if I can get proved wrong, that'd be great. Or I've not proved wrong because I don't actually hold a hard position on it. I'd like just some proof presented to me.
Okay, there's the Antichrist. There's the Antichrist, right?
Okay, well, it said there would be many Antichrists.
Right. Right. And then you have the beast, right? Okay. And then you have principalities, you have powers, you have demons, right? Because they were exercising demons in the Bible, right?
Devils. What are demons?
So you don't think, regardless, that's not even my point. My point is, these are not humans. These things, right? They're not human-like. They're not like
those
us.
aren't human. Those aren't human.
No. So what makes you think that that's a real person? Man, it's like most of these people that you see on TV aren't even real people. They're deep fakes or clones or body doubles. They're not even the real person anymore.
Has it been like that the past 80 years since television came out?
I don't know. I wasn't born then, but I'm just saying it was on TV. Whatever. These people are fake. The John F. Kennedy assassination. Do you really think that happened?
Yes.
Well, it didn't. Lee Harvey Oswald was the first person to die on national TV. That was a false flag.
I'm sure.
TV.
I'm sure they really did kill him on national TV. Yeah.
No, that shit was fake.
I guess.
Anyways,
I don't have any evidence of that though.
Well, just slow down. Just look into it. It's right there. It's been there.
I know, but that's kind of like the answer I get from the Globe guys is just look into it or something. Look deeper and you'll know.
Being a Glober, they're different. We were already a Glober before.
Yeah.
So obviously we already looked into it. So that's just irrelevant what they say. They're just stupid. But looking into different things that happened in history to understand it fully, to know that you're being duped the whole damn time, everything, it's just all bullshit.
And the purpose of the deception is? I'm genuinely want to hear your opinion on
this. It's to control your mind, to make you think that you're seeing something that's real, that's not real. And then they continue to do that through the centuries. They show you stuff and then you think it's real, like Princess Diana. They kill all your heroes. So Martin Luther King, they killed him. Princess Diana, they killed her, supposedly, right? Prince, Michael Jackson, David Bowie, all these people. A lot of it's fake. Okay. Oh, Tupac. We could just keep naming them. John F. Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, his son. How do you know that even really happened? How do you know?
It doesn't matter.
It's just, it matters because you have people who watch TV, who read these magazines that believe these things, and they're not even true.
But isn't that on them for personally identifying? Isn't that on them for personally identifying with people they don't know and experiencing another person's life? So that's on them.
You could say the same thing with the moon landing.
Well, that's
what I'm saying.
It's not
everything we see is a lie. It's all deceit, and so
it's not the elite that are at fault for that. It's the people who believe them. If that's the case,
when that's all you're given at such, some people don't even realize that there's something to know. That's the fucked up thing. Right. They don't know that there's something to know. And then you got to sit there and watch your mom or your grandma believe that we really went to the moon when we didn't. And they're going to die believing that. It's ridiculous.
Let's say it's 1969, okay? And I'm a semi-successful businessman. My goal is to reach, $2 million and to have a house in Miami. All right. Would my belief or disbelief of the moon landing matter for my personal goals?
No, but for your family it would, because you're deceiving them by believing that and buying them NASA T-shirts and sitting there and watching the live YouTube with your kid, of them on Mars and believing this crap.
Well, I mean, let's say you're a Christian.
It gets passed down. The mind control gets passed down generational.
Okay, so let's say you're a Christian.
That's a problem.
And your only goal is to live a good, clean, moral life and die in the comfort of salvation. What good would knowing or not knowing that actually serve you in doing that? Because if your faith is based off of truths of the material world, then it's not real faith anyway.
Well, the Bible says, "My people perish for lack of knowledge."
Yeah,
and
lack of knowledge. But it's talking about Jesus, lack of knowledge of salvation.
About
That's
everything.
what it's talking about.
Everything is a deceit from God. Everything is to pull you away from God. For us to believe in the Big Bang is to take away from God's creation. For us to believe in evolution is to take away from God's creation. For us to believe that we went to the moon is to go inside with the Big Bang and da 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 da. It's all to get us away from God.
Well, hold up. When I was a globe believer and I was a Christian, the vast scale of like all creation, to me was a glory to God. You
but that's not what the Bible says. There's 200 verses in the Bible that say it's not a globe.
I'm still talking though. You cannot take away from the glory of God, no matter what you do. You can't.
I get that.
It's impossible.
But there's some people that's you though. There's other people that believe in the Big Bang and evolution that do not believe in God because they were told these lies. If they knew it was God's creation, then they would be a Christian too, or would find God. But instead, they're over here believing we came from freaking, micro rats or something. I don't know. They believe
they believe we came from clay substrate.
Whatever. What I'm saying
that's
is
what they believe. We came from dirt.
It's not a salvation issue for you, but it could be a salvation issue for people who believe in this crap. And they go, oh yeah, we're just some mistake that just happened to just come into space, and we're just spinning, and we're just irrelevant and whatever. But that's so far from the truth.
I guess it's because I come at this from the angle that people are predisposed to believe something before they've ever seen any evidence one way or the other. They pick their beliefs. Right. Then they go out there and look for the evidence that validates their beliefs.
Or they're just handed their beliefs. As a young child, you're just handed the globe and you're said that they tell you this is where you live, this is what it is, and this is what happened. And you have no mind as a 5-year-old to say, oh, I don't believe that, or I don't think so, or tell me how come. You just say okay.
We say okay because we trust people.
Well, because we're 5.
Yeah, because we trust everybody at 5.
Yeah, and then guess what happens? That teacher who's teaching that kid that, they were taught that. And then that kid's going to grow up and teach their kids that. And we're all generational, full of lies.
Okay.
There's a problem there. You could be a Christian and believe in the globe, whatever. It's not a salvation issue for you, but there could be for other people. That's my point. Yes, sir.
That is our point as well.
Yeah, that's kind of my point, is that it's not a salvation issue.
It's not about salvation. It's about what. Yes, when you're 5 years old, you were saying, whether you grew up with it as an atheist, there's a creation story, or you grew up as a Christian, there's a creation story. That's your belief.
For one, I also have to contend this. I don't believe in atheists. I don't believe a single atheist exists.
And I don't either. But anyway, but this is where that's where the rub is, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing, Rose. I don't believe that there are such thing as atheists. I do not believe anyone.
That's just another religion. It's a science religion. They hold their science Bible.
Sure, but they try to back it up with
it's not even that. It's not even that. One, it's an untenable philosophical position. You can't actually hold the position because to them it's a non-position, which means it's indefensible. Whether they call it a denial of or a lack of belief.
Yeah, but they're so staunch in their position that they say that anyone that disagrees with them is wrong because
here's my point,
we have science to back it up. Go ahead.
Here's my point, Helio, is that they picked their belief system When they poll atheists, 85% of them selected atheism before they were ever taught anything, before they became scientists or whatever. They picked the system they wanted that was inherent to their soul, and then they selected what they thought were beliefs that validate it. If a child is shown a globe and shown, if a child is shown a globe and shown space and then grows up with a globe in space, and that somehow destroys his belief in a creator, honestly, that's on the kid.
Which is that's a
hell no,
kind of a point.
Hell no, that's messed up.
Oh no,
it's the kid's fault that he was mind controlled. He was brought into this earth.
Hold on. I don't mean as a child. I don't mean as a child. I mean once that kid is grown up. If that destroyed that kid's belief in the necessity of information exchange, in the necessity of a house having to have a builder, then yes, it's on them. It's on that individual.
Yeah, once they become an adult, then they can consider this information and come to their own conclusion. That's what we're here for.
I mean, there is no rational or logical evidence that would ever tell you that a house does not have a builder. And so what they did is they latched on to comfortable things in their childhood to validate what their soul wanted, and their soul wanted godlessness. That's all it is. That's irrelevant to the information. People don't make their decisions based on the facts. They make their decisions based on what they want.
That's uncomfortable for a lot of people, isn't it? I mean,
yeah,
very uncomfortable.
My point, but something else on top of that is that why even have the lies there in the first place for the child to even have to grow up believing that crap and then have to figure it out later? We should never be lying.
Who knows?
I can tell you why.
You can't tell us why. All right, if you can tell us why, then we'll get to the bottom of it. Go ahead and tell us why.
Okay. If you lived your whole life and had absolute truth and knew everything, how would you grow?
It's not about absolute truth. You're gonna have the catalysts and stuff like that in your life to help you look at things from different perspectives and stuff like that. But just lying blatantly to a child.
Parents don't lie to their children that way. Parents don't lie to their children that way.
We do. We tell them that Santa Claus brought parents.
Right. Yes, certainly. But as far as shape of Earth, that's a core belief of theirs.
Yeah. They're not deceiving a child when they say the Earth is a globe because they believe it. A deception is an intentional lie.
That is an intentional lie from the people who put. No, because they're mind controlled too. And then they sit there and watch Buzz and go, oh, wow, look at space, son, and here's a Buzz costume to wear for Halloween. It's all just cements it even more into that child. No, it's not fair to do that.
You're describing
to a child
just
at
about
all.
Every culture that's ever existed.
And I'm saying it's wrong to lie to a child.
I know, but you're describing something that is endemically human and will always be with us.
But who put it there? And why?
Who made us?
Yeah, I understand the top, but I'm saying these people who are controlling the school system are purposely putting that in there to dumb us down and to take us away from God. Period. They admit it that's what they're doing.
No, I mean, I absolutely believe that there are people who definitely want to do that. I've known lots of communists. I've seen communist nations do that specifically. Absolutely. I 100% agree that does happen.
And we have those same communist ideologies here in our school system. And they're doing the same thing to the kids. And it's wrong. That's all I'm saying. So why should we have to fight through 18 years of mind control when we could just been told the truth in the beginning that this is God's creation?
Hey, you fought through 10 years of your parents lying to you about Santa Claus, which you didn't know that they were lying, right? I don't know when you found out Santa Claus wasn't real. You fought through that, just like, oh, this is brilliant. It's brilliant.
Let me ask you this. What is the purpose of life?
To multiply and to prosperity.
The purpose of life is to love each other, help each other.
Not fight through lies from someone else's bullshit.
Well, hold on. Those are all methods and results. I'm talking about purpose.
That's the purpose. If there's no purpose to love each other and help each other, then there's no purpose but to destroy each other.
Okay.
We all need food to eat. We all have to work the land, and we all have to communicate and get along.
Okay. So then why are we always on a quest for truth?
Because we're being lied to from the day we're born. From the day we're born, we're being lied to.
Is it because we're being lied to, or is it because that's necessary to our growth?
It's because we're being lied to. And then whatever is necessary, whatever. But it's because we're being lied to from the day we're born.
Hey, whatever triggers you to find truth, it's necessary. Go ahead.
Teach us the truth from the beginning, and then see how much we grow. Teach us the truth from the beginning, and then see how much we grow.
I think if a person, well, y'all are just thinking about this life and the solutions to this life. This isn't the only life, though.
I agree.
This life is going to end one day, right? Like, I have no problem with it. I'm not afraid of death at all.
Well,
I am 100% certain.
It's the same life. I'm going to live for
once we shuffle off this mortal coil. I know, but once we shuffle off this mortal coil, we're going on to somewhere else, right?
This is a portion of our life, and
this is just a portion of our lives that all of us have to experience. Now, what is the purpose of experiencing something where you're constantly lied to? You don't know exactly what's going on.
How do you know? How do you know that you live on? I know a story where someone told me that there's a lie going around since the beginning that you should not surely die. And I know one being that claimed that he died, and after the third day he arose again, and he said he's the only way to everlasting life. So how do you know? Is there like a different kind of way?
Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure, Clay under Seal, I've heard Satan say the same thing. I don't know what you're...
Okay, are we talking about the Satan that's presented in the Hebrew scriptures, or the actual personification of Satan in the New Testament?
No, my question is, how do you know that you're not surely dying? That's my question.
I'm not surely dying? My meat sack, my meat bag is dying one day.
No, I'm talking about you as a person, the whole thing that you are now talking. Yes. How do you know that you're living on?
Why wouldn't I?
Why wouldn't Jesus say the same thing and Satan say the same thing? Haven't you heard that?
I can say this, Clay. I can say this. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transferred.
How do you know? How do you not know that the Most High has the power to destroy?
Okay, hold on. Let's not digress right here. We can make this digression after. But I was on a track here to a point.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Clay, we'll do this digression in a little bit, I promise. So if you're in this life is this physical life, this mortal life doesn't last. And during it, it's nothing but challenges from day one. Moments of happiness from day one. No one's ever, if you're completely happy all the time, it's because you're on heroin or something. Okay. You're lied to, deceived. We don't know how anything works here. We think we do. We don't know exactly what it is. We don't know where it ends, if it ends. We literally are in this chaotic physical world, and it's and like everything is over our eyes. Everything is, and we just start to see lies everywhere. We start to see factions, tribalism, and all this imperfect stuff. What is the point? And this is how it's been since the dawn of mankind. So what is the purpose of going through that? What would the logical purpose of having to go through this mortal existence be?
Serving the Most High into eternity and saving souls from eternal damnation.
Amen. Amen to that.
That's why I'm saying, what is your foundation? 1 second, what is your foundation? I only know one person who came into my life who set me on the foundation of knowing that where I'm going to go is everlasting life through his way, for what he has done and finished on that cross. My question is to everyone. 1 second, my question would be to anyone who is preaching something else beside that gospel. What is your foundation of being or who is the representative of telling you to know where you're going to go once you lose this carnal flesh?
You're mistaking me. You're mistaking me. First of all, hold on. Let me iterate something. I'm actually a Christian. I'm speaking in generalized terms here.
Yeah. So when you're a Christian, you know that there's the first death, and then there's the second death, which is permanently being eliminated.
Who suffers the second death?
The one who has not been saved, has not repented.
And who did Jesus say who did Jesus come for?
The one who pays for his own penalty, the one who pays for his own sin needs to carry the penalty, which is ultimately death.
So we all die.
Who saves?
We do not all die. We do not all die.
Physically, we die.
Yeah, the flesh is what we lose. Yes, but
when I talk about death, that's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you said you said something completely different before.
I didn't. I said when we die and shuffle off this mortal coil.
Yes, go on.
Yeah. Into what's next. I was talking about what we experienced here before that.
Yeah, what's next is going to be Judgment Day, standing in front of the Creator.
You said that. I gotta bring something up. You said that it's our responsibility to save as many people as possible. We don't save, dude. He saves.
No, I said. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, you're right. Maybe I phrased that wrong. Yes, he says, but
it's our job to say.
What I'm trying to say by that is bringing people through for spreading the message of the good news to salvation, right? I mean, it's not ultimately nothing is our work, right? Even the very reason why I would be here preaching the gospel is not because I do the work. It's because of him using a once completely lost guy like I was in darkness. Glorifying himself because making that guy turn away from all the BS that he was doing in his life, and now preaching on a Discord his message of how to receive everlasting life is not my work. It is only him, and everything he does is through his own hands.
If you had to distill the gospel down into one sentence, what would it be?
The truth, the way, and the life.
Belief in Christ.
Amen.
Okay. That's the qualifications.
Amen.
And we know that.
Believe in the finished work.
Yeah, and we already know that because of him on the cross at Calvary, right?
Yeah, what he just said is not the gospel, so whatever. I'm not.
What?
No, Clanderfield, that's not the gospel, bro. Go ahead.
The gospel means that the Creator finished the work in order for you to be saved. There's nothing you can do to earn it.
Yeah, but sure, but I mean, this isn't a Christian server necessarily.
Why are you saying that what I'm saying is false?
Did I say that?
Yeah, you kind of did.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, gospel means good news, right? It's the
yes,
it's moving forward as a person who has been redeemed, because I've changed my mind, because of I've been baptized in the Holy Spirit, or whatever that all that.
Elio, hold on. It's as easy just to say that God condescended down to the human level in order to save everyone. And he gave his life for everyone. There. That way all have
It's a free gift.
All. Yeah, it's a free gift. And all, not some, all have a chance. Or all are. He said Christ already conquered the world. So he already owns us. He was taking possession of that. He already owns all of us. So it doesn't matter if you don't believe in him. He's got you. He owns you. Right? It's a free gift.
Yes. And because he owns you, he can... because he created all things, he can do whatever he wants, whatever his will is. And I can completely understand that. And I can completely submit to that because I'm not my own. The only reason why I actually can breathe, live, and have a beating heart is not because I had the understanding of making that heart beat. No, it's because of his grace, of his fullness of power and control, that he is able to make something like this exist, which is me in the first place, which is me needing to give all the glory to him, because in the first place, the only reason why I can say all these things or be existent is because of him, which means there is no argumentation against the creator, because that would be stupid. Being in an argument against the one who created you makes absolutely no sense if you think about it. It makes no sense. You have no right to question whatever you can do it, right? But logically seeing it doesn't matter, because whatever he's doing must be right, because it is all his. You are his from the beginning. But he gave the law.
He gave you the right to do. Well, he gave you the right to do whatever you wanted.
Exactly.
I'm gonna stop that one real quick and say you're wrong. Because a child who is raped and abused their entire life, grows up, and it's all they've ever known, they have every right to question why they were raised that way.
They see, that's the thing that many people come up with. See, that's the thing that many people come up with is, why is there this evil in the world where people go to things that you just described, right? But it's actually simply to understand, because there was a decision once made in the very beginning of our family tree, which was Adam and Eve, and they decided to turn against the ways of the Most High, and they opened the door for letting evil and death enter the world, and that's our condemnation since the beginning. And same way as one man has let sin enter the world, which is also including death. The same way as one man has given us life to give us everlasting life, and to
I know what the scripture says, but what I'm saying is I wasn't raped, but I was very badly abused my entire life, and even to this day, every blessing that I bring into this world is not for me; it's for everybody else. I don't get to enjoy anything in this world. I've had everything ripped away and taken away from me. I've had to fight for it, and so I've gotten nothing out of this world.
Yeah, there are many people like you, man.
I have every reason to question why I was brought into this world. Why do I get to suffer so everybody else gets to enjoy it?
Yeah, many people suffer. I have similar stories, man. Also personal stories, but I don't need to share them because I know everything he does has a purpose.
Guys, we're getting off the reservation here.
I'm just saying there's nothing we can...
I know.
Everything that happens...
I know what you're saying, Clay. I know what the scriptures say. I'm just giving you an example for somebody else who has a different experience in life. they may have different feelings about what goes into this world. So I just wanted to share that. But anyway, I'm sorry we got off topic. We were talking about
the purpose of life and why we're allowed. Because what I was saying was, we go through this life before we die. We're lied to, manipulated. We don't know the truth about everything. We don't even know how this place works. Now, if you were born, you weren't able to be deceived. You weren't able to be manipulated. You knew how everything worked. Where would you go? What would you do? Where's your struggle at?
Go directly to God and worshiping God. And your struggle
you do
would
that
be
when you
living
do
life.
that when you
just
die.
Living life. Yeah, but you should do it now too. Living your life and not wasting your time having to figure out these stupid lies. These lies are stupid. Those type of lies are just dumb and it's just cowardly,
unnecessary.
Deceitful. Yeah, it's just what did you get from that? Nothing, but just wasting time. That's all. That I could have been doing something else.
Okay.
Different type of struggles in life. And if I have other struggles than having to deal with than breaking down false flags and lies and all this other crap.
Let me ask you this. I want to ask you something.
It's not like you wouldn't have struggles anyways.
Let's say you ignored, all the conspiracy stuff, right? But you ignore it. You say, I'm going to ignore that and just work on this one problem that doesn't have to do with any of them. How would being involved with them or working on them even matter?
Because you would grow as a person. That helps you grow. That's different. And also, when I was looking through the conspiracies, that helped me look at things, have better discernment now. My discernment's on point.
Yeah, discernment. I agree with you there, is that you need to know how, outside the box, and you need to be able to see how the thing kind of works, right?
Yeah,
in order to know what to do. So
yeah.
Then once you're outside the box and you know how it works, you can leave beside all the anger and all the investigation and stuff. And you could just move forward in whatever direction you wanted to and empower just yourself. And you don't even have to investigate anymore.
No, I don't. But it's not about self. It's about others. It's about helping others. And what does the Bible say? Expose the wicked. So if there's people trapped in boxes and you have whoever's doing whatever these lies that just want to tape it closed and slap labels on your box. They just want to tape it closed, label you. And you got to let people know, get out the box. You don't have to have those labels. You don't have to be in the box. It's a waste of time.
I think this is partially because I actually believe that is going to wake up and a certain type that just isn't. And I don't want to say it's predestined, but there's just one type of soul who inherently knows to look, who inherently knows to discern. And they will wake up. And it doesn't matter what they're shown. It doesn't matter if they live their entire life being taught a lie. At some point, they will wake up, regardless of how lied to they are. It's built into some souls. That is why.
I agree. I agree.
I know. And so
that's also Calvinism, then. You're trying to say that some people are just not meant to be saved?
Correct.
Everyone is said to be. Everyone is to be saved. That's why in the Bible it says that their name was crossed out of the book. The Bible says their name was crossed out of the book, meaning they were in the book. So there is people. Everyone is on a path to be saved. It doesn't.
So when you're talking about when the Bible talks about people as earthen vessels, some were made to be filled, some were made to be empty, and some were just made to be dashed to the floor.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a clear divide. I agree with that, but I don't think that you're just not supposed to be saved. I just don't agree with that.
When the apostles would preach, he sent them out. He said, "Preach." They don't listen the first time. Just dust your feet off and walk away.
Right. Don't
say something to somebody. Right. So what the problem is that I've seen in the truth community for a very long time, and I used to stress out about this because I didn't have this perspective, is that people every single individual is on their own journey. You can tell it to them once, and if they don't listen, you've already planted the seed. It's up to them, one way or the other. No reason to get angry, no reason to become like an activist, no reason to
No, of course.
get nuts about it.
No, I agree. I would at first, when I first woke up, I wanted to scream from the rooftop because I thought everybody should know. But then I realized that's not for me to do. Is people ask me, I'll tell them, but it's not for me to wake anyone up. That's for the Lord to do, not me. And so, yeah, I agree with that. But at the same time, I don't think, there's heathens in the world and they're not going to come to God, unfortunately. But there is a chance that you could come across somebody and bring them a little bit of truth, like you said, plant a seed, and they find the truth. And
doesn't
that happen?
Doesn't that go along the lines of Mimas, of like you only got to tell them once? Like they are telling us the truth, even though it's obscure and only once. They're telling us the truth, and then but everybody's choosing to believe the lie instead.
Yeah, that's why the Romans had a saying, "Let those who are deceived be deceived."
Yeah.
It basically means that a lot of people they're gonna pick a deception over the truth. Ultimately, like in my life and in my line of work, none of this does me any good. None of it, not one bit. It has no effect over how I do business or anything.
No, I agree, but I just don't believe. I don't feel like the. I know we got to put our feelings aside, but I don't like the idea of those who are deceived and deceiving to be in a position of leadership in my society.
Yeah.
And I say my society because I believe we should be guarding the society for a better cause, not allowing people to take.
What if that's a necessary part of the human function and human experience?
Again, I don't know about that just because I don't like that.
What if it is? Just humor me. Just humor me. Just humor me. What if it is?
Then that's a pretty fucked up thing.
What if the only way to grow is to first be deceived?
But that is what happened, because me personally, I was deceived and I wanted to know the truth. And then I found the truth, and that was Jesus Christ. And so if it wasn't for those lies of me looking into 9/11 and looking into all of that, I probably wouldn't be where I am right now.
So then, so what are we saying? That the lie is the washing board, and anybody who continues to be deceived gets recycled?
No. Well, it says God gave them over to a delusion. God gave them to a delusion.
I mean, I don't know what else there could be. I personally hate this world, man.
They chose to believe a lie. This is something that maybe we can't quantify scientifically, but some souls are never going to wake up. Ever.
I just wanted to tell the one guy, Jesus says to be not of this world. And, so you're not supposed to love the world. He said to be not of this world, for he is not of this world.
No, I agree. It's been a sad life for me. I'm not happy about it.
Me too. I think we all have stories. I mean, but look, we have messed up childhoods and we have messed up adult lives, and that is the I think us dealing with those issues are more important than having to deal with false flags and lies and all the bull crap. That's what I was trying to say.
I genuinely
that did wake me up. It did wake me up, but I just think that it's unnecessary. We're still going to get there to that point anyways, I think. I mean, who knows?
Humanity is not going to save itself, right? We all agree with that. Right. And there's no earthly solution that any of us are ever going to come up with to fix it, quote unquote, down here. Right. Would y'all agree or disagree?
Pretty much.
Right. Because it is literally how the earth runs. I'm just saying, you can stress over it, or you can be on a path of continual self-improvement, because the better improved you are as yourself, the more you can help other people.
Well, this is Satan's world. It is Satan's world. It's in the Bible. He was offering it to Jesus. And it's his for a limited time. If it wasn't his, he wouldn't be able to offer it to Jesus. And that's why Jesus said, don't be a part of this world. Don't be of this world. And when I was talking about the so-called elites, they're on that team of the world. They're here to deceive us.
So let me ask, I do need to ask, since we're talking about Satan owning the world, that was ended when Jesus died. From that point on, Jesus owned the world.
I thought
this is still Satan's world until the revelation. No, not until Revelations.
Right.
Yeah, no, Revelations. Revelations, it says Jesus will come back and put the Antichrist and the beast and the people with the mark on their heads into the lake of fire. No, right now this is still Satan's world. You are able to be saved and not be a part of it and have everlasting life, but you're still here. You're still going to have you still have to live here. This is still Satan's world until Jesus comes back, the second coming.
When Jesus died and rose, and after he rose, there was celebration in heaven because the Satans were cast out of heaven at that point.
Right.
And what did happen on earth because Satan has come down to you.
Right. So Jesus went back to heaven as king and threw Satan out right then and there. And that was in 33.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So Satan does not rule this world anymore.
Yes, he does. Until the second coming. Yes, he does. Have you read Revelations?
Yes, I have, many times.
Okay, well then, what does it say? He comes back in the clouds at the second coming. He meets the Antichrist and the beast, and he throws them into the lake of fire, and everyone who has their mark on their forehead. Why would he need to do that if this isn't Satan's world? Why do we even have to have the mark on our hand or our forehead and then remove the beast and the Antichrist if that was the case?
Well, I'm not.
Do you not read that part?
I'm not an Adventist, so I don't read it like that.
Okay. I'm not an Adventist either. I'm just reading the Bible for what it says. It says that Jesus is the second coming. And
okay.
Lake of fire. It's right there.
Yeah, it's right there though that Satan was cast down. He's already been cast down.
No, not yet. No,
so Jesus
he's still here.
Hold on. Can Jesus, when someone dies, do they have salvation?
If you're saved.
Then Christ already conquered. Then Christ already conquered the world. He conquered the world.
Well, I'm talking about when I understand that point, but we're still in Satan's world right now until the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay, either Christ conquered it or he didn't.
If they said in the Bible, New Jerusalem, okay, that there will be no pain, no tears, we won't have no need for water, and so forth. That has not happened yet.
That's because that's
There's
heaven.
Still pain. No, that's here on earth.
It'll be brought down to here, and God will come out of his place of dwelling, and he'll dwell with us.
So humans are going to live on earth, or are they going to go to heaven?
It's going to be here on earth. Revelation 21 and 22.
Okay. So heaven's going to
hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so heaven's going to return to earth, right? Now this part I know, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And New Jerusalem, right?
Right.
So all the people who died in salvation who went to heaven, what are they going to do?
They didn't go to heaven. They're in a sleep right now. People who die, they don't go to heaven. They're asleep. It's called asleep.
Well, I think they're walking around here on Earth. That's just me. Like I think they're interacting in the background. Like I think it's
Those
all
are
Sheol.
people who I don't. There is dimensions, and I've seen things, so I don't know about that. But in the Bible, it says that they are asleep, and they will be risen from the grave, out of their sleep. No one's in heaven right now.
Revelations 20 verses 11 through 15 talks about like everybody being pulled up out of Sheol, and all the books are open, and then the book of life is open, and everybody is judged according to their works.
Right.
And then anybody not found in the book of life is cast into the lake of fire after death and Hades.
That's right. And no one's in heaven. So when people have loved ones that die, and they go, "Well, mommy is in heaven right now." That's not true. No one's in heaven. They're asleep. They're sleeping.
In Revelation,
I mean, there's people in heaven, but not us.
It says we are, earth is God's footstool, and then it talks about us being under the throne, and everybody crying and asking when it's the time, when it's the time. There's that part also. But I mean, like, in my opinion, heaven is for God's throne room. He's going to come out of his throne room, and he's going to be down here with them. But that's just the way I read it. I'm actually reading it the same way she reads.
Well,
that will be the 1,000 years with Jesus on the earth and the New Jerusalem, where there'll be no pain, no crying, no need for water, and blah 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 blah. That's not happening yet. This is still saying the world.
Let me ask you. I used to think of it this way as well. Like when Christ, for the 1,000-year reign, there would be like New Jerusalem would come down and would inhabit the earth 1,000 miles wide and 1,000 miles tall. And everyone that had already been saved, they would be not angels. They don't call them angels.
That's in Revelation 21
or whatever. Yeah, that's in the Book of Revelations.
Revelation 20.
It's a big cube that descends upon the earth, and then we just inhabit that realm. 1,000 miles tall, 1,000 miles wide. And is this your idea of that? Because I just think it might be that.
Helio is not a cube, Helio. It's a pyramid.
A pyramid. It's a pyramid.
It might be a pyramid. Okay, my bad. Tell me about this pyramid that's talked about in the Book of Revelation.
Before you say that, Jesse, because I don't want a robot and I get a chance to say this.
Yeah, because if he's going to say that,
Revelation chapter 20. Revelation chapter 20, Helio, is the 1,000-year reign. Revelation 21 is after the judgment, and then heaven comes down to earth. So, like, the 1,000-year reign happens, and then the beast is let loose for a little while longer, and we don't know how long that little while is. And then
just like we don't know how little while is, from between, like the day age theory is like, was it 6 days or was it 6,000 days? I mean, we got Danny 57 typing. It looked like he was typing, and it seems like he's kind of like a day age theorist, but he won't actually go. But he's a young Earth creationist. Say, Danny, hey, well, I just saw he was typing, but he didn't actually finish his type. I saw him in there, Danny.
But anyway, I just want to say that.
No, I get it.
Before the judgment.
No, I get.
Yeah, but is 1,000 literal or is it metaphorical?
Sure.
Yeah. Because Revelation has lots of that. Revelation is done in a vision aspect, right?
I mean, all literal.
You don't. Yeah, because there's not literal 7-headed beast coming out of the ocean, right?
Well, that part is figurative. It has to do with the machine. It has to do with the government.
Rose said, "You don't know that 7-headed beast coming out of the ocean. We don't know that.
That's true. You don't know that.
You don't know that.
We don't know what the Leviathan looks like.
Just like we don't know what, in the book of Daniel, where, he's talking about, the
we know
Roman
that was
Empire and all kinds of shit.
He was talking about
It's unfalsifiable.
he was talking about that, but you can map that out historically, right? Because it already happened.
Sure.
Now, right?
Yeah.
So
that's history, but Book of Revelation is future.
When it comes to Revelation, well,
sort of future. Go ahead.
Yeah, all of it did happen back then. Happened. All of it did happen back then, though, too, didn't it?
You can be, Depends on.
No, Jesus. We haven't had the second coming, so that has not happened.
Are you sure?
What's the largest religion? What's the largest religion on earth?
The Catholics.
Well, Christians in general, right?
No, because Christians and Catholics are two different things. I'm not a Catholic.
Well, I wouldn't even agree it's Catholic, but go ahead.
That's the thing. Catholics are Christians. They believe in Christ.
No, I'm not Catholic. No,
I know.
But Christians are Catholic.
Dude,
Catholics are Christians, but I'm not a Catholic.
Dude, no. I would say Protestants are a branch of the Catholic Church. So
they are.
Yeah, so it's Christianity
all denominations. All
the Western tradition. In the Western tradition,
I'm not talking about the traditions. I'm just talking about by and large, which means all the included denominations
that believe Jesus was God or whatever.
That believe in Jesus. Period. That's it. That's my qualifier right there.
All right. So is it the largest?
It is the largest.
All right.
It's
really
the largest. Yes, it is by a mile. It is the largest.
Right,
Once you include Episcopalian and Baptist, and then you've got
what about the Eastern tradition? There's billions of people over there that don't buy into that.
Yeah, well, I said what's the largest though?
Yeah, it's the billions of people that don't buy into that.
I mean, there's still more Christians that are part of a bona fide religion, yeah.
As far as a bona fide. So you would include the Catholics and the Protestants.
I include the Catholics, the Protestants, and all the immeasurable amount of Western churches that
Doesn't
are whatever
matter what they believe.
Doesn't matter.
We all disagree.
I'm just talking about
different.
I'm just talking about the people who believe in Jesus, right?
And I'll even go as far as to say this. Like, I work in a hospital, and when people are asked, do you have a specific denomination? People will always answer Christian, even though they don't go to church.
Christian. Yeah.
No, sure. Yeah, I mean, when you're close to death, it's just like, I get that. That's
what year is it?
It's most of the English or Spanish or whatever tradition of it. That's
what year is it? What year is it?
It's your
we
mama's
don't know.
year. It's your mama's
year.
Okay,
what year do we call it? What year do we call it?
2022, but
well,
we don't know that.
We call it the year of our
2022.
There
you go.
The year of our Lord. Yeah.
AD. Christ conquered the world already.
Anno Domini. Yeah. Domini. That's
and it doesn't matter how right or wrong. It doesn't matter how right or wrong these denominations are.
And even the Easterners
qualifier was
the same year.
Belief. Yeah, the qualifier was belief in Christ. That's it.
Yeah.
You believe in Christ. Fine. That's the qualifier.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And there are plenty of people who probably aren't Christians who believe in Christ. But they don't follow a Christian. They don't follow a Christian religion, but they believe in Christ, right? The guy, the thief. Hold on,
the rest of the life.
No, I understand that, right? But the thief who was on the cross next to Christ, remember, he was mocking him for a while, right? And he was a bad enough thief to be executed.
What did he say to him? What did he say to him?
All he did was believe in Christ. He didn't live a good moral life.
For him, he was mocking. He was just like, if you're the Christ, can't you save us all right now?
Yeah.
He was just mocking.
See that
if you're Christ,
criminal,
you bring us down.
That criminal who led a degenerate lifestyle up to that point of his actual execution, all he did was say, "I believe you." That's it.
I see what you're saying, but he still wants.
After he said that, what did Christ say?
Christ turned to him and said, "Truly I tell you today, you will be with me in the kingdom.
Kingdom of heaven. Yes.
Yeah, everyone can be saved by belief in Jesus Christ and faith. I agree, but that doesn't mean that Satan's still not running this world. But yeah, you could be saved.
But what did Jesus do when he went back
100%.
to heaven? Jesus started ruling in heaven at his ascension. That means Satan was disempowered from that point on.
In that aspect, but he's still here running stuff, doing the deceit. He's still here. He's not thrown into the pit yet until the second coming.
No, I mean, I agree with that much.
Okay.
But he is no longer the top of the totem pole.
Of course not. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No.
Humans, right now, humans are running everything. When Satan was running things, it was organized.
It's called the synagogue of Satan. It's in the Bible. It's the synagogue of Satan. They are his crew. He has a little group. It's like we have our group. They have their group.
Are you talking about the West? Are you talking about the West or East?
What? I'm talking about all across the world. That there's the synagogue of Satan.
Is ruling China. Synagogue of Satan is ruling China.
Yes. Yeah. CCP. Yeah. Absolutely. The Red Dragon. Absolutely. That is his little minions, his little crew. You got the UN. What do you think that is? That's Satan's synagogue of Satan. Is the UN, the CCP, the CDC, the World Economic Forum. That's all synagogue of Satan.
This all seems to me like something bad humans would do.
Yeah, for him, because they believe in him.
For themselves.
No, for a greater cause, even though they lose in the end, because we have the ending in the Bible, we know we win, but they still think they're doing something. This is a group, okay? They're very organized.
Sort of a type of broken path where it can't be as organized as you think it is. You know,
it is very organized.
It's not that they're organized. I know it's organized, but I'm just talking about amongst these multiple countries. I mean, it could be very difficult. I mean, you might be sort of like
money funnels up.
I know as far as the money system, maybe not money is that thing. All right, I mean,
they're in groups.
I just don't think it works.
It is. They're in fractions. They fight within themselves. You have the. Go ahead.
They own the note. They own the note, and the money funnels up. They own the note, and you're just borrowing it.
Where's the origin of the note that you speak of?
The note, the dollar, the fiat currency.
Where's that? Is it Washington?
It's the agreement that you agreed upon. You didn't even know you agreed upon.
All right, so it's magic. It's fucking magic. Then
It is.
Yes, we know this already. But to say that the Jews are fucking masters of the universe is fucking impossible in this world.
I don't say it's the Jews. I think it's the Jesuits, but that's my opinion.
Oh, but that's impossible too. But anyway.
I think it's
the synagogue of Satan is the Zionists. It's the fake Jews. It's not the Jews. It's the fake
I know
Jews.
That
so
too. Yeah.
The Kabbalists and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's impossible too. You know,
my kids. Hey, my kids are Ashkenazi.
It has nothing to be. Has nothing to do with being Jewish. They're fake Jews. This is all biblical. This isn't my opinion. This is in the Bible.
But didn't that happen? Let's see, 1,700 years ago, when the Maccabees returned to went to Jerusalem.
I don't know why you think it's not happening still. I don't know what's going on with that. It's still here.
Disagreement necessarily, but you have to understand.
He's trying to say that this is stuff that's already happened. It's Revelation has not happened.
Okay, let me ask you this: Why are there massive ruins all over the world, the entire world?
Yeah, they're buried too, and they put golf courses and churches on top of them to hide them. Yeah, what about it?
Why are they there?
Where were they putting the golf?
That's the They did a reset back then, and they're trying to hide it. That stuff already happened. That stuff happened.
So they did a reset?
Yeah, they do a reset. They burned the books. They burned all the cities. You had Chicago, San Francisco, New York, all over all the different places. They burn them, and then they rebuild. And then the Library of Alexandria and stuff like that. They say all those books were destroyed, but they weren't.
Right, so who did that? Who did that? Who's they?
The synagogue of Satan. The synagogue of Satan. To destroy history.
Are you you mean the
See, my problem is, who's the synagogue of Satan? Do they have a meeting place?
It's in the Bible. Have you read the Bible? It says synagogue of Satan.
Yeah,
I didn't make up the name.
It's mentioned one time. It's mentioned one time, and it's a specific enemy.
No, it's not
a specific enemy to what? The Christians in Capernaum?
No, it's the people. It's the fake Jews who are running our country and the world. Period. I don't know why you don't know that.
It's not that simple.
Believe it or not, this is all 2003 for me. I've known all this theorizing for a very long time.
It's not that simple.
So have I, but your word has no more weight than mine.
It's that I don't believe it
you have no more weight than me.
I'm just saying.
Okay, but you have no more weight than me. I'm just saying too.
I disbelieve it. And
that's fine. But that doesn't mean it's not true just because you disbelieve it.
It's definitely not true because hey, I used to really blame shit on whatever you're saying for a while, but the more I research, it's more complicated than that. Come on, Rose, man. It's not that simple.
No, it is true, and it's not that simple. But I don't have 8 hours to explain it all, so I'm just talking real fast because I have to let everyone's talking. So I have to say something really fast and then mute. Then you talk, and then I have to mute. Then I can say something really fast. I'm not giving a lecture.
Let me put your mind at ease. I know about the conversion of the Khazars in 746 AD when the king converted them all to Judaism. I know all about that stuff. I know all about where the Ashkenaz come from. I know all about the lineage of Ashkenaz down from Japheth and not from Shem, which means they're not Semitic people. Like, I know all this stuff already. You don't have to backtrack or anything like that. The reason I'm asking you questions is because I know what I know. I'm just asking you what you know.
Okay, but I wasn't just talking to you. There's a lot of people in this room, and
it's just me. You're talking to me and Meme about this.
I've been
because
I'm not trying to puff myself up. Okay, I've done research. I've looked into this too.
But I mean, to be honest,
I have 9 years of videos on my.
Talk about this. Because we avoid talking about it because we can actually get in trouble. But yeah, there's a lot more that Meme and I and yourself can say about it. But we're just saying you're saying something that it triggered me and me. But it's just like what you're saying about this Jewish conspiracy is absolutely not true the way that you're presenting.
They're not Jewish. They're not Jewish.
I know. Yes, we know that. All right. So let's continue.
Right. I've been talking about this for over 9-10 years. I have videos on my YouTube, hundreds of videos. I've covered all this stuff
because I know
it takes time to go through it and break it all down. It does. It takes a long time. I can't sum up.
Sure, but that's only in the Western. That's only in the Western culture. And how they manipulated Western culture. I mean, it has nothing to do with East. There's a lot more.
Yeah, they're manipulated too.
I know that. I know that. That's what I'm saying.
I have to point out. Now, the synagogue of Satan, they were worshiping Apollo, right?
No, not necessarily.
It was the temple of Apollo because Apollo was the deified Nimrod. And that was the original Satan who was the resistor of God. That's why it was called the synagogue of Satan, right?
Yeah, from the Jewish culture.
Okay.
Which is,
All right. He was writing to converts to Christ back then, that there were Jews back then who were not really Jews. What they were is they were Greeks. They were Greeks who were worshiping Apollo.
Converted Jews.
There were Greeks who had come in who were worshiping Apollo, and trying to pass Apollo off as God.
Yeah.
So you don't think that there's still people that do that right now? That's just done.
Are you saying Apollo isn't God?
No.
He was talking specifically to them in Philadelphia and not Capernaum, was it? What was it?
Philadelphia
it was Philadelphia and Smyrna. Philadelphia and Smyrna. Right? So, but those are the two letters he wrote. He wrote them to the angel, by the way. That's what it says in the letters.
But my point is that just because that happened then doesn't mean these people still believe in the same thing and are doing the same thing now.
Rose, what we're saying is people are ignorant about how they've been influenced by the energy of the spirit of this spiritual teaching. They don't know that Apollo is God.
Nimrod.
And Philadelphia is the sun.
Philadelphia it means brotherly love.
Yeah, it's brotherly love.
Brotherly love.
Son. I mean, all these cities that are named, the way that these cities are named all across America, which is not America altogether. It's all spiritual. It's just it's an energy once you really understand.
The one thing that I will, completely concede to is that there is a large group of people who do have a lot of power who are actually Luciferian. That's 100% true. I agree with that. But to be Luciferian, hold on, somebody's mic is busted. Who is that? Okay, jeez. So anyway, okay, what was I saying? Because that threw me off big time.
There is a big group of Luciferians, yeah.
Because in Luciferianism, you do not worship a god. You don't worship Lucifer.
You worship yourself.
You are Lucifer. If you really understand the Luciferian, and I've read Morals and Dogma, I've read mainly Hall. My grandfather was a Mason, my dad was a Mason. I know who these people are and what this is. You do not worship Lucifer. You are Lucifer. You are the source of power.
Well, it does actually in Manly P. Hall in his book. He says that Lucifer is who they worship, and it's I got the page and everything written down.
It's the devil.
But he never said that he was Lucifer.
Lucifer is you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he says
yes, they worship
in the
Lucifer. Book, I know. He says that.
Lucifer
they worship Lucifer.
They worship. Yeah.
Lucifer is man deified. It is because Lucifer is Nimrod. Nimrod was a man who elevated himself. You're worshiping a concept of the self. That's why Luciferianism.
They believe they are gods.
They believe they are gods.
Are gods, yeah.
Right. And so there's not anyone ruling them. It is literally humans.
Yeah, how weak is that? The gods on Earth.
They're adopting rulership on themselves.
Yeah,
and
gods on Earth.
Expressing that. They're expressing that.
How weak is that? Gods on creation, right? They created Earth. How weak is that?
That goes back to them putting themselves in the position of power to rule over us and tell us what we're supposed to learn and believe.
I see. That's the thing.
It all returns back to that.
Everything they do. Everything they do. All they do is put out the invitation. And they always, no matter what the situation is, there is always an out. Because they may phrase it a certain way where this is our best idea at the moment.
Right.
They always give you a legal out because it's part of the rules. It is part of the rules that their lie has to have a footnote attached to it where you're allowed to opt out of it. And that's why I blame the people who are deceived.
That's a good point.
I just like, I don't know, like why are we allowed to have the
No,
deception.
yeah, I mean every single decision you make. Go ahead,
tell us the truth from the beginning, and then see if we grow any further.
Yeah, every single
why
decision you make could be influenced by your parents or whatever. Just like you're Santa Claus. We were talking about that earlier. When you're talking about gods, is the God, the one that made the universe? Well, obviously, this place is a created place.
We struggle. They own all the resources.
Kingdoms. Someone sets themselves up as God. It's just like, what is my place under this kingdom, right? And even in Christianity, it's like, well, God is the king, and his son is the creator. Which I'm doing the Christianity story is really, really cool. I ain't gonna lie, I grew up in it. Go ahead.
We struggle under the deception. They own all the resources. Where is the fairness? Where is the why can't we own all the resources and learn how to grow from that off of the truth?
So let me ask you this: when Christ left his congregation, and a lot of them turned into martyrs and were executed and slain.
They tried to throw his ass off a cliff.
Hold on. So why didn't Christ just give them everything they needed? Just give them everything.
I don't know.
What happens when you give a human something?
They exploit it. They exploit it every time.
They just exploit it and take advantage of it, because that's what we do.
You can say that, but some people that's what they can choose to do good.
I won't say every time, but for the most part, that's in their mind.
It's part of the human experience. Is that if we do not achieve something and it's just given to us, it is literally impossible to appreciate it as someone who struggled to get it, or someone who had to overcome something to get it. It's impossible. It is actually impossible.
You remember that when Jesus went to the first time he went to hey, let me do the sermon today.
No.
Even though he's not a rabbi or whatever. And he said, he pretty much said, I'm the Son of God. And all the Jewish people in the villages went against him. They wanted to throw him off the cliff.
Yeah,
but he saved him. It's just like we need to get the hell out of here because they're gonna freaking kill you. That was freaking awesome. I love that story.
But see, that's the thing. If we're just given everything right,
somebody tells you the truth, they want to get rid of you very quickly.
Hold on, Helio. So if somebody gives you everything, like let's say 5 years old, you're told everything, and intellectually, spiritually, what struggle are you going to overcome in your life?
The learning process of how to master.
You'll never master it, though.
But at least
you don't know that.
You're given the honest start. I said, you don't know that. Give us the honest start and see what we can do with it.
Yeah, you don't know that. You don't know that we need to be lied to at 5 years old. Why? Our parents should be the first liars to us.
I didn't say we need to be lied to. I didn't say we need to be lied to, but everything humans do is born out of struggle. Everything.
We still have struggles without having this group of people lying to us. We don't need this stupid group of people who think they're gods lying to us.
I still need to go to school and do math. I still need to learn how to farm the land. I still need to learn the biology and the anatomy of life.
Would anyone be passionate about the truth? Because if all you've ever had is truth, would you be passionate about the truth? If you've never known what a lie is.
You would still get lies. It just wouldn't be about ridiculous stuff about like going to the moon and stupid crap like that. What? That's not necessary. We're still going to be lied to.
Okay.
Am I
It is
roboting?
the father of lies. We just don't need
Yes,
to
your
believe we went to
roboting
the
is very
moon.
bad, Giz. Your roboting is very bad.
What's the point of being told we went to the moon when we didn't? That's what bothers me.
It's an invitation to believe, though.
It's bullshit. We're told to believe this. Our parents believe it. I've had someone tell me we went to the moon. I go, well, prove we went to the moon. And he said, I saw it on TV. That's how stupid it is. That's stupid.
I know. I agree with you. I do not disagree. I don't disagree.
It's just mind numbing. We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. It's not necessary.
Not only are we lied to, but then those people are put in positions of power to keep those who know the truth down. Like if you speak out against the truth, you're immediately ridiculed in society.
That depends on how you do it.
Depends on how you do it. By what do you mean?
It depends on how you do it. Yeah. So Bill Nye went on to Bill. I'm going to give you an example. Bill Nye went on to what happens if you criticize climate change, whether you're on a right-wing network or a left-wing network. What would happen?
Call you a science denier.
They'll call you a science denier. Even on the right wing, they'll call you a science denier. Right? Bill Nye goes on to Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson does nothing but ask him questions and demolishes him. Makes him look like a grade A moron. Okay? How you approach something. The Bible also tells you to season your utterances with salt. So a lot of times in the truth community, what happens is we look like raving lunatics. Just saying. Maybe we should think about our approach sometimes.
Why do we look like raving lunatics, though? If the truth was out there,
because instead of asking people questions and following Christ's example and just asking questions and making illustrations, we try and bombard people with factoids, right? Here's a fact. Here's a fact. Here's another fact. You think people are swayed by facts?
Well, that's not how I approach it, but I understand what you're saying as far as
you probably don't. And I know that a lot of people don't do that anymore. But that is what I have heard since 1999. All I have heard is here's a document and here's a fact and here's this and here's that. And that just doesn't work.
You're talking about the candles in the dark approach.
The what?
Candles in the dark approach.
Oh, is that what I'm like? Is that what you're calling? Okay.
It's called candles in the dark. It's when you ask the questions and you just keep asking them questions and then they come to the realization themselves.
Yes. It's also called the Socratic method.
Yeah, it's also, yeah, I know about that. I know what you're talking about.
Y'all will find that if you play all this back a lot tonight, I've barely made a single claim. I've just asked questions.
Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree on that.
I infuriate a lot of people doing that, but it does cut to the chase of what is provable and what is speculative. There is speculative stuff that I believe,
right?
But I recognize that's a belief that I have,
right?
And I will never ever claim it as knowledge. Say that's a belief I have. I can't prove it. Which is why I don't call myself a skeptic and I don't call myself a believer. I call myself a zetetic. I do not offer an explanation, nor do I say something is not true. I simply need to hear facts. And that's why I ask so many questions.
That's why, whenever y'all ask questions, if you ever listen to me when I talk, I'll say, well, this is what I believe. This is what I believe. And I'm fine with that answer as long as you understand that this is what I believe and I'm not stating it as a fact.
Well, see, I never give anyone the third degree so long as they say this is what I believe.
Right.
if people acknowledge that, look, we don't have all the facts here, and there's some unknowns, so this is what I believe. To me, that is the best way to approach conversations. Which is one reason that I don't disbelieve a lot of conspiracies. Neither do I believe them, because I don't want to believe anything. I want to know, right?
Right.
So when someone can't offer me all the facts, I will simply disbelieve it, but that doesn't mean I'm saying it's not true. I'm simply saying that's an unknown. I cannot offer a belief or disbelief of it. Some people don't like that answer. They say, you need to pick a side. And I'm like, well, that's why we're in this situation, because people wanted explanations rather than truths. And that's what I'm on the hunt. I'm looking for truth. I'm not looking for explanation.
That's when you start to come across fringe factions and things like that. When you got people arguing button heads over like little weird things, like I'll just go out there and say it. Like you got people saying there's reptilians, and then you got people saying that Q is right. You got people saying this and that, and you got all these people like they're arguing because they're picking a side. Like, why are you picking a side on something you believe? Show me the facts. Like, it's okay to lean one way or the other because it makes more sense logically, but make sure you're stating it correctly, that it's just a belief and that it's not a true fact.
I pretend that everything that I believe, this is what I pretend. I pretend everything I'm believing is going to go to court.
Right.
And if I don't have some kind of way of validating through hard scientific data what I'm saying, then I have to be on that jury and say, no, we don't know. Innocent,
It's just in a sad observation, a trial by jury. Sometimes the jury is a bunch of idiots that don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. I agree. I had a false accusation against me once, and but I went to the solicitor, which is the prosecutor, explained the whole situation, and he had him dismiss all the charges. He said, it's a good thing you didn't go to a jury for that. Yeah. Somebody's roboting real bad, I think.
It's me.
Oh, is it? Well, I hear you.
I'm like I said, I'm on my way to go visit my daughter in Kentucky.
No, I hear you fine. There's someone talking right now, even while you're talking, that's roboting.
I don't even hear him.
Yeah. Well, I'm used to it, hearing it.
But Rose, just to kind of reiterate, like I'm in agreement in a lot of things with you. But like Mima said, it's kind of more of a belief, just because I don't have all the facts there. And also, like Mima said, it's you can't unprove it, or unfalsifiable. Which like if it's unfalsifiable, like you can kind of lean more towards.
For me, if it's unfalsifiable, I won't even pay attention to it, and I'll go on with my life until somebody just presents me some evidence for one way or the other.
I'll remember it for later as more evidence gains. If it's falsifiable, I'll drop it.
Yeah. If it's falsifiable and subsequently falsified, I will drop it.
Right.
But if it's falsifiable and gets confirmed, I'll believe it.
Well, sure. As far as like logic goes, would the people that come in here and make their ideas about globe or whatever, do even consider logic at all? For the most part, I don't think they do.
No, but like for me, logic is part of my worldview. It's like part of how, I guess you could say, my soul thinks.
Purview could be another one.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I mean, it's legitimately part of like my worldview. I think to be a good spiritual person, you have to fundamentally understand
that's
logic.
an overarching view. Yes, of course.
I want to say this, like, as far as like unfalsifiable, like, there's one claim that we all agree on that's unfalsifiable because, like, we all say we have to be contained. We can't prove there's a container, but we can prove that you can't.
Hold on, I got a spam call. I got a spam call right when you were saying that.
No doubt.
What'd you say? Repeat it.
I said we all agree that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and we can't prove there's a container up there, but we can't prove that. We can't show any other way that there is no gas pressure without a container.
Subtle difference. There's a subtle difference.
Circular reasoning,
Well,
that's a logical argument.
There's a subtle difference because the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is what?
It has to press against the wall.
Has to press against the walls of the container.
Because it's a natural function.
Even if we don't have to see the container to know that it is necessary for gas pressure, because the only way to have gas pressure is a container. So that's logically falsifiable. Even though we don't have
physically, not logically, but also physically. Because in physics, that's the definition of gas pressure.
Wait, is it ladies' night?
What the fuck? I'm not a lady.
Oh,
it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Rose,
my bad. Yeah.
Wait. When does ladies' night? When does ladies' night start?
It was supposed to start 40 minutes ago.
Oh well.
I thought it was at 3 o'clock my time, but I'm probably wrong. I'm Pacific.
No, you're right, Rose. Yeah, we've been rolling on, but there's not a lot of ladies in here. So
thank you, 3D, for reminding us. Nobody.
Yeah, it's been pretty inactive lately as far as ladies jump in, but yeah, if there's ladies
last
in
week
here,
they were fine. There was a lot.
Here.
Good. We got Rose here. KJ's in here.
There, I just tagged all the anyone with ladies' night tag. I tagged them.
Yeah, sorry about that. We get started late because we get on a roll. You know how we do.
It's all right. Ladies' night gets to go on as long as it wants to, anyway. So
yeah. Roll with it. Roll, baby.
Rose,
anyway,
how long have
I'm going to step aside and let the ladies talk.
What did you say?
How long have you been around the server?
Your server?
Yes.
About 3 months, but I never talk.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to shut up for a while.
I was talking to her earlier. She used to talk to me in the old YouTube hangouts and shit a long time ago. So we were talking about that earlier. So
yeah,
she's been around a long time. She's totally flat.
You think I should tag the whole server? Say it's ladies' night.
Well,
is that what I usually do? I haven't been around for
Rose
ladies'
and
night.
KJ wants to go ahead and take it over. If we can do ladies' night right now.
Hey guys.
Hey there. Do I want to send
I
this
don't
to
feel too well, so
27,000
I'm
people?
not really up for co-hosting.
Oh.
There. I just tagged 27,000 people. That should help.
Should get a few.
No pressure, KJ. By the way, all the men will shut up. Ladies want to.
Just want to say, Mammoth, thanks, and Helio and Rose, thanks for the dialogue.
Cool. Hey, let's get some ladies in here.
No, clearly I'm a fan of pontificating, so I appreciate it.
I appreciate
thank you.
brother. I would love to hear the ladies talk to Danny 57. Wouldn't that be awesome?
I remember a while back, I must have been like 2020 or something. I was trying to challenge Danny to do a little, not really a debate, but just a little conversation about Flat Earth and the Genesis account. I never got a response.
On Danny, open your microphone and talk to KJ. Talk to
No, it's cool. It's cool. I don't think that he's really worth the time, to be honest, from what I've heard.
Who's Danny?
Danny Faulkner. He's
Danny
from Answers in Genesis.
Yeah, he's in Answers in Genesis. He does the Christian Museum in Kentucky. But he's a huge fan of our server, so
hey, if he wants
right
to
now.
listen in, that's fine.
Love to hear him talk to the ladies, though. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know who Danny is, but
Well, he just left. No, he didn't leave. He's still here. Danny, talk to KJ, man. I mean, he's a scientist. He's got a PhD. He talks about Earth.
I've got some postal diggers.
He's about Flat Earth.
Did some ladies drop off the server while I was on my hiatus?
I'm only seeing 2 ladies in here right now, so. And Rose is pretty active for the past few hours. We were talking to her. She's been kicking ass. And KJ always kicks ass, so I don't know. You ladies need to get some other ladies in here so we can kick this off. Might be an hour late, but we're good.
You guys can act as ladies tonight. This depends how you feel. It's all good.
I can pretend to be a lady. You don't want me to do my...
I'm just going to operate completely off of emotion tonight. And I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
Yikes.
No, he didn't.
Hello, Jimsy. Totally forgot it was Friday because
hi.
Today. But hey, Jimsy, how you doing, brother? That
Good,
shit between you and Lou last night was fucking.
That was hilarious.
It was fucking cracking me up the entire night because I get so much shit from both of you motherfuckers. So shit was. Oh, I'm glad you.
Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean it was funny? I'm serious.
No, fuck that. You roast my ass all the time, and so does he. And I was just like, it was so good to see you roasting him and him roasting you. I love it. I love it. Fucking shit. So funny.
Yeah, I don't mean any any harms to Lou.
No, I already know. It's like yeah. You take what you
even though he's a dick, but I don't mean any harm.
Well, me too. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, you take what you give, you know. I get it. It was funny though, man. I was with my mom, like eating dinner with my mom, listening to you. It's like going on for hours. It was just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? That was so funny. Anyway.
You should read our conversation in the mods chat.
Oh, I did. That was after the voice chat. Yeah, I did. Well, I skimmed through it because I could give a fuck, about that. But anyway, it was funny though, because I know you gave him as much shit as you give me, and he gives me. And you even mentioned me. Thank you in the mod chats. Like you sound like you know.
When I think about Lou, I think he's like your little brother.
Motherfucker, I'm his big brother, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, he's your little brother. That means you are his big brother. Yeah. Correct.
Anyway. Hey, let's go beyond that. But anyway, that was last night. This is tonight. And there's not we can't do ladies' night unless there's like two or more. Well, there's two.
We got Kim. Kim's cool.
Jim's gonna act like it. Jimsy's gonna act like a lady.
I hope not.
He's gonna identify as a lady, and then we'll move forward.
I could do it. I should do it, but better.
I'll be back later.
Hey, hi there.
Hey, Meme, appreciate your combo for the past couple of hours.
Later, man.
They're really good. Let's see what happens. I'll shut
up.
I
think Kim said something.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
I did. I'm just also wrestling with a 3-year-old.
I will say, guys, it is ladies' night, but if the ladies allow, anybody want to bring a topic, want to talk about something, could just keep it going. And if the ladies kind of want to drive whatever conversation comes about and take control over it, it's all good. But even if the guys want to speak, like Helio is doing,
It's liberating to say that the Earth is flat.
yeah, feels good not thinking that an asteroid is gonna fall over your head.
Indeed.
Anyone spoken to Salmonella Baby? What?
Salmonella Baby, just wash that baby correctly. Just wash it good. I mean, don't be shy. People want to ask questions or talk, go right ahead. We'll be here.
I know Rose has got something. What you want to talk about, Rose? She's out there.
So that was a good question in the chat. Can you believe in flat Earth without believing in God? And I don't believe so.
Yeah, Tim is baiting me. I told him I'm not taking the bait on this.
I don't blame you, but I just thought it was a good topic.
I agree it is, but whenever we get into the God conversation in here, so many people just get very angry and heated and all that. And it's like, it's just not worth it because it always ends up being a Bible debate, which sucks.
I completely understand.
Egghead's a Glober. He's down the bottom. You can ask him.
Ask me about the Bible, or what?
Who is this?
Eggman from Sonic Frontiers.
Oh. No, we're not gonna do any more Bible talk. If anyone wants to do that, you can go to the Bible combo.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well,
but
welcome.
he is a Glober. My bad.
I feel a bit out of place.
Because you're a Glober?
Yeah, well, in here.
Gotcha.
What brought you here?
A curiosity.
Hey, Eggman.
Not much else.
Eggman.
Yeah?
These people have mental illness, so just be aware.
Wait, you're a Glober, I'm guessing? I mean,
illness,
some contingent of flat earthers have mental illnesses, but I don't think it's as common as you think.
Wait, doesn't mental illness happen on a globe?
It happens everywhere.
No, he's
So
trying to say.
Globers have mental illness.
Gemsy,
some of them definitely.
He's trying to. The guy who said that the people have mental illness on this Discord. He's just trying to say that everyone who is not believing that they're living on a spinning, tilted, wobbling sphere, flying for an ever-expanding universe, sometimes pear-shaped, sometimes ellipsoid-shaped. Is indeed crazy and probably mentally ill. So I can understand it, man. I mean, just think about it. How can we not see that we're on a spinning tilted ball flying through an ever-expanding universe while hurtling around other planets, sometimes shaping the Earth and man. Yeah, I totally understand.
I just don't. I've had reason to believe not in the consensus anymore, and that there is no empirical evidence of us living on a globe.
So you must be a conspiracy theorist then. At least that's what the narrative told
not
me.
A conspiracy theorist.
You're questioning the narrative, and the narrative told me when you question the narrative, my response should be you being a crazy conspiracy nut. So don't you dare question the narrative.
Right.
Because the narrative told me so.
Kim Hopkins, is there a better way to refer to you? Should I just call you?
I put it. That's my name. So.
Okay, so Miss Hopkins, you said that you couldn't see how you could be a flat earther without believing in God. Or was
yes,
it you?
but it was me. But I don't necessarily want to bring a topic up that others don't want to discuss. So I can understand that. Not that I would argue it with anyone.
Okay. Because if evidence is what you need to believe in a flat earth, then really religious belief should have nothing to do with it. or at least shouldn't be a necessary component. That was it, would it logically follow.
I came into the realization of God without my actual like trying to, and flat Earth came after. Divine intervention, and then discernment would follow.
So where's the guy who said that we're mentally ill?
That was June Bug, and then Egghead also doubled down on that claim.
Well, I personally didn't call you.
No, I know.
But the other
So you
guy,
did agree with the guy.
I agree that some contingent is necessarily going to be mentally ill, but that's not a sweeping statement.
So Eggman, when you experience your immediate experience based on your senses, what your senses indicate. Let's say, for example, when you're sitting right now playing your Sonic Frontier as Eggman, the enemy of Sonic, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel that ground that you're standing, that house that you're in, do you feel that thing is spinning right now?
No.
Okay. So let's say you stand up from playing Sonic Frontiers, and you go outside and you look at the horizontal plane to the horizon. Does it look horizontal or does it look curvizontal?
It looks horizontal.
Oh, it looks horizontal. Okay. And then when you look to the sky and you see the sun moving in the sky, you observe that, right? You see the sun moving across the sky.
Yeah, or at least relative to me.
Yeah, so you look at the sun, it moves across the sky, and that's your experience. So you don't experience any movement of the ground. You see the horizontal plane. You observe the sky and the luminaries moving above your head, but you believe the opposite of your experience of what your senses are pointing to you. So you believe in a nonsensical belief, the opposite of your senses and your experience, which could qualify as a mental illness.
I think you made a mistake. I don't think nonsensical has anything to do with your senses. Or I think you're being a bit too etymological with that. Generally, when we say something is nonsensical, it means it's illogical.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so your senses is telling you that the ground is not moving, that it's motionless, but you're claiming the opposite, that it's spinning in an actual rotation, the opposite of what your senses is telling you. Then you observe the horizontal plane with your vision, your eyes, your senses, but you claim the opposite. It's curved horizon. It's curving. It's not horizontal. It's curving. That's the opposite of what you're observing. And then you look at the sky and you see the luminaries moving above your head, and you claim that that's because you're spinning, and that's why you see the sun and the luminaries moving. So that's the opposite of what your senses are telling you, therefore nonsensical. Therefore, it could be a mental illness. Will you agree?
No, I think that's a bit simplistic, because things aren't exactly always what they appear to be.
So things are the opposite of what your senses are indicating.
Not always, but sometimes.
But in this instance, it is like the ground doesn't. You don't feel the ground moving, but it is moving.
Yeah, although that's pretty obvious considering I'm moving along with the ground.
You observe the horizon, but it's not horizontal. It's actually curving to the shape of the ball.
Yeah, because it's a very small segment of a circle, which would appear to be a line.
All right, so you observe the sun moving and the luminaries moving above your head in the sky or the heavens above, but that means that because you're falling backwards, because you're standing on the ball that is spinning and you're falling backwards, and that's why you observe the movement of the things in the sky.
Yeah, and that's well, that just makes sense.
And that is the opposite of your experience of what your senses are indicating, therefore nonsensical. And if you believe it, that's an indication of a mental illness.
Well, also, I should point out, your senses don't give you information such as the sun is moving. You're interpreting your senses to get to the conclusion that the sun is moving. The only information you get directly from your senses is the sun is moving relative to me, or I'm moving relative to my senses, or we're both moving relative to each other.
We agree. Speed to the sun that's measured on the ground surface at the equator, and that's 1,037 miles an hour.
I'm not sure. What's your point?
So, anybody want to ask us?
Go to timeanddate.com. Go to timeanddate.com. You can see how fast the sun moves across the plane of the Earth. They have a Mercator map and everything.
It's like 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah.
The moon is a bit slower than the sun. The moon moves at about a sublunar speed of around 960 miles per hour near the equator.
Yeah, the moon is a satellite of Earth, and its trajectory is completely independent from the sun's.
Have you ever thought about it like a clock, like the sun would be the little hand and the moon the big hand?
That's one way to look at it. What just doesn't make sense to me is the sun disappears beneath the horizon, which
beneath the horizon.
That can be explained with a matter of perspective, because things converge at the horizon, at your perceived horizon. So you can even see the distortion of where it converges. So if you can explain that with perspective.
Exactly.
I don't think you can, considering.
Really? Why not?
Well, I agree that things merge to the horizon, but they don't merge beneath or under the horizon.
You just said beneath. That's what you said. It goes beneath the horizon.
The sun goes beneath the horizon, but it doesn't merge to it.
So it goes beneath.
The way that you perceive it, though, is that it goes beneath the horizon, but it can still be explained by perspective. But what I was just trying to say, you can still perceive that, or you can explain that with your perspective, because the massiveness of Earth, the sun being local, if it moves away, just like if you have a sort of like a dim light in a big room, you're not going to light up the whole room with the light.
Okay. And so before the sun becomes invisible, it would need to become so small that it becomes imperceptible.
Something you made up in your mind, because go ahead, Kim. This guy's making shit up.
No, I don't think so. I used to believe in the globe too, so I mean, this is the way that I used to think of it as well. So now the way that I see it, is, when it goes away, you can see where the sky, and during the sunset, how the colors in the sky change, and that can be like the electric magnetic energy in the air changing, because sunsets always look differently. They're not always the same, but there is like hues in the sky, and it could explain how, when it's going away, it's the hue and the the perspective of it. You can't see light forever
Yeah,
on a
Kim,
massive plane.
do you mind if I ask him what he means by beneath the horizon? I want to ask this guy,
Sure.
Abby, what does he think the horizon is?
So, well, my experience at the western coast of Spain.
A very simple question.
Well, yeah,
What is the horizon? What is the horizon?
Okay. The horizon, that's a segment of Earth that's, it's a part of Earth that you're looking at that's just, it's the part of the surface of the Earth that you're looking at. I'm not sure how else to define it.
Okay, go ahead, Kim.
Well, on a globe Earth, your horizon would be a geometric location, but where it kind of muddies the waters is that it's never a set location. It just is apparent because things like refraction and just how far you can see sometimes. So it's never a set place that you can actually observe.
Well, it's a set place that you can observe, and that you can't really observe beyond.
Well, there should be a physical, geometric, like horizon on a globe. There should be an actual place where you can observe it.
I thought that's what he was saying. The reason you see the sunset is because there's a physical obstruction.
Yeah, it depends on what you mean by physical obstruction, but I kind of agree with both explanations. Or are you saying there's a difference?
What do you think, Kim?
The difference is that if you can never see the geometric location of it, like the physical location of the horizon, and it can never be observed, then you can't prove it.
I don't think proving is a matter of observing, or not on such a basic level.
On a scientific method basis, you would need to be able to observe something to prove it.
What's not observable?
Who asked that?
The geometric location of the horizon, like the physical location of it.
Physical? What do you mean?
Yeah, I know, right?
Hey, real quick, June, you joined earlier before you left, and you said people in here have mental illness. Remember?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So when you right now, whatever you're sitting right now, talking to people in the internet, that ground below your feet, is that ground spinning? Do you feel it? Do you feel it spinning?
Of course not.
Oh, so you don't feel it spinning? Okay.
Why would I?
Okay. So when you go outside and you see the horizon, the horizontal plane, but you actually, that's not what you see. It's actually a curve horizon, right? It's actually curving because the ball is curving.
Correct.
Yeah. And then when you look at the sky and you see the sun and the luminaries moving across the sky, your observation of that, it's because the ground that you're standing on is spinning and you're falling backwards, and that's why you see the sun moving.
What do you mean falling backwards?
You're moving away from it, standing on the moving Earth, and the sun is stationary. That's what he means.
Bingo. What do you say?
Yeah, so you feel the ground is not moving, you observe with your vision the horizontal
Ground moving.
plane.
Why would the ground be moving?
You know,
It is
spinning.
moving.
Helio, wait, it's okay. Spinning the globe, right? It's
He
spinning the globe.
disagreed with me, then he tried to disagree.
Yeah.
What do you mean the ground below me is spinning? Do you mean the Earth is spinning? Correct.
Yeah,
Not
that,
the ground
but
below me,
like the Earth is spinning, right? The ground that you're standing on, it's spinning.
Mm-hmm. Technically.
But you don't feel that spin.
No.
Exactly. So when you observe the horizontal plane, in reality, what you're looking at is the horizontal plane because it's curving.
What do those have
It's
to do
not
with anything?
Okay, so you're observing the horizontal plane, but it's actually curving. And then you observe the sun moving and the luminaries moving, but that's not what you're seeing. In reality, it's because you're spinning on the ball. That's why you see these effects.
Both,
right?
But yes.
So your experience and your senses, your senses not feeling the ground moving, observing the horizontal plane.
I can't feel the Earth spinning or flat.
There we go with another no, but yes.
So you're claiming the opposite of what you're sensing and experiencing. Therefore, you're making a nonsensical claim.
Nonsense.
Sorry, ladies, man. Sorry about this, ladies.
It's okay, because they got. So you make
that's not the definition of nonsensical.
We didn't establish a full ladies' night yet.
Hey, I'm talking to June at the moment, guys. What's with the rumpus?
I don't feel the ground moving below me, therefore. What?
So your senses, your vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal, it's indicating that you're actually not moving. You're motionless, but you're claiming the opposite of that. Then you observe the horizontal plane with your vision, another of your senses, and you're claiming the opposite. It's curving.
I don't know what you mean.
And then you, the horizon, horizontal.
Yeah, if I may interject.
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second, because I just want to finish, and then you can, Jim.
Okay.
And then you're saying that the observations that we do of the luminaries of the sun, the moon, and the stars is because we're rotating, we're spinning in an axis, and that's why we see the effects as the movement of the luminaries. So you're claiming the opposite of your experience, the opposite of your senses. So you're making a nonsensical claim, and that, by definition, is it can be correlated to a mental illness.
So you are correct.
So you have a mental illness. He's telling you.
Yeah, Jim, you have a mental illness.
Is that you are claiming something that is contrary to your experience? Something that I ask a lot of folks is, let's go through a mental exercise. Go back to axiomatic first principles. Okay, just listen. Let's say you have amnesia. You crawled out of a cave, okay? And you look out upon a world that is before you. What evidence would you have to logically conclude that your world is a sphere, that it's spinning, that above you is a vacuum?
Can you give me one question at a time, please, instead of adding about?
Wait, nobody claimed that the world is a vacuum. Let's not even go there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean this is what heliocentrism is, what NASA claims. But
I know, but he didn't claim that.
Let him talk to the guy, bro. Let him talk to the guy.
I just want to point out that nobody claimed that.
Okay.
So, what was your point?
What would you see, and what would you conclude otherwise?
I don't even know what you're asking.
Do you experience any curvature?
How would I experience that?
That's what we want to know.
By your mental illness. That's my whole point, that you're claiming the opposite of reality, so therefore you have a mental illness. You came here claiming that we are mentally ill, but you're the one mentally ill.
Oh, okay, I see.
You see how you were projecting into people, and you're the one that is mentally ill?
Yep.
But wait, just for clarity's sake, if you're moving and the ground is moving underneath you with the same speed as you wouldn't notice anything. That has nothing to do with logic or not.
The Earth isn't.
Have any of you guys been in a vehicle before where it's traveling about 60 miles an hour? You can drop something and it's not going to like fly back.
That's the ground. Wow.
Yeah, bodies are under constant acceleration too. Where's that extra work coming from?
What are you talking about? An engine? And a vehicle?
Oh, yeah, I mean, if the Earth is a globe and it's spinning, it's under constant acceleration. There has to be work applied. It has to be coming from somewhere. Where is it coming from? What's happening?
Constant acceleration implies that it's becoming faster and faster. So,
in order to maintain the vector,
it's a lie. Circular motion is constant acceleration.
Curvature on the end. So we stuck.
Yeah, bro.
It's like curved.
You're doing a circular motion.
The
You're moving
revolution
in a.
around the sun supposedly is not constant. There is like a point where it accelerates.
You've got to take something in the back of the
Spin is circular motion, and that is constant acceleration. The end.
So June, sounds like you are the mental ill one.
You've said nothing to me so far.
I mean,
yeah.
Are you gonna take it back?
Jamesy, do you understand that you wouldn't feel the ground moving beneath you if you were traveling at the same speed?
Are you saying that if the ground starts moving, you don't feel it? Yeah,
if it starts moving, I feel. Wait. You're already being evasive.
His mental illness is kicking in. Just relax. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, true. So, if the ground is moving beneath you and you're also moving at the same speed, you wouldn't notice it.
But it's not. It's not.
We don't know that.
Okay.
Hold on.
So
we do know that.
But the revolution around the sun does accelerate in speed in the ellipse. So you would be able to feel that.
What?
Yeah, remember when you're moving towards and away from the sun in a elliptical movement, you actually it's not constant. It's changing. So you will feel it. But anyways, the ground
but the changes are so small that you wouldn't feel them.
You will first have to prove that the ground is moving, and you're making a nonsensical claim based on the mental illness. I get it. But you will have to prove first the opposite of what you actually experience it. Do you have any evidence that the ground that you're standing on is moving?
Have you ever been on a plane?
Yes, many times.
Do you know when you reach the cruising altitude?
The air is moving. The plane is moving, right? But how does that prove the air is moving? So can you provide evidence that the earth is moving? Any evidence?
No.
Contrary to your
Is that you wouldn't
experience.
feel it?
Hey, don't go to the airplane. Stay on the ground and provide evidence that the ground is spinning like you're claiming to be. The opposite of your experience. Go ahead. I mean, we're waiting. Egghead, Eggman, and the Jugbug. Go ahead. Where is the evidence that the ground that you're standing on is spinning in an actual rotation? Where is the evidence of that? Besides
the day and night cycle. I mean, what suggests that we're spinning is, the day and night cycle and the changes in seasons.
But that's not the sky. The sky is moving. You observe the sky moving, and you're claiming that the ground is moving, pointing to the sky. That sounds like mental illness to me.
No, still not.
Yes.
Because you couldn't also. That's not.
You're looking in the sky and seeing the sun move, and then saying that the buildings are moving.
The face of
day and night and season.
Going, yeah, of course the Earth's round. You know, because that's what we've been told. What if what we've
someone
been
is
told
roboting?
Everything that they're teaching us is a lie. Everything.
Hey Timbo, you sound really low, bro. You're kind of far away from your mic, bro. You're far away from your mic.
We do it, Scott. Later on, you can question what they're teaching. That's
body bag.
It's like It's like talking to Twilight Zone.
I'm gonna mute Timbo just because we cannot hear him. And he still talks. Timbo, can you hear us? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I think that's
lady.
fair. Yeah, Timbo. Yeah, he can.
Hey, let's allow Kim address what you wanted to tell the June and Eggman. Can you say what you wanted to say, Kim?
Okay, sure. I was just saying that you can explain on the flat or the topical flat plane with a more local sun, a day and night and seasons.
Listen, if we said that
I
sunsets
think
were proof that the
it
Earth
can be
doesn't,
explained on a flat model.
you wouldn't accept that.
But
and there's no flat
I just don't
model
subscribe to a flat model based on the fact that.
Neither do we.
Yeah, I can see the sun moving underneath the horizon.
Yeah, nobody here subscribes to any model. The reality is not a model like the imaginary thing that you have in your head. We don't subscribe to your imagination.
You still have a model of reality. Yeah,
No, we don't.
I agree that reality exists, but you have a model of reality.
No, we don't. You have a model in your head, but there is no model.
Tidal forces.
Go upstairs. Oh,
You know the sun goes under the horizon. I want to know that. How do you know the sun goes under the horizon?
Yeah, I mean that was my point from the beginning. You tell us, or whoever wants to address that particular topic. Let's talk about. There is no such thing as under the horizon. I don't even know where you got that idea from. There's no such thing as that.
Okay.
Where do you get? But how about you explain us? How about you explain to us what you mean by under the horizon?
Okay.
Tell us about this.
So imagine.
No, well, I don't have to imagine a goddamn thing. We're on Earth. We see the sun.
I'm going to make you imagine something that is on Earth, so it's not a problem.
No, we're not going to imagine a goddamn thing. We all live on Earth. We see the sun move across the sky.
Imagine
Tell me what you mean by about under the horizon.
Imagine the sunset over the horizon, and basically a sun that's half visible. Half of it is invisible, and half of it is visible. So you can picture the sun going into the not literally into the ocean, but you know what I mean. So half of the sun is visible, the other is not. And so
we're not gonna have this yelling shit. Helio, we're gonna mute you. You're gonna keep yelling like that. Just if you're gonna ask a questions, allow the other person to reply, and then have a second back and forth, and then someone else can jump in. But let's not have this shouting match between everybody. Go ahead, reply about the horizon question, and then Helio can have a follow up, and then someone else can jump in and continue.
Good. So. When I see only half the sun, I can draw a straight line from my eye to the middle of the sun, but not to the bottom of it. Sorry?
Models or anything?
Okay, no. What I mean is just... What I mean by beneath the horizon is that I can no longer draw a straight line from my eye to the bottom of the sun once it's half underneath the horizon. So the horizon is obstructing my view, meaning that the sun has to be beneath the horizon or behind the horizon.
Or it's just farther away from you.
Well, how many? I won't yell this time. I promise. Do you mean underneath, below, or beyond? I mean, which description is best? Which description is best for you?
I would say
because you've already given many different descriptions of what you might. I can draw it, below, beneath.
Okay.
Come on, man. Give me a real description of what
globe model. Beyond.
I'm not talking about models. I'm talking about what you observe when the sun moves away from you.
So the sun is beyond the horizon, or appears to be beyond the horizon.
Appears to be beyond the horizon, not beneath.
Well, eventually it becomes beneath once
All right.
it's totally disappeared.
So, what is the horizon in your mind?
I guess you could say it's a geographical location. It's not really that relevant. Oh no, sorry.
No, it definitely is relevant in this conversation.
Yeah, I didn't mean to undermine your.
All right, so it should be relevant in this conversation, and because if you're talking about below, above, or beneath, you're talking about a location, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Continue.
So, the sun is beyond the horizon, meaning the horizon is in between me and the sun.
The horizon isn't between you and the sun. Where did you get that? Who told you that?
But, well, no, not always. But
Are
when
you
I'm
making
looking,
this shit up as you go along?
I'm on the west coast of Spain, looking at the setting sun.
I live in Central America, so I don't even see.
Yeah, but it's not that relevant.
Across the sea.
So here, real quick, Helio, do you have maybe a few more questions for him, and then we're gonna pass the mic to someone else?
No, you guys can fuck around with this fucking guy.
If I may, can I make one very important point here? If he is claiming that the horizon is the geometrical Earth curve, we've already debunked that with the black swan. He has no argument. So we're going to have to go beyond this. There is no geometry of a globe. That has been debunked officially. So does he have any other arguments for the curvature of the Earth beyond that?
No geographical location.
You just said
geometric, geographical. You're going to have to make a distinction. Is it geometric? Is that what you're claiming?
Sure. Since you like to see with your eyes, it's the point where the sky and the ground meet.
Yeah, thanks. But you just said it was a geographic location.
I said it's not. I literally just said it's not.
Oh, so we have two globers that have different definitions of what the horizon is, because Egghead said that it was a geographical location, and Junebug is saying the opposite.
My bad, dude. I didn't mean to confuse you with the other guy. But
so we have two globers that believe different cosmologies of the globe.
Exact thing.
No, you're not. You're not. That's why we're pointing out the difference. No, you're not.
Is the horizon a geometric Earth curve? Is the horizon Earth curve? That is the question on the table right now.
Yeah, there you go.
If you have a camera and you see the sun go out of your view, or it's getting to where it's below the horizon in your mind, if you take a camera and you zoom it back in, you can zoom it back in, and even when you're looking at it, the bottom of the sun is kind of distorted because of the convergence of the horizon that is apparent.
And how do you call it? Perspective convergence?
Yes.
Also, perspective tends to make things smaller. Well, so small that you can't see them.
Now, here's the thing. The sun stays the same size. It's just because once it gets closer to the horizon, it seems bigger because it's being compared to below the horizon, everything. So if you take a filter that filters out the light, because even when you have a light that goes like beyond something, there's like where it gets a little brighter before it disappears. That explains how it seems like it's a lot bigger. So it doesn't necessarily get bigger at the horizon.
I think I agree with that.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
How do you explain tidal force?
Is that like a movie or a video game?
Tidal forces.
You're talking about tides?
Tides, like the water moving, because I heard you guys talking about the Earth moving, right? So I mean the water's moving, right? The tidal force, right?
Well,
and then when you look it up, it's like talks about gravity. So how do you explain that on a flat Earth model?
Think about it like electromagnetic. Even when the sun is opposite of the moon, there's a difference in the tides than when the sun and moon are closer together. So I believe it's still. I think everybody can agree that it still has to do with the moon, but it also has to do with the sun. They both work together on that. It's like electric magnetic energy is way more strong than gravity, anyways.
Okay, I see. I see. So it's an electrical magnetic field. Because gravity doesn't exist, right?
Correct.
So the substitution of that is the electromagnetic field is what we're feeling.
Not necessarily, but a combination of that and electrostatics.
Oh, okay, okay, I see.
Gravity's never been isolated, so it's just a concept.
I got you.
But everything is intrinsically electrostatic, and we can see that there's electromagnetic forces on Earth. Those are all isolated and provable.
Okay, cool, cool. Thank you for the information.
You got it.
In terms of replacing,
So helioskeptic, you were questioning me about the horizon. Well, if you want to continue on that path.
is someone talking?
Just ask your question, and there's a lot of people in the panel, so go ahead. Say what you guys say.
Yeah. Gemsy wants anyone besides me to talk about this.
How do you read my mind? How do you read my mind, Helio? How?
Yeah, because we're brothers from another mother. You know what I'm saying?
All right, good. Go ahead with your question. Go ahead.
The question on the table is the horizon a geometric horizon? Is it the geometric Earth curve?
What can you just summarize for me why that's a necessary question to ask?
Well, you are making the assertion that the sun is going down, right? Half being obstructed by Earth curve. So I'm asking you, is the horizon the curve of the Earth? Is it geometrically the curve of the Earth?
What does that even mean?
This guy. You're being
I don't know how to answer that. So the two options, the options are either it's a geometric line or either what else?
There is no other option. I'm just asking you, are you saying that the horizon is the horizon Earth curve?
Yeah, I mean, the horizon, that kind of. Maybe there's...
Come on, dude.
You're like everyone's jealous of the wall, bro. Is the horizon Earth curve or not? Is it obstructing the sun as it goes down, as you phrase?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, according to the Black Swan, we've debunked that, and there's many Black Swans, and so the curve of the Earth is not the horizon. So, the globe is over. Dude, what are you talking about? Defend your position. We've debunked Earth curve as being the horizon, or the horizon being Earth
of the actual back.
Don't use my argument. Perfected is our argument. You get your own. Are you saying an optical effect is what's creating a distant or a close horizon? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so how would you ever? Yeah, that's our argument. You use your own.
Hey,
it's
in relation to
the geographic location, remember? So if you have these optical effects that are varying and changing this position, then that's our argument. You're supposed to have a physical location where the Earth curves. So if you're going to
be at 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height. That's where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. So he's asking
all the time, every time, and no further.
Yeah, so he's asking what's the importance of this argument. The original claim was that the horizon is curvature. So the response to that from the flat Earth was, well, you have different factors for why the horizon appears where it does. You have the observer's height, weather conditions, refraction. Okay, so then the response to that at the time was, oh, you flat Earthers just have your perspective. So then we come out with the black swan, and now you guys want to claim refraction all of a sudden? That's our argument. Don't forget that.
Get the picture you guys post all the time.
It's not a picture; it's a video, and
Well,
you
there's
can
also
go to
other
that location.
video.
It's in California where I've been. You can go there. It's not like you can, edit
Go
reality.
ahead. Let's allow the lady to say whatever she wants to say. Go ahead, lady.
I was just going to say that there's an even better test done with lasers so that you can omit refraction and anything that you could use, I guess, in argument against that there being no geometric location.
You do realize that lasers are still affected by refraction.
Again, you're supposed to be arguing for physicality of the Earth curving itself directly. So if you're going to argue for the curvature not being there due to conditions, that's our argument, dude. So you sound like a flat earther if you're going to keep barking on about refraction. That's our argument.
Yeah, you do sound like a flat earther when you say that, even though you believe in a globe, and those are signs of mental illness, actually.
Well, isn't that what they're saying about us, Jimsy? You have a mental block. You can't do the
You guys are making
If
that
I-
argument for us. I appreciate
It's
that.
just that when you say, like, refraction in either case, when you're looking out into the distance, really, if you're 1 foot off the ground and you're saying everything beyond 1 mile is like, not actually there. But to the whole laser point, the laser is supposed to be a straight standard that is supposed to meet the obstruction of the Earth if you were, say, 1 foot off the ground. If you were 1 foot off the ground, actually with a laser, because there's a drop in elevation from the laser's position, at 10 miles there should be like 60, well, I don't even know how far they can shoot lasers, but hypothetically, in 10 miles there should be 66 feet of drop. So
Elijah, at that point, I mean, it's just like, what can flat earthers do to prove the flat Earth, right? So,
Helio, wasn't Elijah like in the middle of a sentence?
It's not real.
I thought he finished his point because I was
Elijah,
actually.
did you finish your point, Elijah?
Well, the point came with a question to the actual person I was talking to. So it's over now. It's kind of annoying. It's over. I lost the opportunity because Helio wanted to ask me a question right at that moment.
Sure. I mean, well, I was just saying, hey, check this out with their observation of the laser. I mean, the idea of the laser is like, here's how you can prove the flat Earth, right? You can shoot lasers across lakes over 25 miles, and that's the Globers would be like, hey, that would prove, if you could prove that the evidence would be, if you could take a laser, the powerful laser, shoot across distance.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what we do. They're actually going to say, well, did you ever consider refraction? Anyway, you've heard that.
Yeah.
You can see that with your own eyes, but okay. You ever seen a rainbow?
Because the whole point is, I mean, again, there are different wavelengths of light. Oh wait, I'm bugging out. There are different wavelengths of light. So, the different wavelengths. So if you choose different light sources, thank you very much. Then it should affect what you see. So, like, let's say hypothetically, if I had like some, I don't know, what do you call those, binoculars, infrared, and I was laying on the beach, then the horizon should be like 1 mile away, right? Not damn sure, not 10, 15, because the refraction will be minimal. Well, if you use a certain laser, like, that cuts the refraction, it would be the same thing.
Yeah, my point was that the laser beam, shooting the laser is supposed to be a more concentrated, pinpointed way to measure a distance, and it's so concentrated that it wouldn't be affected by refraction. It omits that argument altogether.
Yeah, and on that point, I mean, nobody says refraction doesn't exist, on the flat Earth side. Nobody says that.
Hey, Junebug, did you get the replies about the non-existent curvature because you claiming horizon? I mean, you claiming the refraction, Junebug?
Dude, look at the video. Look at the Black Swan video. You can see the refraction. You can see the metal bars.
Yeah,
Every time he says the question is welcome to flat Earth. Every time.
Yeah, welcome
to Flat Earth by
Yeah.
the
If you just go ahead and keep saying refraction, it'll be welcome to flat Earth.
Guys, I'm tired of y'all being unreasonable. If you
unreasonable.
imagine that, I'm not
talking
you.
about us. Relax.
Imagine you enter the Discord, after having seen all of the government-sponsored YouTube and Google searches you can find.
Yeah, Elijah, when he joined, he said the first thing he said when he opened his mic is that people in here have mental illness. So I get that after all the propaganda, that you're trying to point out, he's coming from that perspective. I agree.
That's all good. We have thick skin. If it's still here, he's still here.
No, but this is the problem. Like, we always go, oh my God, you don't know how to think reasonably? Jesus Christ, everybody. Like, come on. And I'm like, it's not a surprise at this point.
What's your argument?
Ilio, just be
June,
quiet.
he's sticking up for you, June. If you're not paying attention, he's trying to stick up for you right now, Junebug. So you think he's talking about you? He's talking about us.
It wasn't easy to research it, that's for sure. It was very censored, and I had to deep dive research it myself, so I can understand. It's when you first research it, you get a lot of propaganda about it and things and viewpoints that we don't actually believe.
So what do you believe?
No, stop. No.
I'm not going to claim a model.
Can I finish? Listen, if I could just finish this one thing, I promise I'll shut the hell up. It was like damn near impossible in here for one person to speak at a time.
And you sound pretty quiet, Elijah. That's why people are over talking you, because you sound like you're far away.
Oh, I can hear him fine. I just think he's just not. He's concentrated on me, telling me to shut up, and when other people are trying.
All right, Helio, shut up. Go ahead, Elijah. Make your point, brother.
So when
go over to Geo's and try and see what
I'm
happens.
being an asshole on purpose. That's all good. All right. I love you guys.
So if someone comes in and says, "Oh my God, look at the cranes they're bent," well, first of all, there's like 1,000 videos critiquing the Black Swan. They don't have any idea who we are, never heard of us, never heard our voices, but we're the only ones that are actually putting the Black Swan out there. So they're talking about us that don't even know it. Okay, so
an old video, bro. Why are you acting like this thing came out like a week ago?
Bro, he's still talking. Go ahead.
And he's still sticking up for you right now, Junebug. Relax.
So the point is, in his Dunning-Krugerness, he's like, there's just one video, so help him out. It's like, no, what about this video at dawn, where you can see the water reflecting off the bottom of the oil rig? Are you going to say that that's refraction as well?
Link the video.
Like shit like that, guys. You know what I mean? He's asking for it. Look at it. He's hungry, boy. There you go. Fuck.
Yeah, whoever is presenting the Black Swan can bring the extra ones. I'm gonna bring up the after the Black Swan. I'll bring up the radio communication system. So go ahead. Continue with the Black Swan, guys.
Are you going to directly talk about what Elijah was saying, or what someone else was saying?
I'm just curious if he knows the argument. It would be helpful.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I'd give you more credit in debunking it if you knew the argument. Just saying, "Oh, well, look, the crane's bendy." Like that's that's. Do you even know what the?
Yeah,
argument
really, that's not the argument at all. You know, the bendy cranes. That really has nothing to do with the argument.
Hey, Junebug, are you saying that because the crane looks bendy, that the 10-mile horizon is actually at 1.2 miles?
It's not the actual physical location of that wheel rig.
That has nothing to do with
Christ, you don't understand a goddamn thing about this.
I'm sorry, buddy. I have to.
So are you saying that because...
What are you saying?
I literally just said not to do that, Helio. Like that
Send
was the whole
fucking
point.
video that he was mentioning that you guys have of the evening
No,
with the reflection off the ocean. I gotta see this.
You don't even need to see that for me to understand that. For me to understand that you don't know what's going on. CB just asked you if you think that what you. Yeah, CB just asked you if you think that what you see at 10 miles is really obstruction, because that's what the horizon is, quote unquote, it's Earth curve obstruction from the rest of the Earth. He's saying, so it's really at 1.2 miles away, but what you're looking at is,
No, it's
I
actually
don't know.
further away than it looks. But
That's what we're asking. Like, I don't.
You guys have no. I don't know what you're saying.
You don't know what you're saying.
Mark a P, then Q, not Q, therefore not.
It's actually at 1.2 miles because he saw a bendy rig.
The Earth is a sphere with a radius.
Yeah, I mean, we can go through the argument. You don't have to accept it to understand it. So if you want to understand it, we can teach you. That's fine. I mean, you can go off and think about it or whatever you need to do. But you understanding the argument is way better off, especially if you want to debunk it. So if you want to learn it, we can teach you. The if P then Q, Q therefore P is this modus tollens. This is a logical consistency. So we're inserting if P, if the Earth is a globe. So okay, I don't think you have any issue with that so far. And the size of the globe, right? If P, if the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3959 miles. So I don't think you would have an issue with that so far, right? You agree that that's the claimed size.
Yeah, I'm looking at this little meme here.
Yeah. Yeah. So if that's the size of the globe, then every distance to the horizon would be at a set distance based off of the size of that globe. So on a globe with a 3959 mile radius, the distance to the horizon must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You can refer to an Earth curve calculator if this is starting to get a little confusing. I can post some stuff for you to take a look at, but it's just simple geometry. At 1 foot off the surface of the globe, the distance to the Earth curve is 1.22. Okay. Do you have any issue with this so far? Sir, can you hear me? Elijah, you got some background noise?
What is the background noise?
Elijah?
He's underwater.
Maybe he's busy reading, but I'll post the distance to horizon calculator for you. Yeah. Are you still with us, or what's up? You busy?
Yeah, we have June, Bug, and Egg Guy. They still here.
None of them are talking.
Who? Oh, sorry.
There's also S Extreme.
Every 10 miles, there's 66 feet of drop.
Sure.
Correct. So this is flat.
rig here.
So
It's less than, so you're expecting it to be 60 feet dropped.
Well, let's punch it into the calculator and see what that has to say.
I mean, let's look at the photograph that's being posted here.
Oh yeah, the photograph shows no drop, my friend. So you're not going to find it.
So why can't
there?
Confuse.
But yeah, the predicted geometry does predict a drop. So people always say, well, the globe matches all the predictions except for the.
You understand how large oil rigs are? What are you saying?
It's 66 feet.
It doesn't have to do with how.
It's 66 feet at 10 miles, but it's not double that at 20 miles. You have to square the miles. Secondly, yeah, we know that the oil rigs are about 200 feet or whatever the fuck they are. What the fuck does that have to do with seeing the light shine on the water in front of them?
Send the video. Post the video. Somebody post the
that's fine.
video.
I can post it for you. That's fine. But at least we tried walking you through the argument. You kind of.
How about you just show the fucking video? I can look at it myself.
Relax.
He's mad now because the Earth is flat. I don't know.
It's already in the chat. The video's in there already. So I guess he's just ignoring it and being a spaz now for some reason.
I mean, we didn't get through the argument, really. We only touched the first half of it, but you kind of went radio silent. But, I mean, we only talked about, so far, the claimed geometry of the globe. Kind of what we would all accept if it was a globe. I'm just wondering if that's something you accept.
Yeah, if the radius is 3,000.
Yes, I accept this. So what?
Okay,
so
all right, well, let's move
there
to
is
the next
a
step in the
geometric
argument.
location for the horizon.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So
if you can see beyond that, so if P, that means that if the globe is the radius is at 3,959 miles, then your horizon should be the geometric horizon should be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. If you can see beyond that, then not Q. So if P, then Q, but not Q, then not P.
Did you account for the refraction?
Yes, of course. Refraction is our argument.
Bro, the formula is literally the globe formula, so it already accounts for refraction, else the science is wrong. Don't you get it? Like, the formula is from the globe model, so if it doesn't account for something, you should go to the professors. No, if it doesn't account for refraction...
No, I'm just not sure that you're using the right formula.
So you're not sure if it's the right formula.
Okay, so it's just some crazy...
I mean, which formula are you using?
Because this comes... Bro, okay, you should study more like literal mainstream science.
Hey,
because
Jim
this
Bug,
is the formula to calculate the geometry.
You're wrong about that, Jim Bug. You should... Jesus Christ.
But let's test
Julia, you're drunk, bro.
Let's test if Helio, don't bite. Let's test if he's genuinely curious and really serious. Okay, so why don't you go ahead, take 5 minutes or however long you would need to look up whatever formula you would like that would answer the question of how far the horizon is. You could use any Earth curve calculator you like. The ones that include refraction are, I think, Metabunk or Walter Bisler. Then come back, but they use the same formulas we're telling you. So, I mean, because if you Google how to get the distance to the horizon, the formula that we're talking about is there from an EDU. So I don't, just pick one, come back, and if there's a different result, say, look, see, here's the variance between the numbers you gave and the numbers from this formula. And then we'll consider it, because that's what reasonable people do.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 second. If he wants a formula with refraction in it, he needs K. Do you know what K is? It's measured refraction coefficient. It's measured refraction coefficient.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we would need.
Yeah, but what they're doing is they're translating K. They're translating K over to their radius, right? But they don't have the radius in the first place. They just have these refraction excuses for why they can't show it to us.
Exactly.
But refraction should be an obstruction to the apparent location of the horizon, not the ability to see that much further over a globe.
You guys aren't realizing that you're supposed to be arguing for an Earth curve, physical, geometric. So if you're going to list off reasons why it's optical, that's our argument. So refraction isn't helping you prove that the horizon is a geometric location. So you might want to find another tactic other than backing our argument.
How does that back your argument?
Because we've been saying this for years. Listen. Before I even heard of flat Earth, I joined the debate, right? I get into the topic. I hear the words flat Earth, I jump in. What's the argument at the time? The globe earthers are arguing for Earth curvature. The boats go over the curve. You can go plant a flag right where that curve is
right now.
Yeah, I got one for you. I got one ready to go if you need one. But from 8 years ago, them saying exactly what we're telling you, that the claim is that the horizon is curved. Our argument against that was that there are conditions and reasons why the horizon appears where it does, and it changes. One of those reasons would be refraction.
As well as curvature.
No. Well, we're arguing against curvature. So we're saying that those conditions would be observer's height, weather, refraction, and so on. Against curvature. So you're supposed to be arguing for physicality of this curvature. So when you say refraction...
I don't know what you mean by physicality.
Well, that's the physical curve that the boat goes over. That's the physical Earth curvature.
So what he's saying is, when they used to, because they don't anymore, no one ever comes in here with observations. They say, look, here's these boats. Look, here's this lighthouse. Look, here's these buildings across the lakes of Chicago. Look at all these things that are blocked by the geometric horizon, aka Earth curve. Look at these calculators. Based on this calculator, this is how many feet is missing from said building or said whatever it was. And when they were making those arguments, it had to do with the literal physical obstruction known as the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height feet. That's blocking whatever they claim to be missing these Earth curves. Now, that's not the case.
Proving curvature. I'm confused.
What's that?
The video he just posted, literally.
I just copied and pasted your link so that other people could see the embed. I just was helping you out there, brother. Why are you always trying to think people helping you out?
I'm just confused.
They're going against you. I was just simply embedding your post so others can see it before clicking on it. But here's that video from 8 years ago talking about how the horizon works. Eli, this is that video you found many years ago.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked down on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves.
Sorry, I must have missed something.
Go ahead.
Is the debate over?
Yeah, it was over before it began. They don't have a geometric horizon or a radius.
Okay, so...
Wait, but why did you interrupt that?
I think we can simplify this question a lot.
Eggman.
Hey, Egg, can you hear a creation bear?
I think you might have me muted. I think you might have me muted, actually.
No, not right now.
Okay, egg guy, go to the username Creation Bear, click on his account, and unmute him.
Wait, have I muted?
I believe you have me muted.
This is something that happens with Discord. It's something that happens. It probably wasn't you. It does happen. So click on his name. Just touch his name, and you're gonna see something that says muted. Just unmute him.
Well, it wasn't unmuted, but I double-clicked it, so now he's unmuted again.
Can you hear me now, Eggman?
I mean, okay. I think it's...
Radio
I
check,
still don't
radio
hear
check.
him, though,
One,
if he's
two.
saying something.
Radio
He's
check.
talking
1,
right
2.
now.
He must have you turned down.
Is he? Okay, maybe I should disconnect and come back.
Yeah, because if he's talking and you're talking and you don't hear him, it's not.
Yeah,
gonna
okay,
be
that's a
pleasant
problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe also have him check the volume, because sometimes you can turn other users down as well. But I noticed that earlier. It's like he wasn't seeming to hear me. Eggman, radio check 1, 2. Radio check.
Yeah. It's working.
Okay, cool.
There you go.
We were actually just listening to a small clip talking about the horizon. It's only like 10 or 20 more seconds. If you just want to wrap this up, you can ask your question or whatever.
Okay.
Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean, as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above.
Right. So, Junebug, are you still with us? So this is just basically them saying, like, this is the distance to the Earth's curvature. It's not very far.
It sounds like they have a mental illness, the people saying that that's Earth curve.
What do you mean? So he was saying the water is physically curved, the horizon is physically curved, is what he's saying. So, I mean, do you agree or disagree with this gentleman?
It does. What do you mean?
So you agree with him?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's fine. That's what we mean. You were saying, well, why do you mean? Why do you keep saying physicality? That's what we're talking about. The physical curving Earth that you believe is there, at like 1 mile away at 8 inches off the surface, or at 1.22 miles at 1 foot off the surface. So the curvature would be tied to a set geometry. The globe isn't just vaguely big.
From your perspective.
No. Listen. It has a specific claim to size. I mean, are you even aware of that size? Do you know the radius? It's okay if you don't. I mean, you can Google it, or we can tell you. He doesn't know. Yeah, so he doesn't know. It's okay if you don't know. I didn't really know either, but I just believed it anyway, like most people. So the globe is claimed to have a radius of 3,959 miles. So that's a specific size. So at a certain distance off that globe, there's going to be a specific distance to the horizon, to the curvature. So we've got that math all put out for you. It's all in the Black Swan. So we've gone through the first step with if the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, the distance to the Earth curve horizon, would be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, you said this might be incorrect flat earther math. Did you find the correct formula?
Does that mean AutoCAD is wrong then? Because I've been using AutoCAD to do that. The reason why I'm asking is I'm going to build my house and I don't want it to be wrong when I build it, my next house.
Math is correct. It's just an excuse. He doesn't.
Yeah. It's not flat earther math. It's just basic geometry. Doesn't matter. That's like saying, your iPhone calculator is wrong. My Android calculator is correct. They're just calculators, dude.
So now Pythagoras has to be wrong because it has to be a globe.
As a matter of fact, it's fifth grade math. If you want to get particular, it's like pretty difficult to do fifth grade math. I agree for boneheads.
All right, so we've got the first step of the black swan done. If P, then Q. Okay, so now we take a look at the evidence of not Q. It's been posted in the chat several times, of course.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, then the radius is 3959. If it's not, therefore what?
Globe.
If P, then Q, yeah.
No. If P, the Earth is a
basic
globe.
logic question. What do you mean?
Of 3959 miles. We can walk through it again. It's no problem. It's very easy. So the first step of the if P, then Q is the first step. This is the part that you believe in. This is the claim. P, the Earth is a globe. You believe this.
Bingo.
Yeah, so then it has a specific size. We just told you.
It has a radius,
Yep. So if P, then Q. So that's P. Then Q would be the part of the horizon.
Horizon distance measurement must be no more than. Yeah, I see that.
So that's the part about the horizon. Now, if you have any issue with this, I can link you to an Earth curve calculator, or you can go find one.
Get this. I mean,
yeah. So, but that's that
so
distance horizon there. I'll post another one for you.
Horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P.
All right. So that next step would be Q, or not Q. That's the evidence we'll be taking a look at. So I'll post a screenshot.
All of these buildings in, what is that, New York City?
All right.
Game over.
So, yeah, I mean, the question is just where do you see the horizon in the photo?
He just went off reading somebody else's stuff instead of just answering you.
I know. It's fine, though. I think the panel, the audience can hear what's going on because I hear it too. So.
Oh, yeah, I hear it. It's loud.
It's okay if he's doing his own research.
Yeah, he's a little bit of overload right now. He's got figured out because he came in. His first question his first statement was flat Earth means mental illness. He tried to diagnose everybody on the panel in a non-clinical setting, and then wanted to tell you all about you without ever even talking to anyone.
Right, so is he a flat Earth psychologist? Is that what?
Wait, guys, he's I get he did that, but right now he's looking into the black swan. So let's try to take it step by step.
No, he's ignoring it. He's not looking at it.
He's ignoring it. I'm looking at the single photo. This thing's been posted 15 times.
Well, June, yeah, if it's been posted 15 times,
okay,
you
so
can at least be able to understand it
greater than 9.41 miles.
Yeah, let's at least try to understand it. So let's just get to the next step, right? So the question still stands. 10 minutes past the hour in the chat. Where do you see the horizon?
Where do I see it?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's beyond the.
Yeah.
That thing.
It's not a trick question. It's where I see it as well. So that would be the not Q. So we know the distances.
This photo, therefore.
Yeah, hold on. So we know the distances to the rigs because it's not like they float or move around. They're not boats. They're at set distances from the shore. So we know exactly how far those are. You're not just looking off into the random ocean. You know exactly the distance to the first one and the second one. So the first one's at like 6 miles. The second one's at 9 miles. So it's up to you. If you can safely say maybe the horizon's at 10 miles or wherever. But it's
just kind of in that context. In that context, you got to think about how far or how long it takes you to travel that far, just so you can kind of get the idea of how far away it is.
Anything to do with it?
Sorry, go ahead. But so we see the horizon is beyond that second rig, which is at like 9 miles. And so...
But with your own math, it's only 66 feet lower.
No, but listen. The horizon's at 1.22 miles, remember. The observer's height is at 1 foot. So the distance to the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, and you see it at like 10 plus.
You think you should never be able to see anything past 1.2 miles?
In reality, you do, but on the globe you shouldn't, because the globe has a specific geometry to it. In reality, we do see the distances. We do see the distances in reality. But on the globe, you should not, because there will be a point. You shouldn't, or you should not, because there will be a point that is beyond the physical horizon, which is the curvature of the Earth.
Yep. So take a look at the chat. 14 minutes past the hour. I posted the screen grab from the calculator itself. So we have our eye height at 1 foot off the surface of the Earth. Our target distance, I just put it at 10 miles. You're welcome to adjust that if you'd like to. You can see there at D1, the horizon distance, 1.22 miles. So that's where that comes from. Now you're seeing that you see H1, the red arrow. You're seeing the green line behind that. How would you see that behind a hill? You know, if I built a bridge between the two of us and we're standing at the base of the bridge, you ain't gonna see over that bridge, bro. I don't care what refraction you have, you're not gonna see me. There's a bridge in the way. There's a hill in the way. So, in the same way, there should be a curvature in the way, but you're clearly seeing the green line beyond H1, that red arrow. So there's an issue here. The horizon's clearly not at 1.22 miles. It's not where it's supposed to be. Now you can say that the Earth is far bigger than they say it is, or it's just not what they say it is.
Know how big it's got to be for that horizon to be a geometric ball horizon?
Yeah, what's the percentage bigger? I know it's like millions of miles, like almost a 2 million mile radius.
The radius, it has to be 264,000 miles.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's crazy. So,
just a bit of an error there.
So, Junebug, did you copy that or what? Can you? Because you don't want to say, "Oh, these guys posted this thing 15 times and I still don't get it."
Well, we're gonna have to keep posting it until he can repeat it back, because that way we'll know he understands how it works.
So I think he just went to YouTube and looked up Flat Earth or Black Swan debunk. Because listen, he posted a Flat Earth learns a lesson about refraction. So isn't that funny? So while we're arguing against curvature, saying things like refraction, we're the ones that need to learn about it when that's our argument, buddy. I think you need to learn what refraction is and how it.
How is refraction your argument?
Because it's debunking your claim of a physical geometric Earth curve. Because you don't even know what you're talking about. You're shooting yourself in the foot by claiming refraction. That's our argument.
I understand that there's a geometric horizon.
There
isn't.
You
see with your own eyes.
We just debunked
the apparent horizon.
You just debunked it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're seeing it with your own eyes in that picture where it's at 10 miles, but it should be at 1.2. That's what's going on.
By your own math, it's only a 66 foot curve.
It's not my own math. That's a 66-foot drop. We're not talking about the drop. We're talking about the distance to the horizon itself.
Right, but did you account for refraction again?
That's our refraction. Refraction of a ball that you can't show anybody in the first place. Things that aren't in reality don't refract, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not living in reality, but
light bends on other.
I got it. So the claim is that it's appearing at 10 miles, but it's actually at 1.2 miles. Okay, prove it.
It's not actually at 1.2 miles.
Oh, then it's not a globe then. All right, no problem.
Oh, okay.
Whole point.
Maybe it's a bigger globe.
So you think you shouldn't be able to see anything past
Yo, that's a good. Hold on, that's a good point. Don't
somebody explain.
Everybody don't do anything else but focus on the fact that he said it's not actually at 1.2 miles. Because actually, regardless of what light effects you think is happening, because geometry, in this case means Earth measured, the horizon distance is an Earth measurement of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
That formula gives you the tangent from your eyeball to the hump of the Earth that gets in the way.
The hump of the Earth that gets in the way. The hump in the Earth. What do you mean by the hump?
Yes, you believe that the Earth is curved, dude. We've been over this 15 times. Come on now.
What do you mean hump?
Have you?
Yeah, the curvature.
So when I said Google the distance to the horizon.
Can you explain that?
So when I said Google the distance to the horizon, when you click the first result and you see a diagram, it's a circle with a little man above it, and it has a line from his eye to the globe or to the circle. They're saying that in reality, the circle or curve of the Earth, the hump, the bulge, the hill, will be in the way because the Earth is curving away from you.
But what if an oil rig's taller than 51 feet?
It's not. Listen.
An oil rig?
Listen, it's not about the height of the rig. Focus.
Just because the horizon beyond it, you can see the horizon beyond.
Listen, can you see the chat at 19 minutes past the hour? Yes or no? I know you've been busy Googling stuff and like looking stuff up on YouTube. Can you see the chat? Here.
Average oil rig is 246 feet above.
He's busy Googling stuff. Listen, Junebug, can you focus?
Above water.
Focus. Can you see the chat? 19 minutes past the hour.
I see this. I see what you're saying.
Okay, so you kept saying what hump, what curve. Bro, this is what we've been talking about for 30 minutes straight. So try to stay focused. That's the curve we're talking about. The hump. If you don't like the word hump, we can call it whatever you want. But we're talking about the curvature. The thing boats go behind.
If your eye height's 1 foot off the...
So now listen, focus now for a minute. So we're not talking about the height of the rig. You're seeing that green line behind H1.
Is that photograph taken 1 foot?
Yeah, 1 foot off the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
Should I jump in, Creation Bear?
No.
Or should I not? All right, cool. I'll shut up.
You got a buffer.
This nonsense that he just said is totally...
I just want to be cordial because, I didn't believe this at 1.2 when it was presented to me. Also, it was a good girls' night. I'm going to head out. Good luck.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Bye.
Sorry for the guys taking over, but
yeah, the
cutest were busy tonight.
Whole panel.
Stay safe.
Okay. Grace and peace to all of you.
Take care, Kim.
Stay warm.
Well, I just want to. Just one point I want to make. I can't believe he just said that. To be honest, that's ridiculous.
What did I say?
You were saying about the horizon being, what about the oil rigs? When it's obvious the horizon is behind the oil rigs. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Look at how obscured that back one is. Does that look like like you're seeing the full object?
But listen, forget the rigs, bro. You're looking at a horizon that's far beyond, way beyond what you're supposed to see. You know how people say, oh, the globe predicts things. Well, yeah, it predicts curvature at 1.22 miles, and then you look at you're seeing, who knows? Way past that.
He also asked if we were seeing the whole oil rigs. The thing that's supposed to be blocking and obscuring the oil rigs is behind the oil rigs, so there's no way it can be blocking it.
Yeah, that's going to be my next thing. Good. You got it.
Must be that mental illness still.
All right. All right. Well, yeah. So let us see how 60 actually debunks this argument, though, because that's our argument. So
yesterday, I heard that if you don't believe somebody, you are a conspiracy theorist.
Depends on who you don't believe.
Hi, bro.
It's brilliant.
So,
really, the only response to the Black Swan that would be slightly coherent would be like, okay, well, maybe the Earth is bigger than they say. Okay, all right, well, fine. Maybe you're thinking, maybe you're crunching the information. You've come to a somewhat of a coherent conclusion. But refraction, you've just taken out a handgun and just blasted your foot with it.
I don't know what you're saying.
You've got no geometric horizon to refract in the first place. Just excuses for why you don't have a geometric horizon, so it's nonsensical.
You also don't have the conditions required to refract the light around the ball, so, like... but it's an incoherent excuse. It's an ad hoc excuse that was added after the fact.
What?
It's okay if you don't know. We can teach you.
You sure about that? This guy seems bricked.
I know, he does seem kind of bricked.
Yeah, you guys bricked him.
You guys keep going back to the same argument. I don't even know what you're saying.
Well,
yeah, because it doesn't make any sense to you because you're so brainwashed. It has to be a ball.
Anything that's explained with, you guys say that's not real. So.
What do you mean we're saying what's not real?
Okay, everybody take a look at that.
The thing that we don't observe, the curvature is not real, but the thing that we observe, non-curvature, you're saying is not real. So the thing that we don't observe, the curvature is not.
Feet off the ground.
You're saying we're saying it's not real. Yeah, we don't observe it, but then you're saying it's real. So the opposite of what you observe is real, but what you observe is not real.
Is everything in
That's
science?
your claim.
I just came in right now, so I missed the beginning. But did the Glober guy have any reason to think it's a globe besides NASA?
Yeah, you are mentally ill. That's why he.
Yeah, you're mentally ill. That's why he's a Glober, because you're a flat earther and you're mentally ill.
It kind of goes in the opposite direction, rather. He would probably think that you're mentally ill because he thinks the Earth is a globe. It doesn't make any sense for him to think that the Earth is a globe because you're mentally ill.
No, that was what he said. Yeah, he came in and he said his only proof for the globe is that anyone who thinks something other than that is mental ill.
I don't think he was making.
Yeah, Eggman.
I don't think he was presenting that as evidence.
Speak for him because this isn't the first time we've heard this. This is a common occurrence. So
you can roll back and listen to the live stream.
No. He didn't present. He didn't present your craziness as proof. He just called you crazy, which is name calling. It's bad, but I don't think he was trying to prove anything with that.
You know that's called projecting, right? Projection.
That's projection.
Not necessarily.
I would say
the Glober guy has no reason to think it's a globe, just that people told him, right? That's where we are.
I would say it's more of a coping mechanism.
Well, you would think that the globe would just come with proof instead of ad homs if it was such an easy thing to prove. If it was so real,
Can we all watch the same video together right now?
Oh man, we could barely walk through this argument with you. Pay attention long enough.
He's posting a video of non-professor Dave. You know he's not a professor, right?
That's fine. He doesn't need to be on.
Wait, why don't you watch it? Tell us what you watched.
Yeah, watch it and tell us what's going on.
Let's watch it together. Should I stream it?
No, we're not going to do that. You can.
No.
Take
the
crucial information.
We stream it on a live stream, you goof ass.
Bring his best point for the globe.
Hey, if you want to present, if you want to present something, go ahead and present it. What are you trying to present? Go ahead. Point by point.
This is what he could do. Go talk to Dave, because Dave said that you do not see the curvature of the Earth at ground level. So if you can, you two hash it. Yeah, you two hash it.
I literally said you can't see it with your own eyes, but okay. I've said that multiple times, but whatever.
That's our point. Dude, you sound like a flat earther, bro. You just keep making a point for us. But,
you're going to get there yourself.
Obviously, he was wrong when he said that, because that's what the horizon is supposed to do. The curvature of the Earth eluding you from the rest of the Earth because it's not flat. That's what he believes. That's what you believe.
And you also know when there's like, sometimes people aren't talking on here and we can play some videos. Are you asking us to play?
Oh my God.
Yeah, play the video.
Listen, we don't need together videos.
No,
if you're frantically.
I'll only do it if you guys agree.
Helio, we don't need to play the videos. Thank you. But if you're frantically Googling debunked videos for Flat Earth while we're talking to you, you're going to have a really
Well, I'm having a hard time
it's just
understanding it, so
wrong.
why don't we watch it together
a
and you
bad
guys can
idea.
break it
because
down for me
you're
why
making
he's
it
wrong.
seem like no one's seen it. This is the first time you've seen this.
So then break it down to me on why they're wrong.
No, but
Let me help you. There's no points on
Listen,
YouTube.
bro.
What's your favorite part? So how
You
about
didn't
you break
even
it down right here live to us?
You see a title and you go, "Oh, this is good. The goods is in here."
We've
You
been
didn't
doing
even
this for
watch it.
fucking 6 years. I mean, what's your favorite part of the video?
Like, bro, like,
Instead of
don't
Googling,
get so
he's
excited because the
You've been
title
doing
is
it
in
for
there.
6 years, Helio?
My favorite part is
6
where
fucking
Dave.
years. Yes, we've been
You're
doing
cracked
this.
in the head 6 years ago, or what?
No, I've been talking about Flat Earth for 6 years.
Don't talk trash.
You're almost not gonna. You're not gonna bring in anything that I haven't heard of before anytime at all.
Can I help the Glober guy? The best reason for a sphere is that the sphere is the most natural shape in the universe. Like, for example, the head is a sphere, and an egg is a sphere. So there.
Egg is not a sphere, you fucking idiot. Egg is not a shape like a sphere, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, the egg is the most natural shape in the universe.
Just an easy question. Why is every other planet or things that we can observe with a telescope round?
Well, good thing the Earth isn't a planet, so it doesn't compare to anything you see.
Good thing the Earth is not a light in the sky.
So the Earth's not a planet, is what you're saying?
Bro, look at the difference. The air below your feet, that thing that you're standing on,
what is it?
not are you standing on something in the sky? Is that you're not standing on a light in the sky, are you?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you look up in the sky and you see lights. Okay.
You're looking at the sky and you see the lights in the sky and you're saying, "Hey,
Have you seen the
I'm
moon
standing in a light on the sky."
You can see that it's a solid object.
No, you can't. You don't see that. No,
Yes,
that's
you
just
can.
you declaring.
You see that's a solid object.
And zoom in, even with your phone, you can see.
But anyways, I want to bring something up, guys. Since we already moved on from the Black Swan, I want the guys to address this real quick. Let me post it. Let me just go ahead.
On the moon.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't move, so it's not like anything in the sky that moves.
I mean, the Earth does.
Let me find the other one.
Well, we all live in these buildings, and these buildings don't move, so no.
Of course they don't move. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's the whole point. If the Earth moves, then all the buildings on the Earth would be moving, and the Earth doesn't move. These buildings don't move. Okay,
explain why that makes sense.
If you're in a building right now and you think you're moving, you're flat out retarded. Just gonna put it that way.
Wow.
You might have a mental illness, dude.
No, it's not.
It makes sense that
wow, because you Googles literally do think you're in a building that is moving. That is wow.
Yeah, you should go to a doctor. Go to a doctor and tell them you feel movement right now.
The building is not moving. What are you talking about?
It's clearly
give you medicine for seasickness if you tell them you feel movement.
You got a vestibular problem.
Watch my YouTube video I just posted.
Listen. If you're saying that the buildings don't move, you sound like a flat earther again. That's our point.
What are you talking about?
If the Earth is a globe and we are spinning and moving, then all of these buildings would be moving and spinning with the Earth.
How?
What do you mean how? If I have a treadmill and I turn the treadmill on, okay, and then I have a Monopoly house, a little plastic toy house.
Wait.
Put that house.
I'll let you finish. The ground's not moving up from under us now, is
I'm
it?
going to answer your question. If you asked how, I'm trying to answer your question.
Use logic, bro.
How would the houses be
You ever
moving?
been in a car?
Listen. You asked a question. I'm trying to answer it.
Being on a ball is like being on a car?
I'm trying to give an example. Let me talk.
You're constantly changing acceleration. Or you're changing, your acceleration is constant. Because you're constantly
Therefore, you wouldn't feel the movement.
changing direction.
That's not the question, though. It's not about what you would be feeling. It's objectively what is happening.
You're accelerating constantly. That's
If
how
you're
rotational motion is treated. No. Yes, because you're changing direction. You know.
It's not changing direction.
You're not?
No.
You're not changing direction. Going in a circle, you're constantly changing direction.
You're constantly moving in the same direction.
You're going in a circle.
Oh, you're going in the same direction. So you're going in a straight line?
The planet which you live on is moving, yes.
No, it's not.
What do you mean
We're
a
not all-
straight line, though? I'm confused.
Since someone muted me earlier,
Gosh, you're special, aren't you?
he is.
Why would I?
Because
Wait, this
he's
guy, wait.
objectively moving in his own universe in a direction where he doesn't experience the same thing we do, but it's stationary and all that kind of shit. So I was sitting here talking all kinds of shit because somebody fucking muted me earlier. Anyway, this is such bullshit. I really don't. I object to that.
So I should feel. Everybody should feel the movement.
No. Listen, no one said anything about you feeling anything, bro. We're speaking objectively. We're speaking objectively, just like you said.
We're talking about perception. That's what feel means in this.
We're talking objectively. Whoever's Eggman, stop. We're talking objectively. If the Earth is a globe,
Eggman, only he can talk objectively. No one else.
Okay.
No, all of us can talk objectively, but let's be honest with each other.
You keep talking.
How about over the top, all together? Let's be honest with each other about Earth.
All right, so for the Globers, I want to present the first direct wireless message from England to Australia that was done by Marconi. And so, listen, I'm presenting the evidence, right? The first transmission direct message from Australia to England, from England to Australia, over 10,000 miles, direct message, right? So in a globe, that will be impossible.
That's impossible. Why?
Because the Australia is on the other side of the globe, and the only way you can do this message is a direct message. From line of sight from the transmitter to the receiver.
You sure about that? What if there's multiple receivers going around the country?
Okay, let's see at the letter.
Going all over the ocean.
Are you presenting this? I'm the one presenting this real quick. So in the letter, right, these messages were transmitted by arrangement with Senator Marconi. Senator Marconi. And Godfrey Isaac, Wireless Telegraph Company.
God, let him finish, Junebug. Stop.
Transatlantic Station at Wales, right?
You're very slow at reading. I can read things.
Okay, so go ahead. How can you do? You can't do this on a globe. It's pretty easy. The globe debunked. Do you have any reply?
Why is it not possible? Explain that.
You explain how is it possible on a globe. Explain it.
I don't understand it. You got to explain why it's not real.
Well, it is impossible in a globe because it's from point A to point B, a direct message, line of sight from the transmitter to the receiver.
Bro, what are you? What is this from? What?
Bro, dude.
From physics.
You said you could read, right?
Brick. He's brick.
Dude, literally,
he's brick.
at every corner.
What is your point, though?
I think his point is that there's 500 miles of vertical Earth curve drop that would cause you to miss your target at that distance. Or something like that. To the hundreds of miles.
Yeah, how do you think radio waves work?
They're not just a straight line, bud. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, that's the point.
It mostly depends, like their behavior depends on the frequency.
About, so just don't forget that.
What?
No, but you do realize that radio wave behavior depends on their frequency.
Can we watch the video about the moon? Since you guys.
So how much does
right?
He wants to change the subject. He wants to change the subject so bad.
I don't even know what he's talking.
Okay, how about this? If you want to talk about the moon,
stop talking then.
Go to a doctor. Say you went to a server to talk about the Earth, and you could only talk about the moon, and then tell them that some reason you think the Earth is really the moon, and you can't. You can't get past it.
We can see is round.
Okay, how about that? You can use that too. Then when he says, "Hey, well, you don't need medication. You just need to understand the Earth is the Earth and the moon is the moon. Every other planet but Earth is your only proof of what Earth is," and then he'll help you out. That doctor will square you away.
He'll probably make a recommendation to see another one, and you need to follow up with that.
Hey, how about the other example from Germany to Philadelphia? It was a transmission, a wireless message that was transmitted without relaying, right? So a direct message between Germany and Philadelphia in the United States. Direct message between tower to tower.
Okay, but how do you think radio waves travel?
How do you think it travels?
There is like several ways a radio wave can behave depending on which frequency you're working in.
No, it's just line of sight. Okay, that's it.
No, it's not. It's not just line of sight. There is like several types. There is ground waves. There is sky waves, troposcatter, line of sight.
That's all for globe Earth crap. Anyway, it's line of sight.
I mean, oh man.
Are you saying that if the antenna was on one side of the globe, it will connect to the antenna at the other side of the globe?
It doesn't connect. Like, it's how the wave travels. Like, it depends on which frequency you're working on.
And these waves are curving with the curvature of the Earth and going with the curvature and connecting at the other side, or going through the Earth.
Like it depends, like on the type of frequency, because like you can have like a wave that like follows the curvature, and you can also have like a wave that kind of bounces off the sky.
Bouncing off the sky. Bouncing off the sky. That's okay.
Yeah, because there is certain particles in the atmosphere that help these waves bounce, and like they bounce to the sky and then back to the ground and then back to the sky, and so
on. Are you saying there's a roof, there's a ceiling in the sky, like a firmament, and they're bouncing off that?
No, it's not a roof. Like it's just like certain particles that are inside the atmosphere.
So you're saying that Marconi
more specifically
knew
about the ionosphere.
Marconi was bouncing signals off the sky to be able to reach Australia from England?
Yes.
But listen to how that sounds. This is how that sounds. You can bounce light, reflect light, or radio waves off of ionized gas. Can you ionize some gas and show us that this? Can you at least show us this is possible? Because I've never heard of the air reflecting an entire signal, other than in this belief that we all used to have. It's very simple. Surely somebody has ionized some gas and has bounced radio waves off it to at least demonstrate in a cool, misty way that this is true.
Your mic's picking up all that Christmas music.
I think you go to like the loudest place and then start having a conversation.
Hey, so why did they label the transmissions between these towers direct wireless messages, and they didn't label them bouncing off the air towards
because
from the receiver
direct contact.
So bouncing
off
something. So bouncing it out of something is a direct contact from.
Well, I don't know if your first example. I think your first example was skywave, yeah. But I'm not sure about your second example because I don't know.
From Germany, the first one was from England to Australia. Direct message.
Skywave.
The first, yeah, that's your claim. You don't have any proof of that. The first transatlantic communication. It is documented that they label a direct message from transmitter to receiver, not from.
I'm sure it's documented that they use this technique.
No, they didn't use this technique. They didn't knew about this bouncing of the ionosphere. You're claiming that now.
Yes,
you're claiming that they were able to do it because of bouncing out of the ionosphere or whatever, but they didn't claim that. So
why would they even think about that?
They didn't.
Here's
Now
another
people
thing.
now claim they did that, but not them.
Here. He wants to talk about bouncing off the ceilings and bouncing off globes and stuff. Anyway, so if you shoot radar 200 miles in front of you, you should have a curve, right? And it bounces back, so that means the signal goes out and bounces back over a curve 2 times and comes right back to the spot. That's how it works on a ball. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, radar is line of sight. Everybody knows that. Are you claiming radar is also bouncing off the ionosphere?
I don't think radar does that now.
Not now. Okay.
So radar's line of sight. So are you saying it bounces off gas and bounces, hits an object, comes back off the gas and comes back to where it started? Is that what you're saying?
No, because usually radars use electromagnetic waves, and they shouldn't be affected by that.
Yeah, their line of sight, you're correct. There's nothing affecting them. Their line of sight. So continue on how they travel in through gas and bounce around.
Yeah, but electromagnetic waves behave differently to radio waves.
So just to bring back the radio communications, the first transatlantic was done from the east of the United States to the west of Scotland, over 3,000 miles distance. Direct message, 2-way from transmitter to receiver. There should be a hump of water between those two if there was a globe, but they were able to connect both antennas and send messages between each other, no problem. So yeah, there you go. Globe debunked. Easy.
Man, I literally already told you that it's because how radio waves work.
I told you how they work.
I literally saw this in high school.
I told you how they work. You're not telling us how they work.
Yeah, you told us they weren't electromagnetic waves.
Oh, I meant like in the spectrum. It's,
Yeah, they're all electromagnetic waves, and you were just wrong.
Oh, I simply badly phrased it, but whatever floats your boat.
Are you questioning history and the actual technology that was used to build these devices and accomplish these communications? Are you claiming that didn't happen?
You are questioning that history,
bro. In their statement, they label it as first direct wireless message.
Yeah, because it was from tower to tower without relaying it to any other
without
thing.
relaying,
so
exactly,
it's direct
from tower to tower, line
it's
of
by
sight.
definition
exactly.
direct.
Yeah,
direct doesn't mean line of sight.
Tower to tower doesn't mean tower to gas clouds and then to tower.
Direct doesn't mean line of sight. Which dictionary are you using?
What? So direct means not.
Hold on. Are we going by dictionary definitions here at this point? Because so far he's just making shit up. I can tell that. I was listening.
I mean, you can
but if we want to go by dictionary definitions, we can go. If you want to analyze your definitions of where you coming up with this idea from, because I've been listening to you for like 45 minutes. You've been in here and you guys have been fighting with him, not fighting, just like playing, like just like swatting at him, like. But you haven't asked him for a dictionary. Now he's asking for a dictionary definition. Where's this going to come from?
Well, which
source does he trust?
Okay, so there's 2 lines, A to B on one, and on the second line, A, and then down B, and then on the other end C. What line do you think of those is going to be direct? The one A to B, or the one that goes A goes down to or up to B?
All lines are straight. All lines are straight.
Which one do you think the dictionary is going to say that's a direct one? Is it going to be the one that goes out of its way?
If 2 points connect, that's by definition a direct connection.
Exactly. Thank you.
Definition
but
of a
it's not
line.
straight.
Definition of a line, though. Definition of a line is always straight.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. This is the thing. It's not like it's
You're confusing line of sight.
Yeah. It's not like it's a dental floss line of a radio signal that's this perfect line that's going from point A to point B.
Oh, we're talking about radio
just like
now,
in
right?
radar, just like in radar, Helio.
Yeah, we're talking about waves. We're talking about waves.
And it's very annoying. Thank you. So when people say line of sight, they're talking about a target. They're talking about a target that you can see, that there is no obstruction between you and the target. No obstruction. On a globe, there is obstruction. It's that simple. We don't have radio waves that can evade obstruction. We don't have light that can evade obstruction. Well, except for like X-rays, but that's another story.
Are you familiar with the reflection phenomena of waves?
Oh boy.
Again, like the other guy said, you can't have messages both traveling and being deflected by the same medium. At the very least, traveling and you can deflected find by the same anywhere that they've ionized some gas and then bounce the signal off of it to say, oh shit, yeah, we've recreated the conditions that we believe are up in the sky. Does that even exist?
Do you know what ionizes air? The sun.
Yeah, so can you ionize gas? So can you ionize gas and then prove... First of all, you know what the sun does? It excites the particles so that they get the fuck out of the way. How does that equate to a reflection? This is very... you know what, though? I think he's a troll, to be honest. Maybe one of them, not both of them. A troll on top of being too dumb to know when they're beat. It's like, while you guys might be frustrated, it's like, it's not even worth the frustration, bro. This is ridiculous.
I'm
the
not
guy
frustrated.
wants to talk about
I find this hilarious.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking about you. That's how unaware you are.
This seems
That's how unaware you are.
a bit harsh.
Well, that's how unaware he is. He literally thought that in the 1 minute that I've been rambling and babbling, that I was talking to him. That's unawareness on a level that I can't even comprehend. Because I haven't had a young child in about 10 years.
What are y'all talking about?
That this guy is not even aware of the pants he has on his person.
Every time I come in here, it's like some type of hostility nowadays.
Shit. This is a debate.
Not every time.
That was definitely needed to be said.
I mean, hostility, like coming in a server and saying everybody has mental illness. Oh, okay. That's okay.
So he agrees with that.
I mean,
35%, I would guess.
Yeah.
In here.
Glober's allowed to sling mud, but if you fire back.
Hey, Junebug, if I don't believe you... Hey, Junebug, do you hear me?
I hear you, bud.
Hey, if I don't believe you, am I a conspiracy theorist?
I mean, believing that the Earth is flat and every other planet in the universe.
We don't believe that.
Well, Okay. So what do you think it is then? I don't know what you mean.
It's like
Junebug. If I don't believe you, do I have a mental illness?
If you think the Earth is flat, I think you might have something. To be honest.
Oh yeah.
You're getting
Wait, why? Why do you believe? Why do you believe we have some type of ailment because we have this belief?
So you observe
because he has such compelling arguments for the globe and all that we must be crazy.
Right.
So we observe with our own eyes, or
Right.
telescope if you want to use to get some
Yeah,
more
the
detail.
Earth doesn't move.
Every planet that we see,
yes,
round.
Yeah, well, good thing Earth's not a planet. So,
But we're not saying we're not claiming that those planets are flat.
What are you claiming then?
Well, me specifically, I see those planets that we see in the sky. I see them as balls of light, right? I don't see them.
Objects. If you look at the moon, it's an object and it's circular.
Right. Yeah, well, you don't see solid object. So,
speaking of circular, how's your logic doing?
It's like seeing a rainbow and saying you see a hill. Come on, dude.
Yeah,
it's doing very poorly. It's doing very, very poorly because he's pointing at oranges and saying, "Look, it proves apples."
Yeah, that's right. I put a banana on the table. I go, "What's this?" And every single time you go to answer, you point at an orange and say, "It's an orange." That's literally what you're doing.
Can one person just explain to me?
I'll explain. No, I'll explain. I'm saying that the Earth is a different type of object than the objects we see in the sky. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, as the kids say, we're built different.
And you have no way to look up at the sky and say, I live on something like that. Nothing ever told you that.
So what do you think it is then?
Well, there's nothing.
I don't give a shit what it is. It's above my head, dude.
Like I said, I personally believe that they are balls of light. Like I put
so what is the Earth? I'm saying what shape is the Earth is.
We wouldn't have to speculate if we actually knew.
But what do you think?
If we actually knew, we wouldn't have to speculate. Second of all, everything that comes out of your mouth as an argument or a statement or a question,
I'm just asking a basic question.
Has typically been a fallacy of a sort.
Me asking you what you believe.
I think that's kind of what we should focus on.
You're not listening.
We're talking to people. You guys already. I'm gonna mute you in a second, bro. But anyway, it's like, or you can leave if you don't like it. I don't know. You can leave if you don't like it, or and act like, oh yeah, these guys, or either way, you're gonna be quiet. All I'm saying is, like, everything he's proposed or asked has been a fallacy of some kind. If we were just good at pointing out why the logic is wrong, like, that's nothing people can argue with or ask a question against, is, you know. So
wait, can you unmute him?
Yeah, I just want to say this real quick. Things in nature are often shaped irregularly. Like, if I were to ask you what shape is a lake, you wouldn't be able to answer that. Okay? Like, if I asked you what shape is your heart, you can't answer. It doesn't have a little cute name that you can just put it doesn't have a name shape. A shape name. It does. Sorry?
Junebug, you're the one asking, like, what do we believe we live on? Me, personally, if I were to compare this Earth to a shape, I would say snow globe. That's me personally. But other people are going to have other views.
Well, that's just his idea, though. You don't know that, though. Even you don't know that.
We can't get out and see it, so there's no worth in speculating about it to him. You're just playing the same sort of game that he is, but from another angle.
You're being the ultimate speculator by saying it's not round when every other.
No, that's not speculation. That's based on correct observation.
No,
and you're not even speculating. Yeah, no, you're not even speculating. You're just mindlessly parroting propaganda.
So real quick, he said not round. You're claiming it's not round. Do you know what round means? You know, you could have a flat, round object, right? Like a frisbee, like a coin.
Like a 2D object, like a circle.
2D.
Wait, a flat round table is a 2D object?
Oh my god, dude.
That seems like a bit of a straw man.
You're claiming roundness. You're claiming the Earth is round, but what does that mean? Like a flat round table?
Like a ball?
Oh, So round means spherical.
That's what I'm meaning. Yes.
So you don't even know your definitions of objects yet.
This is okay.
Wait, Junebug. Okay, Junebug. Hold on, Junebug. So the reason I believe there's a dome is because when I look at the sky, for me personally, it looks like a dome.
Why?
Wait, but dude,
this isn't really helping.
Just stick to things that you can prove. Okay,
stick to like our conversation instead of Akachi or whatever. Just going up talking about snow globes and domes right now.
Okay, I mean, you
he
may
has an
not
opinion, bro. What's the difference between everybody else?
So I don't understand. Like, why do I have to stay within the realm of what you want to talk about? You don't know what I'm
trying to lead him down a path.
Because it's belief versus belief, and we're trying to talk to him about what we can actually directly observe and verify.
But how do you know I can't observe that? Like, you didn't even allow me to speak.
Because we're dealing with a new mind here, right? So if you blow him a bunch of balloons, cartoon figures of snow globes and domes, he's going to leave here.
No, that's fine. No.
It seems like you're the most engaged with me.
I know you want to hear it. But,
Creation bear.
Yeah. No, because I mean, if you look at the sky, right?
No one knows what shape the Earth is.
Oh my God, we have a flat earther that determines the shape of the Earth by the sky.
So, yeah, I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth, but more so the sky.
So we don't know what shape the Earth is. No one does. So if you're going to ask me what shape is
in a world where no one can find the curve.
So, like, when you observe the sky, you'll notice that you see the same stars. No matter what time period humans have been in, we've seen the same stars, right? And so, from what I've seen, it seems that the sky is what's moving and not the Earth. And so, when I say, "Oh, there's a dome,"
as well.
You said what?
No, dude, you don't have to chant your beliefs, Junebug. Listen, just stick to what you can prove. Same with you, Akachi. Just stick to things.
Yeah, but I am, but that is something I can prove. Seeing the same stars.
Yeah, this is really useless, though, because we could just get him to go out and get us a direct measurement from the surface of drop over distance to put all this to rest. But every single time we ask for it, all he does is immediately start talking about anything but the Earth, which is what we're trying to talk about.
I think seeing the same stars over and over again is extremely relevant to the conversation.
Well, it doesn't lead you to shape, though.
It doesn't what?
Not really, Akai, because you got to think about what the globe believers. When you look at the globe belief, in their belief, they also should see the stars like that. So it's a moot point.
Because they're so far away.
That's what they tell us.
Yeah, they're already seeing reality the way it is as globe. So.
Well, they're seeing the same thing we see, just with a different explanation.
Yeah, but they have a different idea in their mind, and they layer that over it, and imagine in their mind, like, oh, I'm standing on this ball in outer space.
I got to take that back. They don't see everything we see, because some of this stuff, they just simply don't want to look, so they'll turn their head like stiff-necked and won't look at all. So that, yeah, sometimes they refuse to see what we see, but that's willful ignorance. That's a choice.
Yeah, sometimes they just can't. The ego can blind people.
Yeah.
Blinded
by the light. What do you guys think it would look like if you were living underneath a dome?
Like it looks right now?
Well, I think the question right now on the table is, what would it look like if we were living on a 3959 sphere?
Yeah, that's the better question. What would it look like if we weren't living on a mostly rubber plane of existence? Like, you know.
I just ask, what would it look like if we were living under a dome? Because when I look at the sky, it looks like a dome, like when I look into the distance. But if people are saying, you know, what we see, that's not enough. That's not enough proof. It's like, what else does that look like?
Can I explain something to you?
Sure.
That you might not have considered, because you sound like a nice guy. Just like with train tracks, just like with the lines on a crosswalk, just like the reason we know that the sun is not actually setting. So celestial navigation and the celestial sphere is what we perceive the sky to be.
Elijah, it sounds like you're on a UFO, bro. It's really loud behind you, and it's hard to hear you.
But do you hear me though?
You have background noise.
UFO noise intensifies. I don't mean to interrupt you. It's just I was trying to say I can't hear you. I don't know if other people can't hear you either.
No, I think what he was saying is how the way we see like railroad tracks at a distance and see things in the horizon is that regardless of the shape, I'm just thinking this is what he was saying, regardless of the shape of the sky, it would look in a certain way, like a dome shape or like a curve at a distance because of just our sight. I think that's what he was trying to say. But I mean, I guess that would kind of explain why it looks like a dome when you look in the distance. I'm talking about like, you know how you look in the distance and you see the sky? Like at the horizon, it looks like there's a curve over a flat plane. That's what it looks like when I look at it.
Right, but when you see the horizon and that's where your dome ends, that's not where it ends for everybody else. That's how you know it's just what it looks like, but that's not what it is.
Okay.
The perceived dome is approximately 12-mile radius when you look around. It's up, down. It's a dome of your perception. It's approximately 12 mile.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I see. So the only way I'd be able to prove that that is the actual form of it is to go to Antarctica, which I can't do.
Well, go measure the enclosure if you want to actually get proof of it. But I mean, that's the same thing that this guy can't do for his ball, right? So it's just putting belief against belief.
Air pressure alone proves there's a container. So why do you need to go touch it? Do you got to touch it?
No, I'm just trying to prove what the shape of it is. Like maybe it's not a dome, maybe it's a box.
It's not a shape. We're not floating in space. So yeah, I wouldn't even worry about that part.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like in boxing, you know what I mean? There's the cage around you. You don't want to back yourself up into the ropes. So that's what you're doing, and you're like, well, I want to start proving things about reality that I can't do. It's up to them to prove it, Akachi. Listen, it's up to them to prove their globe. So you put them on their heels. You don't need to say things that you need to start proving.
Yeah, he came with the claim, so let him back it up. You don't have to claim nothing.
Wait, so someone said something about the air pressure proving that we're inside of a container. Do you guys all agree with that?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's
demonstrated. It's not a question of what people agree with. It's a question of what can be demonstrated and what cannot be. So it's not actually a belief against a belief. It's demonstration against belief. So this guy, he believes that gas pressure is caused on the surface of the Earth by gravity. Yeah. And that's contained by gravity. So that's a belief, but we have demonstrations of gas pressure inside containers, and we only have demonstrations of gas pressure inside containers. So it's a mere blind belief up against demonstration.
So my question is this: what's the difference between me saying we're under a container and we're under a dome? Is it specifically because a dome is a shape?
You should say you're inside. You're inside of a container. That's what you should be saying.
You said it exactly right, because a dome is a specific shape. We don't even. It could be a vault.
Okay.
You know what I mean? We don't know. We don't know.
That's where my confusion was. I was like, okay, well, I thought we all agreed that we're this, but I think I see now. You guys meant the dome denotes a shape. Like if I said a box or
because you're getting specific. You're getting specific about the container and its dimensions and stuff like that. Like we just know that there's air pressure, so there must be containment for that to exist. But to go beyond it and start making lots of specific claims about how that containment works, what it is, what shape, what material, that's too much. That's reaching, right?
Yeah.
All right, then I'll say container. Yeah, that works fine. I usually just use the snow globe reference because I feel like it helps people understand. But I mean, I guess I see how a container would be good too.
Yeah. Well, that's good. It's a good concept. You have to be very careful because
How about
people already look at you like a clown. People already look at you like a clown. So if you start blowing them little balloon figures to take home with them, they will take them home with them.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
Be very careful about that.
Yeah, that's true.
Check out the live stream chat.
Let me check.
I just shared a picture.
But I do agree with what you're saying. It's just that when we have fresh minds here, you have to. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very,
we know in those pictures. I know. Listen. I know when I look up at the sky and I see the things that are in your picture, I know exactly what I'm looking at. But these other people in here that don't, they would just think you're crazy. But that's actually just photographic evidence right there of a reflection.
Yeah.
Wait, wouldn't that denote a shape though?
Possibly, but then now you have to go and start defending that. You have to go and start.
You also see in a 12-mile radius.
Right, you have a personal atmospheric.
So that ring you're seeing is part of your 12-mile radius.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Wait, but that's because of my eyes, right?
Correct.
So if I used like a lens from a camera, and I still saw a ring, what then?
Why would magnification change the premise?
I don't know. I mean, I thought I don't know.
No, that's what a lens is. It refracts the light and magnifies what you see. Why on earth would that change the premise?
I don't know. I think it's just because I was thinking since it's a different lens rather than my eye, and if I were to zoom.
Yeah, you're going to see more of your field of view that because it would be magnified. But it's not. You're not looking at the whole Earth in any of those instances ever. Especially because you can't see through the air. So it's like just think about what you're asking. It's not that complicated. Now, to the the moon, I will say, and no disrespect, creator. I know you love me. I know you like my humor. The creator kind of fucked us on the moon, didn't he? Like he could have just made it look like the light, like everything else. Like this couldn't even be. But then again, he also gave us eclipses. So that right there.
Man. Now we're starting to go up in outer space again.
No, yeah. No, but I mean, I see what you're saying there, Elijah. I agree.
So how would we what do you guys think, other than flying up there and checking out what's up there, what would be the best way to discover what the shape of the container is from the inside, at least?
I don't think we'll be able to do that, brother. I think that requires a God's perspective. This outside view.
I already knew what he was going to ask. I thought I was off mute, and now was just ignoring me. So technically, now all I've done is just rudely interrupt y'all. But here's the thing: in real life, without all of the imagination, in real life, when we see something, we know its shape because, well, for the most part, these perfect shapes, these regular shapes, like squares or cubes or whatever, like we've made them. We've given them dimensions for our building. Okay, most shapes, like mountains, are irregular. Okay, a person. What is the shape of a person? Well, guess what? You have to see a person to if someone were to ask what shape is a person, you would have to point to a person and go there.
Right.
That's what fucking shape it is. Like, so here's the thing: in order to know the dimensions of something, you have to see it. You have to measure it. If we can't do that, then the question you're asking will never be fulfilled. You have to understand that humans have limits. We're not unlimited like they want us to believe. Like we can't go on a limitless drug to where we can start writing formulas up in our minds that'll create the universe before our very eyes. That's not real. Reality is real. For gas pressure, any kind of pressure you can think of, it requires containment. That goes for material things. Well, gas is material. But that goes for anything. Like if you have liquid in a fixed volume, but that volume was able to be is malleable, you can change it. You can squeeze it like maybe an egg is not. Like say an egg was a balloon. You squeeze it and it's gonna pop. It's gonna change the integrity of the balloon. Why? Because you're disrupting the volume. You're gonna add pressure in places that wasn't there. The bottom line is, in order to have pressure, it has to be within something first. That's the only thing we experience. And then we have something that's called outside. Welcome to the world. They want us to think that the place we live is exactly opposite from every other experience we've ever had. You got to understand that you don't need to be replacing stories for people. You just need them to understand this, that you don't fucking know everything. You don't know what's underneath the earth like you know what's under your bed. You don't know what's at the edge like you know what's at the edge of your bed, because you've been to your bed, you've been to the edge of your block or your neighborhood, but you've never been to the edge of the earth. The fact that somebody's asking you is kind of disrespectful to you, because they should fucking, how the fuck would you know as Earl, the guy that they've known, that they bump into at the coffee shop or grew up with, or why are these questions relevant for everyday people who started this, to ask what is the evidence for a globe? Why are any of these questions relevant? Clearly, they're not. They're the most ridiculous questions I've ever fucking heard in my entire life, and they're ridiculous in the same way that Q&A happens in politics. That's why when I got here, I was kind of up on game.
You know what? I think the only other way than going up there and measuring it, like you were talking about, would be if we were to use some type of light or laser. We would need a powerful one, of course, right? And not be interrupted by the government. But if we had some type of laser and we could measure how far that laser went and before it was maybe reflected or slowed down, just if we could figure out just how far the laser traveled before it hit the container, then I think that would be the only other way we could measure what kind of container we're in.
How? You would have a distance, so what? Then what?
Well, I mean, so let's hypothetically say I do have this laser, right? If I were to go, I would have to locate myself in a certain area of the Earth. Like, let's say I try to go to the middle of the Earth as much as I could, and then I point it straight upward, and then I measure that distance compared to when I fire the laser horizontally. Then it would help give me the dimensions of what container is above me. You know what I'm saying?
It wouldn't give you it would give you the height, and it would give you the horizontal distance.
Yeah,
it wouldn't give you a shape though. Like you still, you would have something. Okay, fine. You would have the distance.
But no, let me explain. Let me explain further. So, if I were to not only go straight up and 180 degrees, but if I measured every degree and every angle, you see what I'm saying? Kind of like a scanner when it's like scanning your hand, it would help project a shape. You see what I'm saying? It would take time, but it would be possible.
But I guess that's kind of what they've tried to do.
Yeah.
With the sky, that's what celestial navigation is. That's where the maps come from. Like they're trying to project from the sky what the Earth looks like.
Right.
But based on distances they've given, based on relative distances, we now have, I don't know, thousands of maps with different landmass sizes. So what are you? Yeah, that would be really cool if we could do it. But you know what else would be really cool? If the government took the restrictions off of the sky and the borders on the ground, so that we could do that. So I don't even know. I mean, you could think about it, and for the people that actually, are like really interested in this stuff, and they're asking 1,000 questions, like, man, I really wish I knew what was going on. Like, you can have that conversation with them, but to keep it real, anybody that's like trying to debate you or scrutinize you or challenge you, it's like, bro, you asking me why can't I go to the moon since I believe this is a straw man, since I believe it's only 3,000 miles up or whatever it is. Well, not then. Then you're asking me to do something that I can't do anyway because we have borders.
Yeah.
Not just on the ground, but in the sky.
I don't know if you ever saw that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you ever saw the video I uploaded of the moon like disappearing, but if someone had a video like that, you could argue I can't go to the moon because the moon isn't a solid object.
Yeah, it's pretty much my argument. It's not a place.
Like I literally had this video. We're talking about it on here like a few months ago, I think. I recorded the moon like disintegrating. It was pretty crazy. It might still be here in moon. I don't know though.
Yeah, my thing is on the last couple minutes of discussion is that I've come to accept a bit of mystery in life, and the shape of the Earth to me is unknown. It's like out of the two camps, so globe Earth versus flat Earth, they're the ones that seem concerned with the actual shape. We don't give a. I don't think half of us here give a hoot what the shape is. We don't know. How would we know this? You would have to have this outside view, this God's perspective. And what Elijah was saying is what I've been saying in the chat, just in a different way. You're asking your fellow man for a God's eye view of the earth? I'm sorry, but I can't give you that. I'm in the dark just in the same way that you are. So I've kind of learned to just kind of forget. The shape doesn't even matter to me. And my second thing on that is like most things in life are very irregular shaped. Like your brain, your heart, a lake, a tree. These things are shaped very irregular. They're not really have names of shapes that you could just ascribe. So I would imagine that the shape of the earth is also very irregular. So who cares? Even then, who cares what shape it is? I mean, like, okay, interesting. My brain is shaped very interesting. My heart is shaped pretty interesting. But like, what does it matter? Doesn't matter. The shape doesn't matter.
I'm gonna put a link. I'm gonna put a link to my video of the moon. I'm gonna put it in Moon if you guys want to watch. Just if you go to the bottom of Moon, it just shows the moon disintegrating. It's a very clear video as well.
Yeah, basically the light isn't strong enough to pierce through the air at a certain point. That's why it's very rare that you see like a moon set. I've never actually seen one that was unobstructed by a tree line because I believe the light is simply not strong enough. And that's the point. Like what is the moon? We don't know, but nothing ever really sets. The sun either. You know, like
the thing about
the video. I might have to go try to get a moon set because I can see the horizon where I can get a sunset. And it's just like literally like I don't know 1,000 feet from my house.
The thing about the moon video though is that the moon wasn't low. It wasn't low. It was still high in the sky.
We know, bro. You're talking to the person that created the sun and the moon tag. I've been screaming this for years already. I talk about the moon more than anybody in here. Okay.
All right. Just go watch the video.
I know that it disappears, fam.
Yeah, it wasn't a set though.
I'm not talking about just next to the horizon. I know. I was the one telling everybody I'm fucking pissed because the moon disappeared before I could watch the rest of the eclipse. It was nowhere near the horizon. You're not saying anything new. Sorry.
I just disagree with you. But all right.
I heard you say watch the video multiple times. I don't like repetition. That's all. Yeah. Like we'll watch the video.
All right.
Give you the view. It is very important because what you're saying is something that I've been excited about for a long time. It's not a physical object. The shit just like fades to black. But that's Jay-Z is a fucking genius. He knew what he's talking about. It just fades to black. It just fades into the background.
Yeah, that's what I meant by it's disappearing because it's not physical.
It almost looks like it dematerializes, but that insinuates that it's a material thing, which I don't believe. But that's what it looks like. It looks like it's dematerializing.
Yeah,
So I don't mean that. I'm not trying to be short with you or tell you that's not special. I'm just tired of saying, yeah, I know. Isn't that cool? And then you keep saying, but look at the video. I'm like, yeah, I know. Isn't it cool? You're like, but look at the video. That's all
I was saying look at the video because you were saying the moon was setting, and I was saying no, it's not.
No,
Simply
that was
saying
not. That was a separate. That was just. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Because you were talking about your video, and then I made the point. It was just a separate. I was just talking about how it doesn't even ever set. That was just an added bonus. Yeah. You barely ever see it setting near the horizon. Most times it just disappears right into the sky. And then people go, oh, well, maybe there was some clouds or maybe, but we often, like, we're looking at it and it's there. And then, 2 minutes later you go, holy shit, the moon was just right there, wasn't it? Where'd it go? Yeah, it be gone. We've all experienced it.
I'm still here.
Yeah, same, bro.
Is Helio still muted? No, he's not. Don't let me poke the bear, Helio. I didn't say anything. Forget I said that. But Red Eye Jetta is here. I always like your input. Shoot. Gregory's here. I always I grew up on the Extremely Goofy movie. It's one of my favorites, and there's a scene where they go into this like club as they're doing like slam poetry. I always get the vibe we're in the club when Gregory's here. Shout out to Gregory. Who else is rocking with us? Timbo? Trace?
Sorry, I was just watching the White House telling me stupid shit.
Why do you care about the White House over there?
I like watching it. It's interesting. It's funny.
I can imagine, especially these days. Oh, I'm missing my face.
I just heard my name.
No, just I'm just checking in with the panel is all. Let's see. 4DB, 4 Dimension Beats is here.
What's up?
Hey, what's going on? I saw you here earlier. I see Ball Kicker's here with us. We also have Chris V. And let's see, Noah 808. No rolls. No, I'm gonna unmute you for a hot second. If you want to say hello, you're welcome to check in.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I just came here.
Hey, I see you.
I had the invite, but I haven't been in the VC yet.
Kind of a base profile picture. You want to talk about that a little bit, or you can tell us about yourself?
Yeah, well, the profile is just, well, I assume you guys know because of the Flat Earth Discord that they faked it back in '69. So it's just it's kind of there to provoke the people that think it's real, really. Yeah. Other than that, I'm just a young man on Discord looking to discuss the Flat Earth and related topics.
Cool. That's fire. Crack a cold one.
You
Well,
know how they have.
welcome.
Sorry, my bad.
It's all good. I just wanted to welcome him to the server.
Yeah, I was in here a long time ago, like maybe once. When I was on another Discord account, I didn't really say anything, and that Discord account got banned with like Witsits and like there was another server. Like I don't know, there was a bunch of servers that got banned, and I guess I got banned with them or something.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We have a hashtag welcome at the top of the server where our rules are. I gave you VC verified so you can see the channel that's right above the VC that you're in, live stream voice text. That's where we post material related to what we're talking about.
Hey, I got a quick question.
Thank
You guys mentioned that there was a video of the moon setting or something like that. Where was that posted?
Go into moon. It's under my name. Like if you go into moon and then see my name, I put a link to the video. So you just scroll on the hashtags and then find moon. It's pretty fire, bro.
You can also just, I typed it in the chat, so if you just want to click on that link in the chat, live stream voice text, you're welcome to surf from there.
Yeah. It's the craziest thing, man. I was outside like of my apartment. I was like, yo, this moon's about to disappear. Because I've seen it before, but I never caught it on camera like that. So I was like, oh yeah, let me catch this real quick. And then boom.
Solid. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just feel like I've given up trying to figure out what's going on in the sky. So I just like focus on sticking to things that like I can teach to others. You know, I want to be able to like kind of help others and teach things to others. And I've always said that like, say the Earth was a globe, really. Like, why not? I'd go door to door. I'd knock on some doors and be like, "Hey, do you know that your house is moving?" And like, I'd give them some facts. I'd explain to them to things. And so that's kind of my mentality. Is I just try to stick to things that I want to be able to have proof. If I were to go to door today and try to tell people that their house is moving, that'd sound like a crazy person. Even though that's what they believe, there's just no information for that. So when it comes to things in the sky, there's just not a whole lot that we can put in a brochure and teach to other people because we just don't know.
You'd have to use the laser, dude. I swear it's the only way because we can't fly up there. Like a laser, like I'm not a pro on lasers, but like if I were, like that would be the only thing I'd be able to use is like just trying to laser graph, if that's a word, the sky. Like see the distance from the top, what's right above me, and then what's horizontal, each angle in each direction, and then give me an image.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we still have some unknowns like the the makeup and all that stuff, and perhaps the boundaries. Can we even? We know that there's like you can't just shine a laser across the whole Earth, so it wouldn't help you unless you were able to go south and explore there as well. So
right,
there's a whole there would still be so much mystery involved. So yeah,
it would have to be like some type of laser that just could travel past said boundary. But I don't even know if this laser exists.
Exactly, that's the thing. Like, what if this laser doesn't exist? Then we're back at square one, and we just we're still in the dark. So, yeah, I've come to just kind of learn to accept and find comfort in the mystery. I actually enjoy it. I like a bit of mystery. People say, "Go ahead."
What's the reason for the conspiracy of having a round globe?
Control.
Control in what way?
Think about this, Junebug. Unless someone wants to answer that more deeply, but like the way I like to think about it is just you just arrive to a crime scene. There's a dead body. There's bullet shells. There's blood. And if you're the top investigator, if you're a good investigator, the first thing you do. And we actually spoke to someone going to school to be a lawyer the other day. He actually broke this down for us. He's saying the first thing you do is gather up all the evidence. Gather up the bullet shells, see if you can find any fingerprints on those. Get a little sample of the blood, find out whose blood that is. Get the gun. Find out if there's any fingerprints there as well. ID the person that's dead. Find their family, so on and so forth. The thing that you don't do when you arrive at the crime scene is start asking for the motive.
Isn't that one of the questions?
How could this have possibly have happened?
What's the reasoning for this?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
all I'm
But
asking.
here's the thing. Let's say you do not come to learn that information. What are you going to do then? Give up? You can still turn in the evidence to the judge. The judge can still make a conviction and send someone to jail. Hold on a second before you interrupt me.
Hide the creator. Hide
Not knowing the motive.
At a crime scene, you would ask for a motive, but you wouldn't use the motive in court.
What I was going to say was, like, you can still turn in your evidence to a judge, and they can make a clean-cut conviction. Send someone.
So what is the reason, though?
Or send someone free without a motive. You don't need
unverified, unknown.
You don't need a motive to make a conviction. There's a lot of times you don't even have the motive.
So why are all the scientists lying about it then?
That's motive based.
Why though? Why are they?
Wait, didn't you believe it? Wait, hold on. Did you believe it at one point in time?
Yeah,
I think it's just control, dude.
I would say
I'm really curious why.
Exactly, Orion. They believe it just like you and I did.
Asking that. So the obvious answer is yes. Believe the Earth is spinning ball.
At what point does a scientist learn that they got to start lying about the?
No, they just believe it like you and I did, and Orion did, and everyone else here did. We always do.
Most of them, at least.
Can you just give me a clear-cut reason why? Give me a couple motives.
Why? It doesn't matter. Like the evidence, we can give you actual evidence that you can take to the bank. My speculation.
I can only tell you what is possible. Like,
isn't something that you can take to the bank.
Control.
So maybe we should point out to him, in order to give you a definite answer to that question, a definite correct answer, we would have to access the minds of other people that are liars. We cannot do that.
Okay. Who are the liars then? Who knows?
If you want to know why a liar is lying, you'd have to ask the liar, not the people that are being lied to.
Do you think is lying?
Whoever's telling you it's a globe.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. 100%. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's lying.
Why?
Oh, he's paid.
I mean, I don't know him, but if I had to take a guess,
why would he lie?
But notice how this is all motive based.
Why don't you ask him?
But what is the reasoning? What would he potentially have to gain?
You have the dead body and the bullets all in front of you, all the blood, all the evidence that you need to make turn it into a judge and be like, this case is over. But you're stuck on, well, I don't know why this dead body is here, so therefore I just can't possibly have happened.
I keep saying that, but
do you want me to give you a guess? Because that's all I can do. I don't know.
No, but you don't need to do that.
No, Christian, let him talk, dude.
Yeah, it's like I can give him a guess. Like we don't all have to think the same.
Yeah, but I've never dealt with the women before, bro. Because it's a woman who's like, oh, you can cry in front of me, then you cry in front of her, and then she uses that against you. So you're gonna tell him some excuses of why they're lying. Then he's gonna go, see, there's no way that's possibly true. Blah 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 blah. That's
I'm just curious.
Exactly
why don't you just say it, bro?
Okay.
What's the point?
I mean,
it's not my first rodeo.
One thing I want to say is I definitely have dealt with a woman before. But two,
well, not you specific. I'm just saying.
But two, my guess is why he's lying is a lot of people in the media, when they lie, it's because the people that are handling them and directing them have a script.
Who is handling them, though?
Who's handling Neil deGrasse Tyson?
What do they have to gain?
Okay, like I said, first, control. Because if people knew that we lived in a place... Hey, let me explain. If people knew that we lived in a place that is created by a creator, then they're more likely going to try to figure out, okay, who is this creator? And let's follow him rather than following the people down here.
There's no proof of a creator.
That's my guess.
Irrelevant.
That's my guess.
There is, though, but that's another topic for another time.
Yeah, we can't talk about religion here, but hypothetically speaking, if this place was
Why couldn't we?
Earth, it's just the rules.
There's literally religion text. There's Discord groups. Okay, that's fine.
Right.
Yeah, it's not religion though; it's separate.
So I'm gonna ask one more time. What is the motive for the people at the top that do know that?
But I already answered your
Ask
question.
them.
Who is them?
Most people at the top do you think know about this?
I'm asking you.
No, you told me there's people at the top. Which ones?
I'm asking you, who do you think these people are?
I don't really give a shit. Listen, here's why I don't care. I already know the Earth is flat and what's going on around me. I don't give a shit what other people say because they're always lying about it. So why would I listen to them?
But you already got your question answered, right? So, like, you want us to give you a new one.
Control of what, though?
Yeah, if you want to know that why they are lying, you would have to go ask them. Asking us is meaningless. Whoever you think is lying.
Who do you think it is?
Whoever.
Hey, so
that's irrelevant.
No, it's not. I already told you Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes, it is, because we looked at the thing in question. We're not taking things on faith anymore, unlike you.
I already gave you an answer.
You guys were just talking about that. They're trying to hide the fact that God, so you're using faith with
Well,
God.
see, listen, this is what I'm saying. You're desperate for a motive. You're begging people to give you a speculation on motive, and now you're trying to use that against us. That's what
He's
not worth
being desperate for an answer he's never going to get.
Yeah, like you already got your answer, but you just don't like the answer, so you're starting over again. You asked for the name. I gave you Neil deGrasse Tyson.
But
I told you Neil deGrasse Tyson. You asked for a name. I gave you Neil deGrasse Tyson. You said why. I told you to hide the creator so they could control people. Like, if you, that's my guess.
How do they know that there's a creator?
Well, if they
hypothetically, it doesn't even matter if they knew or don't know. You just have to think about it. The public, before this globe idea came into existence, all of them were religious, and all of the ancient religions all had a flat
so many
Earth.
people that are religious that believe in a round Earth, though.
I'm not finished talking. I'm not finished.
Wait till he's done speaking, June.
And so all of the people who used to believe that their creator gave them their rights, and so the governments couldn't violate those rights, now don't have that anymore. They think that they are an accident in outer space. It's just a random happenstance. And so the government is now the one that's giving them all of their laws and is the one that's can take those rights away. And we see that happening all over the world.
What does it have to do with the Earth not being a globe?
You're asking why would they lie, bro? He just told
Yeah, you're getting your answer. I don't know.
No, I'm not.
So basically,
you keep saying they and them. Who's they and them?
So basically, in the absence of objective morality, might means right. And if you're the mighty guy, then what you're doing is right if there's no objective morality.
Right.
I agree.
Now, if you believe the Earth is flat and you're in the center of everything, you'd kind of be like, wow, this place must be created. Whereas if you think you're a random ball spinning in chaotic nether of whatever in a void, maybe you don't believe in the creator.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you ask how do we know that they believe in a creator? Well, first of all, the they that came up with this idea is the Roman Catholic Church. The idea of heliocentrism, that we're moving around the sun, and everybody is under what came after that, which was the Age of Enlightenment, which was in the 1800s or whatever, 1700s or wherever the fuck. So it was the church that literally birthed the idea that we're spheres in space moving around, and that the universe is expanding.
So Catholic Church wants you to believe that you're so insignificant that.
Well, I said what I said. Don't. Why do you? We're not the same people. I'm Elijah. Other guy is the other guy. But I'm telling you what empirically is the truth. I'm not speculating. I'm telling you. You asked, how did they know there was a God? Well, because they were up in the church telling people that the earth is moving, contrary to what the Bible says. So that's how it happened. That's how it started.
That's history. So that's not our opinion either.
That's fine.
Okay, so is your question answered now, or are you just going to repeat it again?
I'm done. So it's just they and them. Okay. Thank you.
But bro, you're asking people to speculate for you. They're going out of their way to give you their ideas, and now you're trying to grill them and like, no, give me some proof. It's like you were just asking for their opinion 2
Well, I'm
seconds.
just asking for a reasonable.
We gave you though.
Ask you a question for a change.
Go ahead.
Since you've been repeating the same one. What reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
To doubt it?
Yeah, to doubt that the Earth.
Why is it understood by every country, most people in the world, that it's?
Why are you asking a question and not answering him?
It's not even understood by you.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question at all.
Don't answer his question with why. Just state something maybe from history or something you've learned.
So, most of science, it's pretty understood that the Earth is a sphere. Why did everyone? Why are all these scientists so stupid that they couldn't understand
why.
it, but you guys can?
Don't ask a question. Just state. Like, for example, I'm not a glober, but I would state, people believe it's a globe because we use telescopes and satellites and see that it's a globe. See, that's not a question, it's a statement.
Also, science is a method. It doesn't understand things like a human being.
You use the scientific method to understand things. You're right. Thanks for saying that.
Okay, so can you answer his question then? Why should we, here's a question, why should we not believe in the flat earth? Can you answer that?
Have you guys ever been to school?
Another question.
Yeah, we want you to specifically answer the question, not appeal to some other bullshit.
Okay, so if you understood, and if you could see with your eyes that every other planet,
we learn more about the globe than you. So yeah, we know more about this than you do. So
got you.
Don't answer with a question. Just use a statement. This is just simple English. A statement, not a question.
Okay. Say the question again.
Let me ask it again, just to make sure it's clear.
Go ahead.
Reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
To doubt it? Or
dude, you know the question.
What reason do you have to believe it?
No.
Why should we not believe in the flat Earth?
What is so hard about answering his question, dude?
Maybe we need to translate it from English to English.
I got like 3 people talking right now.
He's asking the same question 3 times.
Why should we not believe in the flat Earth? Why?
No, that's not the question.
Understood.
That's not the question.
Oh, it's rephrased, I suppose.
But go ahead.
Okay, so.
No, wait. We shouldn't let him, like seriously, I don't know if this is some shortcomings of some other individual that raised him or whatever. We shouldn't let him skirt away from this. What reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Check.
Okay, so do you ever look up at the sky?
Yes.
Yes, I've looked up at the sky before.
Have you ever used a telescope?
He's asking you questions again.
Doing it again,
Oh
bro.
my God.
That's why brain
like, what the hell?
If you look up in the sky, every other planet is spherical.
No, good thing we're not on a planet. So
We are on a planet, though. That's the issue.
Oh no, we're not.
So that's
that's a bare assertion.
What are we on?
Not the Earth.
We're on Earth.
That doesn't
Planet
move.
Earth.
So the Earth doesn't move. So it's not like anything in the sky because those things move. The Earth doesn't move.
It does move.
It doesn't move. These buildings don't move. Stop it.
Okay.
Just make a statement, bro. Just make a statement. Don't ask us questions. Get to the point.
Yeah, we're not asking you to reaffirm your beliefs and saying it does move, it is a sphere. We want you to show us specifically why we should believe that. Not just you repeating that your beliefs and asking us to believe you.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to ask us to believe you because we used to believe it. So we're looking for the proof now.
You left.
Right.
You don't have to read.
He left. He left already.
Oh,
so.
did he left?
Yeah.
Wow.
Evidence, please.
Wow.
Evidence.
I'm not surprised.
Wolfgang would say that's fragile.
Wow. He couldn't even make a proper sentence. That's unfortunate, but I'm not surprised.
Because he had a meltdown in front of us for the past 2 hours, and it's obvious.
Yeah, he has no proof. He's just following. it's sad what they did to the population.
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
It's been many, many years. We've asked for evidence of the globe over. Nobody.
If anyone's going to find it, God Rocket.
Yet. No one.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. When I first found out about Flat Earth, man, it was crazy. I was like, wait, this... It was probably like the weirdest day of my life. Like, I walked outside and I was like, wait, so this place is just a flat place? Like, it was so weird. I remember how weird I felt.
Wow. I don't think I had a day like that. For me, it was like when you boil water, it gets warmer and warmer. You know what I mean?
Okay, I see.
That type of thing. Like, that's how it was for me, at least. There was a boiling point, and then I'm like, oh, hell no. Like,
yeah, and then it cleared.
They did that SpaceX car, the Tesla car. I'm like, nah, no way. That was the last straw for me.
No, you know who did it? I think when I really found out was when B.O.B. started saying the Earth was flat, or either him or Kyrie Irving. It was some celebrity just said it, and I was like, what kind of like, is this the 1200s? Then I started looking into it, and I was like, oh my God, I think it might be true. And it was just like super crazy for me.
Wow. So what, you know how like people have like graduating classes, like the year they'll graduate or whatever. So what year did you get into Flat Earth? What was your your starting year?
Dang, that's a good question. I think it was either 2007. It was no later than 2017, but I think it might have been 2016 though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember.
I'm in the class of 17 over here, so
nice.
Damn. 2020, class of 2020. Jeez.
Really? Damn.
Yeah.
I thought you were OG, T-Wog. You're still OG to me.
No, well, once you're 1 year in, you just kind of get used to it, and then it's like you're just part of this secret. It's like you live a double life, you know?
Yeah, that's true for me. It's weird that you say 1 year, because it took me like 1 year to watch and like kind of digest it before I got involved.
Yeah.
You know? So it was weird, like how that I had to learn first.
Yeah, because it's to me it's the most like wild thing, right? Like sometimes when I just look outside, I'm like, dang, all these people don't know we're living inside of a container right now.
You know? That's the part that I have to pinch myself the most. I'm like, okay, I have to remind myself that we're like outside is inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's deep.
It's really crazy. It's so crazy. Like, I remember there was this game I used to play when I was a kid. It was this Gundam game. Ooh. And there was this one level, and you know they always like leave those little like Easter eggs in TV shows and movies about like Flat Earth, you know? Mm-hmm. And I think that's what was inside of this game, because one level you're inside of this city and it's like it looks like the sky is stars, but they're really lights, and when you fly up there it's just a big ceiling. And it was like, I was like, dang.
You played that before you were a Flat Earther or after?
But no, this was when I was a kid. Yeah, I didn't understand like the hidden meaning though. I was just like, I was like, oh, whoa, we're underground. I was like, we're inside of a cave right now, kind of place, and I just thought nothing of it. And then later on in life, like when I found out Flat Earth, I was like, dang, bro, it was right in front of me the whole time.
Oh, that's deep.
Yeah. Yeah, man, Flat Earth is crazy, man. Because if you really think about it, like, think about if you, like, say, like, maybe you're 18, you join, like, the Navy or something, or, like, the Air Force, right? And then eventually by the time you're, like, 38, you've been in there so long, and then eventually maybe you performed well, so they invite you to, like, these secret missions where they just disclose to you, like, yeah, the Earth is flat, and, like, we need you to go to the Antarctica, some post, and you just see the wall. Well, I mean, if there is a wall, right? But, like, you know, wouldn't that be just crazy? Like, that's how you find out?
Yeah.
Most people we find out through the internet, but if you found out like you had no idea about this stuff, but you just joined and you like and they showed you for hand like you found out that way, that would be insane.
Well, I always harken back to the show. People get probably annoyed if I keep bringing it up, but there's a show called Attack on Titan, and it's like people keep it just relates. What you just said is exactly in the show. They have like civilians within these walls that don't know anything beyond the walls. Then they have the military that actually ventures outside the walls, and then they come to learn. There's like the main characters like read this book, and the book says that there's deserts and seas and woods and mountains and all these things outside the walls. And so they join the military, and they go, you know what I mean? Eventually, they find these places. So it's kind of like what you're saying is exactly like what it would be in reality. Like it's just so cool. You guys should watch this show. It's fantastic. It's very related to this flat Earth.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. Yeah, because like you start thinking like okay, like what's out there, and it's like the possibilities. It's like it seems so limitless, which is so strange because when we're on the globe, we thought the possibilities were limitless, but to an extent, we kind of understood what space was. But now with this, like, you just really don't know.
Yeah. Well, see, yeah. So actually, it's like reverse now. So the globe is the limited thing. I look at it like a playpen, almost like those civilians within the walls. That's all they know. Yeah. They're trapped with it. This is it. There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to explore. And then, and so like. One of the what's really cool is like, let's say we did have access to the South. In my mind, one of the missions they did in the show would be like a logical thing to do. So they eventually they go beyond. There's lots of rings, so the walls are divided into rings, and they think that there was some type of perhaps an intruder through the wall. So they say, all right, we're going to take a mission. 2 camps. We're going to go separate directions around this ring along the walls and find out if there's any holes or any problem or whatever, and we'll meet each other on the other side. So essentially, we would do that in reality. If we could explore the South, we would send camps to the South, and we would go, all right, guys, go venture along the perimeter. See if you can find any holes, gaps, whatever, and we'll meet each other on this. So they literally do this in the show. So it's like it's so deep, dude. Like I would recommend.
No, the person that made the show, they might know about this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah, oh for sure.
Because I know the person that made that Gundam video. Do you know what Gundams are? Like the robots.
I typed in the chat that I mess with the Gundam heavy. That was one of my favorite shows growing up. Gundam Wing, all that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure he knew, or she, whoever made that game. I'm pretty sure they knew, because it's like when you see stuff that's too similar to Flat Earth, it's like, oh, okay, they're giving a little nod here.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I'm going to type... Gundam. There you go, Cuddy. I loved that show growing up. But I'm going to post a couple maps in the chat. There's like several shows, and they just happen to be anime, sorry. But that don't feature this heliocentric view at all. They all seem to like have this like flat map. Oh, here's the Attack on Titan ring layout. That's a kind of like a flat world. They don't even point to a heliocentric world at all whatsoever. It's just this flat. Basically, that's a flat Earth. What else? There's Avatar: The Last Airbender. Here's their world map. Flat. There's no space or anything there.
Yeah, there's even a Hunter x Hunter. I have their map. Yeah. It's right here.
I think I have a couple of those. Oh, yeah, I have that one. This one's curved, but it's really cool and creative, so I'm going to post it anyway. But from Hunter x Hunter. but it's all essentially the same. So there's a lot. I was going to make a series on YouTube. I was going to start a channel and call it like Truth Drops in Anime. And like these are some of the truths anime has. Like they don't come out and say it, but they're there. It's fascinating stuff.
Yeah, man. Like, honestly, like, yeah, there's a lot of like stuff in that like that in games and movies. I know for a fact. Here's my thing, right? I know for a fact people in the Air Force, if anyone knows, they know, because like they would have to. Well, I mean, not everyone in the Air Force, but a lot of people. If I had to pick one branch that knows, I'd pick Air Force, because I mean, when they operate the planes, they have to adjust to whatever environment is really up there, right?
Yeah.
And eventually, like, you're flying around the world. Wouldn't you notice? Hey, like, this seems like it's flat. If anyone has a good perspective, it would be those guys.
No, that's because they get taught that to treat the Earth as if it's flat and non-rotating, and they just are under the assumption that's how a globe looks.
Right, I'm sure many of them are, but I'm just saying, if I had to pick one branch that has the most people that know that it's flat, I would pick Air Force and probably Navy.
Yeah, I agree. Those two positions have at least a lot of people. We get a lot of people from those positions within military. One, because those at sea oftentimes see really far and far beyond what they should be able to see on the globe, and so when they do the math and kind of stuff, they have that experience to build on, and they remember, oh, I saw that like 60 miles away. I shouldn't have seen that.
Right.
And with the pilots, it's like they're flying at really high speeds, and they should be feeling the forces due to the increased acceleration when they're traveling north or south or away from the equator. It adds on to all the acceleration, so it would be a problem, and they would be able to feel it. But they're flying up there, and they're not seeing the Earth curved. They're not feeling any rotation or
Yeah, exactly.
changes.
They're not seeing the curve. Like, if anyone was going to see the curve, because not all Air Force pilots fly super high, but some of their planes go super high. And so, like, they would definitely see the curve at some point, Especially
they get told by just like people like Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell them like, oh no, it's too low to be able to see the curve at that height. Even ISS is too low to be able to see the curve. Right. It's just optical effects, like the curve in the window can make things appear to curve and that kind of stuff, or the curve in the lens being used.
I've never seen that though. When I was in a plane, I never saw I never saw the curved edges or anything like that. Look flat to me. Look good to me.
Yeah, if you study this picture I'm about to post here, you'll notice that the white line on the ground is still straight up there, but there's a distortion down on the yellow line. So depending on where you angle the window and how it's shaped, it can distort it, and especially when the plane is pressurized, it sometimes can balloon the window a little bit, which can increase the distortions at the edges. But it like you can see with the white line, it's kind of dependent on where you're looking through the glass.
Right. Even the white line to the very left, just like you can see it slightly start to divert down. At least from what I see. But... Interesting stuff. Yeah, I think we start. Everyone here starts rubbing their hands. Probably no one more than me. But when we hear a globe earthers start to say like, "Oh, you can just see Earth curvature from an airplane."
Yeah,
dude, I could start a fire with my hands rubbing. Like,
Yeah, it's crazy. I think the difference between a lot of flat earthers and globe earthers is, at least for me, when I was a globe earther, like when flat earthers talked to me, like I wasn't so against it. I just had an open mind. I was like, all right, well, that sounds crazy, but let me look into it. Most globe earthers, you tell them, and they almost feel like offended that you're telling them.
Yeah. Yeah, you see this like trigger response. It's kind of
Watch out, dare you? Like, what's that? What creature from Lord of the? What's that creature from Lord of the Rings? Gollum.
The Hobbit. I don't know. I'm bad.
No, the Gollum, the one that's like my precious. You know. Yeah, that's how they feel with the Earth. It's like they're little precious.
I mean, imagine if you told someone something.
Yeah, right, you're my precious. Yeah. Oh my god, that's it.
Oh, Cuddy, yeah. I mean, just imagine if you said something like real silly to somebody, like, "Hey, grass is purple," like, and they got really invested in that. What? There's something wrong with them. It's like,
yeah.
Never engage with saying grass is purple. You're like, dude, you're off one. Like, I'm not even gonna talk to you. It's stupid. But like, if you tell someone the Earth is flat and they like get super invested, triggered, no, you cannot possibly think that. You're not allowed to think that. It's like there's something there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Super strange. Like, I don't know. They're like super into it. Like, have you ever looked into like the North Pole stuff? That's like the next step for me after flat Earth was the North Pole stuff.
I've never been there, so can't say. But yeah.
No, I know. But have you like heard about like the maps and stuff talking about the North Pole?
Yeah, for me that was before flat Earth, so inverse experience there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I remember there was like I looked into a couple ancient maps of like explorers that had gone to the North Pole, and like the maps they had about it. I used to have it as my profile picture, but it's pretty crazy. Like a giant whirlpool in the center of the North Pole. Like I think there's a couple people that reported on seeing it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hearsay. That's another, like, just like the South, the North is another thing that should be explored, but it should be like a dedicated effort once enough people have been have come to this understanding and understand like how to measure the Earth and drop the nonsense. Then we can start checking it out and looking at it, but individually trying to do that, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah. So, why do people believe that the moon is 3,000 miles away? Like, how'd they arrive at that number?
Who believes that?
I've heard people say like that. I think even Elijah said that. I don't know if he's being sarcastic, but I heard people say they believe that the moon is like 3,000 miles away. I don't know if you've heard that before.
I've heard that before. It comes from they've tried to triangulate the sun and the moon and that kind of stuff, and it comes out to be in different locations. So they say it's apparent, but the locations that it comes out to be is roughly around 3,000.
How do they measure that though? Just by
just triangulation, just like seeing looking at the sun from multiple different locations at the same time.
Oh, okay. It's interesting.
Yeah, the problem is we don't know what we're looking at it through, and so like because we're all looking at it through the medium that's above us, and the angle is different. It appears to each one of us to be in a spot, but it's not quite there. So we don't know exactly where it is. So it could be a little bit further.
Right. Dang, man. Do you guys have like any good YouTube conspiracy channels? If you could post them in a live stream, that would be fire. I used to have so many, but I don't know what happened.
I mean, they've been shutting off channels and whatnot this past couple of years. A lot of people have gotten.
Vibes of Cosmos. I'm gonna check it out. Let's see. I know about ODD. I think everyone knows about him. Black Sun. I'm gonna look at that. Oh, dang. Oh, Stranger Than Fiction. I've seen that. Yeah, really graceful.
Yeah, I just sent a video of what the North Pole's like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna
Look at pictures of the North Pole, dude.
Wait, you put it in the live stream?
Yeah. YouTube link. Quick 2-minute video just showing what the North Pole's like.
Really?
Wait, where'd you put it? I didn't see it.
Did you even watch the video, Jim?
That's what's called ceremonial North. It's a ceremony place that you go and do a ceremony about thinking that is the actual geographical north of the plane. It's just a ceremony.
It's not in the live stream, by the way. I don't see it.
It's not embedded. It's by the June bug. Like, you guys are so cute. You just Google your proofs as you go. You don't even understand your worldview prior to believing in it. You Google it as you go and just believe whatever you Google. It's so funny.
Oh, yeah. I see that right there.
Let me Google what I'm supposed to believe.
Crow 777.
Be shouting out my Nick Pro 777.
There is a geographical north that is given in some maps, and that's a ceremony spot. There is a magnetic north that changes positions, and then there is celestial north, which is the north, celestial north, the North Star. So yeah, there's different norths.
And then there's the real North Pole, where there's a mountain, Mount Mercator.
Yeah, you can't go there. That's not allowed.
It'd be so crazy.
You can only go to the ceremonial spot called North.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that funny, Gemsy? You could just put a little pole in the ground, call it the North Pole, and then you can just people will believe they went to the North Pole.
Just find a good patch of snow. Be like, all right, we're here.
Even though they never utilized the globe for anything to make it there, everything was based on a flat horizontal plane. Based on if they travel on a sea sea vessel, they utilize the sea or an aircraft that never took into account the globe for anything. But they, in their minds, they're traveling on a globe, even though they never used it for anything.
Oh,
It's
what are you
like
talking
a
about?
spell.
When I drive, I have a globe sitting on like the dashboard. I just spin it and rotate it to make sure I get to where I'm going.
Yeah.
That's how I navigate. It was like $300, dude.
The way the guy who dipped before, we ended with the question of why we should not believe in a flat and stationary plane. Can you now answer the question instead of dipping? Without asking a counter question. Ah. Well, the thing is with globe is they're just every time they come in here they're underlining why there is literally no reason to ever think that there's anything interesting about the globe besides cool stories.
I think he might be busy Googling some more proofs on YouTube. Are going to prove his how
yeah.
his movie.
Right. Ah, yeah, we are the mentally ill. Never forget that, guys.
Can you imagine that? Just like frantically Googling your world proof. Your world.
Look, he posted a fly through Antarctica.
We are the mentally ill flat earthers that, you know, they're just asking so many hard questions.
This guy took some pretty cool photographs. Go ahead.
I have a question. I don't pop in too often, but I've been around and listening to you guys for a long time, and you know, I'm curious. I know the nature of this channel is to be very pragmatic and not to delve into any form of conjecture. But I'd like to know, like, just personal opinions, if anybody's willing to share on the content that Vibes of Cosmos is putting out about the plasma reflection of the moon and it being like a reverse image of the Earth and the stuff he's doing. Because I find that stuff pretty fascinating for, just, I mean, I got my own life and I do my own little thing, but, and I'm just curious what you guys think about that. I don't bounce in too often. I'm gonna drop it at that. Thank you.
And that's an interesting topic, and whoever has information about that, just ask them about it. Or if you want to bring up a specific topic about it.
Well, I'll say this. I find it really interesting. I think there's other people here that have talked about it, also find it interesting, but there are also some people that don't agree with it. So most people in the server tend to stick to things that they can prove. Dude asked for some cool channels that he can go watch that are truther channels or whatever. So that's just something that came to mind. But yeah, it is super interesting if it's true. But how do we prove it? I don't know.
What was his question?
I hear you on that, man, and thank you. That's thanks, man.
No problem. Yeah. I mean, if you're familiar with the Vibes of Cosmos thing, one of his speculations is has to do with like the moon and possibly being like a reflective. I mean, it's getting kind of crazy, but it's very interesting.
If you look up at the moon, it's an object.
No. You're what you're doing there, June, is you're
It's a rock.
pointing
object.
in the sky and declaring. You don't know that. You're just declaring it to be true.
Did vibes of the cosmos say the moon is a reflection of something? Is that what you said?
Potentially, yeah, potentially, but yeah, just go check it out. It was very interesting, but yeah, I mean, this kid here thinks it's a rock, so I'm not gonna tell him crazy speculation. But listen,
Look at my video,
what you're
bro.
doing there, dude, is you're
Look at
pointing.
the video.
You're pointing in.
He's like, look at the video. Look at the video. No, he sounds like me.
Hey June, did you know that the moon started glowing after the Apollo missions?
Come again?
No.
Did you know that the moon started glowing right after the Apollo missions?
What?
Yeah. You
So
know
there were never full moons ever before that?
He doesn't get it.
No, he doesn't get. But that doesn't mean there was no one went to the moon because it's not a place. There's no land in your head. There's no rocks in the sky.
I mean, you can look up at the sky.
Yeah, we all see the moon, but it's just not solid.
Oh, this is fire.
It's not solid. What's inside of it?
Cuddy, where'd you get that image?
It's like
I've
saying
never seen that.
Like saying you see a rainbow and that's a hill.
Bro, that Cuddy's image is like that proves it right there. Unless people will say, "Oh, it's just because it's cold on the other side. That's why you can't see it."
It's that video, bro. Pop that video up.
Yeah, dude, listen, looking at the moon doesn't mean it's a rock. I don't understand what you like. Your eyeballs don't whisper into your ears the things that you want to hear. So we all see the moon. There's no one else in here that thinks it's a giant rock in the sky. That's retarded.
I personally do believe it's a rock.
Sorry, who said that?
Yeah, can you say that again?
Yeah, that's me.
Andrew. Hey, Andrew. How are you?
Hello.
Welcome, buddy. Welcome.
I would just like to take note that he said he personally believes that. So, like, that it's just a belief. So, like, we want
like,
the evidence,
evidence
underpinning that belief, not just the belief.
So, I guess what I would say to that is, like, when you walk outside and you have, like, rocks on the ground, right? Do you, like, inspect every rock for its contents to be like, okay, it's a rock? Or do you, like, look at individual pebbles and say, okay, they're probably rocks?
We don't know what the moon is, so let's not start comparing it to rocks all of a sudden, you know.
What I know is that I've never found a rock that is glowing and translucent.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and changing colors.
It's apples and oranges. Rocks on Earth, we can test for ourselves and figure out what they're made out of. The moon, you cannot test for yourself. You just assume it's a rock.
Wait,
If I found a floating rock...
Wait. So, sorry, just because there's obviously like a bias on numbers here. Can I just check? Is like the contention that like what the rock is that the issue, or is the contention like you think it's not a physical thing?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know what the moon is. The rock is a physical thing we can test. So you're comparing apples to oranges instead of addressing the issue.
Sorry,
or your claim that the light we see in the sky is a rock.
The moon does not behave like a rock. If you look at a rock, it's not floating. So that's why we're saying there's no need to compare the two.
Okay, sorry. So
I have the ability to test.
Okay, I'm not saying it's illuminating. I'm saying it's like being illuminated, right?
Not by the sun, so.
But it's floating as well, right? Like our rocks don't do that.
Well, okay, so I would say it's in orbit around the Earth, right? Obviously, I assume you know my opinions on these things.
Right. Yeah.
Well, just let us know.
Those are still beliefs. We want the evidence for those beliefs, not just the beliefs.
Okay.
Do you see the difference?
Here's the thing I feel like is kind of lost sometimes in science or at least in like the philosophy of science part, is that no full field of science can be made without some ansatz. Everything you do is based upon some amount of assumptions, right? And so my assumption is just that there's gravity.
Word? Sorry for interrupting you, but was it a German word that you use, Ansatz?
Ansatz, it sounds German. It probably comes from German. We
What
use
does
it a
it
lot.
mean? Quick, I'm just curious.
Sure. So ansatz is something you take to be true from the onset.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
So
it's just a German word then.
That might be the issue, but what we're trying to do here is build upon a foundation of
but
things that which actually we know for sure to be true, and then we build upon that, and then we build upon something else. What we don't do is build backwards from assumptions.
No, but you have to. Everything in science.
That's the issue. But that's actually the issue.
No,
you guys are working backwards from assumptions to fit.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I find it funny as well. So.
Just state your number one proof. Just state your number one proof that the moon is in orbit and that the moon is what they say it is. Just tell us. We understand your belief. Just tell us your number one reason to say the moon is in orbit and it's a rock.
Okay, so we can go back further if you want. Obviously, my belief is going to be that there is gravity, there is Earth, and we can observe the moon going in periods. We can fit it to data that would happen if there was gravity and if there were orbits.
You're going to have to define some of your terms like gravity, you know. And also, science isn't really a philosophy. Like, we're just not going to meet up until we start agreeing on certain terms and define what we're talking about, you know what I mean? So, why don't you tell me what you think gravity is?
Okay, so gravity is... Ooh, I'm trying to figure out how deep I want to go on this, because obviously I was talking with Gemsy a while ago. I do like general relativity type stuff, or...
That's the current rhetoric, so you'd be up to date on that at least.
No, well, that's my field of research personally. But in most flat space-time, gravity is an attraction that is proportional to masses and distances.
Okay, so can you tell me what color is space-time?
What color is space-time?
Yeah, I mean, you gave me two concepts. I'm just wondering how you can bend these two concepts. And you said flat, too, so now you described something that is flat, and it's a mixture of pseudo-Riemannian force space, time and space. So, like, what color is this time-space when it warps and bends?
Sorry, can somebody tell me, am I hearing the audio wrong? Is he saying color? The audio isn't great, so I'm not sure if I'm...
Yeah, no, I'm asking what color. Time
color.
Yeah. Because you're saying something that's conceptual is warping and bending, so I've never seen this space-time. It's two different concepts. It's a combination of Euclidean geometry, and then you add time on top of that, which is also a concept. So I'm just curious, this thing that can warp and bend, does it have a color, or are you just telling me about concepts and reifying them into something that can warp and bend?
Yeah, you can't go to the bin without your feet on. You can just walk there. It won't
Okay, sorry, someone's talking, their audio's really low. Let me just turn you up.
Sleeping Warrior with hot mic.
Yeah, Sleeping, can you raise your volume just a little bit?
Do you really think that's a realistic possibility?
Hey, Sleeping Warrior, can you hear us?
He's hot, Mike. Anyway, sorry about that.
No.
So, Andrew, what I'm trying to get down to is that you've given me time, which is a concept, and space, which is a concept. So how can you bend two concepts that are abstract that only exist in idea form?
Sure.
How do they physically manipulate?
Okay, so this is... Oh boy. Okay. Hey, so yeah, we're getting into, like, if you want to talk about special relativity, we can.
All I really want to know is how concepts can be bent. How can ideas bend?
So space-time, the idea is just that there are things that are constant regardless of reference frames, and that thing that is constant is space-time, right? So constants that happen in like Euclidean geometry should be that distance are the same regardless of who is measuring it, right? So if like you and I are standing in a room and there's a meter stick, if I'm standing at one point and I measure the meter stick, I should measure a meter, and if you stand at somewhere else, you will also measure a meter. The idea with space-time is that no longer are people just agreeing on space-time regardless of their reference frame if you only look at distances. What has to happen with space-time is you only measure the same thing as if you're measuring the distance in time and space together. That's the idea, is that there's some thing that doesn't change, and that's what we want to measure, right? Because if
you're
you have
saying
like
space-time doesn't change, but it also warps and changes.
That's not what space.
No. So space-time is like a measure. In general relativity, we say that things are still following like a minimum distance, and you can still measure it, but that minimum distance is changing based on the curvature.
Assumed curvature.
Sure.
Curvature of the idea.
Correct. Space-time is a concept. It is a mental construct. It's called a geometry. It's called a concept.
But it's got nothing to do with standardization of distances or measurements. That's something that you do within the concept. Space-time is simply a geometry, a four-dimensional geometry, a concept. That's all it is.
Right. It's that we can see is pretty well agreed with observations, which again I'm guessing you don't believe.
No, that's not correct.
That's okay.
Not correct.
Okay, it's fine. That's fine.
If you look into the cosmological constant problem and you look into how dark matter and dark energy was conceived of, you'll find out that it didn't match observations, and that they had to invent 95% of the whole idea.
Yeah,
like the whole thing that they think is out there is just 95% not detected, totally assumed, because it doesn't match observation.
Right. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah. But okay, so
can we just agree? Can we just agree that space-time is a conceptual geometry? It's nothing to do with standardization of distances or units or anything like that. It's just a geometry, and it is conceptual by nature. It's not real world. It's conceptual, right?
Okay, but we can observe phenomena. Okay, so just bear with me here. So let's everyone just put on your Ansatz helmet here. Okay, let's assume that the data we see from outer space is real, right?
Before you say what you say, I just want to say this. So when you say we can observe phenomena and we can observe certain matter, can you keep it to things within Earth? Because none of us.
No, not for this stuff. No. For GR stuff, we just can't. There's just.
But see, that's the issue, though.
Okay, I get that. I get, guys. I honestly get that. I get why you would be worried about that. And if you want to say you don't believe in GR, I'm totally fine with that. Because it's not going to affect your day, right?
It's not, if you don't believe, we know what it is. We understand that it's conceptual by nature. It's not real world. Like Narnia is conceptual by nature. It's not real.
No. Okay. So, this is where I was gonna say, bear with me here. Okay. So, put on your Ansatz helmet like Amish showed. That's actually really funny. Okay. So we all put on our Ansatz helmet, right? We believe in the satellites, right? We believe in these telescopes we see. And you believe that there is space outside of Earth, right? If you take these things as true, as your Ansatz, okay?
You can't do that. It's
okay, guys. Okay, come on. You gotta bear with me here.
Can
I finish this?
Okay,
please.
Okay,
hold on. Wait. I think you gotta let me finish a
just
point.
a second. Even under the assumption that what we see out there is like the balls and all this stuff, and the galaxies are all these balls, it doesn't actually match Einstein or general relativity unless you add all this stuff that you got from nowhere. You got it because there's a mismatch between what you see and what the theory expected.
Can I finish the point now? Guys, there's so many of you. Everyone's gonna want to finish a point. You gotta let me say something.
It's not Monopoly. It's not like collect one free claim and pass go. That's not how this works here.
Okay.
But you're trying to collect like 3 or 4 free claims, so hell no.
All right, so here, Andrew, in this world where your environment is real, okay, sure. Now what?
Okay, thank you. So if you take these things as true, when you look out at space, you're going to see things that bend around other things. You can see the same object multiple times bending around a large, massive thing. This only works if you have general relativity as your framework model. So it works under certain cases. Yes, it is. What other theory do you have?
Prior assumptions are true, which they aren't.
Okay, right. We're putting on our Ansatz helmet. We went over this, okay?
What works? You said I'm looking.
Stupid. Like if you're gonna build on a bunch of assumptions.
Hey, can we have maybe one person have a back and forth with Andrew instead of having 3 people talking at the same time? Because it's annoying as fuck.
Thank you.
Well, we barely have Sleeping Warrior in here. Can we let him take this on? It's kind of his specialty.
Yeah,
sure. I mean, whoever wants to address him, have a back and forth until a logical conclusion, and then someone else can jump in.
Sure. This is the reason why I joined. This is my favorite topic. It is the best topic to talk about in this whole topic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if we see something move in the night sky, is it the only explanation that space-time is warping, and therefore that's the explanation for why something seems to be moving? Is that the only explanation?
For why something is moving?
Appears to be moving.
No.
So, like refraction, the refraction of light coming into the atmosphere from above on an angle towards us, as the atmosphere around us that we breathe, as that fluctuates, that gives us the perception that something might be moving when it's not. We see it with Skunk Bay through the daytime, but we can see that with stars at nighttime. But you could argue that that is the curving of space-time caused by some mass somewhere causing that appearance of movement, right? Which is the Eddington observation in 1919. The Eddington observation observed that the movement of a star, the apparent movement of a star, must have been caused by the sun. That was what happened in 1919. Do you agree that was what happened? Yeah.
So I don't know all these experiments by name. This is the one Eddington, Einstein. They were trying to show GR, and they were looking at something near the sun during like a lunar eclipse or solar eclipse. Is this the one we're talking about? Okay.
Yeah. So when that event occurs, and they make the claims beforehand or the predictions beforehand, and then they see which one is the most accurate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Einstein made his predictions, Newton made his predictions, and between the two of them, they were both wrong. One of them was more wrong than the other, but the one that was least wrong was considered to be correct. That's what actually happened. Now, when he's wrong, but he's then considered to be more correct than Newton was, that was basically the foundations for general relativity. That was establishing that there is a proof of concept there that we will eventually be able to prove. And in LIGO in 2015 and subsequent LIGO tests ever since, it's now claimed that general relativity is therefore true because they've now measured it, apparently. They now measure with LIGO gravitational waves, and they do it regularly because now they know how to do it, apparently. And now, when we have something that appears to be moving, and general relativity is the explanation for it, there are other explanations for why something appears to be moving when it's not actually moving, and refraction would be one of them. There are other things. You might be perceiving that something's moving when it's not actually moving because the things around it are moving, and it gives a general or a relative acceleration when that's not moving at all, something nearby. I've done it loads of times and I've thought, that's not a plane, what's that? And then I realised it actually is a plane, but it's the thing next to it that wasn't moving that appeared to be moving because the plane looked like it was stationary and the other thing was moving. It wasn't, it was me getting it wrong. But my point is that just because we appear to see something that might be moving, even if it is moving or not, general relativity isn't the only explanation for why something appears to be moving. It's not a proof of general relativity just because something appears to be moving. It can be explained with refraction, real-world refraction, not 7/6R refraction, real-world refraction, shimmering air between us and the target that we're looking at. But you can misperceive that to be general relativity because you say, oh, look, there's the curvature of it. There's the curvature of space-time. You're watching it because look at that fluctuating, not realising that somebody's walking past back and forth with a heating lamp and it's warming the air in front of you, causing it. Or a jet goes past and turbulent air causes it to move. So these are the things that can easily be misconceived as general relativity when it's not. But when you said earlier on about general relativity and how space-time was like, if we believe and accept that general relativity is a thing, that's like saying, if you accept that there is Narnia behind the wardrobe, for a minute, just for this explanation, if we can accept that there is a Narnia behind the wardrobe, and we're saying, no, Narnia doesn't exist behind the wardrobe, it's conceptual, it's a story, it's make-believe, but you're asking us to accept that the sky is a vacuum, or the sky is space-time, and we're saying, no, that's just like Narnia being behind the wardrobe. There isn't an access porthole into Narnia through the wardrobe, in exactly the same way that the sky cannot be a vacuum, and the sky cannot be space-time. But when you say, can we just accept it for a minute? The answer is, well, no, because it's conceptual by nature. Narnia is conceptual by nature. So every time you say the word space-time, I hear in my head Narnia. So just remember that when you're trying to talk about general relativity, because each time you say space-time, we think Narnia, because that's what it is, conceptual. Carry on, sir.
Okay, so I just want to go back. So I wrote a couple things down, so maybe if I can try and get through some of them. Okay, so for observations, the observations that I was specifically trying to go over is that when we have satellites that are outside of Earth's atmosphere, we can look and we can see the same object multiple times. So sometimes 2 or 4 times bending around one other object. So I don't know what other theories you want to propose. It's probably going to involve some kind of space-time like theory. It's going to happen. You can probably explain it in a different set of words, but the mathematics behind it are probably going to look the same.
So that means when you watch, when you see the bending of the space-time, you go back to the Earth, and Earth is curving then.
Sorry, I didn't really understand that, but if,
when I realized that gravity exists, then I come back to the Earth to check that, because there is a general relativity function, the bending of the stars and everything, and then I come back to the Earth and look for the curvature, and there is nothing.
Sorry, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm telling you, that means, that relativity is working, heliocentric model is working, everything is working. It's great. Now I believe in gravity. Great. Now let's go to check if Earth is sphere.
Okay. Okay.
Because everything is working, man. Now Earth should be also sphere because everything is working.
Okay, so if I'm understanding, can I phrase your question? You tell me if I'm understanding right.
Okay.
Okay, so your criticism right now is that I'm saying, okay, let's take these things to be true, that the Earth is a sphere. Let's take satellites to be true. We're going to see some things that seem to suggest a certain theory. Okay, cool, whatever. But when we come back to Earth, how do we know Earth is a sphere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now Earth physically should to be sphere because everything is working to be sphere.
Mm-hmm. I see. Okay. So here's what I would say to this. You're going to hate this, okay? Please don't all yell at me at once, okay? I work with a lot of different agencies, and I believe the photos I see, okay? Everyone yell at me all at once, okay? You can go for it.
Okay. I believe.
Okay.
I believe.
I
believe also in photos and videos. I believe also in photos and videos from reality.
Okay. So okay. Yeah.
Do you believe in photos? Do you believe in photos and videos from reality?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
did you see on this server photos and videos showing of the flat surface?
I haven't seen anything that's convinced me.
Do you want to see?
Okay, can I finish going through these things first?
Do you want to see?
In a bit. Is that fine?
Do you want to see?
Can we cycle back to this?
No, do you want to see the flat surface?
Okay. How long is it going to take you to find it?
I will post it and you can look it into that.
Okay.
You want to see?
Sure. So
do you want to see? Do you want to? You can say I don't want to see.
Yes, I would love if you would post the photo. Okay, so to finish
the point, I will post the video, not photo.
Okay, I'd love if you post the video.
Okay, I will post you the video of 1,200 miles of flatness of the Earth of 24,000 miles.
Awesome. Okay.
Can we do the math now? How much is that of all that to 24,000? How much is 1,200 from two?
Sorry, what is?
How much is 1,200 miles comparing 24,000 miles? How much is that?
1/24th.
1 of 20, yeah.
Okay, so
if it's 1 of 20 of the Earth, yeah, it's great. If it's 1 of 20 of the Earth's flat, when it's starting to curve? After 19 parts, 18 parts, 17 parts?
We do know where the Earth starts to curve on your model.
Can Earth be flat 1,200 miles with the circumstances of 24,000 miles?
Okay, I don't want to be rude. I'm having a very hard time understanding the guys.
Can we have the flat surface of 100, 200 miles on the Earth, what is 24,000 miles? Can we have that?
Sleeping War, you down to drive for a little bit, but can we hand you the keys?
No, man, wait, just 2 minutes and I will go. Can we have that flatness on 24,000
I'm starting a timer, Sasha.
Okay. Now 90 seconds.
Okay. Can you
only you can say no we can have, or you can say yes we can have.
can you type your question? I'm sorry.
And we have 1,200 miles flatness on 24,000 miles.
Listen, buddy, he cannot understand you, buddy. The accent's a little too thick tonight. He's having a hard time. Give him a break, all right, man?
Okay. We will speak now. Let's go back to general relativity.
Yeah. Okay. So I have okay. So to finish your comment, I'm just gonna say, if somebody presents me with something significant, sure. As for you guys, I understand you're doubtful, and I'll leave that to you to sort this out. Okay. If you find evidence or a lack of evidence, okay. I'll go back to. Okay. As to finish. Right. So I forget who was talking. Super fluoride, sleeping warrior. Okay. So there was some comments about accepting that the sky is a vacuum. I'm guessing this has to do with atmosphere.
Well, if we're going to talk about the geometry of space-time, the geometry of space-time exists in your model in a vacuum, correct?
No.
What does it exist in then?
Space-time? I'm not sure I understand the question, perhaps.
I can't really simplify it anymore. The space, the blackness of space in your model, in the way you understand the world in which we live, you describe that as a vacuum. It's 10 to the minus 17 torr. It's a very, very strong vacuum that pressure will press into.
Right.
Correct?
Okay, sure.
Right. So in that blackness of space, the vacuum of space, the Earth is said to exist in that space.
Yeah.
In that space that Earth exists, we exhibit 14.7 psi of pressure at sea level.
Okay, yeah, so this is okay, so I understand the question. So this is just explained by gravity, right? I've never actually had to ask somebody this, why they because I've heard this before, right? That I assume your concern is that all of our atmosphere should just go into the void, right?
Immediately. It would never form in the first place. But if you think gravity can cause this, explain how.
Because gravity forms like a potential well, which is holding the atmosphere in.
Holding the so do you think that gravity is a force?
Yes. In most explanations, you can describe it as a force. Yeah.
But it isn't a force. It hasn't been a force since World War I. So the current position in science is that gravity is not a force. It is an effect of the curvature of space-time. Better described as refraction. That's all gravity is. It's an optical illusion, a perception of acceleration when there isn't any actual acceleration at all.
Okay, yes, but okay, so if you have a potential well caused by a mass in curved space-time, it takes a certain amount of energy for something to leave that potential well. That's the thing that we experience as a force. So it's still
potential well. Is that like a potential punch in the face? Because like
no. So okay, yeah. So this is a terminology thing. Sorry. So like a potential well is just if you imagine a flat space, right? And then you dig a hole in that flat space, right? If you put a marble in that hole that you just dug, right? And there's strong winds blowing around, you're not going to expect this marble to blow out of the hole, right? That's what the potential well is. It's this thing that something can sit in, and it takes a certain amount of energy to knock that thing out of the hole.
I understand. So can I just ask, and this is not patronizing, but it's a yes or a no. Have you read Einstein's theory of general relativity? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good. So you're familiar with his section on the gravitational field? Yes?
Yep.
I'm going to dig it out. I'm going to screen share. I want you to look at the screen. We'll go through it together. And I want you to tell me how this relates to the atmosphere and basically how the air that we breathe is held in. Just give me 60 seconds while I dig it out. I've not had to look for this for a while, but whilst we're talking about it, I want to go through it with you, and then I want you to educate me on how this works in the real world. So just give me 60 seconds and I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Also, I'd like you to notice that your analogy, once again, is apples to oranges. A marble is not gas. We're talking about gas and how gas behaves.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh no, I have a demonstration, for instance, here where gas expands to fill the available volume and is not prevented to do that from doing that by any gravitational.
No, yeah, the potential well is causing. It's essentially the volume. It's creating a volume.
No, it's obviously not able to contain or prevent the gas from expanding into the volume. The volume in your religion is basically the entire cosmos.
Okay, so I'll give you a similar thing that you can do, because I think you guys believe in like electrical forces, right?
I mean, it's not really a religion here. We don't do the belief thing, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna use the word belief a lot for like what your opinion is. So
you can just say like, how do you guys see it, or in your view?
Okay. As a quick yes or no, do you believe that there is significant evidence for there being an electrical force?
Don't do beliefs, so...
Okay, just drop the word. Come on, you're smart people.
Well, if you drop it, then you're the smart guy. I just told you 3 other phrases you could use.
No, they have a weird view of the word belief, so just maybe avoid that word.
Can I get to the 3 points of this guy before he starts talking about tangential, like, derivative arguments and all that?
Well, Sleeping Warrior is about to grab something, so maybe... I don't know, unless you feel like you...
Sleeping Warrior was saying he was gonna come back, so Orion can hopefully go through that with him as soon as possible. Go ahead, Orion.
We should flip the globe and have Matt, flip the script and have Matt flat smack this guy.
Go ahead, Orion. I mean, so who's speaking?
Orion.
How about I just go through it until the other guy gets back? So, do you know of any time that anyone has ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature, and the method of how they did that?
Sorry, a time when somebody has detected Earth and the curvature?
Directly measured the Earth and detected curvature.
Okay, so by directly measured, do you mean like taking a tape measure around? Because I know sometimes I'll say a direct measure and people here wouldn't like that, so...
Well, I would say constructing a straight line out of one material or another, or having a straight line as a baseline. And
okay, so yeah, I wouldn't know then. Sure, so
I mean an arc segment measurement of the alleged globe Earth. Do you understand that?
Okay, so now we're not at a direct measurement, right, of Earth?
No, that would be, those are synonymous, although, yeah, I don't know where you're disconnected.
So here's usually why I'd be worried about saying that in a place like this, is usually if I were to say, hey, if we take an arc segment, can't we extrapolate that to give us the whole world? And I'd be very worried that you guys would say, well, no, now you're just pre-assuming that the Earth is a sphere, right?
Okay. Well, now, no. The answer to that is no. You're making an assumption. So basically, you're. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you're assuming that we would turn our heads away from definite evidence. The answer is no. We're actually asking you for definite evidence, not turning our heads away from it. Well, anyway, so I'll ask the question again.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know of any time that anyone has ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature, and the method of how they did that?
I would assume not in a way you'd be happy with, no.
Okay, so what are you going to just pretend you can read minds now, or what? Why don't you... So it's a yes or no question. It's either yes, and then you go and tell us how someone did it, or you say no.
Okay, so let's say no for this, sure.
All right, fair enough. Do you know of any time that anyone has ever directly measured axial rotation of the Earth?
I would say in the way we'd both agree on axial rotation, yes.
All right, so what was the method of that?
You look at stars, see how long they take to rotate.
So let's get this straight. You stare up at the sky, you see lights in the sky move by, and because the lights in the sky are moving by, you say the Earth is moving.
Ryan, have you ever seen a time lapse of stars in the sky?
No, now wait. Do you see anything fallacious about what I just said? As I repeated your belief.
Stars rotate in the sky.
Yeah, we all see the same thing in the sky. We all see the things in the sky moving, not the Earth. These buildings
If
don't.
we see the things in the sky moving, how do you deduce that it's the Earth moving rather than what we actually see, which is the sky moving?
Maybe I should help him with a very simple analogy of how this is a fallacy. So a fallacy that would be similar to this is if I were to see a crow, I'm sorry, not a crow, a rooster crow, and the sun rise right around the same time, I could say, the sun rose because the rooster crowed, when in fact it's really just correlation, not causation. The rooster crowed and the sun rose at the same time. That doesn't mean that the sun rose because the rooster crowed. Just because you see lights in the sky moving doesn't mean that you are moving.
Okay.
So
yeah, so like the axial rotation of the Earth is just a property of it that we measure. Like, yeah, I don't know what to say here.
We're not measuring that, are we? What we're measuring.
No, okay, so this is the ansatz thing again, right? So we're at, like, by the time we're measuring the axial rotation of the Earth, we're already at a point where we have gravity and the Earth being a globe. So
We don't beg the question.
Isn't it?
You don't have the actual rotation.
Yeah, that's begging the question.
yeah, exactly. Like the question, no, this is what I'm saying is like at the point when we're asking this question, we need to have already established the prior, right? So if you're asking me this, then it's kind of like...
How did we establish the prior? How did we establish the prior?
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe through observations of people I trust that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
Okay, that's a nice belief.
Which observations? Just give us one. Which observation do you believe proves that the Earth's a globe? Just give us one.
I'll say one you'll really hate, which is from the NASA moon landings.
Eyewitness testimony, that's good.
Fake.
Right.
I can't hear you over the soundboard. Sorry.
You know how globe earthers don't accept any biblical references because they say, and it's legitimate, I accept this. And
You're looking for physical proof of a globe Earth, but you're talking to us about religion.
Yeah.
You have no proof of that being real whatsoever.
We don't accept NASA references for the same reason because NASA and the biblical concept or argument are essentially the same. They're based on belief, right? You can believe the Bible, you can believe NASA, but we don't accept either of them. We want to see the empiracy. We want to see the actual measurements, or in your case, the photos that prove the point that you make, which is the globe, the Earth's a globe. Now, if you're going to say NASA, we're just going to say that's not good enough evidence because, let's be honest, there's a lot of evidence from NASA that's not credible. A lot of it shows bubbles in space, weird stuff going on in the so-called ISS. We're not accepting anything to do with NASA. We want empiracy, we want real world, and we want it repeatable, observable, verifiable. We want it to be scientific.
What is empiracy?
Okay, so I would say NASA is repeatable. They do verifiable things, and I'd say they're legitimate. We have different opinions on this. Okay.
No, we don't accept photos from natural law violations, Skyback.
Strong and beautiful and amazing. I trust them.
To be honest with you, if your standard of evidence is NASA, me personally, I can't have any conversation with you, not because I think that you're a moron, but because that standard of evidence isn't good enough. Because nobody accepts NASA, not even on your side. If you do, you're entitled to that. But on that basis, I'm out.
Okay. I'm happy to keep talking if anyone else does.
Hey, I had a question. So have you ever seen a horse with your own two eyes?
Yes.
So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not?
Yes.
Have you ever been to the vacuum of space?
No.
So if I had a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture or not?
Yes.
How so? How so? Care to elaborate?
Yes, because I have built up a system of trust with other scientists.
Oh boy.
Guys, I don't know what to tell you this. You can't live your whole life disregarding everything.
You know,
it's insane.
Ryan, I think this is a good time for the third question, don't you?
Do you think that I watched like 1,000 hours of fake video from ISS, and you're now telling me that you are trusting that people? Do you want to see that things, that 1,000 hours of bullshit?
Sasha, you just have to trust.
Forget trust. Forget trust.
Do you want to
Ryan?
see? Did you ever see anything about what is going on ISS? Anything?
Forget that. Ryan, third question. Let's go. Do it.
So
You've asked.
the claim of the heliocentric model, the third main claim, is that the gas pressure exists here on the Earth due to gravity, but every example we have of gas pressure existing all involve containers. So do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to talk about this earlier. So, okay, I'm going to say the word. It's going to trigger you guys, okay? But bear with me, please. You believe that there's an electric force, right?
Why are you asking about us? So that you...
I just want to know. I want to know what is an example I can give to you.
That doesn't matter. Do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Yes or no?
Well, I'm going to give you an example that you can do in an actual lab here, okay? But I just need to know if you believe that there's an electric force.
An example of what? Finger painting?
No, an example of something not moving into a vacuum through a force.
Just give the example, bro.
Yeah, that's not what I asked for.
So if you take a box and you put a gas in there in a vacuum.
Okay, so a container. We're asking for an example.
Well, hold on. Okay, let me get through the example here, okay?
But it already involves the container.
No. Okay, this is very different, okay? Take a box, really. Put some charged particles in there, right? It's going to take up the whole space, right? Yes? Are we in agreement?
Container.
Someone say yes or no. Okay, so I have some ions in a box, right? It's a gas. It's taking up some volume.
You know what a false equivalence fallacy is?
Okay, well, let me get through the equivalence before you say it's a false equivalence.
My fallacious reasoning first.
Okay.
Wait, I've got gas in a container first. Like,
well, first I'll use a container, and then that'll prove that you don't need a container.
Okay. I'm just going to chug along here, okay? And hopefully we can all stick together here. Okay. You have a box full of ions, right, that are charged. If I put an electric field over this box, the charges are going to move downwards into a smaller volume, and there will be a vacuum above the space where the particles are taking up.
Okay, do that without a box.
Yeah. Sure, do it without a box. Okay.
Okay, we'll wait.
What's that? It doesn't work without a box for you to try and do the demonstration in? Is that what we're going to conclude?
Maybe I should ask the question a slightly different way. I'm not even sure if he understands what we are asking for. So
no,
you understand how... Well, yeah, let's clarify.
Oh, yeah, all right. You just got to keep chugging along and then... Go ahead.
So let's make sure that you understand. So you know how there's 36 pounds per square inch typically around your typical car tire, car rim, but inside the tire?
Yep.
And you know how you can't achieve that 36 psi around the rim without the tire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in order for you to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, an example of this in this hypothetical where you could actually do this, we're not expecting you to. If you could have 36 psi around the rim of a car without the tire due to gravity, that would be a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. Now, do you understand what we're asking for?
Oh, okay, sure. I'll make this even simpler then. What is the box doing that is containing the atmosphere? What is it doing? What is that box physically doing?
That you understand what we're asking for?
No. Okay, I'm answering you. I just need you to work with me here, Ryan. Okay. I need some back and forth here.
Okay.
What is the box doing that is keeping the gas inside the box? How is it doing that?
Question though.
How is it doing it? Someone answer. Come on. There's like 20 of you.
But why don't you answer Ryan's question?
The gas is pressing against the walls of the box.
Okay, and so what is the wall doing?
The wall is just being there.
No, it is doing something. Why does the gas not move through the wall?
Because it presses up against it.
And what is the pressing do? We're so close, Orion. You can do it, man. What is the wall doing on the gas? Say the word. Again? What is the wall doing to the gas?
Pressing against it.
What is the pressing doing?
Causing pressure.
Okay. He's being obtuse for the point of being obtuse. The wall is causing a force on the gas, keeping it inside the volume, guys. It's a force. Gravity is a force. It's doing the same thing.
No, I hate to break it to you, buddy.
It's actually insane. He knew what this was, too. He understood. He didn't want to say it. He didn't want to be embarrassed in front of you guys.
Embarrassed? Go through the line of questioning again. What are you talking about?
The only one that should be embarrassed is you, bro. We asked for a demonstration without a container, and you used a container. Dumb.
Yeah, and then you just used a bare assertion. Oh, it's the gravity is doing it, but there's no evidence of it. And when we test that in the lab
you can't
conditions,
go to this now. You were asking me, how does gravity?
I'm still talking.
You were saying, how does gravity?
I'm still talking.
The atmosphere in a volume, and I showed you.
I'm still talking.
Andrew.
When you test gas under lab when you test gas under lab environments, gravity is not containing the gas.
Okay.
Stop saying gravity's a force. It isn't.
Yeah, I'm happy. That was a good one.
So you just agreed that you don't have your claims and you just don't have any claims. You just baseless assertions that are not backed by reality.
Sure.
Well, you don't have a demonstration.
And then gravity.
You do not have a demonstration of the containment of gas via the curvature of space-time. Sorry, you just don't.
Okay, guys, no, come on. You're changing the goalpost now. You asked me if gravity is a force, how does it keep the atmosphere in a volume? That was the question. Don't change the question on me. That was the question.
No, that wasn't the question.
Yeah, it was, man.
No, Andrew.
Should I ask it again? Should I refresh your memory?
We've asked this question a lot, so it's like, go ahead, ask it again, Orion.
Okay.
So, do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Like 36 psi around the rim of a car without the tire due to gravity? Can you demonstrate that?
What a keyword demonstration question, man.
Let's try the applied science.
Yeah, demonstrate means like do it in reality, like do the thing that we are talking about.
Well, first you get a box, and then
yeah.
You know what? I actually bet you some people have done this. Hold on.
Listen, just bear with me, right? The biggest vacuum chamber known to man on the whole Earth is the Sandusky, Ohio complex that NASA built, right? Massive vacuum chamber. You make the biggest, most powerful vacuum that you can have, right? And then you inject some gas into that vacuum. Does the gas in the vacuum, A, fall to the ground, or B, bounce around and microscopically increase the pressure? What happens to the gas?
I'll be honest, I was Googling some papers. Do you want to say it again?
The Sandusky, Ohio vacuum is the biggest vacuum that we have on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Made by NASA. If we fuel that up with the most powerful vacuum that we can have, and then you inject a small amount of gas into that vacuum so that the only thing in there now is the gas that you put in. Does the gas, A, fall to the ground because of gravity, or B, does it bounce around randomly in all directions at high velocity? What happens?
There would be a gradient. Yeah.
So you say it falls to the ground?
I would say there'd be a gradient. Yeah.
There wouldn't be a gradient. You've got one
that doesn't mean it falls to the ground. There would be a gradient, and the gradient doesn't mean a vacuum above it and gas pressure below.
Okay, so we do some statistics. We track where it is on average, and on average, it's going to be closer to the ground.
No, there wouldn't be a gradient. You've got one gas going, not several gases.
Yeah. I moved from my gradient word. Okay, you track it over time, right? You take statistics of it, and you're going to see a gradient in the statistics.
In all directions. The gas
it won't move randomly in all directions. It's going to preferentially move downwards.
No, they don't. Gas molecules don't move downwards. There's no directionality to gas molecules.
Yes, there is. They have
guys, this is going in circles. Let this not go in circles. So there's X and there is delta X. So in regards to the Earth, if you can pay attention for a second here, it's 14.7 psi. That is the X value of gas pressure on the surface of the Earth. All right, that's the X value, so that's at sea level. And then we have the gradient, which comes after X, by the way, and that is delta X. So that's the gradient above sea level. So we have X and delta X. We also have X and delta X inside every vacuum chamber and also inside every car tire. So what are we confused about now?
I don't know. I don't know what people were confused about.
Whether
Sorry.
gas has a directionality to it or not. Our friend here believes that it does, and there was somebody else that said that there is as well. There isn't. Gas molecules move freely in all directions without any directional bias whatsoever, and that's called the free expansion of gas law. It is a well-known gas law. You can look it up if you want to. You need a directionality of gas law, but the free movement of gas law shows that there is not one.
Why is there a higher pressure at the bottom of the
saying
container than the top?
There isn't. We've got one gas.
Shut up, Matthew. We've answered that. The answer is unverified, and you know it. Don't ask that question again. You know
it's clearly verified.
It's not.
Oh my God! No, it's not.
It isn't. There isn't a more pressure at the bottom. Gas molecules move freely in all.
Actually, hold on, chill, dude. Just so you know that there's a gradient in every container.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
That means that there's a directionality of gas, and the free movement of gas law states that there's no directionality.
But hold on. You're kind of mixing up your words a little bit here. So another way of stating it that's accurate is that gas fills the available volume. So that's another way of saying it.
But it has a preference for its bottom.
Like the way that you were describing it a second ago, it made you the way that you were describing it. It sounded like you were describing it as the X value at sea level being as the same as 10,000 feet above sea level. I'm just saying. It sounded like
in any way whatsoever. I said that gas moves freely.
I was carefully listening to your words. It's just
I'm applying the gas laws that are known to man. Gas behaves in a particular way. It is not like solid bouncy balls. It does not have directionality. If it did, we wouldn't have the free movement of gas law. We would have a directionality of gas law. We don't have that. So there is no directionality to a gas. There is no gradient to a single gas in a container. The gas molecules move freely in all directions, and it's omnidirectional. That's the way it behaves.
That would mean that it does have a direction. It's omnidirectional. It's direction.
You post the gas law which has G in it. Post any gas law with G in it.
Omnidirectionality doesn't mean directionality.
Are you sure?
Yes, omni being the key word. Omnidirectionality.
So directionality is just one direction. Then.
All directions equally at high velocity, bouncing off everything randomly. There is no directionality when there's a single gas in the vacuum chamber. It doesn't pool on the floor. It doesn't have a gradient towards the floor. There's no directionality to it. If you put 10 gases in there, like air, which is a combination of nitrogen and carbon dioxide and a variety, then you're going to get a gradient because there is slower moving molecules and there is more density to certain elements of the gases that are in there. But I'm talking about a single gas, one gas that is just nitrogen or just hydrogen or just one. All those molecules randomly move in all directions, and there's no fatter ones that are slower. There's no skinnier ones that are faster. There is no directionality to it. It's all randomly in all directions. That's what the free movement of gas law states. Now, if you think that there's a directionality of gas law, cite me the gas law that says that.
Well, okay, so I don't have that, but I just think it's worth noting. I just think it's worth noting that in a propane tank, I'm guessing it's either all propane or nearly pure propane in there. Whether it's 99% or is 100%, it's worth pointing out.
Increases, we have a phase change from gas to liquids, and the liquid pools on the floor because the liquid's more dense than the gas that's around it. But just because there's more pressure in there, which then causes a phase change, doesn't mean that there's a directionality of gas. What you're doing is a false equivalence there to describe the pressure.
You didn't let me finish. I was just about to say exactly what you just said. You just cut me off. But yeah, it's liquid, not gas. So obviously it's not part of the same gradient or whatever, or lack of a gradient.
Caused by excess pressure. Excess pressure will cause a phase change. But that doesn't mean that gas has got a directionality. It's a false equivalence.
Yeah, they're also conflating pressure differential with their imagination that gas is being attracted to the ground when pressure differential is largely created with temperatures.
Yeah, and pressure.
Although I think it's a fascinating thing that, there would be a gradient in pressure with the liquid propane at the bottom. That's kind of funny, isn't it? So there wouldn't be a gradient if it's just pure propane above it in the container. But in the liquid form, there would be. I just think that's a funny point, really.
Are you talking about liquefied propane?
Well, yeah. So weren't you just trying to say that if you have a gas and it's just one gas, like oxygen, take for instance, or propane or whatever, and it's just that one gas in a container, are you trying to say that there's no gradient in the container if it's that one gas?
Correct. The gradient is caused when you've got two or more different sized molecules that are bouncing off each other. When you've got fatter ones, bigger ones, they move slower. When you've got smaller ones...
I got you. You don't need to repeat it. I know. But what I'm saying is, or what I'm asking, I guess, almost, because I don't really know, but I think I know, is at the bottom of the propane container, where the propane turns from gas to liquid, is there a gradient? Is there a pressure gradient in that liquid?
If you increase the pressure of the propane gas and you keep increasing the pressure, what happens is it forces a change in state. But just because you get a change in state because you're putting more and more pressure into it doesn't mean that there's a directionality of gas.
Dude, that's not what I'm saying. Dude, listen to what I'm saying. That is not what I'm asking you. Listen to what I am saying carefully. So we have a propane tank, all right? Now the top inside the propane tank, the top half is gas. The bottom half is liquid propane. I'm not asking you a question about the gas part. We've moved on from that. We already get that. I'm asking you a question about the liquid part. So I acknowledge what you're saying, about what you say about the gas part. I'm asking you, is there a pressure gradient in the liquid part? I think there is.
Yes.
All right. That's just what I was asking. It's just that. That's all I was asking.
Yeah. Do you know what the cause of that pressure gradient is in the propane that you're talking about?
Well, no, I don't. And the same thing applies to inhibit gradient.
The existence of mass itself. In the same way that Einstein says that the mass of a planet, a massive planet, warps space-time, you've got the mass, the molecules, the intermolecular bonding that creates the liquid, that the accumulation of those creating more mass causes an increase in pressure. It's the same principle of a swimming pool. The lower in this pool that you go, you can feel the pressure pressing on your ears. That's caused by more mass. So that as you go lower and lower and lower, above you there is more and more mass being applied because you're going lower relative to that. So the deeper you go, the pressure increases because there's more mass above you. You're just putting more mass.
I understand that. When you asked the question, what's the cause, I thought you were asking a different kind of question.
Causes mass, but it's not a gravitational anything. Our friend here would be trying to persuade you that it is, because he would say something like, well, why does the pressure increase as you go lower in a swimming pool then? It's because there's more mass above you because you're going lower. It's got nothing to do with gravity pulling down the swimming pool, which is, I'm sure, what he thinks is going to happen, because he still thinks that gravity is a force.
May I suggest using the word material instead of mass?
Sure, but that's his language so that he understands it. I mean, I understand that mass is an undefined term. It doesn't have a consistently applied definition in science. But if I use material, what he'll then say is, why aren't you using mass? And the answer is, I accept that material is a better word to use, but it's not a better word to use to him, because he only understands what mass is. He doesn't know what material is. It's not part of his vocabulary.
You could define mass as resistance to acceleration. That'd be a good definition.
Oh, yeah, but because they also define it as the amount of matter in a substance, and then people argue over it, and no one really understands it because everybody says somebody's got a better interpretation or definition of the word mass, it becomes a shit show. But it's the only word that he understands. So that's the reason why if I was talking to you guys and you said, can we use the word material, I'd be fine with it. But to our friend here, I don't think we should, because it's going to confuse him more than he already is. And I don't want to confuse the guy, because he still thinks gravity is a force. right? So how can we have a conversation with him about mass if he still thinks gravity is a force? He's not ready for changing the word mass to something like material because he can't get the word mass out of his head. He still thinks that mass is accelerated by a gravitational force because F equals ma.
I totally get you, but he is already gone.
I know, but I'm just explaining the reason why we can't really use that word.
The lab boys say that might be a fear reaction.
I think that he was trolling because when he was talking, I could detect that he was smiling whilst he was talking, and that to me suggests that he's not being serious.
That's normal.
Trolling. I don't think that's normal.
Well, they do laugh when nothing's funny, so it might have been that kind of a smile.
What's up with that? No, I thought he was smirking, not really smiling, taking the piss. That's how I thought he was.
I actually love having Matthew in here, man. It's actually a pleasure having him in here, man. I think it's a really important, really, he's that guy, you know what I mean? And what my boy Orion was saying about, can you demonstrate, gas pressure without a container? And he's like, oh, well, gravity, like you were saying, it was like it's a force, when it's not. And then he's saying, oh, well, the way that it's pressing in, he's like, isn't that a force? But that doesn't change the fact of you're saying that gravity pulls things down within that container. And you're like, okay, well, first consider a container and then take it away. That really doesn't say much, man. For me, you would have to demonstrate gravity with that by taking it away and then putting it back. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's gravity that's doing it. You know what I mean? Like I can do with an electric circuit. I could turn it on and take it off. I'm like, okay, cool. That was fucking some shit.
Sleeping Warrior. Is there a downward bias?
Is there a downward bias?
Yes.
Is that what you said? No, there's no downward bias. Remember Newton's third law of motion. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So for everything that seems to go down, there is something else going up. So like helium balloons go up, right? Well, when the helium balloon goes up, there's something else that's coming back down to replace the air and the space that the helium balloon is now going to occupy. So there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Wait a second. That's I mean, come on. Like you can't just. You're trying to say that every time a helium balloon goes up, a rock has to fall down? Like, come on.
No, but there's always displacement. You got to think there's always air rushing in right after the balloon.
So when someone says to me, do you think there's a downwards bias? I say, do you think Newton's third law of motion applies? In other words, there is an equal and opposite reaction for every action. If you think that rule does apply, then there is no downward bias because there would have to be an equal upward bias because there is an equal and opposite reaction. You see?
And I'll contend that the gas inside the balloon is not going up. Just the balloon material is going up.
So what? So why would the balloon
wouldn't it be the balloon and the gas?
Yeah, it's the balloon and the gas.
Gas particles are not going up.
So the balloon is empty when it gets higher because all the gas gets left behind.
Particles are not.
Wait. How does the helium balloon know whether to go up or down?
It asks the government.
Who are you asking?
I'm asking Sleeping Warrior. How does the balloon know which way to go?
The balloon has no consciousness. It does not know. The balloon, right? So regardless of what medium the balloon is in, like the gradient, where it is in the gradient, the balloon doesn't know. But if you accept that Brownian motion is a thing, Brownian motion is the contact collisions of all the molecules evenly all around the balloon. When the balloon is in equilibrium and it's hovering, it seems to be floating but without accelerating. Brownian motion is applied to the balloon in all directions all the way around the balloon. The balloon doesn't know that this is happening, but that's what's really happening according to science. That is what Brownian motion is in play. Now, when the balloon makes its decision of which way it goes, the medium that the balloon sits in is going to have a bias one way or the other based on the gradient. The balloon doesn't know, but the gradient is applying a one-sided force based on where it is in the gradient. And Brownian motion is the explanation of how it does it. That's why when I put the salt into the water, you saw all the salt pass past the egg first, and only when it got past the egg did it then start to accelerate. It didn't start to accelerate when the salt was above the egg. It was only when it got below the egg. Why is that? because the egg's subject to Brownian motion and it's sat stationary in that position from our perspective. Brownian motion's impacting all the way around the egg, but all the net forces around the egg are essentially zero. It's microscopic because Brownian motion exists, but it's essentially from our perspective, it's F net equals zero. But when you drop the salt in and it passes past the salt, past the egg, once it starts going below the egg, there's more pressure being applied below the egg. And then this is more pressure applied below the egg because the salt's dissolving into that medium, but it's all below the egg. You've got an increase in pressure only below the egg because you're putting the salt in. That increase in pressure is pushing against the egg disproportionately. You've got an unbalanced force there caused by adding more mass into that medium, and because it's all going below the egg, that's where the directionality comes from. It's the increase in pressure caused by adding the salt, but all of it was below. If I'd have added salt, but the salt was less dense than it, and there was more pressure applied above the egg, it would have pushed the egg down. But because salt is more dense, you're pushing the egg up because you're increasing the pressure below it. So if you understand and accept that Brownian motion is a thing, which science does say that, by adding the salt below the egg, increase the pressure below the egg. If I did it so that the salt was less dense than the egg, it would have pushed the egg down. But they would instantly say, oh, that's gravity. They would ignore completely the salt. But they still ignore the salt completely anyway and say, it's buoyancy. But the reality is that you're increasing the pressure only below the egg, and that is why it accelerated. So the egg doesn't know the decision is made for it by increasing the pressure below the egg. Does that make sense?
You say Brown?
Yeah, thank you.
More time.
Say again, can I say what?
Nothing. I was just trolling. Sorry.
Okay. But did my answer? Are you satisfied that the answer I gave answered your question?
What you said made sense to me.
Not you, the guy that. Asked about,
well, thank you. I just thought it was a little that the balloon's gonna go up, right? But the gradient is basically the same. I mean, does it really change like foot to foot?
No, the balloon isn't going to go up. Like, it's right. So if you get a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber, the balloon expands and bursts. But if you were able to contain it with a super strong balloon so it didn't burst, the helium balloon would drop to the floor. We can all agree on that because there's demonstrations that show it. Action Labs show it on a video. Have you seen the video where the helium balloon drops as he removes the air out of the vacuum, right? Have you seen it?
Yep.
Right. So when he puts the air back in and the helium balloon begins to rise again because the medium is getting more dense as the air's going in, you're then causing it to accelerate the opposite way. Now, scientific method defines the independent variable as the thing that you vary and manipulate, right? So if you're changing the medium, the density of the medium by putting more air into the vacuum and then it causes an acceleration, they would say, well, that must be a force. But scientific method states that the thing that you fluctuate, the thing that you manipulate is the cause. Well, what are we manipulating? We're changing the density of the medium by putting more air into the vacuum chamber, and then it causes an acceleration. Of course, what's really happening is you're causing the balloon to no longer be in a state of equilibrium anymore because you're changing the environment the balloon sits in. So because it's being pushed out of equilibrium and into some disequilibrium, the balloon wants to find equilibrium. So it doesn't know the direction, but it does know that it's now in a state of disequilibrium because somebody's putting lots of heavy air around it and it doesn't like being there. So it finds its neutral point. Entropy increases and it accelerates.
I think that's the magic word, equilibrium. I think that's where it knows to go.
Correct. It's called entropy, isn't it? As entropy increases, equilibrium is attained. So the more entropy increases, the closer to equilibrium the balloon in this case is getting. As it gets to equilibrium, and they would call that F net equals zero, the net forces around the balloon are all becoming now zero, then there is no acceleration. But because it accelerates, they say, well, there must be a force there. And we say, but all we did was put air into the medium. And they say, yeah, because it must be a force, because you can't have acceleration without a force, because Newton's first law of motion states that an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by a force. Now, we see the balloon accelerate, so there must be a force there. Okay, so what is the force? And it's pressure. Why is it pressure? Because we put more air into the medium is getting more dense, the balloon's less dense than it gets pushed out the way. So the force is pressure, and it's directional because the balloon itself is less dense than the medium it's in. So as the medium around the balloon increases its density, the balloon doesn't like it anymore. It's no longer in equilibrium. You're putting energy into the system. Balloon doesn't like it anymore. It says, hang on a minute, I was quite happy where I was before. The things are now changing. I'm not happy anymore. I need to move. And then it finds its own entropy, its own level again. Entropy increases, it finds its equilibrium, and then it stops moving. But when you say to the baller, why does the balloon stop moving? The force, they've got to then say the force was removed. But the force wasn't removed, was it, if it was buoyant force? The balloon should continue in its direction at all times because the buoyant force is always being applied when you put the more air in. But they don't like that. They start calling you names rather than address the point. So the balloon doesn't have any consciousness. It doesn't know the direction, but the environment the balloon sits in dictates whether it's in equilibrium or not. And if it's in equilibrium, it ain't going to move. But if it's not in equilibrium because we change the environment, then that change in the environment is the cause of the acceleration. Now, that doesn't make it a force, but they say it does. And the minute they say force, they invoke gravity and buoyancy. What we actually did was change the medium, or change the density of the medium. But they can't ever accept that. But when we say, and they qualify that by saying, well, density is not a force, it's just a measurement or a scalar, which is absolutely correct. But relative density does cause an acceleration, because we can prove it. Why does it do that? Who cares? We just know that it does do that. If we increase the density of either the egg or the medium it's in, an acceleration occurs. Why does it do it? Because entropy is a thing. But that doesn't mean that you know as well as I know, they instantly go gravity buoyancy. But we're changing the environment that the egg sits in, or the balloon. So when we manipulate that environment, if it causes an acceleration, it's that change that's causing it. They will never accept that. So they always discredit it by saying, well, density is just a scalar, you moron. Yeah, well, we don't say density causes this. We say relative density causes it. You've got to consider the medium. And when you consider the medium, that's why they say, well, jump off a building then, Riley. Okay, well, what medium is the building in? Now, obviously, usually the buildings are in air. But you've got ruins that are underwater. If you jump off ruins underwater, so like Atlantis, for example, there's lots of ruins that are underwater. You jump off one of those roofs underwater, you ain't going to hit the deck the way they say. You'll just gradually float, and you could go up, you could go down, depends on the pressure and all that. But you ain't going to hit the deck and die. But it's because all the buildings are always in air. So the default position is that in the same way that stones fall, it's because the stones are usually in the medium of air. Well, helium balloons are not like they go the other way, don't they? So it is all down to the medium and the density of the matter in question that we're talking about relative to the medium. But they cannot accept it. But that's demonstrably the case. They just don't like science.
What if they say, well, what's the cause of the cause?
Pardon?
What if they say, what's the cause of the cause?
Manipulating the density of the medium by definition is the cause in science.
Okay.
If they're going to say the cause of the cause, then that's outside of science, isn't it? That's not science.
This one's a little harder. Warrior, can you have air pressure near a negative 17 torr vacuum?
Oh, it's a contradiction in terms, isn't it?
But could it be like they say?
Sorry, the dog was barking in the background. No, the answer to your question is no. You can't have 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum with a pressure in it. That's because then it would be pressure, wouldn't it? You can't have That's like having a fast, slow car or a hot, cold drink. You can't have a hot and a cold drink at the same time. It's either one or the other, but it can't be both. Well, you can't have a pressure in a vacuum. Because if you could have a pressure in a vacuum, they'd be able to demonstrate it with the Sandusky, Ohio vacuum. They'd be able to get a little blob of pressure in the middle, or a tennis ball size, or a beach ball size pressure. And they'd be able to demonstrate that will hold its rigidity, hold its position, like a cloud. They would be able to show that there was a gas cloud in the middle. And if that did exist, they would show it, because that would prove that we can have this nebulous effect that they describe. But the reality is, it doesn't happen. If it did happen, they would show it, but that evidence doesn't exist. By virtue of its non-existence, we can say Hitchens' razor applies. That which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. But you try convincing them that itching razor applies against that, and they just won't have it.
So you can't. Can you have a heavy pressure on the surface and then go up in a gradient for miles and miles, and then have a no pressure, and then eventually a vacuum?
No, you can't have a gradient if the baseline is the vacuum of space, 10 to the minus 17 torr, or 0.00001 psi. Because they say it's not a perfect vacuum because there is little bits of matter floating around. Okay, fine. So we'll give you 0.001. If that's your baseline, they would be able to demonstrate a gas pressure inside a vacuum at the Sandusky, Ohio vacuum chamber. They would be able to demonstrate that they can create a little bit of pressure